Spectrum. Perry Anderson. For Tom Mertes. In Friendship. Contents. Foreword. iPolitics. 1. The Intransigent Right, Michael Oakeshott, Leo Strauss, Carl Schmitt, Friedrich von Hayek. 2. Constitutional Theater, Ferdinand Mount. 3. Dreams of Central Europe, Timothy Garton Ash. 2. Philosophy. 4. Designing Consensus, John Rawls. 5. Norming Facts, Jürgen Habermas. 6. Plotting Values, Norberto Bobbio. 7. Arms and Rights, The Adjustable Center. 3. History. 8. In Memoriam, Edward Thompson. 9. Philologist Extraordinary, Sebastiano Timpanaro. 10. Tropical Recall, Gabriel Garcia Marquez. 11. Atlas of the Family, Goran Thurborn. 12. Civil War, Global Distemper, Robert Brenner. 13. The Vanquished Left, Eric Hobsbawm. Debts. 1. The London Review of Books. 2. An Anglo-Irishman in China, J.C. O.G. Anderson. Notes. Index of Names. Acknowledgements. The first versions of part or all of the following essays were published in the London Review of Books: The Intransigent Right, September 24, 1992, Constitutional Theatre, October 22, 1992, Dreams of Central Europe, November 25, 1999, In Memoriam, October 21, 1993, Civil War, Global Distemper, November 4, 1993, Philologist Extraordinary, May 10, 2001, The Vanquished Left, October 3 and October 17, 2002, An Anglo-Irishman in China, July 30, 1998 and August 20, 1998. Designing Consensus was originally published in Dissent, Winter 1994, Plotting Values and Arms and Rights, in New Left Review, I/231, September, October 1998, and number 32, January, February 2005. Tropical Recall and An Atlas of the Family appeared in The Nation, January 26, 2004 and May 30, 2005, the first appendix as a reader's note in London Review of Books, an anthology, London 1996. Most of these texts have undergone correction or amendment. Norming Facts is hitherto unpublished. Postscript expansions are indicated by date at the end of the text. I would like to thank my editors at the LRB and NLR, Mary K. Wilmers and Susan Watkins, and my brother Benedict Anderson for their comments on different parts of this book, and Tom Mertes, Choi Sung Ian, and Jong Seo Hong for all the help they gave me in preparing it. Foreword. This book is an exercise in the history of contemporary ideas. It can be viewed as a panning shot, moving from right to left, of a particular intellectual landscape. The thinkers and writers it looks at belong to a political world in which the categories of right, center, and left visibly still retain their meaning, even if, this is one of the questions raised along the way, the locations and boundaries of each are far from fixed. This is the spectrum to which the title alludes. The existence of such a gamut of conceptions and convictions is familiar enough. Yet a passage through it remains relatively rare, as an analytic venture. There are two good reasons for that. The first is the natural tendency of each political family to take a greater interest in its own kin than in aliens or adversaries. Polemical zeal can produce an fixation on the other side, or sides, of purely hostile intent. The Cold War was full of that kind of literature, as ephemeral as it was instrumental. But at a more serious intellectual level, minds tend to divide according to sympathies, in a scholarly version of the attraction of like for like. The impulse to study, first of all, the sources, proximate or remote, of one's own loyalties is perfectly proper and productive. Yet it can evidently also lead to a narrowing of horizon. Ideas are rarely absolute values, their worth is always relative to what other notions are in play across the field, knowledge of which alone affords a measure of them. Intramural absorption can never deliver this. The second reason for the paucity of comparative work here has to do with the nature of the domain itself. Politics is not a self-enclosed activity, organically generating a body of concepts internal to it. What counts as a set of ideas with a bearing on the political conflicts of a time varies according to epoch and region. Today it stretches far beyond the purview of political science, traditionally conceived. Philosophy, economics, history, sociology, psychology, not to speak of the earth and life sciences, and the arts, all intersect at different points with terrain of politics, in its classic definition. Formal political theory, though far from extinct, occupies only a part of the resulting space. This is an expansion, however, subject to the iron laws of specialization. The wider the span of disciplines with potential purchase on political outlooks at any one time, the more difficult it becomes to achieve an appropriate sense of the range of ideas about power and society, the domain of politics proper, that make up the inventory of the time. Specialist restriction reinforces partisan introspection in inhibiting exploration of the field as a whole. In attempting, nevertheless, a step in this direction, I have followed methods set out in A Zone of Engagement, a previous volume to which this can be regarded as a sequel. It would be otiose to repeat them at length here. All that need be said is that a premise of this book, too, is that ideas of any complexity are best studied in the detailed work of the particular writers who produce them, as texts inseparable from, but not reducible to, historical contexts that are always at once social and conceptual. The option, in other words, is to treat them neither as timeless motifs, nor as generic discourses, nor as specialized languages, the three most popular alternatives on offer. On the other hand, this volume is not a simple pendant to the earlier work, because its design involves an alteration of range. In the latter I explained that since my primary impulse in engaging with a body of work was usually a critical admiration, I found it difficult to write about authors to whom I felt myself personally too close. In constructing a volume dealing with thinkers covering the span from the extreme right through the moderate center to the radical left, I have tried to overcome this limitation. A Zone of Engagement mentions three thinkers of the left about whom I would like to have written at that time, but felt unable to. Two of these, Eric Hobsbawm and Sebastiano Timpanaro, feature in this book. The third, Frederick Jameson, is the focus of another study, The Origins of Postmodernity. This is a widening at one end of the spectrum. At the other, I consider here a group of thinkers who, unlike any treated earlier, were not liberals of more or less conservative persuasion, Max Weber and Francis Fukuyama, who feature largely in A Zone of Engagement, were certainly that, but theorists of a more uncompromising right, enemies of any liberal consensus. The result is a book more systematic in conception than its predecessor. Any selection of figures picked from each segment of a political hemisphere is, of course, bound to be somewhat arbitrary, answering to the accidents of personal interest. Reflection on those included in this collection was in any case not always premeditated, but answered to different solicitations. But the intention of a survey with the structure below was formed early on, and guided the ensuing set of choices. The political spectrum, giving the general coordinates of the book, has also largely determined its topical range. Right, center, and left have not invested equally in the same subjects or disciplines. The classical legacies of political thought, from Plato to Nietzsche, and the immediate tasks of running the world, at home and abroad, have been of most concern to the right. Normative philosophical constructions have become a speciality of the center. Economic, social, and cultural investigations, of past and present, dominate the output of the left. Any attempt to come to grips with all three outlooks is thus obliged to traverse quite variegated ground. In this book, among the topics to be encountered are theories of law, of the state, of the economy, of the family, of international relations, of the lessons of antiquity and of the 20th century, of memory and mortality. Clearly, each of these is best handled by a specialist in the matter. But something can still be said about them, however partially, where they enter the general stock of political culture as resources for a particular front of opinion. My own attempt to do so is based not on any polymathic competence, but comes more mundanely from the necessities of editorial practice, now getting on for half a century, in a generalist journal that imposes a certain diversity of reading and, at any rate in principle, criticism, as a technical requirement. Point 1. The limitations that also implies are plain enough. No pretense is made that the collection of topics reviewed below, in each case through the prism of a particular body of work, is remotely comprehensive. Some of the gaps are intellectual systems I have dealt with elsewhere, notably French post-structuralism, whose most active political thinker, Jean-François Lyotard, I have discussed in The Origins of Postmodernity. Figures in other fields have been so well captured by close colleagues that addition would be superfluous. These include the two most significant theorists of interstate relations today, of very different stamp, John Mearsheimer and Philip Bobbitt. Point 2. The world systems theory of Immanuel Wallerstein and his school has yet to receive assessment of this quality, but has attracted a large literature. The same could be said of the cultural politics of Edward Said, whose influence today is no less. Other lacunae have more to do with the lack of any one figure or body of work so far central enough to represent an obvious point of entry into the terrain concerned. This is typically the case with issues that make up a good part of the emergent agenda of politics in the new century, but have yet to generate a literature equal to their importance. Ecology and biotechnology are the obvious examples. Feminism is a different case, its now considerable history offering a puzzling pattern of intellectual stops and starts. If the current period is one of relative lull, there is no second sex in view, that is unlikely to last. The world of political ideas remains a much more male affair than that of political careers, but sooner or later the one will catch up with the other. The layout of the book follows the parade of the time. Since the end of the Cold War, when A Zone of Engagement was published, the ideas of the right have gained further ground, the center has increasingly adapted to them, the left remains, globally speaking, in retreat. The scale of the intellectual restoration that has occurred, the term neoliberalism, taken seriously in its historical reference, captures something of it, is habitually repressed on the left in a variety of ways. Defeat is a hard experience to master, the temptation is always to sublimate it. But if it is eventually to be overcome, it is necessary to be able to look theoretical adversaries in the face, without either indulgence or self-deception. That requires a culture of curiosity and critique that is not content to rest within the traditions of the left itself, where the general inclination of political tendencies to self-absorption has typically been intensified by the siege mentality of any minority formation, as the intellectual universe of the left, in the West, at any rate, with fleeting exceptions in post-war France and Italy, has always been, never more so than today. One of the aims of this collection is to resist this involution. The first part of the book considers bodies of writing that belong in one way or another to the literature of the right. Dominating this landscape are the four thinkers, each in his own fashion of outstanding gifts, discussed in the opening essay: Michael Oakeshott, Carl Schmitt, Leo Strauss, Friedrich von Hayek. Since this text was written, the secondary literature on each, as an individual thinker, has been enriched. Point 3. But it is the complex interrelations between these minds, as they reacted to the arrival of mass democracy, that remains the key to an understanding of their political impact. This is the theme of the chapter devoted to them here. The rest of this section looks at two writers from subsequent levies, each prominent in English public life, who illustrate something of the way democracy has been conceived downstream from that moment: Ferdinand Mount bringing the legacy of Oakeshott to bear on the internal structures of British state and society, Timothy Garton Ash concerned with the external replication of Western models, detoxified of the hazards that alarmed the interwar quartet, in Eastern Europe and the world beyond. The title of this section, Politics, is to be understood in the narrower sense of the term, that is, the devising of forms and policies for managing a state, as distinct from broader issues of the nature and structure of power in a society, or in French usage la politique as opposed to le politique. It is logical that writing in this area should fall predominantly to the right, since that is how the way of the world has gone in this period. The second part of book looks at three leading political philosophers at the turn of the century, all of whom are widely regarded, and have regarded themselves, as figures of a moderate left: John Rawls, Jürgen Habermas, and Norberto Bobbio. Here they are treated, without any particular polemical emphasis, as thinkers who, at any rate by this time, are better considered figures of the center. In the case of Rawls and Habermas, the justification comes from the ideal that unites the domestic political theory of their later work, consensus. If this is not a quintessential value of the center, it is difficult to know what would be. Bobbio, who had a longer and more committed record as a figure of the left, never subscribed to it. Indeed, he sought with no little eloquence to redraw clear-cut lines of division between right and left that allow only a space of evasion to the center. In his case, more clearly even than with Habermas or Rawls, political classification is a function of historical conjuncture rather than essential identity. I have written elsewhere of the earlier work of Habermas and Bobbio, when they were unambiguously of the left. 4 If one compares the domestic political theory of the three thinkers, as reviewed below, Bobbio remained to the end more radical in sensibility than Rawls or Habermas. But if we look at the writing on international relations of the trio, the topic of the middle essay of this book, their convergence on the principles of military intervention that have justified successive imperial wars situates all three at the still center of conventional wisdom today. The third section of the book moves to the terrain of the left, where all those under review can be regarded as more overtly concerned with history as the record of the past, distinct from any deontology, than any of the figures of the right or center considered here. This goes without saying, of course, for such famous modern historians as Edward Thompson, Robert Brenner, or Eric Hobsbawm. But it holds good of Sebastiano Timpanaro too, a historian of 19th-century ideas as well as a classical philologist, of Göran Thorborn, by profession a sociologist, but whose principal work is by any standards a major historical synthesis, and even in his own style of Gabriel Garcia Marquez, whose fiction has never taken the contemporary world as its object. Is this a common disposition on the left because its active life as a movement to change the world now lies behind it? That would be too easy a conclusion, and not only because none of these figures ever ceased to be engaged in contemporary politics. What this historical mindedness indicates is rather shared connections with what was until recently the light culture of the international left, which its founders after all termed historical materialism. That a Marxism capable of informing works of such obvious magnitude as Thorborn's or Brenner's or Hobsbawm's, dealing with such world-encompassing topics as the history of the modern family, the dynamics of the global economy, the periodization of the 20th century, can scarcely be pronounced dead, is self-evident. My treatment of the different figures of this left varies in part as a function of the occasions on which I was asked, or wanted, to write about them. Two of these texts were composed on the death of their subjects, Edward Thompson and Sebastiano Timpanaro, and strike a more personal note. Two others deal only with a single work by the author, one on Göran Thorborn, the other on Gabriel Garcia Marquez, whose inclusion here, as the most generally admired novelist in the world today, is less strange than it may seem at first sight. What chrestomathy of the left could really exclude him? 2. Finally, look at their subjects at greater length, each in dual focus: Robert Brenner in his work on the English Civil War and on the Long Downturn, Eric Hobsbawm in his tetralogy of the world since the French Revolution, and his memoirs. This last essay, in keeping with the way its author has himself written of Age of Extremes, as with the reality of the period, is entitled The Vanquished Left. But to be defeated and to be bowed are not the same. None of these writers has lowered his head before the victors. If a dividing line is wanted between what has become the center and remains the left, it would lie here. Essays about others, practiced as a form, often tacitly pose questions about the essayist. Cultural studies have made self-positioning fashionable, as an often labored exordium to matters in hand. Here I have preferred simply to indicate two of the debts I owe as a writer. The first is to the London Review of Books, in which many of these essays were first published. Coming from a political background quite distant from the general tenor of the paper, I learned from it how to write, also therefore think, in ways that were new to me. The description I attempt of the LRB tries to capture the peculiar alchemy of the journal, and can be read as a sign of what these pages owe to its education. Periodicals are difficult to write about, and not much writing is done on them. The reflections below, critical as well as admiring, are written from the standpoint of a contributor on the far left of the journal's bandwidth. The book ends with an account of my father's life in Republican China. What one generation owes another varies a good deal historically. The circumstances I describe separated me from this past, but when I discovered it, rather late, I realized in a complicated way something of what had gone into my own makeup. But the story itself, of an individual and an institution, stands as a piece of history on its own. Politics. 1. The Intransigent Right. Michael Oakeshott, Leo Strauss. Carl Schmitt, Friedrich von Hayek. A few months after the fall of Margaret Thatcher, the most original thinker of post-war conservatism died. Perhaps partly because of the commotion caused by the change of national leadership, the passing of Michael Oakeshott did not attract much public notice. Even The Spectator, which might have been expected to mark the event with a full salute, ignored it for half a year, before carrying a curiously distracted piece by its editor, reporting strange losses in the philosopher's papers, without so much as mentioning his political ideas. 1. The remoteness of Oakeshott's intellectual origins from the contemporary landscape was perhaps another element in the muted reaction. Anglo-Scottish idealism of the early years of this century, its other lights long since extinguished, has become one of the least recollected episodes of the native past. Oakeshott was always held difficult to place. Although he was an exemplary patriot of British institutions, a superficial glance might lead one think he was latterly more regarded in the United States than at home. His last book, The Voice of Liberal Learning, was edited from Colorado. The first posthumous collection, an enlarged version of Rationalism in Politics, now appears from Indianapolis. 2. The only extended survey of his work is an admiring monograph from Chicago. 3. But his profile, on either side of the Atlantic, continues to be elusive. Oakeshott has most frequently been taken as the wayward voice of an archetypical English conservatism, empirical, habitual, traditional, the adversary of all systematic politics, of reaction no less than reform, a thinker who preferred writing about the Derby to expounding the Constitution, and found even Burke too doctrinaire. The amiably careless, comfortable image is misleading. To set Oakeshott in his real context, a comparative angle of vision is needed. For he was, in fact, one of the quartet of outstanding European theorists of the intransigent right whose ideas now shape, however much, or little, leading practitioners are aware of it, a large part of the mental world of end-of-the-century Western politics. It is alongside Carl Schmitt, Leo Strauss, and Friedrich von Hayek that Michael Oakeshott is most appropriately seen. The relations between these four figures await documentation from future biographers. But whatever the circumstantial contacts or conflicts, some more visible than others, the lattice of intellectual connections between them forms a striking pattern. By generation, three were virtually exact contemporaries: Strauss, Hayek, Oakeshott. Older by a decade, Schmitt overlapped with them, living like Hayek into his 90s, a longevity approached by Oakeshott too. They came from different disciplines, economics, law, philosophy, and history, but politics drew their concerns into a common field. There, they were divided by marked contrasts of character and outlook, and by the respective situations they confronted. The interweaving of themes and outcomes, across such differences, is all the more striking. The formative experience of all these thinkers was the crisis of European society in the interwar years, as the established order came under increasing pressure from economic dislocation, labor revolt, and middle-class backlash, and then proceeded to buckle at its weakest points. In the Weimar Republic, the Westphalian Schmidt began his career as the most original Catholic adversary of socialism and of liberalism. In polemics of electric intensity, whose charge was increasingly aimed at the precarious parliamentarism of post-Versailles Germany, he treated their ideas as dilute theologies, which were bound to prove weaker than the force of national myth. For his own positive doctrine became a neo-Hobbesian theory of politics. Its critical twist was to project the state of nature depicted in Leviathan, the war of all against all in which individual agents are pitted against each other, onto the plane of modern collective conflicts, thereby transforming civil society itself into a second state of nature. For Schmidt, the act of sovereign power then becomes not so much the institution of mutual peace as the decision fixing the nature and frontier of any community, by dividing friend from foe, the opposition that defines the nature of the political as such. 5 This stark decisionist vision came out of a regional background in which the choices seemed, to many others as well as Schmidt, to be revolution or counter-revolution. We in Central Europe live sous l'ère de Russes, he wrote. 6 His own option for the second term, he was an admirer of de Maistre and Donoso Cortés, was never in doubt. In England, where Schmidt's incandescent early manifesto for the Roman Church was edited in a Catholic series of essays in order, 7 polarities were not so acute. The Cambridge of the 20s was a sheltered place, and Oakeshott's concerns were not initially so political. Anglican rather than Catholic in background, his first publication was a tract on religion and the moral life whose theme was the necessary completion of ethical choice by religious wisdom, and thus the substantive unity between civilization and Christianity. 8 Oakeshott's personal piety seems to have declined over the years, yet the contrary accents of religious tradition and of radical choice remained, a combination recalling the early Schmidt, with the difference that Oakeshott's decisionism was always moral rather than political in register. But he had studied theology at Marburg and Tübingen, and was familiar with political theology, Schmidt's famous application of religious categories to secular doctrines. 9 When he turned to politics, Oakeshott's intellectual allegiance proved to be the same. It was on Hobbes that he set out to build a theory of the state. For both men, Leviathan, the greatest, perhaps the sole, masterpiece of political philosophy written in the English language, as Oakeshott termed it, was to be the permanent touchstone for any modern account of civil authority. Nor was this the only parallel in their outlook. When he ventured political opinions in these years, Oakeshott's scorn for liberalism and democracy was scarcely less incendiary than Schmidt's. Giving his verdict on the other English philosopher usually held for a classic, he spoke with the authentic voice of the radical right. Locke was the apostle of the liberalism which is more conservative than conservatism itself, the liberalism characterized, not by insensitiveness, but by a sinister and destructive sensitiveness to the influx of the new, the liberalism which is sure of its limits, which has a horror of extremes, which lays its paralyzing hand of respectability upon whatever is dangerous and revolutionary. He was meek, and until recently he inherited the earth. 11 Fortunately, that legacy was now passing into other hands. Democracy, parliamentary government, progress, discussion, and the plausible ethics of productivity are notions, all of them inseparable from the Lockean liberalism, which fail now to arouse even opposition. Oakeshott scoffed, they are not merely absurd and exploded, they are uninteresting. 12 These lines were written in the autumn of 1932, on the eve of the Nazi victory in Germany. A few months later, Schmidt, who had been advisor to Brüning and then to Schleicher, went over to Hitler. Looking at the new regime from England, Oakeshott by the end of the decade had decided that, compared with available alternatives, representative democracy, however incoherent as a doctrine, had something to be said for it after all. Catholicism, however, was the repository of another tradition of profound importance, authoritarian without caprice, an inheritance we have neglected, so far as this country is concerned. He went on, I venture to suggest that many of the principles which belong to the historic doctrine of conservatism are to be found in this Catholic doctrine 13, which had been given constitutional shape in the Austria of Dollfuss and the Portugal of Salazar. In April 1940, the month France fell, he was still dismissing claptrap about government by consent. 14. Leo Strauss, meanwhile, from an Orthodox background in Hessen, had made his debut in the Zionist movement with texts on Jewish religion and politics. His first significant piece was on Das Heilige 15, before moving to the study of Spinoza's biblical criticism, and thence to research on Hobbes. This brought him into contact with Schmidt, with whom he enjoyed friendly relations in Berlin. Before leaving Germany in 1932 he devoted his last publication, in the same months as Oakeshott was pronouncing his sentence on Locke, to the most arresting of Schmidt's works, The Concept of the Political. In a critique that was both admiring and admonitory, Strauss argued that Schmidt's laudable rejection of liberalism had mistaken its philosophical bearings. For Hobbes's theory of the state was not an antidote to modern liberalism, but its very foundation. In radicalizing Hobbes's matter-of-fact view of the human passions and their resolution in civil society into a tacit exaltation of enmity as the necessary signature of any political life, Schmidt had only produced a liberalism with a minus sign. 16. What was needed was a horizon beyond liberalism, of which intimations could nevertheless be found in Schmidt's text, when he spoke of an order of human things that could only be found in the return to an undefiled nature. It was this natural order, Strauss remarked, which the liberal conception of culture had forgotten. 17. Schmidt took these objections in his stride, making a few quiet adjustments in subsequent editions of his work to accentuate the hints of a religious background that Strauss had noted. 18. He also helped Strauss get to France before Hitler came to power. 6 months after the installation of the Third Reich, on the day Göring elevated Schmidt to the Prussian State Council, Strauss was writing to him from Paris, asking for an introduction to Maurras. In 1934 Strauss moved to London, where he complained that Schmidt's latest publication, his first development in legal theory under the New Order, had incorporated Strauss's proposals for an advance beyond decisionism without acknowledgement. 19. It was in England that Strauss now undertook the demonstration that Hobbes was indeed the theoretical fount of a levelling modern individualism. Appearing in 1936, the political philosophy of Hobbes argued that the revolution wrought by Hobbes was to replace the classical vision of a political order founded on philosophical reason and shaped by aristocratic honor, with a doctrine of sovereign power motivated by fear and fabricated from wool, a construction built on the marshlands of his denial of any gradation in mankind because he could conceive of no order, that is, no gradation in nature. 20. Commended to the English reader by the impeccably liberal Ernest Barker, Strauss's book was on the whole well received by Oakeshott, as the most original study on Hobbes to have appeared in many years. But whereas for Strauss the remedy to Hobbes's defiled naturalism lay intact in the ancient wisdom set forth by Plato, for Oakeshott the incoherence of Hobbes's naturalistic doctrine of will was only to be overcome in the modern reunion of reason and volition in Hegel and Bosanquet, even if their synthesis remained to be completed. 21. Oakeshott was also, as he later made clear, unwilling to accept that Hobbes had relinquished the heroic values of pride as an ingredient of civil peace. He had merely, in his realism, confined these to a select few, because of the dearth of noble characters. 22. In 1938 Strauss moved to the United States, where after the war he occupied a chair at Chicago in the same period that Oakeshott was at the LSE. There he produced the remarkable series of works, in form an oracular retrospect of the history of philosophy from Socrates to Nietzsche, in effect a systematic political doctrine, which has since nurtured the most distinctive and strong-minded school of American conservatism. There were two principal themes in this oeuvre. A just political order must be grounded in immutable demands of natural right. Nature, however, is inherently unequal. The capacity to discover truth is restricted to a few, and to endure it exhibited by scarcely more. The best regime will therefore reflect differences in human excellence, and be led by an appropriate elite. But although the highest virtue is philosophical contemplation of the truth, this does not mean, contrary to a superficial reading of the Republic, that the just city will be ruled by philosophers. For philosophy gazes without faltering not only at the necessary conditions of political order, discomfiting as these may be to demotic prejudice, but at the far more terrible realities of cosmic disorder, the absence of any divine authority, the delusion of any common morality, the transience of the earth and its species, every insight that religion must deny and society cannot survive. Unfolded at large, these truths would destroy the protective atmosphere of any civilization and with it all stable conditions for the pursuit of philosophy itself. Esoteric wisdom and exoteric opinion must therefore remain distinct, on pain of mutual destruction. Leisured gentlemen instructed in rule, but not raised to truth, by philosophers should uphold a rational order of political stability against levelling temptations. In this regime, theoretical knowledge could find institutional shelter, without dangerous side effects on civic practice. In keeping with his teaching, which now enjoins such prudence on the philosopher, during the Cold War Strauss made the concession, earlier unthinkable, of describing these views as a contribution to liberalism, albeit in the original sense understood by the ancients, of a liberality that was another name for excellence. 23 In the campus emergency of 1968 he even publicly endorsed Richard Nixon. In general, however, Strauss eschewed official bromide or partisan pronouncement, that was the role not of the teacher but of the taught. The veiled pole star of Strauss's journey through the past was Nietzsche, the one modern thinker who, he believed, had grasped the full depth of the crisis of modernity, once philosophy had abandoned propriety with Hobbes, by setting out to relieve man's estate rather than pursue eternal truth, and social forms became detached from natural order. 24 The equivalent authority for Oakeshott was Burckhardt. Characteristically, he liked to compare the two to the advantage of the Swiss seer, as a friend who shared Nietzsche's abhorrence of mass society and contempt for democracy, but displayed a cool equanimity rather than an erratic and pathological sensitivity towards them, and disdained to offer any cure for the times. 25 These were, in fact, largely imaginary virtues. Burckhardt's venomous antisemitism and often deranged political small talk have no counterpart in Nietzsche. 26 Nor did Oakeshott's own record in these years live up to the contrast he sought to make. The war left him a nationalist, and the post-war election an alarmist. Forgetting earlier dicta, he now announced that there is nothing whatever in common between British conservatism and any of the categories of continental politics. Loose talk of this sort about British politics merely liberates a fog of unreality. 27 The Labour Party was another matter. Recent German experience was all too ominously germane to its enterprise, even if the absence of a coup d'état in its accession to power had misled observers at first. But established tyranny cannot forever conceal its character except from willing slaves, and it was now clear that the Labour Party has an incentive to become despotic, the means to become despotic, and that it has the intention of becoming despotic. Indeed, Oakeshott could already detect a simple plot to establish, not by force but by subterfuge, a single-party system and the slavery from which it is inseparable. 28 Strauss would probably have found such parochial diatribes overwrought. But the Burckhardian standpoint still yielded a position close to the Nietzschean, if with its own twist. Whereas for Strauss, modern political democracy rested on a denial of the inequality of man as a permanent gradation within nature, for Oakeshott this inequality was the outcome of a historical differentiation. In the late Middle Ages, a new character emerged on the scene, as Burckhardt had shown, the homo singulare, who was an autonomous moral individual freed from the shackles of community, capable of choosing his own way of life. The spread of this kind of individuality, the preeminent event of European history, gradually gave rise to institutions expressing its freedom. These achieved their climax with the parliamentary government that emerged in England in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. But the salutary dissolution of traditional communities had also released a dangerous multitude of opposite bent. These Oakeshott called individuals monks, all those left behind in the new conditions because they were unwilling to accept the responsibility of personal independence, a swarm of moral and social failures consumed with envy, jealousy, and resentment. 29 By the late 19th century, this inferior mass had pressed towards a dire change, the gradual transformation of parliamentary into popular government, whose first great enterprise was the establishment of universal adult suffrage. For, Oakeshott went on, the power of the mass man lay in his numbers, and this power could be brought to bear upon government by means of the vote, that is, a regime based on the authority of mere numbers. 30 Modern democracy in this sense defied not the hierarchy of natural gifts, as in Strauss's view, but of existential choices. For the anti-individual behind universal suffrage, Oakeshott explained, is specified by a moral, not an intellectual, inadequacy. 31. The nuance here is reproduced in their respective conceptions of the vocation of philosophy. For both men, this was the supreme endeavor of human understanding, and one so uncompromisingly radical that it could never consort directly with politics, which required a customary stability philosophy's ruthless quest for the truth must subvert. For philosophy, in Oakeshott's formula, was experience without presupposition, reservation, arrest, or modification. 32, a phrase to make Burke shudder. The practice of politics, by contrast, necessarily involved all four of the conditions that philosophy as theory precluded. Philosophy is the attempt to dissolve the element in which society breathes, and thus it endangers society, wrote Strauss. 33 Oakeshott was if anything even more outspoken. Philosophy is not the enhancement of life, it is the denial of life. There is something perhaps decadent, even depraved, in an attempt to achieve a completely coherent world of experience, for such a pursuit requires us to renounce for the time being everything which can be called good or evil, everything which can be valued or rejected as valueless. 34 The tension between the two poles common to the pathos of each, a metaphysics of scandal and a pragmatics of convention, found differing resolution, however. For Strauss, philosophical knowledge could not disclose itself to the vulgar, but might shape the forms of civic life from afar, so long as the barriers between esoteric and exoteric truth were maintained. For Oakeshott, however, philosophy and politics were categorically separate. Politics was a second-rate activity that inherently involved mental vulgarity, unreal loyalties, delusive aims, false significances. 35, but on the other hand it was proof against improvement by philosophy, which could shed no light even on the worth of particular political projects. 36 The belief that it might do so, indeed, could lead to the worst of all practical delusions, the notion that institutional forms were amenable to intelligent design, rather than the outcome of traditional growth. That was the characteristic idiocy of rationalism in politics. 37. Here paths inevitably parted. Strauss's ideal remained what Oakeshott abjured, the deliberate forethought for a well-governed city that had been the aim of the line from Socrates to Cicero, which he described and admired as classical political rationalism, and reproached Burke, whatever his other merits, for abandoning. 38 Behind the opposite prescriptions lay contrasted intellectual starting points, normative origins located alternatively in the late medieval and the ancient worlds. This was a sharp division. Oakeshott could dismiss the polis as irrelevant to modern government, Strauss take the pogrom as an epitome of the Middle Ages. 39 But beyond this basic difference of historical horizon, there was a contemporary reason for the divergence of emphases at this fork. The peculiar vehemence of Oakeshott's refusal of any idea of political engineering, no matter how piecemeal, as a malignant dream that could only be coercive and abortive, came from the ordeal of labor rule and labor planning. These were less urgent concerns in Chicago than in London. They were to be conveyed there, however, by the thinker who had preceded Oakeshott in the indictment of economic planning in particular, and of social constructivism in general. Hayek had arrived at the LSE in 1931. His intellectual background in Austria was quite unlike that of Strauss, Oakeshott, or Schmidt, thoroughly secular, positively liberal, exempt from any supersensible temptation. Mach was his first philosophical enthusiasm. His political mentor was Ludwig von Mises, famous for arguing against the very possibility of a socialist economy, and for an uncompromising defense of a pure model of free market capitalism. There was no more outspoken champion of classical liberalism in the German-speaking world of the 20s. Yet the Austrian political scene left little room for this outlook, dominated as it was by the conflict between a social democratic left and a clerical right. Here Mises had no hesitation. In the struggle against the labor movement, authoritarian rule might be required. Looking across the border, he could see the virtues of Mussolini. The black shirts had for the moment saved European civilization for the principle of private property, the merit that fascism has thereby won will live on eternally in history. 40 Advisor to Monsignor Siepel, the prelate who ran the country in the late 20s, Mises approved Dollfuss's crushing of Austrian labor in the 30s, blaming the repression of 1934 which installed his clerical dictatorship on the folly of the Social Democrats in contesting his alliance with Italy. 41. Hayek was in close touch with Mises in this period, when his own energies were devoted to pursuing the arguments against socialist economic calculation, and to upholding his variant of the Austrian theory of the business cycle against Keynes. There is no record of his view of the Dollfuss regime, certainly of any protest against Austrofascism, but it seems likely that he shared Mises's attitude towards it. At any rate, there was to be a striking coincidence in their subsequent political interventions, once the Second World War had broken out. Evacuated to Cambridge, Hayek produced in 1944 the impassioned cry of alarm against the totalitarian logic of collective planning, The Road to Serfdom, that made him famous. Among its leading themes was the fundamental continuity between socialism and Nazism, as malignant products of specifically German origin, whatever their later capacity for general contagion. 42 This was precisely the argument, developed on a more extensive scale, of Mises's omnipotent government, completed in America a month later, but based on a manuscript written in Switzerland just after the Anschluss, 4 years earlier. Here the motive for totalized incrimination of Germany lies on the surface, serving all too visibly as an exculpation of Austria, the land of the only people on the European continent who, in the days of the Heimwehr, seriously resisted Hitler. 43. After a decade in Great Britain, this was not a claim Hayek, whose road to serfdom avoids all reference to his native country, would have made. His polemic was aimed at the terms of English political debate. There it found a ready resonance in the Conservative Party, and may have stirred Churchill to his prediction of a British Gestapo should Labour win the forthcoming elections. But its vehemence left Hayek somewhat isolated in the post-war climate of opinion, when the Italy government failed to live up to his billing. Still, however unpopular in the Labour consensus, his intervention might have been expected to earn all the more honour from those set upon resisting it. Oakeshott, however, was not among them, dismissing The Road to Serfdom as just another example of doctrinaire rationalism, little more than a plan to oppose planning. 44 Discouraged by this atmosphere, Hayek left for the U.S. in 1950, as Oakeshott was invested at the LSE. At Chicago, Hayek put aside his more technical economic work for the development of a social and political theory that became in time the most ambitious and complete synthesis to emerge from the ranks of the post-war right. Among its themes, the overriding significance of the rule of law, the need for social inequality, the function of unreflective tradition, the value of a leisured class, were many cultivated by Strauss across the campus. Neither thinker, however, ever referred to the other. Did temperamental antagonism, or intellectual indifference, dictate the silence? Whatever the case, latent tensions of outlook between them were to find expression in due course. Schmidt, on the other hand, was never far from Hayek's mind, standing for the prime example of a skilled jurist whose sophistry helped to destroy the rule of law in Germany, yet a political theorist whose stark definitions of the nature of sovereignty and the logic of party, at any rate, had to be accepted. 45. But it is Hayek's relationship with Oakeshott that is of most significance for understanding each. In the Constitution of Liberty, published just before Rationalism in Politics, Hayek distinguished two intellectual lines of thought about freedom, of radically opposite upshot. The first was an empiricist, essentially British tradition descending from Hume, Smith, and Ferguson, seconded by Burke and Tucker, which understood political development as an involuntary process of gradual institutional improvement, comparable to the workings of a market economy or the evolution of common law. The second was a rationalist, typically French lineage descending from Descartes through Condorcet to Comte, with a horde of modern successors, who saw social institutions as fit for premeditated construction, in the spirit of polytechnic engineering. The former line alone led to real liberty, the latter inevitably destroyed it. Thus far the distinction looks all but identical to Oakeshott's. But in Hayek's account, Locke becomes central to the authentic tradition of freedom, while Hobbes is cast as the political rationalist par excellence, a mind out of national character, progenitor of what were later to be the lethal fallacies of legal positivism. 46. Social constructivism was not the only threat to genuine liberalism, it also faced potential dangers from another quarter, the rise of modern democracy. Equality before the law, Hayek continued, might seem to lead naturally to equality in making the law. But the two were in reality absolutely distinct principles, and the latter could undo the former. For the idea of popular sovereignty contained the assumption that declarative public law, what legislative majorities might at will decree, could override the inherited wisdoms of private common law, transgressing the inviolable limits that a liberal order placed around individual property and person. In this sense, Hayek remarked, an authoritarian regime that repressed popular suffrage but respected the rule of law could be a better guardian of liberty than a democratic regime liable to the temptations of economic intervention or social redistribution. Still, that was an extreme hypothesis. So far, at any rate, democracy could be justified as the most peaceful form of change and the best means of educating the masses to greater maturity. 47 But these were technical and provisional advantages, which did not make democracy a value in itself. A decade later, Hayek was more pessimistic. Law, legislation, and liberty opened with the avowal that his political ideals had not attracted the support they merited, and that he had failed to bring home that the predominant model of liberal democratic institutions in the Western world necessarily leads to a gradual transformation of the spontaneous order of a free society into a totalitarian system. 48 To avert this fatal propensity, which Hayek remarked that Schmidt had in his time understood, but also encouraged, more than any other observer, three truths urgently needed to be understood. The first was the fundamental difference between a spontaneous order and a purposive organization, or what Hayek now termed a cosmos and a taxis, the one an unintended yet coherent web of relations within which individual agents pursued their different ends, regulated only by common procedural rules, the other a willed enterprise seeking to realize substantive collective goals. The rule of law could be preserved only so long as the structure of government reflected a principled separation of the two, according an absolute priority to the maintenance of the first, as the condition of a market economy in a free society, and confining the second to strictly delimited, subordinate functions in the public interest. All current democracies confused these requirements, permitting the reckless trespass of taxis onto the proper ground of cosmos, with the intrusion of macroeconomic steering and the erection of a welfare state, in the name of an imaginary social justice, a notion without meaning. For the spontaneous order of the market not only precludes equality, it necessarily ignores desert, success within it is undeniably often a mere matter of chance. 49 The social hierarchy it generates is thus, unlike Strauss's, not founded on a cultural gradation in nature. Hayek confessed that this was perhaps too uncomfortable a truth to be widely proclaimed, and, in a move now recalling Strauss, concluded that religion might after all be a necessary dummy to assure social cohesion, against dangers from the disappointed in the run of chance. Yet whatever the need for such individual consolations, there was a general rationale for the cosmos of the market. It was the evolutionary product of historical competition between rival economic practices, which had proved its worth in the superior overall growth of production and population it had assured. 50 Here Hayek's doctrine took a concluding utilitarian turn. The yardstick of a desirable order was not philosophical truth but practical well-being. In its own terms, this was a perfectly coherent conclusion. But his theory still faced an awkward difficulty in the apparent institutional outcome of the spontaneous social mechanisms it celebrated. For was not the steady erosion of the division between taxis and cosmos, with the seemingly inexorable growth of the welfare state, itself preeminently an evolutionary process? To roll it back required, according to Hayek's new prescriptions, drastic redesigning of the structure of the state. Indeed, what he now proposed was nothing less than a dismantling of every known legislature into two novel bodies with different competences and disparate electorates, to correspond to the two ontological kinds of order, the more powerful chamber, guardian of the rule of law as such, striking anyone under the age of 45 off the voting roll. 51 This, as even sympathizers could not fail to notice, was a violent attack of the very constructivism his theory had set out to purge. Hayek was unmoved. Such was the price of preserving nomos, or the law of liberty, from the logic of popular sovereignty. Assemblies had to be stripped of their powers of general meddling, in order to secure the limited government, based on the rigor of law, not the license of consent, which was the only guarantee of freedom. The correct formula, Hayek explained, was démarche without democracy. 52. 2 years after the first volume of Law, Legislation, and Liberty appeared, Oakeshott published his own culminating work, On Human Conduct. Its leading theme was the fundamental distinction to be made between the idea of a civil association, articulated by procedural rules, and an enterprise association, devoted to the attainment of substantive goals. Government conceived as an engagement in keeping with the first was a nomocracy, and in pursuit of the second a teleocracy. The correspondence between this dichotomy and Hayek's was plainly intimate. Hayek was aware of Oakeshott's couplet and had typically acknowledged it. 53 The courtesy was not returned. Obituarists have stressed Oakeshott's charm of character, but his virtues did not include conspicuous generosity in intellectual matters. Withal, however, his construction was distinguished from Hayek's by two essential differences. Oakeshott did not place the superiority of civil over enterprise association as a conception of government on any evolutionary foundation, as the necessary political form of spontaneous economic progress. Instead, he again sketched a particular history, presenting the emergence of the modern European state as from the outset drawn towards the opposite ideals of, in medieval terminology, societas and universitas, rule envisaged in juridical or in managerial terms. Each of these dispositions derived from a miscellany of contingencies, without ulterior logic. But though they had coexisted from the start, they were structurally irreconcilable. The state could take the form either of a civil association, or of a managerial enterprise, but there could be no legitimate combination of the two. 54 In other words, although Oakeshott's dichotomy has a seemingly more casual genesis, in the mere relative happenstance of the European past, it actually acquires a far more absolute, even fanatical, force than Hayek's. Where law, legislation, and liberty allows for a necessary, if tightly circumscribed exercise of taxes by the liberal state, the antithesis of societas and universitas in On Human Conduct is unappeasable. Behind the idea of government performing calculable tasks, Oakeshott wrote, "Les arcana il recently emancipated from one idiom of servility and not able to afford to be repulsed by the smell of another, among whose worst current aromas was the vile expression, social choice. 55 Government as civil association, based on pride of free individuality, excluded collective purpose, categorically. But if this was so, what could motivate the compact of civil association itself?" Hayek's answer had been anticipated and dismissed early on, as no more than the plausible ethics of productivity. In Oakeshott's eyes, any justification of societas in terms of the satisfaction of material wants was to be deplored as the saddest of all misunderstandings. 56 This was the kind of concern, indeed, that had typically moved teleocratic projectors, from Bacon's ominous dream of forcing nature to yield up her secrets onwards. Even if he never expressed it with quite such eloquence, Oakeshott shared Strauss's hostility to technological lordship over the natural world. 57 This was a basic dividing line separating them from Hayek, who remained to the end resistant to even moderate ecological arguments. But Strauss's alternative rationale for the best regime, as the shield of philosophers, was not available to Oakeshott either. He was left, on his own terms, with an acute problem of justification. For if their association was void of purpose, why should individual agents ever accept a public authority at all? In Oakeshott's construction, government without goal yields what looks very much like an état gratuit. His famous image of politics, a vessel endlessly plowing the sea, without port or destination 58, is all too apt. For why then should any passengers want to board the ship in the first place? Oakeshott attempted to answer the question with another analogy, formally more developed, actually yet more extravagant, in On Human Conduct. Subscription to civil association was entirely non-instrumental. But a non-instrumental practice, acts performed for their own sake, not for ulterior ends, was the definition of moral conduct. Point 59. It might seem from this as if Oakeshott, having dismissed any prudential case for the civil condition, was going to give his will-less state an ethical foundation. But this would be an illusion. For what Oakeshott proceeds to identify as a morality is a colloquial idiom of conduct, spoken with varying degrees of skill and verbal style by different speakers. Civil association, in other words, is actually modeled on language rather than dictated by virtue. There was a logic to this move. It was Karl Menger, founder of Austrian economics, who first made a general theoretical case for the beneficence of social institutions that were the product of spontaneous growth as opposed to intentional design. Point 60. To illustrate the merits of the market, he compared it to two other human inventions, that were equally unplanned, law and language, whose slow crescendance had been the themes of the great figures of German Romantic scholarship, Savigny and Grimm. What Hayek and Oakeshott did, each in their own way, was to extend the same reasoning to the state, a move Menger too had anticipated. But whereas Hayek took the market and common law as his paradigms for a political constitution, Oakeshott chose language as the enabling metaphor. The two options have a quite distinct logic. Economic transactions satisfy human wants, the market exists only as a clearinghouse of utilities, legal rules to reflect social exigencies, and are regularly altered to further practical ends. From these background analogies, a plausible conception of the political order of a free people, in the form of the Hayekian state, could be projected, as answering to the same aims. Language, however, is not generally amenable to deliberate change, and is notoriously other than merely instrumental in function. It offers a much more radical metaphor for a state divested of active sovereignty. On the other hand, of course, it provides no appropriate emblem of morality either. The second half of the 20th century has seen many attempts to use language as an all-purpose key to the understanding of human affairs, the linguistic turn still retaining, even at this late date, a blowsy appeal for those who live predominantly by words. Oakeshott's version is in this sense no more, or less, simple-minded than those of Heidegger, Levi-Strauss, Wittgenstein, Lacan, Habermas, Derrida or others. But it has its own specific syllogism. Civil association is non-instrumental, practice that is not instrumental is moral, morality is a language of conduct, so political order can be conceived as a vernacular of civil intercourse. In this chain of forced analogies, the significant elision is the second one. For there is a much more familiar and unambiguous kind of practice performed for its own sake than the moral, and it is this which actually supplies the silent support of the whole construction. The real gist of On Human Conduct is a conception of politics taken from aesthetics. This becomes visible whenever Oakeshott seeks to illustrate his claim that moral conduct or civil association is a language, an instrument which may be played upon with varying degrees of sensibility by so many flute players, all nevertheless concerned with the same skill, a vernacular which can be spoken pedantically or loosely, slavishly or masterfully, which the ill-educated speak vulgarly, the purists inflexibly, leaving the connoisseurs of moral style to delight in the small perfection of those flashes of felicity which redeem the dullness of commonplace moral utterance. Point 61. The controlling imagery is of literary taste or musical skill. This way of seeing politics, as the occasion for aesthetic performance, has a considerable history. By a nice irony, the sharpest critique of it was written by Carl Schmitt, whose political romanticism had already captured the strain in the outlook of the author of Rationalism in Politics, indeed even singling out for demolition the phrase that became its most famous slogan, The notion of politics as an endless conversation. 62 Oakeshott's romanticism, however, was of a paradoxical kind. For it continued to be encased within a formal allegiance to Hobbes. It would be difficult to think of a more incongruous authority for any non-instrumental, let alone quasi-aesthetic understanding of the state. The pact of civil association between individuals in Leviathan is supremely an instrument to secure common ends, the aims of security and prosperity, mutual peace and commodious living. Thereafter, the sovereign power it institutes can override any private claim, save that to life itself, in the collective interest. The mortal god lacks no managerial prerogatives in his care of the community. Hobbes indeed flatly declares, in a formula to make monetarist hair stand on end, that state expenditure must be in principle without limit. Commonwealths can endure no diet. 63 Cambridge scholars like to complain about Strauss's wayward use of classical texts, but compared with Oakeshott, about whom they have had little to say, he was philological loyalty itself. The question that is posed, of course, is why Oakeshott should have selected Hobbes, of all unlikely patrons, for his theory of societas. The answer lies in what Hobbes excludes. There is no place for rights in his scheme of things. Once the sovereign is constituted, subjects have only obligations. Here indeed, there is no cant about consent, just a limpid statement of duty, obedience to civil authority. It was this that drew Oakeshott. Scorning the absurd device of a Bill of Rights and drivel about something called society, he dismissed, as he once put it to an American audience, the fanciful doctrine of the Declaration of Independence, in which governments are said to exist merely to secure rights that they have not themselves the authority to prescribe, and where the consent of subjects can legitimize nothing more than the apparatus of power which is necessary to provide that security. 64 The merit of the Hobbesian state was to leave no ground for the typical claims of modern democracy. There still remained a difficulty. Due subjection to the conditions of civil association, Oakeshott insisted, was not dependent on any approval of them, it was an unconditional obligation. But if obedience to civil authority was, as Hobbes had laid down, the rule of just conduct, did that mean any law it decreed was therefore justice? Here the formalism of Oakeshott's account of societas, association without aim or approbation, risked an unacceptable conclusion that might sanction the vagaries of rationalism. To avoid this, there had to be some other principle to lend it colorable substance. Here his background in English idealism, otherwise recessive in his work since the war, came to his help. Oakeshott found the supplement he needed in a weak echo from Hegel: law should not conflict with the educated moral sensibility of the time. 65 Where he had once looked forward to a theory of rational will as the necessary corrective to Hobbes, he now fell back on a merely consensual Sittlichkeit, convention clear of reason. Like some uncomfortable, half-forgotten visitor from the past, Hegel is still received in on human conduct, but he is out of place. Oakeshott's effort to make the supreme theorist of the state as a substantive, goal-directed community, universitas raised to the highest power, into a humble clerk of civil association is a whim even by the measure of his Hobbes. For Hegel, the ethical life realized by the modern state was a rational pattern of social forms reflecting the imminent development of a universal history. In Oakeshott's version, the husk of political order harbors no more than a pulp of random custom, for each moral language is as contingent as the past of the people that speaks it, and the world is divided among unrelated vernaculars. 66 Of course, even on these terms, the filling disintegrates, since no modern community has ever contained just one educated sensibility. The collision of moral codes within the same state is the stuff of the political life which the dream of civil association represses. Nearly all of Oakeshott's obituarists stressed his unworldliness, typified by his indifference to the official honors his achievement might have been expected to deserve. There is no reason to doubt that this was an appealing trait of the man. But it also tells something about him as a thinker. Although Oakeshott was trained as a historian, and in one compartment of his mind always knew more about the actual detail of the European past than Hayek, Strauss, or Schmidt, his normative theory of the state takes leave of its realities as a historical structure more completely than anything they ever proposed. For, as the slightest glance at its record shows, from the outset the overwhelming raison d'etre of the European state was warfare, the most managerial and instrumental of all collective activities. Oakeshott could never afford to register the logic of military competition for state construction. His vision of public authority is purely domestic. War was simply a period of exception, when the proper role of the state as the watch of civil peace was temporarily suspended. 67 So determined, indeed, was Oakeshott to exclude any trace of common enterprise from the idea of government that he was even driven to deny all existence to the nation-state. Politically, his own outlook was thoroughly nationalist. Who could doubt the superiority of English institutions to the 5 feudal republics of France, the fake unification of Italy, the anarchy of Spain and the banditry of Greece, indeed to the conspicuous failure of most modern European states? 68 But philosophically, the conjunction of nation with state left ajar an unacceptable suggestion of collective agency, which had to be closed. Oakeshott lamented that the European state had come to be predominantly shaped as an enterprise association, but his theory left him with no historical explanation for why this aberration should have occurred. All he could offer was a psychic diagnosis. Within the individual there were 2 contrary bents, one towards a sturdy spiritual self-employment in a life of adventure, the other towards a menial partnership for the reception of benefits, and such were the springs of the 2 types of government, which could not be reconciled. 69 All of Oakeshott's imposing erudition ends in the bathos of this small parable of the divided soul of economic man. The laws of rule, the social realities of the accumulation of power and property in the history of the West, were so forgotten in the mists of the rule of law, the ideal habitat of the self-employed man, that Oakeshott could actually write with boyish enthusiasm that the Romans and the Normans were the 2 great donors of civil association to Europe. 70 That their states were among the most ruthlessly single-minded and successful enterprise associations of all time, machines of conquest and colonization without peer, could be forgotten. It was the theorist of political decision, not of conversation, who understood what such examples meant for any realist jurisprudence. In his last tour de force, published under the Federal Republic, Der Nomos der Erde, Schmidt showed that the very term fetishized by Oakeshott and Hayek to bespeak the transcendence of abstract procedural rules, exempt from all specific social directives, in its origins actually signified the opposite, and that none other than Thomas Hobbes had been the first to make this clear. Seeing therefore the introduction of property is an effect of commonwealth, it is the act only of the sovereign, and consisteth in the laws, which none can make which have not the sovereign power. And this they knew well of old, who called that nomos, which we call law, and defined justice, by distributing to every man his own. In this distribution, the first law, is for division of the land itself. 71 For Schmidt, such original distribution presupposed a founding appropriation, what he called a landnahme. 72 The occupation of territory that necessarily preceded any division of it, and which English soil had known as memorably as any, under Roman boot and Norman stirrup. The radical title underlying any law lay in such taking and allocating, as the etymological linkage of nomos with ne suggested. Here, conceptually and historically, the oppositions between rule and goal, law and legislation, the civil and the managerial, dissolve. Nomos and telos are one. Schmidt's exploration of the spatial logic behind any legal regulation did not lead to a metaphysic of origins. He drew from Weber, whom he had known and in many ways resembled in cast of mind, a ready grasp of social and historical variation. He had no difficulty in seeing the kind of distinction that Oakeshott wanted. Towards the end of the Weimar period, he had noted the difference between the ideals of a Regierungsstate and a Gesetzgebungsstate, a governing as opposed to a law-giving state, and the greater approximation in the 19th century of the English state to the first and the continental to the second, while stressing that neither had ever existed as a pure type. In the 20th century, however, with the massive increase in economic regulation, welfare provision, cultural supervision by public authorities, He pointed out that by 1928 over half of national income was controlled by the Weimar government. A structural change had occurred. The Gesetzgebung state not merely everywhere predominated, but was now moving towards a new configuration, in which the state was increasingly becoming something like the self-organization of society. 73 If we ask what was the common anxiety that lent imaginative energy to the work of all these thinkers, this is an expression that suggests its nerve center. After the debacle of the First World War, and the victory of Bolshevism in Russia, the old political world of landed rulers and limited electorates, modest budgets, and stable currencies, had crumbled away. A new kind of mass enfranchisement and expectation gripped Europe, the arrival of a democracy capable of brushing aside, in the pursuit of security or equality, traditional barriers between the tasks of government and the affairs of business, a semi-oligarchic state and a still hierarchic civil society. Where would popular sovereignty without social liability lead? Communism was, of course, the first and greatest danger. Fascism, which looked to some as if it might be an antidote, proved little better, indeed, in German guise at least, all but identical. But even when these were seen off, there was still the welfare state, a creeping version of the same disease. In the course of 6 decades, political judgments of this changing scene varied. Strauss and Oakeshott, scornful of liberalism before Hitler came to power, were more circumspect after the war. Hayek, who described himself as a classical liberal during the war, repudiated the term as compromised beyond recovery when he got to America. Schmidt, who never had any truck with liberalism, moved from Catholic authoritarianism to National Socialism, before ending as an informal doyen of the most respectable post-war constitutionalism. But beyond the discrepant local sympathies of these careers, with their splay of temporary identities, conservative, Zionist, Nazi, Old Whig, they reflected a common theoretical calling. It was Schmidt who found the symbol for it. His later work is haunted by a theological image. Again and again, he alluded to one of the most enigmatic of all apocalyptic texts, the second letter to the Thessalonians, without ever quoting it. What does Paul say there? The mystery of lawlessness doth already work, only there is one that restraineth now, until he be taken out of the way, and then shall be revealed the lawless one, whom the Lord Jesus will slay with the breath of his mouth, and bring to naught with the manifestation of his coming. It was the second clause that mattered. Who was the restrainer? The Kate-chan who holds back the prowl of evil on earth, until the arrival of the Redeemer. Learned speculation has debated the cryptic identity of the Kate-chan since the time of Tertullian. In Schmidt's own writing, the obscure figure assumes various, typically oblique, historical guises, as political or juridical Aufhalter in different epochs. 74 But the Stygian cap fits the collective effort of this cluster of thinkers. For these were indeed constructions designed to hold something back. What they all in the end sought to restrain was the risks of democracy, seen and feared through the prisms of their theories of law, as the abyss of its absence, to Mysterian Tesanomias, the mystery of lawlessness. Each put up their own barriers against the danger. The dichotomies which are the signature of their work, the esoteric and the exoteric, the civil and the managerial, the friend and the foe, the lawful and the legislative, are so many cordons. Their function is to hold popular sovereignty at bay. The different gifts displayed in this enterprise, whatever view is taken of it, were remarkable. For all his later tendency to textual dressage, Strauss's range and subtlety as a master of the canon of political philosophy had no equal in his generation. Schmidt's moral instability never impaired an extraordinary capacity to fuse conceptual insight and metaphoric imagination in lightning flashes of illumination around the state. Hayek could seem tactically ingenuous, but he fashioned a theoretical synthesis out of his epistemology and economics whose scope and strength has yet to be supplanted. Oakeshott was the literary artist in this gallery. His writing varies considerably in quality, and can be whimsically arch at one moment and curiously crude at another, disconcertingly close to Punch or Crossbencher. But at its best, when it moves into high register, it can rise to a lyrical beauty. Oakeshott was a stranger to argument, which he anyway largely disavowed. His expositions have nothing of it. Nor, despite his prescriptions, do they have the least character of conversation. Oakeshott's declamations bear no relation to the tentative rhythm of a conversational style, such as one finds in Hume. What they are is rhetoric, a sustained exercise in the art of seduction, not of interlocution. There is a touch of Edwardian lushness in this prose. But to understand its spell, it is only necessary to consult the most apposite example, the excursus on religion in On Human Conduct. 75. The continuing claims of such writing are no surprise. If we compare the general fortune of these thinkers of the radical right to that of more conventional eminences of the center, there is a pregnant contrast. The work of just one theorist, John Rawls, may have accumulated more scholarly commentary than that of all four put together. Yet this veritable academic industry has had virtually no impact on the world of Western politics. The reticence of its subject, who has never risked his reputation with express commitments, is no doubt part of the reason. But it is also to do with the distance between a discourse of justice, however Olympian, and the realities of a society driven by power and profit. The quartet considered here had the political courage of their convictions. But these also went, more largely, with the grain of the social order. So although they could often appear marginal, even eccentric figures to their colleagues, their voice was heard in the chancelleries. Schmidt counseled Papen and received Kiesinger, Strauss-Schwanz thronged the National Security Council under Reagan, and surround Quayle, Hayek earned formal homage from Thatcher on the floor of the Commons, and Oakeshott, under the anesthetic major, has entered the official breviary. Even arcane teaching can reach gentlemen. They are the heirs. 1992. 2. Constitutional Theatre. Ferdinand Mount. Constitutional theorists who wish to hold our attention must charm as well as instruct. This is not so, I think, in other countries, writes Ferdinand Mount. 1. Who better to illustrate the claim? Few figures in the world of English letters possess such a combination of engaging credentials. Author of a number of accomplished novels, with more than an echo of his uncle Anthony Powell, popular columnist or leader writer for half of the nation's press, with a record of service from the Sketch to the Spectator, debonair advocate of the iconoclastic values of the family, hard-headed political counselor at Downing Street, the editor of the Times literary supplement seems the ideal candidate for the task in hand. Nor is the success of the British Constitution now in fulfilling the first part of the requirement in doubt. Mount's account of the framework of the United Kingdom, and what repair it may call for, has beguiled its readers across the political spectrum. Commentators on right and left alike have lauded its wit and acumen. If few have seen eye to eye with every proposal it makes, virtually all have agreed that this is the work of an enlightened reformer, of liberal temper, within the party of tradition. Here, so it would appear, is a rare conservative who might even be regarded as an ally, in his own fashion, of the radical franc-tireurs around Charter 88. The admiration the British Constitution now has won is not misplaced. It is, indeed, a graceful and intelligent book. But it has attracted a misapprehension. The charm of the image has, so to speak, obscured the instruction of the text. There are a number of ways of approaching this, but the best is probably to begin with its dedication. The book is devoted to the memory of Michael Oakeshott, whose thought, Mount tells us, has left its traces, no doubt sadly smudged, on many of its pages. 2. At first glance, the affinity between author and authority here seems straightforward enough, for Oakeshott was widely held to be the most civilized conservative thinker of his time, a philosopher above party or prejudice, admired on occasion as far afield as the early New Left Review. 3. But it has more political charge to it than might be thought. To see this, we need to look back at the original occasion on which Mount paid tribute to his mentor. On November 17, 1975, Oakeshott delivered a public lecture in New York, Talking Politics, in honor of the 20th anniversary of the National Review, the journal of the American far right. In the issue of November 21, Mount, a regular contributor, toasted the appearance of Oakeshott's majestic work on human conduct, whose fresh and memorable definition of political liberty was cause for gratitude and celebration. This was a representative number of the magazine. Mount's homage was accompanied by two tributes, from James Burnham and Fr. Buckley, to our century's most successful ruler, Generalissimo Franco, a giant who will be truly mourned by Spain, giving the lie to cant about fascism. Fronting the journal was an admiring interview with General Somoza, long the best friend the United States has in Central America, as he said about the reconstruction of his country in the aftermath of the Nicaraguan earthquake. Winding it up came a warning from Robert Bork against the menace of the clerisy of power now steering the nation towards the shoals of equality and uniformity. 4. The following bumper issue of the National Review, on December 5, was mainly taken up with the text of Oakeshott's lecture, accompanied by a pictorial essay on the banquet commemorating the journal's 20th year in the Grand Ballroom of the Plaza Hotel, a Tatler-style spread awash with tuxedo and chalice, whose stars were Barry Goldwater and Ronald Reagan. Peering out elf-like from the convivial flux was Oakeshott. Perhaps we should imagine the young Mount too, somewhere off camera, hovering respectfully in outlying eddies. At all events, this is the constellation from which a consideration of the British Constitution now, for that matter, the current Times literary supplement, can most usefully start. Mount's book opens with a skillful salvo against reigning complacencies and canonical authorities, calculated to win the sympathy of every radical reader. The vanities of British exceptionalism, the unique political wisdom of Westminster, and the illusions of seamless continuity in our constitutional development, are lightly dispatched. Then, at greater length, the received doctrines of Bagehot, Dicey and Jennings are dismissed, as so many crude or mischievous simplifications of the subtler, more surprising reality of Britain's heritage. Having demolished these, Mount proceeds to pass in review the actual shape of the country's constitution, an edifice rather than an engine, he stresses, in Oakeshottian idiom. Surveying its principal parts in turn, he finds fault not only with the way they are understood, but also how some of them in fact operate. There has been, he concludes, a falling away from the original virtues of the British Constitution, that still lie dormant within it. Mount's proposals for reform seek to reawaken its old spirit, with a set of candid yet moderate changes, that would also help it adjust to the incoming tides of the world outside the UK. Entrenchment of existing constitutional conventions, incorporation of the European Convention on Human Rights, fixed-term parliaments, some kind of Scottish Assembly, are the main items of this agenda. Not far enough, supporters of Charter 88 might say, but moving in the right direction. The drift of the enterprise, however, is not to be caught so readily. The feature of Mount's book that has perhaps most caught the fancy of the left is its disposal of the three great simplifiers, which clears the decks for his own view of the Constitution. The caning given Bagehot and Dicey, in particular, has aroused more than one pleasurable frisson. Greater attention should have been paid to Mount's own classification of his trio. By coincidence, he remarks, the three most noted constitutional analysts represent each of the three main political tendencies, Bagehot the liberal, Dicey the unionist, Jennings the Fabian. 5 A critic of all three, the reader can deduce, will not be pleading from any narrow standpoint of party. The description is, however, a feint. Dicey was indeed a unionist, but he was never a conservative, remaining a liberal of Whig persuasion throughout his career. One of the main political tendencies is tacitly exempt from stricture here, and forms the real basis for the critique of the other two. For on inspection, the substance of Mount's objections to the standard authorities turns out to be not their coinage of conventional pieties, but subversion of them. Bagehot, to begin with, otherwise the epitome of manly common sense, had the bad taste to treat the monarchy as if it were a mere charade to gull the masses, rather than a heart-touching symbol of the culture they shared with the educated classes, and so in truth the legitimate authority which was entitled to demand their obedience. It was Ch. Sisson, from a Morriseian background, who first vehemently lodged this complaint 7, which Mount now repeats in more decorous terms, regretting that Bagehot should have been so distrustful of the broadening of the electorate. Dicey, on the other hand, was guilty of something worse. Behind his high doctrine of the sovereignty of Parliament, unencumbered by rival power or binding precedent, lurks the menacing, insatiable sovereign will of the people, the ID to Westminster's ego. 8 The tenets of Dicey constitutionalism, despite appearances, amount in the end to little more than a formula for mob rule, as his own conduct during the long Irish crisis, when he appealed for popular resistance to parliamentary decisions, showed. Here the affront is not to royalist pudor, but to the rule of law itself. Mount affects to be shocked that Dicey could have contemplated insurrection to preserve the Union, as if this was not a widespread option among the political establishment of the time, entertained by Bonner Law and many others, indeed a famous episode in the modern history of his own party. Like Bagehot's opinions of the Second Reform Act, Dicey's interventions against Home Rule form a tactically convenient stick for Mount to beat authors whose real offense lies elsewhere, tarnishing the aura of monarchy, and opening the door to popular sovereignty. Jennings, by contrast, requires no side gambit. Mount taxes him without further ado for unashamed bureaucratic slurring of the Constitution, by treating bodies like the trade unions as if they had some relevance to it. 9 That was the road to a calamitous corporatism, swelling the pretensions and corrupting the integrity of government. If such are the defects of the accepted authorities, what has been the practical effect of their doctrines? Did they simply reflect or actually promote dangerous trends in the body politic? Are Bagehot, Dicey and Jennings merely unwitting agents of an intellectual degeneration which was inbuilt? 10 That would imply structural faults in our constitutional heritage itself. This is delicate ground, where his natural constituency has strong convictions, and here Mount treads carefully. His solution is an equivocation. Essentially, the problem is our understanding of the Constitution, rather than the reality of it. If certain strains in it have appeared over time, the ancient structure contains the remedies for them, strengths that have been long neglected, under the distorting influence of official misinterpretations. The pragmatism of the past century is a symptom of decadence. 11 The need today is to return to the principles that informed our original institutions, to recover the old spirit of the Constitution, as Mount puts it. 12 The convenience of the notion lies, of course, in the absence of any letter to correspond to, even contradict, it. The British Constitution is, in any comparative meaning, just spirit. Indeed, one might say, any number of them, in the table-turning sense. Mount's own séance is rather desultory, and after a few erratic results, he abandons the board. The ghosts that briefly appear include Bracton, Grattan, inevitably Burke. The ideal past summoned up oscillates mistily between Angevin and Hanoverian times. Without lingering on either period, Mount passes to the safer task of summarizing the genie in general. Naturally, it includes the rule of law, as a horizon superior to all legislators. Beyond this, in Mount's retrospect, the old spirit of the Constitution turns out to be what Montesquieu had supposed, but few English have believed, the separation of powers peculiar to our kingdom. Colport Home by Leo Amory, the judgment of de l'Esprit de Lois re-emerges as the deeper truth of our institutions after all, whatever historians may say. 13 This departure from the verdict of modern scholarship is not, however, pursued in any detail. For what Mount really wishes to stress is not the separation, but the multiplication, of powers in the national past. The term he uses to deplore the modern decline of the Constitution is significant. When he describes the trend of the 20th century, he always speaks of the thinning of British institutions. 14 Not fusing. What he means by this is essentially the process whereby first the monarchy lost the substance of its prerogatives within the king in Parliament, and then the Lords lost most of theirs to the Commons, leaving the latter in something perilously close to full control of the state. In short, what is normally accounted the emergence of democracy. Just this process, of course, has remained incomplete. For in Lucania the supremacy of Parliament is not the sovereignty of the people, either in theory or in practice. The step from one to the other, which Mount reproaches Dicey with having paved, was never made. The historical reasons why the forms of the New Old Settlement of 1689 have survived 3 centuries are best set out in Tom Nairn's Enchanted Glass, a study Mount consigns to a nervous footnote. But it is the appropriate gauge for measuring his own. For what a comparison of their work shows is that a critique of what both writers call parliamentary monotheism can move in 2 diametrically opposite directions. It can either point out all the ways in which Westminster remains a pre-modern assembly, without even pretense of equitable representation of electoral opinion, let alone democratic control of executive power, or it can lament the lack of modern impediments to legislation in the name of a popular mandate, of the kind that Palace and Peers once provided. Mount's dislike of parliamentary sovereignty, 20th century style, is of the latter kind. It is not adjacent to a radical rejection of the present system, as a somewhat more moderate variant along the spectrum, but lies at the opposite pole. This is why, of course, Michael Oakeshott is the garden god of its intellectual landscape. For his theory of the state was designed precisely to rope off popular government and purposive legislation from the proper conduct of rule. Civil association, as the framework of order, debarred collective aims or common consent from the structure of government. These were the features of another kind of activity, enterprise association, which had nothing to do with true governance. The confusion of enterprise association with civil association, when rulers undertook managerial tasks, intervening in economic life or meddling in social affairs, in short, any program for public welfare, was the path to servitude. Mount, closer to day-to-day realities, can see the difficulties of this stark dichotomy for the practical politician, and assures us that the 2 kinds of association are not mutually exclusive, and were not really intended to be so. 15 The pious gloss is without consequence. For the burden of Mount's argument is that the Constitution should indeed be seen, not in the way Bagehot envisaged it, as an engine for purposeful government, or the dire image of an enterprise association, but as a civil association, a form of living, he writes, as exempt from willful shape or aim as South Kensington. 16. This flourish was probably penned while the author was still a columnist for the Daily Telegraph. One can think of London boroughs whose name would give a less poetic effect. But the reassuring ring of SW3 does not mean that the idea it is intended to suggest is of simply local import. It was civil association that Oakeshott expounded to the National Review, and celebrated in the Grand Plaza. Goldwater and Reagan were fighting for it before anyone had heard of Thatcher. So too, at his own station, was Mount, excoriating Macmillan's collusion with planning and Heath's retreat from the market as early as 1972, when the MP for Finchley was just another corporatist. 17 In those days, the American hard right was well ahead of the British. But from the Atlantic camaraderie between the 2, lasting ties developed, Mount's connections with the world of Bourke and Burnham among them. If, today, prime ideological occasions in the Times literary supplement often feature the talents of American neoconservatism, Alan Bloom, Harvey Mansfield, Joseph Epstein, Hilton Kramer, Charles Murray, Paul Craig Roberts, Irving Kristol, even such names for the connoisseur as Richard Cornwell, these are among the fruits of a mutually beneficial association. For on the one side, there are limits to local supply, the efforts of Connor Cruise O'Brien, Paul Johnson, or Norman Stone, however infallible, will only go so far, while on the other, the lights of New Criterion or public interest shine brighter in the antique British mirror than they do at home. The result is a formula that makes for a livelier mixture than before, in which liberals otherwise remain perfectly presentable, under an editor who has managed a turn without drawing unnecessary attention to it, or intrusive personal signature. Behind the affinity visible here, however, lies a deeper attraction for the American polity as such. It is striking how often, when Mount turns for a foreign example from which the UK would do well to learn, it is to the US he looks. His zest here is such that Thatcher herself stands revealed, through the happy chance of underlinings in a tattered paperback she gave the author, as, at any rate once, a secret believer in the superiority of American to British constitutional arrangements, as a system of fortifications for liberty and justice. 18 Wherein does such superiority lie? Not in a written constitution, or republican government, or separation of church and state, or rights to freedom of information. What fortifies liberty and justice is the sort of thing Oakeshott had in mind, a stately, even somnolent tenor of non-political life and the extreme conservatism of attitudes and practices which belies the conventional view of American addiction to novelty, a kind of procedural stateliness and constitutional steadiness that has impeded the advance of the Enterprise Association conception of politics. 19 In other words, a state that is strong and stable, but with less ability to pass legislation, less expenditure on welfare, and less interfering turnout at the polls. How does the British Constitution today look, set against an Oakeshottian ideal? Mount proceeds to a stock-taking, for which he is exceptionally well equipped, combining, as he does, experience of the partisan think tank, the modern mass media, and the arcana imperii of the Premier's office itself. He begins his account of the executive, rather solemnly, with the monarchy, which he complains has not been given its proper precedence before all other elements of government in recent textbooks. Any problems here? Only in received underestimates, stemming from Bagehot, of its vital role as the guardian of the Constitution. The culture of deference is imaginary, and the idea of citizenship redundant. Subjects enjoy immemorial rights under the Queen. In fact, the monarchy is blossoming in prestige as members of the royal family enjoy a new freedom of speech themselves. He even commits himself to the view that the monarchy has a more secure sense of its future than Parliament. Here the readers of The Sun seem to have deserted him. Next comes the Prime Minister. Has there developed an undue concentration of power in Downing Street, at the expense of the cabinet as a whole, as Crossman and so many others have thought? Not at all. Mrs. Thatcher, often frustrated, presided over neo-baronial government as her predecessors had to do, ministers taking no direct orders from number 10. But then what about collective responsibility? Don't ad hoc code rise confidentially summoned by the PM often bypass the full cabinet on important decisions altogether? Yes, and a very good thing too. Strong executive government absolutely requires this. The calling or non-calling of meetings, together with the inclusion or omission of items on the agenda, remains an important instrument of power, indeed an indispensable weapon for the effective dispatch of business. 20 But does even the budget have to be decided behind the back of ministers? Certainly, iron secrecy necessarily ensures the impotence of the cabinet in budgetary matters. 21 In fact, Mount informs us from experience, not even long-term strategy is a suitable topic for discussion by the body nominally responsible for governing the land. What of the civil servants that staff the departments below each minister? Do they exercise more actual power, as is popularly supposed, than their status officially warrants? Well, they have the advantages that naturally accrue to continuity and numbers, as against the transient politicians, with their few aides, above them, and they could benefit from business experience in, say, a tobacco company before serving public welfare at large. But the loyalty and integrity of this incomparable band is assured by their allegiance to the monarchy, a concrete reality and not mere sentimental memorabilia, that is a matter of the head as well as the heart, with practical as well as emotional implications. 22 Still, there is room for improvement in the organization of the service. The Prime Minister is stupidly deprived of direct control of the Cabinet Office, the green baize door separating it from number 10 is even locked, on the old-fashioned grounds that functionaries should maintain neutrality by distance from formation of policy. This is an anachronism. More command by Downing Street, not less, is the answer here. Freedom of information? The problem of open government seems a great deal less real once one has had even a modicum of experience of life inside government. For example, cabinets meet in private, a less contentious and misleading word than secret. 23 But might Tunti the late press secretary have overdone news management a bit? On the contrary, in an affectionate salute to his old colleague, Mount has told readers of the TLS that the only shortcoming of Bernard Ingham's stalwart service was that he performed his office too faithfully and modestly, was insufficiently manipulative and viewy, and did not actively help his mistress to conspire with the winds and tides of politics. 24 In short, what we get here is government observed from the fastness of the policy unit in number 10, a plumber's view of the executive. At every point, the imperatives are centralized authority, efficacy, secrecy. These are the values Mount served then and upholds today. Whatever one's attitude towards them, his report of their machinery is a compelling description that forms the most vivid part of the book. Moving on to the legislature, Mount contends that Parliament has three possible functions: remonstration, scrutiny, and control. The first of these, redress of the grievances of constituents, he thinks the contemporary House of Commons performs excellently. The second, inspection or improvement of prospective bills, it does very poorly. The third, monitoring of actions by the executive, it pursues only lamely. His own suggestions for reform concentrate on scrutiny, for which he thinks special standing committees of the House, able to take evidence on bills as well as read them, are the solution. The significant feature of this account of the role of Parliament, however, is the function it is not accorded, the capacity actually to make laws, rather than merely ratify or refine them. This is a legislature, in other words, that does not legislate. Mount approvingly cites his preferred modern authority to make the point. The main task of Parliament, declared Leo Amory, is still what it was when first summoned, not to legislate or govern. Or, as Mount puts it, we have to recognize the intrinsic limits on the capabilities of Parliament, perhaps of all parliaments. 25 But this is no reluctant acceptance of imperfection. On the contrary, such limits are a salutary safeguard and need to be, not regretted, but reinforced. The purpose of his new committees, he explains, would be to reduce the amount of lawmaking, by slowing the whole process down and making it more laborious. Mount's depiction of current realities is, of course, accurate enough. A long-standing lobby correspondent before he was a policy advisor, his knowledge of Westminster is as close as that of Whitehall. But if we ask why the House of Commons is not a legislature, in the sense intended by the classical theorists of representative government in the last century, Guizot or Mill or Dicey, the answer has long been plain. Laws are not made on the floor of the House, but are determined by party leadership, and whipped through by party discipline. Debate is incidental. This is the central reality of the political process. What does Mount have to say about it? Nothing. There is simply no discussion of the role of parties within British constitutional democracy in the British Constitution now. The enormity of this omission can be seen by a glance at any modern commentary on the subject. When Crossman wrote his introduction to Bagehot, still the best reflection on the English Constitution, his essential theme was the political transformation wrought by the rise of organized parties, which Bagehot never really grasped. A generation later, Dicey was well aware of the change, which he roundly attacked from the standpoint of an intransigent liberal individualism that held the independence of the MP in the Commons to be an infeasible value. By the interwar period, the situation was such that Jennings could simply write, "A realistic survey of the British Constitution must begin and end with parties and discuss them at length in the middle." 26 So it must continue to do, and in how much greater measure, today. The fade out that party suddenly undergoes in the British Constitution now is thus a startling regression. It seems to compromise any claim Mount's account could otherwise make to realism. What explains the absence? Certainly not inadvertence. A veteran of the Conservative Research Department and the Centre for Policy Studies, not to speak of the tabloid amplifiers of Tory opinion, of all his vantage points Mount knows the perspective from Smith Square perhaps best. The reason why parties are nevertheless screened out from his analysis of the Constitution is that consideration of them fatally poses the question his design is conceived to repress. What is the substance of democracy in Britain? The word does not appear in the index of Mount's book. This is not an oversight. The indexer has been thorough. The term is not there because the idea does not animate the text. There is no surprise in this. For it was against the logic of democracy, as the exercise of popular will, that the theoretical scheme of civil association was devised, whose hope was to put the pattern of wealth and power beyond it. The modern political life of Western societies has never, of course, corresponded to this dream. The reality has been a continual contest over social ends, between organized parties competing against each other, as vehicles of the popular will. This is the form of the democracy we possess. Its substance therefore inevitably turns on the ways in which the parties themselves are constituted and elected, in other words, how far their organization is free, their funding fair and their representation equitable. Distortion in any of these three conditions means, straightforwardly, diminution of the chances of democratic self-determination. In Britain, the bloc vote in the Labour Party exhibits a notorious example of the first, the corporate finance and tycoon press of the Conservative Party a flagrant example of the second. But uniting the two parties is their exploitation of our gross national illustration of the third, a voting system that regularly disenfranchises up to a quarter of the electorate. It is the ending of this mortmain that is the real test of constitutional reform in Britain. Mount, aware that the first-past-the-post system is no longer quite so untouchable, goes through the motions of considering changes to it, but naturally rejects them. Even by unexacting local standards, the arguments he puts up are nugatory. But they should not be unduly held against him, since the role of parties and the nature of their representation have been excluded from his agenda in the first place. For these, we are given to understand, belong to the order of mere facts of the political landscape, which have nothing to do with the structures of the Constitution. Jennings's great mistake, Mount explains, was to confuse these two quite distinct orders of reality. Point 27. This is not the sum of what Mount has to say about the legislature. For there remains the other chamber. How does he view the Lords? He would like to see it gain more authority, and to this end is willing to concede some reduction, but not abolition, of its hereditary element. We are referred to Lord Home's Conservative Party report to Mrs. Thatcher for appropriate details. It is the aim rather than the means that is significant. For the role for the Lords that Mount would like to see enhanced is judicial, ideally, the emergence within it of a Supreme Court to rule on the constitutionality of laws passed by the Commons, or actions taken by the executive. This evolution would cap a wider change. For in Mount's conception of reform, the judiciary is the branch of government with a future. It is not below, in the emancipation of political choice among the electorate, but above, in the higher deliberations of the bench, that liberty can be enlarged. Political temperaments without any mixed impulses or traces of ambiguity are rare. The diversity of Mount's gifts and avocations makes him unlikely to be an exception. There are good reasons for wishing to entrench civic rights in law against executive abuses in Britain, and Mount gives forceful expression to some of them. If there is one note struck in his book that has understandably attracted the reformers of Charter 88, it is this. Here, at least, one definitely libertarian thread in his argument, leading to a plea for incorporation of the European Convention on Human Rights in British law, can be detected. It would be wrong to minimize it. But the generous note struck on these pages must still find its place within the score as a whole. There, the logic of doctrine determines the selection of attention. For, alongside the general plea for greater protection of the rights of the subject, silence falls over every specific oppression of them. In a discourse of civil liberties, one can search for those landmarks of British justice, Birmingham, Guildford, Gibraltar, in vain. GCHQ or Spycatcher might have never happened. There is only one case that comes to mind, Ponting. What is to be said of him? It was generally agreed that, rather than leaking or going public, Mount writes, he should have taken his anxieties to his permanent secretary and rested content with the advice given him by that dignitary. 28 Generally agreed. A pity about the jury. What matters is the good sense of the judge. Here the sensibility of the British Constitution now is all of a piece. Mount's generally cool prose flushes into rubicund enthusiasm whenever judges are mentioned. There is the inestimable service to the nation of Lords Heward, Radcliffe, Denning, the stout performance of Lord Lane, traduced by journalists and demagogues, the veritable revolution in our courts, as increased judicial review brings the vital breath of natural justice to them. 29 The suggestion that the composition of the British judiciary might harbour any dangers for the freedom of the ordinary citizen is little more than a cheap attempt to arouse popular paranoia. 30 Mount's particular admiration goes to former Chief Justice Denning, whose noble efforts more than any other kept alive in the minds of Englishmen an idea of law which is broader and higher and more enduring than the ever-fattening annual volumes of Acts of Parliament. 31 It is well to remind ourselves of those efforts. This was the judge who said of the Birmingham Six, if the 6 men win, it will mean that the police were guilty of violence and threats, that the confessions were involuntary and were improperly admitted in evidence, and that the convictions were erroneous. That would mean the Home Secretary would either have to recommend they be pardoned or he would have to remit the case to the Court of Appeal. This is such an appalling vista that every sensible person in the land would say, it cannot be right that these actions should go any further. 32 Sentiments worthy of that other great West Country Justice, George Jeffreys. If these count for so little in Mount's scale of things, we may assume it is because he is thinking of Denning's higher services. His hero might on occasion be erratic, but he led the way on the real battlefront of liberty, moves to curb the trade unions, who have been wrecking Britain's industrial prospects for most of the century. 33 Confidence in the judiciary allows, in Mount's conception, for a kind of semi-inscription of the wisdom of the Constitution. This would not amount to any written instrument as formal as a fundamental charter, which might raise awkward questions of philosophical principle or architectural coherence, but would simply take the form of a parliamentary bill enumerating certain rights and procedures that could only be altered by a 2/3 majority in any successor parliament. Interpretation of this act would be entrusted to the courts, extended by a final tier of specifically constitutional judges seconded from the Lords. For the credentials of this solution, we are referred to cousinly arrangements in New Zealand. An appeal to reassuring precedent in the former White Dominions is now a common move in moderate reforming literature. In Rodney Brazier's Constitutional Reform, for example, which appeared shortly before Mount's work, it is Australia that affords inspiration for improvements at home. The contrast between the two books, however, is revealing of the limits of Mount's approach. In a quiet and unshowy way, Brazier's apparently more conventional study is consistently more radical. It puts the realities of party at the center of its analysis of the Constitution, and of prospects for changing it, argues for electoral reform, if only the alternative vote, envisages popular recall of MPs to make them more accountable, requires reduction in prime ministerial powers and collective control of the budget, notes the dismal catalogue of affronts to civil liberty under Thatcher's rule, and the record number of cases for any state represented in the Council of Europe decided against the UK in the European Court of Human Rights, points out that the entire judiciary in England and Wales owes its appointment to one, and occasionally to two, politicians, and calls for a Supreme Court that would not be composed only of men, drawn from a small pool, unrepresentative of the general population. 34 Brazier's work, for all its merits, is still in many ways quite cautious. For a more comprehensive program of reform, we must turn to James Cornford's impressive plan for a democratized British state, the detailed draft of a written constitution of the United Kingdom 35 that was published by the Institute for Public Policy Research last year. There the issues of popular sovereignty and of equitable representation, the core of meaningful political reform in Britain, acquire their fitting relief. Mount's otherwise abundant references to current constitutional writings, perhaps unsurprisingly, include no mention of it. What do the different elements of his own package amount to? Greater reverence for the monarchy, unchanging prime ministerial authority, no ventilation of the bureaucracy, less legislation by Parliament, wider powers for the courts. There is a rights dimension to this, but it is a very modest one, entrenchment of an existing minimum, not development towards any optimum. Consecrated executive, inhibited legislature, fortified judiciary. It might be said that Mount, rather than overthrowing Bagehot, has merely refurbished him, with a schedule of works whose formula is, redecorate the dignified and pre-stress the efficient parts of the Constitution. But there is a difference, to which Mount is entitled to draw our attention. The efficiency of the renovated structure is not to be conceived in dynamic fashion. The state as civil association requires the abandonment of its misguided ventures into enterprise association. The genuinely radical element in Mount's program lies not so much in its astigmatic concern for civil liberties, as in its offhand proposal to abolish entire ministries to slim down the state. The departments of energy, agriculture, and employment head the list, but there seems no reason why industry should not follow. Here, there is a first touch of the drastic Hayekian spirit, in an otherwise Oakeshottian scheme. Hayek himself, of course, had too forthright a view of the shortcomings of the Acanian constitution to be a comfortable guide otherwise. British government represented a monstrosity and caricature of the ideal of the separation of powers, he wrote, adding that Parliament could even theoretically send him to the Tower for saying so. 36 His own remedy for the ills of parliamentary supremacy was to reconstitute the legislature into a superior chamber, based on electors of mature age only, to invigilate strict constitutional rules, and an inferior one, based on universal suffrage, allowed to pass limited particular statutes within them. Mount's realism naturally precludes reception of this idea. But the general sense of his scheme moves in the same direction, conversion of the upper house into garde-fou of the lower, to keep down improper legislation. In tune with Oakeshot's prescriptions, however, here institutional changes are not advanced in any rationalist spirit, as blueprints of improvement, but as intimations of so many shapes to come latent in the course of things itself. Recapitulated at the end of the book, such reforms unfold in succession as those becoming visible, likely soon, and discernible in the longer term. 37. The alterations envisaged are plausible, Mount explains, in the happy sense of being both desirable and probable. But, from a conservative standpoint, there is still the question, why make any changes at all? Mount readily concedes that the case for the status quo is a powerful one. 38 What then has caused him to consider amending it? At first glance, the answer would seem to be a reaction against the corporatist extensions, or illiberal intrusions, of the post-war state into civil society. That certainly looks like the underlying concern of his introductory theme, summoning up the diversity of powers in the old spirit of the Constitution, against the dangerous presumptions of an overmighty Commons in the new. In this tenor, Oakeshot's way of justifying reform, as the correction of an accumulated mass of maladjustment due only to the negligence of past generations, is also reproduced. It is important to appreciate how much we have forgotten, Mount insists, reminding us of the origins of British freedom in the dappled world of the Middle Ages, as his mentor liked to do. 39. But such gestures prove less of a guide to the pressure of the book than might be imagined. It is noticeable that, intellectually, Mount himself scarcely presses them. After first describing the original form of the Constitution, since fallen into neglect, as a magnificent structure, delicately yet powerfully stressed and balanced, he forgets himself, to the point of writing on virtually the next page, of a set of arrangements so notoriously fluid and imprecise that even to outline firmly anything which can be dignified by the name of structure is to invite attempts to subject its girders to stresses which they were not designed to withstand. 40. Politically, moreover, the traditional dangers that have exercised critics of governmental corporatism, or for that matter authoritarianism, do not loom large in what follows. The reasons for that are fairly clear. Thatcher's rule, after all, has beaten back the first, while Mount seems content with most time-honored manifestations of the second. It is certainly not any failure to sell British Rail, or success in neutering the cabinet, that has prompted the British Constitution now. The real spurs to reform lie elsewhere. Mount moves on to them at the end of his book. They correspond to a set of problems that were left unresolved for British conservatism by the Thatcher years. The first of these is the position of Scotland within the United Kingdom. The difficult position of the party north of the border, in country now permanently in opposition to it, and potentially capable of slipping the leash altogether, has long counselled some accommodation to national feeling. Here Mount ingeniously turns Tory prejudice against logic or symmetry into an argument for a Scottish Assembly inserted below Westminster, without reduction of Scots representation in London, or substantial autonomy in Edinburgh. So long as it is carefully constructed along minimalist lines 41, such an untidy arrangement would help to preserve rather than weaken the Union. A second and graver problem is posed by the fate of local government under Thatcher. Within conservative ranks, Mount was a prescient critic of the poll tax from the start, and his hostility to it, one of the worst and most obviously doomed innovations in British political history 42, has not abated. But he goes out of his way to stress that the restless record of previous Labour and Conservative administrations was not much better. The root of the evil lies in an excessive parliamentary centralism that has led to frivolous disdain for municipal independence and county tradition alike. It is unlikely he now regards the council tax, already exposing the party to further strains, as much of an improvement. The solution lies rather in a clear and stable demarcation of the powers and revenues of local authorities, to ensure responsible housekeeping, by a constitutional settlement that should, wherever possible, restore historic loyalties on the ground. 43. Here, as it happens, a significant bifurcation in conservative retrospect has occurred. For alongside Mount's book, we now have another Oakeshottian study, Shirley Letwin's Anatomy of Thatcherism, which draws the opposite lesson from the poll tax. The two authors were associates together in the Centre for Policy Studies, and share much the same theoretical commitments. Where Mount expressly keys his work to Oakeshot's distinction between civil and enterprise association, Letwin tacitly organizes hers around Oakeshot's contrast between the spiritually self-employed individual and the dependent anti-individual. The real thrust of Thatcherism, she contends, was to revive the vigorous virtues characteristic of the former, not simply those of Lords Hanson and King, but also of Dr. Johnson and Edward Elgar, of Baden-Powell and Edith Cavell, among a population long inured to the vices of the latter. 44 Letwin's account of these years, the doughtiest defense of the late Prime Minister to date, is nevertheless not uncritical of her record. Higher education, where Thatcherism betrayed Oakeshot's ideals of liberal learning for the misplaced targets of an enterprise association, was certainly a black spot, one that left Mount, removed from academic life, more indifferent. On the other hand, Letwin, trouncing critics of the poll tax, treats reverence for imaginary traditions of local autonomy 45 in Britain in the brisk spirit of Churchill's MOT on the customs of the Navy. The major failure of Thatcher's third administration did not lie in local government, but in its failure to keep control of inflation. The technical means of doing so, however, necessarily vary over time, and this defeat meant no burial of the Thatcherite cause of reviving the morality of vigorous virtues in British society. Simply, the battlefront has changed, as the major adversary has become the bureaucratic ethos of European federalism. Europe is, in the end, the decisive issue for Mount too. In the deepening quarrel within British conservatism today, the two theorists take opposite sides. For Letwin, authentic British individualism has never had any counterpart on the continent, and the ever closer union promised by the Treaty of Rome spells the extinction of our national independence. Her book, which simply takes the Constitution for granted, ends with a none too coded warning against those who could prove to be the usurpers of Thatcherism. For Mount, on the other hand, the institutions of the community are now facts of life in Britain, to which timely adjustment must be made. By the end of his book, the central argument for taking the step towards something like a written constitution becomes the fact that the legal obligations of the European community have in effect already imposed one on us, which we might as well patriate into a proper English version we have designed by ourselves. In this logic, if, in Lord Denning's phrase, the incoming tides of the Treaty of Rome cannot be halted, then let us dike and polder them into some fruitful landscape of our own. This is an argument from necessity. Mount, however, goes beyond it. The community is a modern project, yet one linked to the old idea of Christendom. It stands for human rights, and shares ecological concerns. There is an unmistakable whiff of what the Spectator would condemn as Euro-enthusiasm in these pages. Mount at moments even uses the suspect jargon of Brussels, extolling subsidiarity. Behind this sense for Europe, there is an attractive width of personal culture, free of any sour insularity. But it would be an error to take Mount's vision of the community as, so to speak, an amiable streak of wetness in an otherwise bone-dry political outlook. The great merit of the EC is to form a vast space of free trade. Monetary union is no threat to a deregulated capitalism, but its best insurance. For a European central bank whose independence of political pressures was constitutionally entrenched, that is, of just the kind foreseen at Maastricht, would be a far tougher policeman of a sound currency than any national set of politicians could be, subject as they are to electoral temptations. Turning Nicholas Ridley's arguments against him, Mount remarks that the only practical reason for opting out of the ERM would be to resort once again to the discredited tool of devaluation. The powers which are liable to be surrendered in European economic union are the very powers to do things which most robust free marketeers abhor. By contrast, constitutional entrenchment of the economic principles they hold most dear can, it seems, be achieved, if at all, only at European level. 46. There is a history to this argument. Oakeshott, whose technical theory afforded no space for the nation-state, since collective solidarity was not a principle of civil association, had, as might be expected, nothing to say about the problems of a supranational one. Asked his view of Britain's entry into the EEC in the early 60s, Noel Annan reports, he replied, "I do not find it necessary to hold opinions on such matters." 47. Hayek, on the other hand, held firm and far-seeing ones. As early as 1939, he argued in his prophetic essay The Economic Conditions of Interstate Federalism that transcendence of national sovereignty in a supranational framework should be of natural advantage to a free economy, since the higher the plane on which its structural parameters were set, that is, the remoter from local faction and interest, the more insulated they would be from popular passion. 48. In other words, the less immediately democratic the machinery of decision, the safer it was likely to be for the reproduction of capital. Of course, this was less a logical deduction than an empirical wager, that the task of constructing a supranational popular sovereignty, capable of determining the social path of a supranational economy, would prove impossible. That calculation has yet to be confounded, as the terms of union agreed at Maastricht, a central monetary authority for Europe, without any commensurate elected assembly, show. In making it his own, Mount is not a heretic in the ranks of the radical right, but faithful to his origins. The British Constitution now does not seek to enlarge democracy, but to circumscribe it, in the interest of older liberties. It does so with a light touch and a good-humoured air, that deserve the compliments they have received. Mount's first book on public life was called The Theatre of Politics. The trope was eminently Oakeshottian. Politics was not a battle of interests, or a quest for truth, or a voyage of progress, it was an aesthetic performance, to captivate an audience. But it was not high theatre. It was more like commercial theatre, the drama of the boulevards that plays to our emotions or embarrassments, Radigan rather than Racine, he explained. On this stage, Mount has certainly given us a stylish production. We might call it the comedy of reform. 1992. Postscript. A decade later, there has been a startling change of set. Mount's new book, Mind the Gap, offers us not an urbane renovation of Britain's constitutional heritage, but an impassioned indictment of its social polarization. In tones closer to Cobbett than Burke, Mount excoriates the arrogance and irresponsibility of a new corruption, and its demoralization of the least well-off. An aide to Thatcher has become an elegist of the working class. The metamorphosis is not to be mocked. But the particulars of its message bear examination. Mind the Gap is divided into three parts. In the first, Mount sketches a bitter portrait of a polarized country. Notwithstanding myths of classlessness, in which he says till recently he believed, Britain is a society divided into two utterly disparate fates. Above are the uppers, those in possession of wealth, education, and mobility. Below are the downers, those performing menial tasks in dead-end jobs, some without work, all without hope. The former correspond to what were once distinct upper middle and middle classes, but today have become a single union of self-indulgent privilege. The latter consist of what was once a working class, but is now increasingly reduced to a brutalized underclass. The gap that separates them, far from diminishing, is steadily widening. Economic inequality continues to increase. Lifestyles may have altered, but remain as stratified as ever. Education reinforces inherited advantage. Poverty is branded as personal failure. Between the two worlds, moreover, there is little or no human contact of the kind that softened class relations in the past. Only at night do downers invade the homes of uppers, as the lurid protagonists of the dramas of violent crime and sordid domestic strife that swamp the small screen. Mount does not deny the material conditions of life in the lowest layers of society are much better than half a century ago. But these are ruined lives, nonetheless, because cultural impoverishment blots out any modest material improvement. In this, most fundamental of senses, downers today are much worse off than the downers of 1970 or even the 1930s 49. They are also, perhaps a yet more unexpected argument, coming from this author, the most wretched among all the lower classes of the West. Again and again, Mind the Gap points to a better popular experience, not just in the United States, which has nearly always been a positive reference for Mount, but in Europe, where historically industrialization was less harsh, schools have been egalitarian, and a sense of civic commonality is stronger. France, in particular, becomes a pole of comparison just as attractive as America, with which it is often paired for purposes of effect, in passages stressing the special British misery. 50 Such foreign lands act as background markers in what follows. The foreground is occupied by a set of contrasts between the past and present of manual labor within the nation, as Mount looks back at the culture of the British working class in its heroic age. Here, he insists, there was no question of widespread anomie or disintegration. In the mills and slums of the early 19th century, the Industrial Revolution did not undermine a traditional morality, as contemporary critics feared, but rather created a new popular determination to keep the family together at all costs. Such moral tenacity was sustained by the religious faith displayed in a vast network of dissenting churches, to which working-class families thronged, and from which their children received education on Sundays. Throughout the 19th century, far from being untouched by religion, the great majority of the lower classes were cradled in a complex hammock of religious education, controversy, and ritual, more intensely so than perhaps ever before or since. 51 Out of this sturdy nonconformity came in turn a series of deeply impressive working-class institutions, chapels and day schools, mechanics' institutes and friendly societies, in their way, too, trade unions. This was a self-standing and self-respecting culture of enormous ethical strength. It is not too much to say that the lower classes in Britain between 1800 and 1940 had created a remarkable civilization of their own which is hard to parallel in human history, narrow-minded perhaps, prudish certainly, occasionally pharisaical, but steadfast, industrious, honorable, idealistic, peaceable and purposeful. 52. What then reduced this proud Victorian edifice to the rubble of today's abodes of desolation, as Mount calls them, the wilderness of run-down council estates, chapels transformed into bingo halls, sink schools, beer-sodden louts, and tattooed slatterns, conjured up in Mind the Gap. For Mount, two forces were responsible for garroting the self-confidence of the working class. The first was the intellectual elite of the nation, which from early Victorian times onwards consistently jeered at nonconformity, filling literature with slanderous representations of dissenting preachers and even evangelical ministers. Dickens was an especial culprit, Trollope not far behind, born of snobbery and ignorance. Worse, an unholy alliance of thinkers from across the political spectrum, Disraeli and Marx are singled out, insisted that where there had once existed a subtle gradation of stations in society, Britain was now irretrievably divided into just two opposing classes, and that the inferior of these was in an alarming state of moral dissolution. By late Victorian and Edwardian times, Mount argues, this dual dogma, class simplification and lower class degradation, had become an idée fixe in the British intelligentsia, spawning the nightmare visions of stupefied, brutish masses that populate the writings of Gissing, Wells, Woolfe, Lawrence, Eliot, and their like. In the end, this mountain of misprision could not but affect those who were the object of such contempt. Graver still, however, was the impact of these myths on the elites obsessed by them, who came to believe that the lower classes, at once helpless and dangerous, desperately needed redemption. If left in their state of darkness, they might one day rise up and bring the temple of society down with them. It was therefore the duty of the state to step in and improve their conditions of life. Thus, after a long and relentless intellectual bombardment, undermining the confidence and self-respect of the working class, a regiment of bureaucratic panzers now advanced against weakened defenses, pushing aside or leveling the popular institutions that it had created. Church schools were sideswiped by rate-supported alternatives run by the state. Friendly societies were swallowed up by compulsory insurance schemes. Charitable hospitals were annexed by a national health service. Traditional slums, wretched enough but not ungemutlich in their way, were cleared for council estates that soon became bleaker and more anomic than the warrens they replaced. Religion was exposed to the winds of derision. Even marriage has ceased to be sacred, as perverse divorce and tax legislation all but incite family breakdown among the worst off. Insecurity and descaling of jobs at the bottom end of modern capitalism have also damaged the poor, but the principal author of their disinheritance is plain. By the end of the 20th century, the British working class had been drained of its substance by an all-meddling state. In today's Downers, we are looking at the end result of a century of condescension and expropriation. Such is the plot of Mind the Gap. It tells an affecting story, with real feeling. But what sort of narrative is it? Billed as an essay by its author, it would be unfair to treat it as a history. Its basic gesture is rather that of once upon a time. But to say that there is something fabular about what ensues is insufficiently specific. It would be more accurate to say that Mind the Gap belongs to a genre associated with the theater. Staged in this case, however, is not comedy but melodrama. For among other traits, the melodramatic as a form is always characterized by an uncomplicated binary of good and evil. Here this dichotomy takes the shape of a stark temporal contrast, the flowering, and the wreckage, of a once admirable way of life. Conventionally, that might be described, no doubt has been, as a tragedy. But Mount's script not only lacks the moral complexity of a tragedy, what is missing even more pointedly is any realistic sense of agency, without which the tragic cannot exist. That we are in the realm of melodrama instead can be seen, already, in the way that Mount has reproduced his own complaint of the Victorians. After a spirited philippic against the class simplification of the proponents of one nation and of communism alike, Mount reduces contemporary Britain to a still more elemental version of the same dualism, uppers and downers sans phrases. Significantly, in his depiction of the latter, immigrants are missing. Point 53. More revealing still is the role that politics plays, or fails to play, in the journey from good to evil. Mount is an eminently political writer, who more so Yet Mind the Gap tells a story of the British working class in which all trace of its political trajectory is virtually expunged. There are a few nervous references to Edward Thompson's history of its early years, deploring his mischievous account of Methodism. The culture of popular radicalism that is the central concern of the making of the English working class, and bears directly on Mount's theme of the hidden civilization of the laborers of the time, is simply ignored. All that work like Thompson's shows is that this industrial working class was conceived of not for its own sake, but as a weapon in the political battle by communist historians and their kind, dreaming of a great pulsating, protesting collective, that would lead to a social upturning, an idea quite alien to flesh and blood workers themselves. 54 Giving fancies of this sort a wide berth, British Labour chose instead the sensible path of peaceful reforms through Parliament. In virtually the only comment on the politics of the next 100 years of its history, Mount writes, anything less headstrong and erratic than the British Labour movement would be hard to imagine. These are people soaked in traditions of democratic debate and parliamentary procedure. When they came to sit at Westminster, they took to the life of the Commons as though they had been born to it and found no greater difficulty in heading a government ministry than in acting as general secretary or even a branch secretary in the trade unions that sent them there. Mount did not always take so kindly a view of unions, as we have seen. He is better known, even now, for fulminating against them as veritable wrecking balls of British industry. Here, however, even the undoubted damage their restrictive practices did to the economy is treated with leniency, as the faux phrase of their better selves. For the political manners of British trade unionism have always owed more to the friendly society than to the revolutionary mob. 55 In other words, since gaining entry to the seats of power, the British Labour movement has, all told, behaved extremely well. But why, in that case, have things turned out so badly for the people it has represented? In Mount's account of the disaster that has overtaken the British working class, a curious anonymity surrounds the political actors responsible for it. Intellectuals are named and arraigned, of course. But scandalous as their attitude to the lower orders may have been, no one has ever attributed practical power to E.M. Forster or Virginia Woolf. Must not some weightier forces, not to put too fine a point on it, governments, have taken the actual measures that cut down an honorable culture of independence? If so, what parties were in office when they did so? Mount's story skirts the question. Its construction depends on an extended ellipse. What happened between the halcyon days and the sinister present is left blank. Certainly, elites were guilty and errors were made on both sides of the House of Commons. But Mount's allusions to these are scattered and vague. In this nebulous haze, there is, to be sure, a villain of the drama, but it remains a pure abstraction, to which Mount resorts without further specification, the state. The actual history was a more painful one for the purposes of any polemic, and undoes the tale he wishes to tell. For the obvious fact, which virtually follows from the contradictory logic of his own characterizations of them, is that it was just the political traits of British Labour he extols that ultimately led to the social results he decries. The beginning and end of the story have a much closer connection than he would have us think, and one that might more properly be called tragic, the heroes themselves encompassing their own downfall. Moderate and respectable it certainly was, but far from being steeped in democratic practice, the Labour Party was from the start built on more bureaucratic lines than any other social democratic party in Europe, resting on bloc votes controlled by a handful of trade union bosses. The political culture that generated this inherently authoritarian structure found no difficulty in accepting the crippled version of representative democracy offered by Westminster, complete with pre-modern electoral system and hereditary second chamber, not to speak of an imposing colonial empire. The very idea of constitutional change scarcely occurred to it. This was the reality of the excellent steadiness and political maturity Mount applauds. But, of course, the subsequent reforms it introduced had the same cast. Without the slightest feel for the values of popular participation, let alone rebellion, Labour presided over the construction of a welfare state, technocratic in design and bureaucratic in delivery, that is the consistent object of Mount's dislike. If statism is the enemy, here was the prime architect of it. As for labor's attachment to culture, in any sense of the term, the less said the better. It is not, of course, that the scenes which now disturb Mount are merely an outcome of the genetic code of labourism. Historically, capital always set the field to which it adjusted. But the relations between the two were the opposite of the way they notionally figure in Mind the Gap. The rulers of the country remained on their guard, but from the second half of the 19th century onwards they did not, and with reason, on the whole regard the working class as either tremendously dangerous or particularly helpless. When labourism materialized as its principal political expression in the 20th century, they by and large greeted it, with no less reason, as essentially safe and potentially helpful, as in 1914, it hastened to show it was. For real independence of spirit was just what the instinctively deferential, respectable mainstream of this political culture lacked. The reforms that eventually produced the kind of state and society that exists today were thus rarely, if ever, simply the fruit of its initiative. Typically, they were either compromises that the privileged classes accepted because they had secured concessions or opt-outs from their provisions, or measures of prophylaxis, seasoned or otherwise with compassion, taken by the party representing them. So educational reforms never created a common school system, the most fundamental of all sources of cultural division. The health system left private practice to flourish at the expense of public service. State pensions became the poor relation of schemes of commercial speculation. Historically, in the hybrid arrangements that resulted, bureaucratic conceptions proposing, market considerations disposing, liberals and conservatives met labor halfway. But if we take Mount's view of the political virtues of British labor, on the one hand, and the ugliness of today's social landscape, on the other, the conclusion is inescapable that to a large extent the working class dug its own grave. In fact, of course, the labor movement in Britain was always more complex than Mount's oleograph of it, containing many a strand at variance with the conformism of its dominant culture, which did not just fade away over time. These had to be broken, in tough struggles to root out rebellious impulses in the bottom layers of society. In the General Strike of 1926, in the Dock Strike of 1949, in the Seamen's Strike of 1963, it fell to labor to extinguish such flare-ups of insurgency. In the Miners' Strike of 1982, it was the task of a conservative government to crush resistance to the requirements of the time. New Labour is heir to that final clean sweep, in which Mount was himself a participant. 20 years later, a question that is obviously posed by the argument of Mind the Gap is how he sees the succession, and the regime under which the book has been written. However long he has served the conservative cause, in his time, he has worked for party, press, and Prime Minister alike. Mount has never lost his independence of mind. 56 When Blair took over Thatcher's policies and ran with them, he was the last person to begrudge him credit for realizing so many of her objectives. Anyway, dismayed by the backstabbing of Major in his own party, he was more than ready to take a benevolent view of New Labour. There were plenty of grounds for satisfaction, which he did not hesitate to express. The unions were now more effectively emasculated than under Thatcher. Fees were at last introduced into higher education. The mail service was no longer sacrosanct. Above all, Blair had the courage to lead the nation into just battle in the Balkans and Iraq. Even where New Labour departed from Thatcher's legacy, it was often in the right direction, more open to a prudent measure of devolution at home, less prejudiced and hostile towards the EU abroad. As with any government, there were less attractive sides: stealth taxes, excessive spin, bullying attitudes to teenagers. But all found, the balance sheet was on the face of it thoroughly positive. Around the millennium, Mount gave exuberant voice to his elation at the national turnaround of what, in a revealing reversal, he now called the Blair-Thatcher years. 57. What then accounts for such an abrupt darkening of his vision of Britain, a couple of years later? His own explanation of the black and white contrast between what he was writing in 2001 and in 2003 is remarkably lame, and out of character. He tenders the postmodern vacuity that British society is so complex that it can be looked at from any number of different angles, no matter how contradictory. Elsewhere he writes, not much more convincingly, as if there were a virtually Pauline moment at which the scales of class blindness suddenly fell from his eyes. Only guesswork is possible here, but part of what could be involved might lie simply in Mount's penchant for the theatrical, with its requirements for dramatic changes of scene and heart. In his political writing, vivid and intelligent as it usually has been, there is often also something slightly stagey, the sense of a performance, not always taken too seriously by the performer himself. Yet in Mind the Gap there is no doubting the strength of Mount's feelings about the gulf between uppers and downers, depicted with gifts of observation and imaginative sympathy that belong to the novelist rather than the publicist in him. He seems never to have written with quite this passion before. That still leaves unresolved why a writer as observant as this failed for so long to register what he now sees as clear as day. But a surmise can be made of at least one politically enabling condition. 58 Ironically, though he has applauded much of what New Labour has done, and expressed distaste for the tone of latter-day conservatism, it is likely that Blair's regime has liberated critical impulses that might, had his own party been in power, have lain repressed. It is difficult to imagine him uncorking the same bitter jet of outrage under Thatcher or Major, though the landscape then, as he virtually admits, was little different. Blairism itself, if now and then a bit off in style, is fine. Clustered around the Prime Minister, indeed, its cadre of progressive reformers, above all, the upright trio of Mandelson, Byers, and Milburn, singled out for praise, offer hope of fresh ideas for the problems of the underclass. 59 But inhibited by no personal ties to New Labour, Mount is now free to point to long-running sores all governments have neglected, if not actively created, including this one. Mind the Gap ends with his own prescriptions for the plight of the downers. He begins on an apparently incendiary note. By now it ought to be obvious that only a more robust proactive daring is likely to efface this bleeding shame. Only a wholehearted, even reckless opening up of substantial power to the bottom classes is likely to improve either their self-esteem or the view which the managing classes take of them. 60 A friendly critic, describing this as one of Mount's engaging Maumit Sokshot moments, has pointed out that the British political system is so designed that any such empowerment is inconceivable. 61 Though true enough, this is a misunderstanding of Mount, whose allegiance to the most restrictive interpretation of democratic arrangements has not significantly altered since the British Constitution now. In such matters the only change is that he has belatedly come round to the alternative vote, the slightest of all possible tweaks to first past the post, out of fear that without it New Labour might perpetuate itself in office more or less indefinitely. For the rest, the last thing he envisages is tampering with Westminster in the name of electoral equity or popular sovereignty. The power that Mount wishes to extend to the lower depths is of another sort altogether. It is the power, not of the citizen or the voter, but of the owner and consumer. The spirit of his injunction is familiar to anyone with a smattering of conservative history. It is Churchill's slogan of the 1950s, "Set the people free," that is, free to buy and sell without interfering state controls. Half a century later, Mount's case against the cumulative insolences of the state is far more sweeping than would have made sense to conservatives in the time of Eden or Butler. His program of liberation from them is correspondingly more radical too. It contains a small redistributive element, perhaps some increase in the minimum wage, certainly tax cuts for the least well-off. But it is not by depredations on the rich that the morale of the poor can be uplifted. The solution lies elsewhere. On the social side, the priorities are school vouchers, bounties for marriage, tithes to help churches, independent hospitals. On the economic side, firms could offer employees a modest proportion of new share issues at a discount, and councils give tenants the chance to buy their flats. But above all, the piece de resistance of Mount's vision of a better future, green belt regulations should be scrapped, and allotments in the countryside made available, by grant of public or sale of private land, to dwellers in the abodes of urban desolation to plant or build on them what they will. This is the agenda, Mount explains, of an updated property-owning democracy, the time-honored ideal of many a conservative manifesto. 62 But his version of it is less English than the term itself suggests. Tacitly, the inspiration behind most of these proposals comes from the United States. School vouchers, faith-based initiatives, legislation to protect marriage, we are in the neighborhood of Karl Rove. More fundamentally, the whole idea of installing a class of self-reliant tillers and builders on rural allotments is a transposition into the more cabined English scene of the historic American dream of a fee-simple empire, a society of sturdy farmers prospering on homesteads across an ever-receding frontier, all the way to the Pacific. Mount's scheme is a reduction of Jefferson's vision to suburban scale, given the want of prairies in Hampshire or Kent. Its lack of realism as a prescription for the Bas fonds in Britain has drawn comment. But that it has something of the fantastic quality of an agrarian experiment from the other side of the world, the exodus once planned to Birobidzhan in the USSR, is less significant than its logic in Mount's scheme of redemption. For the alternative Mount offers to the world of uppers and downers still bears the stamp of his distinctive mentor. As a political philosopher, Oakeshott gave an absolutist turn to two contrary strands of English conservative sensibility, taking each of them to an extreme in a way no other thinker has ever quite done. In a single unyielding outlook he combined a caustic individualism with a mystical traditionalism. Oakeshott had little time for American political culture, in his eyes compromised by rationalist notions of rights that had the brand mark of the Enlightenment on them. But as a society, the United States embodied in action, more than any other, something like the fusion of opposites he represented in thought, on the one hand, an extreme individualism of economic life, on the other, an extreme traditionalism of religious life. Mount, free of the residual prejudices of Oakeshott's generation against the upstarts of 1776, could see this conjugation more clearly. He has always looked admiringly at the great, sleepy republic across the water, more tradition-bound, in the best sense, than England itself. Mind the Gap contains, among other things, a glowing description of the vitality of Methodist and Baptist churches in the U.S., contrasted with their decrepitude in the U.K. To be sure, revivalism itself cannot easily be reimported into Britain. But as a sense of the transcendent, inspiring faith and loyalty, and creating a collective identity, royalism will do instead. The monarchy, if only intellectuals were not still running it down, could become once more the symbol of our national unity and continuity, an indispensable focus of patriotic feeling, as it latently remains among the lower classes. Meanwhile, any restoration of the social fabric in zones of deprivation must go hand in hand with the return of the churches, to whom the administration of welfare might once again well be entrusted. Attracted equally to the values of the libertarian and the devotional strands of the American right, Mount has put the two together in a colorful package for local consumption, with a brio that leaves the Cato Institute and the Heritage Foundation standing. Still, the vision of a callous inequality and complacency at the core of contemporary Britain remains. Intellectually less coherent than the British Constitution now, which was a cooler production, Mind the Gap is politically more troubled and generous. Each work is a kind of dramaturgy. But who could withhold some applause? In the desert of ideas that has surrounded the regimes of Major and Blair, they make a pair of original compositions, on the state, on society, that no other writer of the British establishment, right or left, has matched. The juxtaposition of the magnificent structure of our constitutional order, celebrated in the first, and the unexpiated curse of our class system, denounced in the second, may seem jarring. But the underlying prescriptions, of economic liberty and spiritual commonality, are the same. 2005. 3. Dreams of Central Europe. Timothy Garton Ash. Western curiosity about other lands, as a literary phenomenon, has a long history, its fashionable origins generally dated to the Grand Siècle, the time of the voyages to Mughal India of François Bernier or Thomas Coryat. Distinctions between the more advanced European cultures in the volume, or quality, of travelers' tales would be difficult to make for most of the modern period. In the Enlightenment, for every cook there was a Bougainville or Forster, at a higher level, a little later, Humboldt or Custine. But in the 20th century, the tradition seems to have forked, one society outproducing all others, across the genres. Between the wars, there was a strong strain of exoticism in French writing, variously surfacing in Gide, Morand, Saint-Exupéry, Michaud, Léry's, Malraux, and others, to which Lévi-Strauss's Tristes Tropiques can be seen as a melancholy quietus. Little comparable followed. On this side of the Channel, where the tradition was always less philosophical, no such break is visible. Looking back at the cumulative record, the literature of travel appears to have become something like a British speciality. Why this should be so is not at first glance clear. But two powerful, opposite, yet not unrelated, impulses may supply much of the explanation. On the one hand, the stifling parochialism and puritanism of an insular middle-class culture, with all its weight of boredom and repression, made escape abroad an instinctively attractive option for restless spirits, a motive that can be traced back to early Victorian times, when George Borrow's fascination with Spanish or gypsy low-life was bred of detestation for native gentility. On the other hand, Britain's imperial primacy, whose memory long outlasted its reality, inevitably encouraged dreams of daring exploits in remote lands, stirring encounters with alien peoples, without necessarily unsettling loyalty to the values of the home counties. The horizon of empire habituated Englishmen to the idea of overseas adventures. Within these two banks an abundant stream of writing poured forth, with any number of undertows, eddies, and cross-currents. Confining ourselves to the first half of the century, a number of features are noticeable. Geographically, there were long three privileged zones, the Middle East, the Mediterranean, and the Danubian Basin. These were, famously, the terrains of St. John Filby or Robert Byron, of Norman Douglas or Patrick Leigh Fermor, of R.W. Seton Watson and Rebecca West. Sorties farther afield, like Peter Fleming's expeditions to the Gobi or Mato Grosso, were fewer. Paradoxically, the vast expanse of the empire itself was not fertile soil for this kind of writing. There, British power was too close at hand. It generated another set of forms altogether, memoirs, morose or nostalgic, of colonial functionaries like Orwell or Woolf, or avowedly scientific monographs of anthropologists like Firth or Evans Pritchard. Division of the field by the role of the subject is less clear-cut than in the case of the object. In principle, three types of author were professionally distinguishable: the journalist, the writer, the scholar. In practice, as a glance at the names above indicates, there were originally few practitioners who did not combine aspects of more than one such role, sometimes all three. Seton Watson, most unambiguously a scholar, chairs in history at London and Oxford, first made his name as a periodical correspondent in Eastern Europe. Leigh Fermor, by any definition a writer, was as interested in the distant past of his obscure finger of the Peloponnese as its life in the present. Evelyn Waugh, on the other hand, set out for Horn and Levant as a mercenary for Northcliffe, but who imagines he ceased to observe or write as a novelist. As for the post-war period, the enormous growth of the media and dwindling number of authors with independent means have made resort to journalism of one kind or another a virtual necessity, even for relatively successful writers, encouraging journalists, in turn, to think of themselves as writers, if not, on receipt of institutional grants, as interim scholars. Lines of distinction between these callings, still relevant, have become more than ever blurred. Another kind of taxonomy would take as its focus neither local subject nor alien object but the relationship between them. Here the range of possible aims and attitudes behind a literary engagement with unfamiliar cultures is much wider. It is interesting that systematic hostility should be rare, in contrast to the notorious ambivalences of biography as a project, as if to demonstrate that it is more difficult to turn against a society than an individual. For the most part, the stances adopted have not been those of the critic, still less the foe. They are rather those of the adventurer, the admirer, and the advocate. These typical positions might be combined, but should not be confused, though, of course, there are no watertight divisions between them. An advocate is likely, though not certain, to be an admirer. An admirer may easily also be an adventurer. An adventurer, this is much more unusual, but possible, Malraux in Indochina, can be an advocate, without being an admirer. Yet not only do quite pure cases of each type exist. Where they blend in any given individual, it is rarely hard to see which is the dominant. Evelyn Waugh in Ethiopia was an adventurer sans phrases. Wilfred Thesiger, although unquestionably adventurous, was an admirer. In 1916, at the age of 6, watching Ras Tafari's triumphal entry into Addis Ababa, his enemies hauled in an atrocious train after him. He later recorded, "I believe that day implanted in me a lifelong craving for barbaric splendor, for savagery and color and the throb of drums, and that it gave me a lasting veneration of long-established custom and ritual one." In 1930, watching Ras Tafari's coronation as Emperor Haile Selassie, Thesiger regretted that Waugh, the one person present with a gift for writing, was blind to the historical significance of the occasion, impercipient of this last manifestation of Abyssinia's traditional pageantry. His vision of Waugh is a violent declaration of distance between the two species. "I disapproved of his grey suede shoes, his floppy bow tie and the excessive width of his trousers. He struck me as flaccid and petulant and I disliked him on sight." Later he asked me, at second hand, if he could accompany me into the Danakil country, where I planned to travel. I refused. Had he come, I suspect only one of us would have returned too. Thesiger, passionately attached to Ethiopian feudatories, Arabian Bedouin, dwellers in the Iraqi marshes, saw the worlds he admired dissolve in his lifetime. Haile Selassie deposed by the Dergu, Nuri al-Sedfeld in his palace, the Imam of the Yemen, for whose slave-holding tyranny Thesiger fought in old age, defeated in his bid for a counter-revolution. But his books contain little or no advocacy, they are virtually pre-political. Philby, his senior in Exploring the Empty Quarter, offers an ironic contrast. An outspoken enemy of British imperialism after the First World War, who encouraged Ibn Saud to cut deals with American oil companies to assure Saudi independence of London, he died a self-declared socialist, who never hesitated to advocate unpopular causes in his own country, under secure Saudi protection. The figure of the British enthusiast for the cause of an oppressed people abroad goes back, of course, to Byron in Greece. Lawrence and Philby, espousing rival dynasties in the breakup of the Ottoman Empire, brought it to the Middle East. But its more natural stage was always Mediterranean or Balkan, where buried identities or ancient unities of European civilization could more readily be invoked. Rebecca West's massively idiosyncratic Black Lamb and Grey Falcon, an emotive cry for the Serbs as the Wehrmacht swept through Yugoslavia, belongs in this tradition. Its greatest representative, however, was the elder Seton Watson, who not only wrote the first modern histories in English of the Czechs, Slovaks, and Romanians, he did not live to complete a companion study on the South Slavs, but played a key role in the wartime ideology and diplomacy that led to the creation of all three states of the Little Entente. This was advocacy at its highest, historically most effective, level. After the Second World War, conditions changed. The figure of the explorer, still significant in the interwar literature, Fleming, Thesiger, Saint-Exupéry, soon became defunct, as the inventory of the globe closed. Distance was banalized by television and mass tourism. Primitive societies were enrolled in modern markets. The world became a universal political battleground. In this setting, the heroic strain in the earlier literature, so to speak its foreign legion side, was more difficult to sustain. Not that drama was missing. But it was now typically modern and political, calling for professional skills of a different kind. The representative figure became the journalist with specialist knowledge of a given country or region, reporting or analyzing the events of the day, from some longer historical or cultural perspective. The literature of overseas engagement is now dominated by this form. Among its most fluent practitioners are the three Anglo-Musketeers regularly featured in the New York Review of Books, Neil Asterson, Timothy Garton Ash and Ian Buruma, Spurs won respectively in Eastern Europe and East Asia. United by common liberal convictions, the profiles of the trio are otherwise quite distinct. Garton Ash, a generation younger than Asterson, followed his path from Germany to Poland as lands of primary reportage. In 1982–83, both wrote passionately committed books about solidarity. Thereafter, Garton Ash immersed himself much more deeply and single-mindedly than Asterson in the politics of Eastern Europe during the final years of the Cold War. The period may have something to do with the difference. As the 80s unfolded, the East European oppositions to communism were steadily drawn into the magnetic field of the dominant ideology in the West, the doctrines of the hard right proclaimed by Reagan and Thatcher. For Garton Ash, contributor and editor at The Spectator at the time, this was a perfectly natural and desirable evolution. For Asterson, a sharp critic of Thatcherism, it must have posed more difficulties. Probably, too, domestic considerations weighed in their own right. Asterson and Buruma mix Scottish and Dutch with Jewish origins. Both have expressed sharp dislike of standard British identities and their customary supports, leading, in Asterson's case, to direct involvement in Scottish radical politics. The English credentials of Garton Ash, by contrast, appear to be unalloyed. When he set out in 1978 for Berlin in his blue Alfa Romeo, Britain was not in question. Undistracted by doubts about the home country, he could throw himself more completely into patriotic causes beyond the Elbe. The result has been an impressive oeuvre, widening over 2 decades. After initial reportage on life in East Germany based on his time as a postgraduate there, serialized in Der Spiegel, and a detailed account of the rise of solidarity in the Polish Revolution, came the Uses of Adversity, subtitled Essays on the Fate of Central Europe, in the spring of 1989, extending his range of testimony to Hungary and Czechoslovakia. In these years, slipping from one underground to another, he developed an incomparable set of friendships with dissident intellectuals in the last 3 countries, that enabled him to chart the erosion of communism in the region more intrepidly and acutely than any other journalist of the time, a process he expected to take the form of a prolonged Ottomanization, loosening and decay, of Soviet power in Eastern Europe. When, a few months later, sudden collapse came instead, he was perfectly placed to provide the best snapshots of the victors. We the People offers a slideshow of the heroes of the hour, caught in dazzling close-up: Michnik, Kuran, Balcerowicz, Jeremek in Warsaw, Gonch and Orban in Budapest, in Berlin, the greatest street party in the history of the world, and finally, the climax in Prague with Havel. It was extraordinary the degree to which everything ultimately revolved around this one man, which Garton Ash observed as a participant alongside Klaus Ordienstbier in the headquarters of the Civic Forum, the very heart of the revolution, as the old order disintegrated around it. 3 Adventurer and admirer have seldom been so dramatically or effectively at one. After this triumph as a reporter, Garton Ash went back to his intended starting point as a scholar, with a major historical study of the origins and outcome of German Ostpolitik. Based on careful archival research, as well as extensive interview material, in Europe's name-traced bonds often camouflaged and a bleak path to German unification, a goal relished neither by France nor Britain, pursued by ambiguous invocation of the unity of Europe, and tenacious cultivation of relations with Russia. Garton Ash's own reservations about the process, as might be expected, attached to actors or episodes judged culpable of backsliding from Western values in dealing with communist rule in Eastern Europe, principally, Social Democrats from the time of Schmidt's coolness to Solidarity onwards. But the book, his most substantial achievement to date, is scrupulously balanced and fair in its overall judgment of the upshot of West German strategy towards the East. The file can be read as a personal coda, Garton Ash's quest for those who spied on or informed against him as a student in East Berlin in 1980, whose identity now stood revealed by Stasi dossiers. What could easily have been a formulaic inquest becomes, as autobiographical memory is startled into life by the disturbing encounters, the most self-questioning and humane of all his writings. Historically, Garton Ash belongs to the last levy of the Cold War, a youthful cohort fired by an uncomplicated anti-communism. His staunchness made him a natural candidate for recruitment to MI6, which propositioned him early on, as it had Esterson in his time. Though not unattracted by the idea of clandestine work for British espionage, he eventually decided against it on the grounds that he did not want to be controlled from above. It was better to be a freebooter than a functionary in the battle against totalitarianism. After his book on Solidarity came out, he was invited to become deputy director of Radio Free Europe in Munich. Again he declined. Repeated approaches of this kind were logical enough. Politically, his credentials as a cold warrior of the liberal right were impeccable. By the mid-80s he could be counted, according to the best inside source, among the select group of academics, Hugh Thomas, Brian Crozier, Norman Stone, Leonard Scapiro, and others, lending extramural advice and assistance to Mrs. Thatcher. But George Urban's refreshingly forthright memoir, Diplomacy and Disillusion at the Court of Margaret Thatcher, also makes clear that Garton Ash was a courtier with quirks of his own. Looking round the table at checkers, with the Prime Minister at its head, Urban noted of his neighbour, "Tim is an excellent analyst, he is young and has already made a name for himself. I can see in him a future R.W. Seton Watson or a politician of the first water. He is rational, can think on his feet and his heart is in the right place, with one or two exceptions. He made misjudgments about Nicaragua and has a soft streak in him when it comes to the Third World, but on Eastern Europe he is sound and has written some excellent stuff for." Doubts about the Contras proved to be less of an anomaly than they might have seemed. A skeptical, empirical side of Garton Ash, he identifies it with the best native traditions, was always capable of checking doctrinal enthusiasm. The overthrow of communism in Eastern Europe, he concluded in 1990, brought no new ideas into the world, even if it recalled West Europeans to moral and intellectual values they had often forgotten. It was, simply and decisively, the world turned right side up, that is, the arrival of a familiar order of elected parliaments and free markets, civil rights and private property, in which there was only one kind of democracy, legality and economics. Still, in the first flush of enthusiasm, it was possible that some of the new converts would overdo things. Among intellectuals in the forefront of the transition to capitalism, Garton Ash detected an opposite danger, that of regarding the free market as a cure for all ills, social and political as well as economic. Hence the popularity of Hayek. One might almost say that the free market is the latest Central European utopia. 5. The essays and dispatches brought together in History of the Present record Garton Ash's responses to what has happened since this was written. The collection opens with various German themes, later amplified, Kohl's electoral triumphs with unification in 1990 and 1994, and his downfall over its consequences in 1998, vignettes of Honecker in prison, Marcus Wolf on trial, and reflections on the Gauck office as catharsis for the legacy of the Stasi. Moving to Poland, there is a critical sketch of the beginning of Walensa's presidency. Sadly, the former leaders of Solidarity belaboring each other with rusty clubs, amidst potentially hopeful signs of a Thatcherite economy under his authoritarian rule. There follows an account of its unthinkable sequel, the victory of the post-communist Kwasniewski in 1995, under whom, nevertheless, such changes as the evolution of Solidarity's Gazeta Wyborcza into a Murdoch-style media conglomerate offer reconfirmation of Polish entry into Western consumer normalcy. The different meanings of the Hungarian revolt, for contemporaries and posterity, are revisited. In the Czech Republic, a set piece, one of the pivots of the book, recounts a public clash between Havel and Klaus, president and prime minister, in which the author also had his say. Returning to the lands of his choice, Garden Ash is generally alert and measured. The predominant note is one of rueful satisfaction. Walesa and Havel may have been disappointments in office, hopes of a higher regional ethos all but extinguished in a common rush for humdrum consumption, yet, however unseemly some of its former nomenclatura ornaments, the foundations of a democratic capitalism have been secured. The principal interest of the new collection, however, lies elsewhere. From 1995 onwards, Garden Ash started to go beyond his traditional beat, traveling into what was once Yugoslavia. His sorties into this unfamiliar landscape produce the best sketches and essays in the book. Here, as if freed from conventional attachments, he has reached more radical and original conclusions. These give little comfort to the semi-official liberal consensus about the region. Garden Ash's coverage opens with a chilling description of the Krajina just after the Croatian sweep had emptied it of 150,000 Serbs, and of European indifference to their fate. When he comes to Bosnia, the complexities of the tripartite war between communities are given their due, without diminishing Serb responsibility for ethnic savagery, or the enormity of European moral default in face of the disaster. In Kosovo, Garden Ash argued for independence before there was talk of any Western intervention, and expressed pointed reservations about the aerial assault on Serbia when it came, as he had about the Potemkin polity set up in Bosnia. Informing his treatment of these issues is an unpopular conviction, or perhaps it would be better to say, divulgation of what the Western consensus would prefer to leave unsaid. Stable European democracies, he argues, require fairly homogeneous populations, an ethnic majority of at least 80%. 6 here a background outside the Balkans was perhaps a condition of breaking ranks. Although tact forbids him to mention it directly, Garden Ash's favorite lands are states founded on far the largest two ethnic cleansings in Europe since the Second World War, Poland and the Czech Republic. There is no hint of condonation in his account of the repetition of these processes by the Adriatic, only horror, and the prediction that out of them may come liberal democracy as we know it. The example he gives is the abluted Croatia of tomorrow. This is an argument first made by Tom Nairn about Bosnia, in much the same tension of grief and realism. 7. The extension of Garden Ash's range to the Balkans thus involves more than a geographical move. It represents an intellectual and moral enlargement. But by the same stroke, it throws into sharp relief the limitations of his earlier work. For if there was a single leitmotif of his writing down to the mid-90s, it was the special character of the countries of Central Europe in the spectrum of captive nations, and their quite particular call on the sympathies and resources of Western Europe. The notion of Central Europe, as expounded by spokesmen like Kundera or Miloš, designated Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Poland, extending on occasion to Lithuania. Its function was essentially twofold. On the one side, it drew a cultural line demarcating this zone from such truly East European countries as Romania or Yugoslavia, let alone from perpetually barbarian, totalitarian Russia. On the other side, it linked this region to the homelands of liberty and prosperity in Western Europe, from which, on Kundera's showing, only malign fate had wrenched it, as a cradle of political tolerance and high culture, away. 8. The naively ideological character of this construct was transparent from the outset. If Bohemia and Western Hungary could reasonably be described as Central European, the idea that Bialystok or Vilnius were situated in the middle of the continent and Belgrade or Timișoara to the east of them was always ridiculous. The notion that Central Europe so construed, lands where serfdom persisted down to the late 18th or 19th centuries, was culturally or socially closer to Western than Eastern patterns of historical experience does not withstand serious scrutiny. Essentially, the function of the term was the kind of redecryption to be read in the brochures of estate agents, the upgrading of some disregarded quarter by metonymy to a more fashionable district, Haringey promoted to East Highgate. In one part of his mind, the historians, Garden Ash always knew that this version of Central Europe was a self-interested myth, apart from anything else, As he pointed out, what of the contributions of the region to the most violent forms of modern racism and nationalism? 9. But in another part of his mind, he needed the myth, and cultivated it. For by the mid-80s, were not the PCH trio, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, genuinely set apart from their Comecon neighbors by the vigor of their democratic oppositions, and the longing of their populations to join the Western comedy of nations? If the past did not offer any very firm foundation to the current idea of Central Europe, the future might do so, for here surely lay the Achilles heel of the Soviet Empire. In this sense, the definition of Central Europe was political. It designated the front line against communism, wherever that might be. Garton Ash even ventured the thought that we might now say George Orwell was a Central European, and if so, he himself would apply for citizenship. 10 His was a pragmatic usage, he explained. The British do not like splitting hairs. In itself, such a conception, just because it was so unabashedly designed to render the PCH trio salonfähig in the West, could be dismissed as a harmless ideological fancy of the hour. Garton Ash had no resort to it in his earlier book on Solidarity, which locates Poland straightforwardly in Eastern Europe 11 and repudiated its most obvious danger, the pale it drew between civil and uncivil nations in the region, when he later turned to the Balkans. History of the present rejects such cultural determinism. Indeed, Garton Ash now writes that he is appalled at the way the idea of Central Europe has been recruited into the service of politics of relativism and exclusion. 12 The failure of the European Union to prevent disaster in Yugoslavia he condemns in the strongest possible terms. Preoccupation with the misbegotten project of a single currency was responsible. The fiddlers at Maastricht were blind to the fires about to explode in Sarajevo. The sincerity of this verdict on the Western record in the Balkans is beyond question. But there is something wanting in it. Absent is any hint of self-criticism. Yet, if ever there were a case of the pot calling the kettle black, Garton Ash's complaints of the indifference of Brussels to the fate of the Balkans would be it. For the cult of Central Europe, which he still defends as a good cause, and continues to manipulate, was not just a matter of whimsical definition. It had a hard policy edge. In adopting it, Garton Ash moved from admirer to advocate in a quite precise sense. Warmth of sympathy for Polish, Czech, or Hungarian dissidents as they fought their regimes was one matter. Urging privileged treatment of the PCH trio after the fall of communism, at the expense of other East European nations, was quite another. In October 1990, Garton Ash was demanding that a clear and very high priority, both of economic assistance and political welcome into the European Union, be given to Poland, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia. If German, European, and Western help is spread more or less indiscriminately across this whole vast region, any transition to liberal capitalism would be compromised, and the region could indeed become Europe's Near East. 13 Since everything could not be done at once, discrimination was essential. The Visegrad countries, whose Western Christianity and pre-war legacies anyway made them natural partners, should get fast-track access into the EU. In fact, Garton Ash soon came to insist, they deserved entry forthwith. Although this last demand was plainly impracticable, it served to ratchet up the rhetorical pressure for special PCH treatment, in a campaign that was otherwise thoroughly successful, in large part because it coincided so closely with German foreign policy objectives, aiming for a security and investment glassy round the Federal Republic. French proposals for equitable treatment of all former communist states in the region, in a confederation linking them to the EU, were indignantly scuttled, not least by the Czechs, Havel at their head, furious at the prospect of being put on the same footing as Bulgars or Romanians. At Kohl's behest, the PCH states were promised first claims on the EU, and promptly received the lion's share of Western assistance. Hungary, with a per capita income 4 times that of Macedonia, got 12 times as much aid. Central Europe had found its economic rationale, to him that hath shall be given. Garton Ash's justification of this biblical wisdom was consistent, it alone could prevent disaster befalling the region as a whole, since the success of democratic capitalism in the PCH trio was the condition of peace and stability in the rest of ex-communist Europe, all that stood between it and the squalid destiny of the Levant. As late as 1993, he was still writing, once again, the Central European question bids fair to be the Central European 114. As these lines were printed, Sarajevo had already been under siege for a year, and the main Central European contribution to peace in the Balkans had been the clandestine sale by Hungarian democracy of 36,000 Kalashnikovs to the Croat paramilitaries. The historical reality is that not only was in all favor to PCH strategy morally objectionable, it was also politically blind. At its center lay a colossal astigmatism. In his conclusion to We the People in early 1990, Garton Ash complained angrily of commentators in the West who warned of the dangers of nationalist revival in Eastern Europe. "What on earth does this mean?" he exclaimed. The historical record must show that 1989 was not a year of acute national and ethnic conflict in Eastern Europe west of the Soviet frontier. Quite the reverse, it was a year of solidarity both within and between nations. 15 For the pen that could write that, the Balkans had been erased from history. Banished from the Central European question, they effectively vanished from sight. The truth, of course, was that nationalist conflicts had reached fever pitch in Yugoslavia already by the spring of 1987, when Milosevic made his bid for power on Kosovo Polje. With Slovene complicity, Serbia tore up the autonomy of Kosovo a year later, before the two dominant republics entered on a collision course themselves. In 1989, the year of no acute ethnic conflicts, massive Albanian demonstrations in Kosovo led to violent clashes with the police, a full-scale state of emergency was declared, jets and tanks enforcing a virtual occupation of the province, while Croat and Slovene leaders prepared for secession. These were not obscure or peripheral events. They clearly presaged the breakup of Yugoslavia, a country with a larger population than Hungary and Czechoslovakia combined. For Democrats, they involved violations of human rights that far exceeded any in Central Europe, and had done for some time, as a glance at amnesty reports would have shown. A disaster was plainly in the making. To blame the Treaty of Maastricht for West European failure to perceive what was at stake in Yugoslavia, as Garton Ash now wishes, will not do. Long before it was conceived, the powder keg in the Balkans was evident. Nor did the project for a single currency ever distract the EU from the East. Enlargement, confined to the PCH trio, was officially endorsed as a goal at Maastricht itself. Thereafter, preparations for the euro were managed by central banks and finance ministries. Policy towards the East was determined in the European Council and the officialdom of assorted foreign ministries, now on autopilot towards Warsaw, Prague, and Budapest. To make the single currency the whipping boy for Sarajevo, however convenient for a conservative British sensibility, is displacement, as Freud understood it, with a vengeance. The Western leader most responsible for forcing through monetary union, François Mitterrand, was actually the only one with a unitary vision for Eastern Europe as a whole, exactly what Garton Ash opposed. Oblivious to the Balkan crisis, a tireless lobbyist for aid and attention to be concentrated on Central Europe, if any individual voice bears responsibility for the tragic inversion of priorities as Yugoslavia slid towards the abyss, it would be his. Of course, he was not alone. From the 80s onwards, well before it was marketed as such, Central Europe was a magnet for many good reporters and inquiring intellectuals. Its attraction was twofold. Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary were both the scene of the most vigorous and interesting movements against communism, and the zone readiest to claim kinship with the West itself. Yugoslavia, still more, its neighbors, lacked either of these elements of effective investment. However complex or turbulent Balkan politics might be, they could not easily be dramatized as a straightforward battle of good against evil. Culturally, too, they offered few of the images d'Epinal, the Black Madonna of Częstochowa, the Square of St. Wenceslas, the Crown of St. Stephen, the Liberator Pope, the Philosopher President, the Nobel Electrician, with which the media could uplift audiences in the West. Cadaret might be a better writer than Havel, but apart from a few readers in France, who cared? No Montenegrin estate lay waiting to be reclaimed by English lords, but in Bohemia, Garden Ash can introduce us to Diana Phipps recovering her ancestral domain, with its 7,000 acres, boar-filled woodlands, and venerable castle, and find this not just fabulous, in the original sense of the word, but also moving. 16. In the literature of foreign engagement, advocacy has an honorable record. Comparisons with R.W. Seton Watson, as such, do Garden Ash credit. But there is a general rule here. Such advocacy is best when purest of any inclination to find likenesses to the self in the championed other. Colonial history is too rich in versions of that, the martial races in India as so many subcontinental highlanders. The trope of Central Europe was blind in part because it was so self-regarding, the cousins of Orwell in the Mirror. So Poland was forgiven half its foreign debt, while the same Western creditors squeezed Yugoslavia dry, forcing one draconian stabilization plan after another on the country, while unemployment rocketed and federal government was undermined. The immediate background to the disintegration of Yugoslavia was economic breakdown. The myth of Central Europe was not just a negative condition of the unfolding of this crisis, it was an active catalyst of it. As Susan Woodward's Balkan Tragedy, the commanding scholarly work on the breakup of Yugoslavia, puts it, as early as 1989 Western governments began to declare that the Central European countries were better prepared to make the economic and political transition from socialism to capitalism than those in Southeastern Europe. But this historico-cultural criterion, largely of Middle Europa, Roman Catholicism, and Habsburg tradition, cut straight through the center of Yugoslavia. It left a great gash undefined where the military border of mixed populations between Habsburg and Ottoman rule had been, and it reinforced the separatist arguments already being made by Slovene and Croat nationalists. These intellectuals began to talk about the existence of two worlds in Yugoslavia, and both groups proclaimed their greater preparedness for European membership as Central European 17. The supposed precondition of civil peace in the East proved, not unexpectedly, to be an incitement to ethnic war. History of the present avoids any acknowledgement of this fatal link, separating use, the good cause, and misuse, the appalling exclusion, of the cult of Central Europe as if they were unrelated. Yet its condemnation of Croat Fleuendeveld and Western indifference to it, and the breadth of its sympathy for all the victims of ethnic violence and hatred in former Yugoslavia, still stand among the most powerful commentaries on the region in the later 90s. In face of such decency, why recall its troubling antecedents? There are two answers to this, one intellectual and the other political. They take us to the way the collection is framed as a whole. The book, in a new twist in the spiral of contemporary hype, takes its title from a fulsome encomium in the New York Review of Books of one of Garden Ash's earlier works, in which George Kennan compared him to Tocqueville as historian of the present. This sobriquet the author now unblushingly appropriates to describe his new work, which helpfully displays Kennan's full laudatio on the back, beneath a heroic representation of the writer, posed against a bleakly peeling wall, gazing somberly into the distance with the garb and air of a Scot of the moral Antarctic. It must be hoped that this was dreamt up by Penguin's publicity department, rather than Garden Ash himself, who has hitherto given signs of modesty and dislike of such pretensions even among friends. 18. If so, however, the packagers have induced him to more than lapses of taste in presentation. For his introduction to the book sets out to justify its title with a set of claims about contemporary history. Today, so Garden Ash argues, actors in great events no longer commit their thoughts or deeds to paper as they did in the past, they talk or telephone or issue electronic instructions. Documents dwindle in importance. On the other hand, statesmen and others have never been so eager to give their version of events live, in the real time of television interviews or speeches. The result is that what you can know soon after the event has increased, and what you can know long after the event has diminished. 19. This affords opportunities for a quite new kind of history, one capable of transcending the retrospective illusions of a cloistered archival scholarship, by direct reports of what it was really like at the time, as Garton Ash puts it, that is, conveyed by the informed eyewitness. Here television, not only many scholars, but viewers will be taken aback to learn, becomes of inestimable help in capturing the truth of the world. It brings you closer than any other medium to how things really were. Best of all, however, is the writer on the spot himself, as Garton Ash has so often been. There is nothing to compare with being there. 20. The innocence of this discovery recalls, irresistibly, Peter Sellers's bewildered presence in the White House. The notion that personal presence affords a special access to reality, or that a television interview is a higher vehicle of truth, belongs to the world of the magazine racks at the checkout counter, not an Oxford college. To try to elevate even the best journalism to super-ranking status in this way can only discredit it. The distance between a real history of the present, necessarily only a preliminary version, and history of the present can be seen by looking at Woodward's Balkan tragedy. It is not just the scale of narrative, or level of detail and documentation, that separate the two. It is above all the difference between an enterprise that consistently holds to a chain of causality, however difficult that may be, tracing the complexities of major processes from their remote origins through to their ultimate consequences, and one that essentially offers a series of episodes and vignettes, without responsibility for any deeper understanding of the interconnections between them. For study of these, the frisson of the bystander is no more than a lure. No amount of time in the magic lantern will ever tell us what was the role of the secret police in the student demonstration of November 17 that set off the Velvet Revolution. Historians are still arguing about it. Garton Ash, the author of In Europe's Name, knows this perfectly well. His actual work as a historian is sufficient reply to the title of this volume. Not that its credo is that of just any reporter. In Garton Ash's case, the illusions of immediacy come from something else as well. He is best known as a writer for the intimacy of his knowledge of the leading dissidents of Eastern Europe. These were the friends in whose company he witnessed historic events. When they became rulers, he did not hesitate to criticize them or argue with them, when he thought necessary. This was not simply a question of temperament, it was also one of belief. In his famous disagreement with Havel, Garton Ash held to a radical distinction between the roles of intellectual and politician. The task of the intellectual was, in the phrase Havel coined as a dissident, to live in truth. The job of the elected politician, Garton Ash then rejoined, was to work in half-truth, the best that can be hoped for in a competitive party system based on limited adversarial mendacity. 21 Each was an honorable calling. But to try to combine the two, power and truth, was to serve neither. In a liberal state, a division of labor between independent intellectuals and professional politicians was essential. Having become president, Havel, his friend put it very politely, risked ceasing to be a serious intellectual. Havel naturally rejected the antithesis, not only as too absolute in itself, but as tantamount to denying that purity of intentions could be of any effect in practical government. Why should not intellectuals try to raise the standards of public office? For Neil Ascherson, seconding Havel, this is just what sterling figures like Jeremek and Balcerowicz, architects of military integration and shock therapy in Poland, have been doing in Eastern Europe. Garton Ash would no doubt reply that as ministers they are no longer the thinkers they once had been. In this strange debate, two features are striking. Garton Ash's definition of an intellectual derives from a coinage of Havel's, living in truth, originally of quite general application, as a term for moral integrity under totalitarian rule. There was always a somewhat sententious pathos to the phrase, since truth is not an abode but at best an aim, variable and missable, in life. But if clandestine literature has its license, argument over ground needs to be more exact. Garton Ash's conversion of the term into a talisman of the intellectual rests on a confusion. Integrity can be found in any occupation. Intellectuality is something else, its field is ideas. Values, ethical, epistemological, aesthetic, figure in the contests over this field, but they do not define it. Intellectuals are judged not by their morals, but by the quality of their ideas, which are rarely reducible to simple verdicts of truth or falsity, if only because banalities are by definition accurate. As bearers or originators of ideas, intellectuals have quite naturally participated in politics, with roles both in opposition and in power, ever since they first emerged as modern types, in the epoch of the American and French revolutions. Legitimately invoking de Gaulle for his case, Havel could just as well have cited Jefferson. Indeed, Garton Ash's exemplars of intellectuals who lived in moral independence, free from the blandishments of political power, tell the same story, less gloriously. We have Orwell. We have Raymond Aron 22, the one supplying officialdom with a secret list of suspect acquaintances, the other keeping silent about the Algerian war in Le Figaro, not to displease his employers. To seek to insulate intellectuals, even such cynosures, from the grime of politics is vain. Although it was his prescription for intellectuals that has attracted debate, perhaps the more significant aspect of Garton Ash's dichotomy lay on its other side, which passed virtually undiscussed. Politicians could not be expected to speak the unvarnished truth, lies were part of their professional equipment, functional necessities of a successful career in any parliamentary democracy, where competition between parties typically requires the skills of advertising, rather than the pursuit of ideas or exercise of reflection. In other words, if norms for intellectuals are set at improbably high, unworldly, levels, expectations of politicians appear to be geared to indulgently low, all too worldly, standards, as if mediocrity and chicanery were more or less inherent in the trade as practiced in the West. This is not, however, as Garton Ash sees it. On the contrary, while at times scathing about the collective default of Western leaders in Eastern Europe, he is remarkably respectful about most of the individual statesmen who feature in his pages. Here the illusions of immediacy seem to come from too close a proximity to power, regular briefings by senior officials, discussions at semi-diplomatic conclaves, intimate conversations with top people. The tone of his references to the latter can become stuffily reverential to a degree difficult to imagine, for example, in the more unconventional and free-spoken Buruma. Although Garton Ash finds himself longing for Mrs. Thatcher in Yugoslavia, it is the German Chancellor who receives his abundant accolades. Helmut Kohl is the most formidable politician, and statesman, in Europe. He will not lightly be deflected from the last great task he has set himself, he writes. As the 20th century draws to its close, we can safely say that Helmut Kohl is its last great European statesman. Watching him leave the stage, I thought of a memorable conversation we had a few years ago. This amazing sally encapsulated several ingredients of Kohl's greatness: his acute instinct for power, his historical vision, and the bold simplicity of his strategic thinking. 23 If Gerhard Schroeder is not, alas, of the same caliber, there is consolation in the higher values of his counterparts in Britain and America. Someone who knows him quite well told me that, unlike Clinton or Blair, he does not have any religious attachments. So he's a sort of Clinton without the principles. 24. Best of all, however, is the Pope himself. Philosopher, poet, and playwright as well as pastor, Garton Ash declares, John Paul II is simply the greatest world leader of our times. Commensal witness to the planetary vision of the pontiff, when I once had dinner with him, in a circle of Polish friends, speaking Polish, I was struck by his global experience, faith, and mission. He has no doubt that among historical giants, the Pope overtops all. I have had the chance to talk to several credible candidates for the title of great man or great woman: Mikhail Gorbachev, Helmut Kohl, Václav Havel, Lech Walesa, Margaret Thatcher, but none matches Karol Wojtyla's unique combination of concentrated strength, intellectual consistency, human warmth, and simple goodness. 25 Too many dinners of this kind are unlikely to produce the sort of intellectual Garton Ash recommends. But in his case the principal danger lies not so much in a seduction by power, effusive though his idiom on occasion becomes, as in a distortion of perspective. The sense of face-to-face contact, being there with the regents of the world, risks telescoping history into edifying fables. He concludes his homage to John Paul II by claiming that the Pope was the prime mover in the fall of communism, from Berlin to Vladivostok, Gorbachev himself to be seen as little more than a byproduct of the forces Wojtyla set in motion. When the Holy Father's return to Poland stirred his people thaumaturgically to action in solidarity. Here, he exclaims, is the specific chain of causation that goes from the election of the Polish Pope in 1978 to the end of communism, and hence of the Cold War, in 1989-26. What this amounts to is something like a parodic inversion of Stalin's legendary question, how many divisions has the Pope? Perestroika demoted to a sideshow, the pious may now ask, how many masses had the Kremlin? With this, however, we reach the other reason why the late reinvention of Central Europe continues to mortgage Garton Ash's understanding of the time. The idea was constructed as a barrier to dissociate Poland, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia from Russia. When communism fell, myth logically required that it be the work of their oppositions, overthrowing the old order from below. In fact, of course, the historically decisive change came in the hegemonic power itself. After the invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1968, the East German dissident Rudolf Barrow wrote in his book The Alternative that the Polit-bureaucratic system would come to an end when, he thought this inevitable, a Dubček appeared in Moscow. 27 His prediction was accurate. Nothing fundamental could change in Eastern Europe so long as the Red Army remained ready to fire. Everything was possible once fundamental change started in Russia itself. Barrow, in fact, foresaw better than he knew. Gorbachev's figure and fate eventually came to resemble Dubček's, the puzzled, well-meaning naive, unceremoniously bamboozled and bundled to his ruin by those he still imagined were his friends, now as much in the West as in the East. Russia is to all intents and purposes absent from history of the present, as it was in Garton Ash's scenarios of 1989. But if it remains the limit to his imagination, the reason is no doubt the same as for the Pope's preeminence within it. Garton Ash orchestrates his European themes on a generous scale, but in the scoring, there is always a ripple of the Polonaise in the background. Within Central Europe, one country was his first love, by tradition, the most passionately anti-Russian, and still commands his prospect. In this, of course, he was not alone. For different reasons, Poland has in recent years held a special position in the calculus of Western capitals. In the United States, the Polish vote that worried Roosevelt at Yalta was a powerful support of Reagan, and remains a broad domestic force. In Germany, the desire to have a firm political and military buffer against Russia gave diplomatic priority to relations with Warsaw. Sentimental and cultural memories linked France to Poland. With much the largest population and most strategic location of the PCH trio, not to speak of its seniority in the loosening of communism, Poland was bound to be the centerpiece of Western Drang nach Außen after the Cold War. Repeatedly deploring the failure of the European Union to extend an immediate welcome to the Visegrad states, Garton Ash is more discreet about the success of NATO in absorbing them. He expresses regret that Britain did not take a lead in the process, as he would have wished it to do, but otherwise essentially confines himself to a passive impersonal phrase, the NATO argument has been won. 28 The practical implications are left unspoken. Today Western command and control systems camp on the edge of White Russia. The confidential assurances Gorbachev received that NATO would not expand to the east if he would dismantle the Warsaw Pact, are scattered to the winds. 3 months after digesting Central Europe, the Atlantic Pact, still defensive, uncorked a full-scale military offensive in the Balkans. Honorably troubled by an aerial assault from stratospheric distance on the supports of civilian life in Serbia, Garton Ash passes over in silence the evolution of strategic purposes behind it. His book ends by stating once again its case for a liberal order in Europe, a free trade zone that would avoid a common currency and shun any federal unity, but embrace the lands that were once communist, admitted in their appropriate sequence. Eschewing any attempt to be a single actor on the world stage, this European order would yet possess a degree of power projection, including a coordinated use of military power in adjacent areas of vital interest to us, such as North Africa and the Middle East. 29 Such could be the viewpoint of any mildly Eurosceptic, enlightened British conservative. As a prospectus for the continent, its principal interest lies in what it leaves out. For just as when he writes of Eastern Europe, a roller blind falls across Russia, when he turns to Western Europe, the community and the union that has developed out of it, a more delicate veil falls over the United States. References of any substance to Washington are few and fleeting. At most, Garton Ash discreetly notes that even in a liberal order that is by design non-hegemonic, a benign external hegemon may be necessary. 30 From this standpoint, harshly translated, traditional British servility to America, imagined as a special affinity, it is clear why the notion of Europe as a single actor, and so capable of challenging America, is anathema, while at the same time local power projections, in which British forces can continue to act as the most reliable Dobermans of American wool, remain indispensable. But this is at most a negative deduction. The positive structure of American dominion in Europe is not so much as skirted in these pages. Yet, as the founders of the community were well aware, if the continent was to be united, it would ultimately have to be at the expense of the United States as a global power, no matter how benevolent Washington's assistance in helping to jumpstart the process of integration. Mountains of unctuous rhetoric to the contrary, such remains the unspoken truth of European construction to this day. A common identity in the Old World can only be realized in tension with the New, that has been its 50-year master. That American ascendancy is not just practical or institutional. In proper Hegelian fashion it continues to be theoretical too. If we want to understand contemporary Europe, it is to the United States, still producer of much the largest and often sharpest academic literature on the community, as well as commander of its military and diplomatic field, that sooner or later we have to turn. To adapt a famous dictum of Adorno and Horkheimer, he who would not speak of America should be silent about Europe. So if we want to see the reasons why NATO so swiftly overtook the EU in the drive to the east, it is to debates in Washington and Boston that we should look. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, two schools of thought contended over Western policy towards post-communist Russia. One camp, including some of the most conservative as well as liberal minds in the country, argued that the overriding priority was to shore up Yeltsin's new Russia against any risks of a Weimar-style descent into social chaos and embittered nationalism, by supplying generous material assistance, and avoiding unnecessary humiliation of the country. The expansion of NATO to Russia's doorstep would be an unwise provocation, pushing Moscow into a resentful isolation, without really strengthening the alliance. This standpoint, common among Russianists in the universities, also enjoyed a good hearing in the media. Richard Pipes and Thomas Friedman were not unrepresentative. Ranged against it was the camp of those who argued that Russia remained a dangerous potential foe, a semi-barbarous imperial power that would not readily change its spots, and should be fenced in forthwith, while the going was still good in Eastern Europe. For this viewpoint, the rapid expansion of NATO was a priority, to deter Russia from any temptation to think it could regain great power standing, by bringing home to the Federation its reduced circumstances in the world. Rather than cosseting status susceptibilities or national nostalgia in Moscow, the West should build a strong set of fortifications on former Tsarist soil, independent states firmly integrated into the Western alliance, capable of checking any resurgence of Russian ambitions. The pivot of such a system of containment would inevitably be Poland. In due course, however, it should extend to the Baltic states in the north and Ukraine in the east. Henry Kissinger was among those favoring this option. But, not by accident, its leading exponent was another Polonist, Carter's national security advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski. It was the trenchancy and clarity of his case that carried the day. NATO expansion to Eastern Europe, from which Bush had vowed to refrain, was espoused by the Clinton administration, and pushed through by Brzezinski's dim former pupil and sidekick on the NSC, now promoted to Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright. To understand the political thinking behind the advance of NATO to the marches of Belorussia and Ruthenia, we need only turn to Brzezinski's recent manifesto, The Grand Chessboard. Here are laid out, with impressive candor, the foundations of a long-term American design for Europe. Confidently and consistently, it spells out what Garden Ash prefers to leave unsaid, or not to confront. Not that Brzezinski can be treated simply as the truth of Garden Ash between the lines. There is at least one element in his argument that would make painful reading for the latter. But by and large, this is the outer frame of the landscape sketched in history of the present, in the real world. Brzezinski starts by noting that today America stands supreme in the four decisive domains of global power. 31 Militarily, it is without rival; economically, it is the locomotive of world growth; technologically, it leads in all areas of innovation; culturally, its appeal is universal among youth. The result is a global hegemony without precedent in history. But if its scope is wide, its depth is in some respects shallow, since it stretches across a far more extensive space than any of the empires of the past, but unlike them does not rest on direct control of territory. Imagination and vigilance will be necessary to preserve U.S. power. The Grand Chessboard sets out the requirements for maintaining American primacy for another half-century. Here one battlefield will be decisive. For America, the chief geopolitical prize is Eurasia. There, where 3/4 of the world's population and resources are located, for the first time in history a non-Eurasian power is preeminent. 32 This is the great chessboard on which the United States must play to win, all the way from the Atlantic to the Indian to the Pacific Oceans. Brzezinski has much to say about the Far East, the Middle East and Central Asia. But his survey starts uncompromisingly in the West. Europe is America's essential geopolitical bridgehead on the Eurasian continent. America's geostrategic stake in Europe is enormous. Unlike America's links with Japan, the Atlantic Alliance entrenches American military power and political influence directly on the Eurasian mainland. 33 In Europe itself, there is a common market in the western half of the continent, but so far no political unity, and signs of a decline in economic vitality. In these conditions, not altogether healthy, a truly European Europe as such does not exist. Brzezinski draws the consequences without euphemism. The brutal fact is that Western Europe, and increasingly also Central Europe, remains largely an American protectorate, with its allied states reminiscent of ancient vassals and tributaries. 34 Nevertheless, European unity should be encouraged by the United States, which ought to engage constructively with its leading actors to guide the process in a mutually desirable direction. These actors, here Garden Ash might wince, do not include the United Kingdom. Great Britain is not a geostrategic player. Entertaining no bold vision of Europe's future, clinging to the illusions of the special relationship, the country has lost continental relevance. It is America's key supporter, a very loyal ally, a vital military base, and a close partner in critically important intelligence activities. Its friendship needs to be nourished, but its policies do not call for sustained attention. 35. By contrast, France and Germany, the axis historically central to the community, each have ambitious agendas for Europe, derived respectively from an imperial past and a unified present, whose directions may now increasingly diverge. Given French coolness towards American primacy, the US should support German leadership in the EU in the short run, working together for common goals such as NATO expansion. But in the longer run, once the right security framework has been established, it should be willing to make concessions to French sensibilities. For in time France will become a useful partner for Poland to balance against Germany. These three states might then form the backbone of a unified Europe of the future. 36 America, meanwhile, should quietly dissuade Germany from any unwise commitments to Russia, coaxing it towards the extension of NATO to Riga and Kiev. A map displays the combined might of France, Germany, Poland, and Ukraine in 2010. As for Russia, the test of its democratic credentials will be acceptance of European arrangements like these, and the shedding of its residual pretensions in the Caucasus and Central Asia. Perhaps, Brzezinski has speculated elsewhere, it might break up altogether into a number of more manageable units. It is not difficult to discern visionary features in this prospectus. Brzezinski himself expresses misgivings about the future of Ukraine, as liable to be reabsorbed by Russia if America fails to anchor it to the West. But what is most striking is something else. Official rhetoric in Europe, and to a large extent in America too, not just the lofty communiques of G7, but the pious editorials of countless bien-pensant columnists, continually stresses the need to treat Russian patriotism with dignity, the danger of fostering a revanchist reaction against the West, the risks inherent in a loose nuclear stockpile, and the urgency of conciliating the country's fledgling democracy. What more reckless contradiction of this chorus of commonplaces than the game plan of the grand chessboard? Yet its calculation has so far proved more realistic. Practice says more than any amount of preaching. America, Western Europe in its tow, has expanded NATO to once Soviet borders without a flicker of real resistance in Moscow. The new NATO has since unleashed the first war of post-war Europe, against the last state supposedly close to Russia, not only without any serious opposition from Moscow, but ultimately with its willing collaboration, Russian diplomats and soldiers proffering the necessary fig leaf behind which Milosevic could more decently surrender. A free hand in Chechnya is small return for such services. Behind the clouds of contagious solicitude, a lucidly contemptuous judgment has been reached. The Russian elites are so corrupted and supine, from the presidential family down to all but the lowest deputy in the Duma, that, whatever the bluster, they will in practice take anything from the West, provided the taps of the IMF are not turned off. How long that will continue is, of course, another matter. Precedents here say little. For the moment this is the reality of the continent, in which derisory entities like the Organization for the Security and Cooperation of Europe are mere phantoms. At the end of History of the Present, Garton Ash expresses his disappointment with the current state of things, rather like R.W. Seton Watson, who felt after Versailles that his cause had won the war, but lost the peace. Whatever its name, Garton Ash writes, "This is not the order I hoped for." 37 Torn between continuing Cold War attachments and humane impulses that have long ceased to square with them, he has chosen to blame Brussels. But he has got the address wrong. The problem lies not in the Charlemagne building, but the Boulevard Leopold. Garton Ash's last words enjoin Britons to see Europe plain and to see it whole. 38 But the whole is wider than he allows, and to see it we need a different travel card. 1999. Postscript. With the publication of Free World, his most recent book, Garton Ash has broadened his angle of vision. No one could reproach this work, subtitled Why the Crisis of the West Reveals the Opportunity of Our Time, with a bashful reluctance to touch on the role of America in Europe. The cover could not be more direct. On it, two pieces of a jigsaw wait to be joined. The United States extends a fraternal arm from one towards the outstretched arm of the European Union on the other, beneath is the Union Jack, sustaining both sides. The opportunity of our time will be seized when the two pieces fit snugly into each other. The crisis of the West is the unfortunate interval that still keeps them apart. Free World will show how to make the puzzle whole. Below the image and subtitle, Václav Havel proclaims the book a compelling manifesto for the enlargement of freedom and a new era of world politics. Prearranged puffs of this sort, celebrities sponsoring mental sportswear, have become such a standard feature of contemporary publishing that it would perhaps be unfair to single out the former president for this one, however pompous or vacuous. But there is some irony in it. For what has occasioned Free World is the war in Iraq, an enlargement of freedom warmly supported by Havel, yet causing the unfortunate rift in the West represented on the cover. In writing his book, Garton Ash's first concern is to show that this has no deep basis. Confronted with the Ba'ath dictatorship in Baghdad, the Western powers could and should have presented a common front. But lack of statesmanship led to wrangling rather than unity in the Security Council, and then to recriminations within the Atlantic Alliance. The diplomacy of the Iraq crisis of 2002/3 was a case study on all sides in how not to run a world. He writes. 39 That the West runs the world, and for the time being ought to do so, is not in question. Things will go awry, however, if it fails to show a sense of collective purpose. In Free World, Garton Ash is careful to avoid judgment of the war itself, of the sort that might perpetuate the frictions he seeks to overcome. But a glance at the way he describes the leading actors in the recent déboire leaves little doubt which parties were most to blame for the falling out within the Atlantic Alliance. There was the unprecedented spectacle of France actively canvassing for votes against the United States in the Security Council of the United Nations, on a question of war and peace that the United States considered vital to its own national security, and the political opportunism of Schroeder in allowing even the basic tenets of a nation's foreign policy to be abandoned in the cause of re-election. 40 These were fundamental desertions of principle. By comparison, the blunders of Bush and oversights of Blair may be treated as less culpable, if making their own contribution to a calamitous display of Western disunity. Still, these were after all no more than a quartet of politicians, capable as individuals of either learning or leaving the scene. If Blair, for example, showed occasional callousness, it was because, like many Democratic politicians, he was an expert in the techniques of winning power at home, but on entering office an amateur in the exercise of power abroad. So he had to learn on the job, which was difficult even when you had first-rate diplomatic advisors sitting just down the corridor in number 10 Downing Street. 41 Another such learner was Bush, who by the autumn of 2003 had matured remarkably, now endorsing multilateralism in a return to the great continuity of those 11 presidents since Roosevelt. 42 Chirac and Schroeder, more incorrigible, are now happily on their way out, and we can look forward to successors like Sarkozy and Merkel, who will be distinctly preferable. Too much should therefore not be made of the diplomatic mishaps surrounding the toppling of Saddam Hussein. Of greater concern are intellectual trends that have used the war in Iraq as a sounding board for constructions designed to imply major contrasts between America and Europe. These tendencies have ensnared even hitherto responsible thinkers like Habermas, whose joint manifesto with Derrida, on the occasion of protests against the war, propounded a set of value differences supposedly separating Europe from America, and capable of forming the basis for a common European identity: secularism, the welfare state, social solidarity, refusal of capital punishment, limitation of national sovereignty. Such schemas lead to the notion that Europe is not only different from the United States, but somehow better than it. This is a divisive idea, based on a false dichotomy. Europe is not a single social or political model, but a diverse set of communities, in which features of local life are often closer to American norms than to those of neighboring states, let alone a continental standard. Nor does America offer a homogeneous scene, let alone resemble fashionable caricatures of it. England has a state religion, which the US does not. Irish and Poles are more ardent patriots than Americans. In the Ukraine and Moldova there are as many handguns as in Kansas or Oklahoma. Public spending on Medicaid is proportionately higher than on the NHS. Indian immigrants prefer the welcome of Silicon Valley to that of the Rhineland. The United States and the various countries of Europe belong to a wider family of liberal democracies, and show far more similarities than differences. What differences there are, moreover, cannot be generalized into any contrasting overall valuation. America is better in some respects, Europe in others. The important thing is that they stick together. The unilateralism of the Bush administration, after the attacks of September 11, put this unity at risk. Overwhelming military power created the temptation to act alone, first in Afghanistan and then, in an access of hubris, in Iraq. Yet however clumsily executed, American goals have remained admirable, in the best Wilsonian tradition of spreading democracy and human rights. The real danger would be not U.S. activism, but U.S. disengagement from the trouble spots of the world, leaving the job half done in Iraq and elsewhere. 43 For the United States continues to be the indispensable nation, with a combination of military, political, economic, and cultural power that the European Union cannot hope to match. This is not always grasped in the EU itself, where Garton Ash warns of the illusions of Eurogaulism, the idea that Europe could act as a power independent of the United States, even in potential rivalry with it. The seat of this hazardous conception is obviously France, but it has a wider constituency among European elites, and is encouraged by notions like that of Habermas. Its dangers are obvious. The line between Europe as not America and Europe as anti-America, Garton Ash observes ominously, is not clearly marked on any map. 44 Fortunately, ranged against such Eurogaulism is a healthier Euro-Atlanticism, represented not only by opinion in Britain, but above all in the new democracies of Central and Eastern Europe, particularly Poland, whose leaders were Blairite long before Blair. 45 Chirac-style notions of a European superpower in a multipolar world are doomed to failure. But if Eurogaulism is a hiding to nowhere, 46 Euro-Atlanticism remains a project still to be accomplished in the 21st century. Here Britain's role becomes critical. An island with a glorious past, hence also some residual insular traits, it is also a crossroads of the world, whose capital is now as multiracial and multicultural as New York itself, if not more so. Bound to Europe by membership of the EU, as well as a long history, the UK is also the colonial ancestor of America, to whom it has given its language, legal traditions, and founding political ideas. Who better than this four-headed Janus to bring both sides of the Atlantic, even north and south of the planet, together? These islands are anything but ordinary. For 5 centuries, until the American and French revolutions, we were pioneers of freedom in the West, and still today, wherever Westerners are trying to change things for the better, the British are always to be found among these world shapers. 47 They have, moreover, produced a prime minister in tune with the times. Blair's strategic vision of Euro-Atlantic unity, and what it can give the world, sets him apart from his peers in NATO. He alone, unlike Bush, Chirac or Schroeder, sought to prevent a disastrous split in the ranks of the West by obtaining common endorsement of a tough American policy on Iraq in the Security Council. If this outcome foundered on Franco-German intransigence and American indifference, the burden of blame lies elsewhere. Not that his own performance during the crisis, or for that matter before it, was perfect. Blair instinctively understood that the very nature of Britain as a country required concord between Europe and America, and spoke with an unrivaled clarity and authority of what the two continents could do together. But he was too inclined to depict the UK as a bridge between the US and EU, an image with exclusive connotations, rather than as one lane in an inclusive highway, and convinced European though he was, in the delicate balances of discourse and diplomacy leaned too far towards America at the expense of Europe. The reason for that, however, was less any personal failing, or greater ease in the Anglosphere, than the blackmail of Eurosceptic tabloids, to which he was in some degree electorally beholden. But his basic outlook remains the right one. The worldwide interests of America and Europe are one. Together, the US and the EU can deliver global public goods the world most needs. The second part of Free World addresses this larger scene. The West faces what Garton Ash describes as 4 new red armies today: turmoil in the Near East, the rise of China in the Far East, poverty in the South, damage to the environment everywhere. But if it pulls itself together, it will discover a landscape of unprecedented opportunity. For freedom is already on the march, mustering no less than 1 billion citizens in democratic states around the world, and the role of the West must be to help spread it to all corners of the earth. To play its part in this mission, Garton Ash argues the EU should expand to 40 states, embracing not only the southern Balkans and Ukraine, but Turkey too. At home, its economies need to be less regulated, its immigrants better integrated, and symbols created to bond its people together, such as an anthem all could sing. The alternative, if something like this prospect fails to come about, could be a relapse into European barbarism, as tendencies to evil in human nature itself reassert themselves. In America, less change is in order. But out of respect for the sensibility of others, the US should not only act as if it had somewhat less power than it really has, but accept Europe as a benign corrective to its executive prerogatives in the world. Americans must also cut their emissions of carbon dioxide. So reformed and reunited, the West could take on today's Red Armies. In the Middle East, where Europe has a special responsibility for joint action with the US, for this is its near abroad, the task is democratic modernization, to drain the swamp that breeds terrorism. In the policing job required, there can be a division of labor between a European soft cop and an American hard cop. 48 Economically, the EU has a duty to create a Mediterranean free trade area, to assist American development strategy for the region. For geographical and historical reasons, the Far East is a more strictly American bailiwick, but there too the US and the EU share the same interests, and their joint economic power can be used to lever China towards democracy. For the remaining Red Armies, poverty and ecological risk, what is needed is essentially globalization with a human face, more aid and freer trade. Europe should abolish CAP and America accept Kyoto. The statesman who embodies the necessary spirit of practical generosity and environmental responsibility is the British Prime Minister. Whatever people may say of his bias towards Washington, on matters to do with climate change, he has been every centimeter the European. 49 Garton Ash ends his book by calling on the 1 billion citizens of today's democracies to rally behind the program he has outlined, and join him in conversations about it on his website. Such is Free World. What relation does it bear to Garton Ash's previous work? The most striking aspect of the book is the time warp of its framework. In the 80s, when he was formed as a young Cold Warrior, the unity of the United States and Western Europe in the struggle against communism went without saying, to a point where once the war was won, America represented such a natural background for seeing Europe whole that it scarcely needed to be mentioned in his history of the present. For a political sensibility of this vintage, the outbreak of disputes over Iraq was bound to come as a shock, requiring remedial action to ensure that Europe remained anchored firmly within the Atlantic Alliance, and that the latter was retooled to meet what out-of-area challenges now arise. To that end, Garton Ash offers not simply gestures of repair, but ambitious proposals for rejuvenation. These, however, remain frozen within a conceptual ice cap dating from the Cold War. The West, a notion to which he devotes a first few ardent pages, remains the absolute origin and horizon of contemporary political reference. Beyond it lies, in future, the empyrean of a free world, distinguished, he explains, from its compromised predecessor in the days of the Dulles brothers, by the crucial substitution of an indefinite for a definite article. The enemies whose menace can galvanize the West into victorious battle once again? Reincarnations of the Red Army, the T-52S of the poor, the SAM-9S of the ozone layer, the SS-20S of the jihadis, the Sukhoi of Chinese growth, apparently. The conceit is not to be dismissed as a mere trick of journalistic presentation. For at the center of Garton Ash's book lies a proposition that says everything about the free world it envisages. The old Atlantic-centered West, which has been shaping the world since about 1500, probably has no more than 20 years left in which it will still be the main world shaper. That's another reason why it's so stupid for Europeans and Americans to waste any more time squabbling with each other. In a longer historical perspective, this may be our last chance to set the agenda of world politics. 50 The message is, the hegemony of the West must prevail, while still it may. For the foreseeable future, since beyond 20 years, not much can be realistically predicted, the guidelines for humanity are to be laid down by Washington and Brussels. Or rather, he hastens to add, by all 1 billion of us, the free citizens not just of North America and Europe, but also Japan and Australasia, topped up by the rich of Russia, the Middle East and Latin America, who can be counted as honorary members of the West for the purposes of the opportunity of our time. What is the opportunity? To extend their kind of freedom to the rest of the world, democracy and prosperity for all. There is a decent impulse in this, but not a glimmer of self-critical irony. The growing comedy of democratic states, as graded and catalogued by Freedom House in Washington, is the signpost to an auspicious future. The spread of democracy as we know it is what the West must now work for in the rest of the world. At no point does it occur to Garton Ash that there might be anything wanting in the models he seeks to export. That scarcely more than half the population, often less, vote in American presidential elections, that the incumbency rate in congressional contests is now over 90%, that the cost of a senatorial race in even the smallest U.S. state runs into millions, that the current British government rests on the votes of not much more than a fifth of the electorate, that turnout for elections to the European Parliament has sunk with each successive poll. All such facts, in a book replete with figures on every other matter, are consigned to an oubliette. An entire chapter is devoted to the prospects of an EU engorged with 40 members, without a line on how popular control of any kind is to be assured in this desirable entity. On the last pages of his book, Garton Ash finally recollects an anomaly. One of the oddest features of our age of unparalleled democracy is that so many people feel so disillusioned with conventional politics that they don't even bother to vote. 51 It is not an oddity that detains him. The idea that there might be a connection between the spread of this sort of democracy and the growing indifference of people to it is beyond his imagining. The reality is that democracy has extended across the world pari passu with a decline in the range of choices it offers. Once the world has been made safe for capitalism, a term largely banished from free world, elections in even the least stable societies can be afforded. With no alternatives to the narrowest span of market-friendly policies on offer, expressions of the popular will have become riskless in a way that in the days of Mossadegh, Arbenz, or Allende they were not. Should there be any danger of reversion, the West can see to it that the results come out right all the same. Witness the rescue of Yeltsin. Unwittingly, Garton Ash's own language tells the truth of the story. Describing the ways his billion free citizens can influence the rest of humanity, he writes enthusiastically, "That's a lot of people with a lot of money, a lot of votes, a lot of voices." 52 Such is the order of attributes that matters in the free world, updated. The image that occurs to him to conjure up the prospect of democracy eventually arriving in China belongs to the same vocabulary: the greatest payout in the history of freedom, cash tumbling from the tote or the fruit machine. Even when Garton Ash appeals for greater aid and less restricted trade for the South, the same political calculation is at work. During the Cold War, he explains, most of us believed that fighting dictatorships and the wars they cause was the priority. Today the front has shifted, and we must do battle against extreme poverty. 53 Translated, now that socialism has been seen off, we can get around to thinking about misery. Not that the good cause can be confined to the use of our economic wealth to promote liberty and distribute charity abroad. Force is still needed to usher in a better world. The West, Garton Ash insists, must institutionalize the doctrine of just wars that has been such a major step forward since the collapse of the Soviet bloc. Military interventions around the world continue to be needed, if not to oust dictatorships, certainly wherever barbaric states commit genocide or risk acquiring weapons of mass destruction. The two criteria are not unwarrantably restrictive. What qualifies as genocide is a matter for the most serious debate, while how we establish whether there is a real and present danger of WMD is something we will all have to wrestle with. 54 Since, according to Garton Ash, there was genocide in Kosovo, 5,000 out of 1.7 million Albanians dead, there is little risk of disallowing operations like NATO's war on Yugoslavia. If it was illegal, though thoroughly legitimate, the answer is to change international law to give future such actions the stamp of legality. As for weapons of mass destruction, who can blame Blair for believing in their existence in Iraq? He had the right intentions and, as invasion approached, he was after all Prime Minister of his country. He has to decide. He has to lead. If the intelligence on which he based his decision was wrong, that was not his fault, but the responsibility of the functionary who provided it. 55 Garton Ash doubted the wisdom of the invasion from the start, but his opposition was not one of principle. He simply feared, as US and British tanks rolled into Iraq, that the war might prove not grotesquely, criminally wrong, but prudentially, politically wrong. 56 Once launched, he was soon praying for its success and worrying mainly that the Americans might withdraw too soon, a danger of which he has since repeatedly warned. Today Europe should be pulling its weight on the Tigris alongside the United States. In Iraq, where we did not have to intervene, we nonetheless have promises to keep, and Europe has an even more vital interest than America in the outcome. 57. Reactions of this kind to the war in Iraq have been typical enough. Garton Ash can claim he foresaw the difficulties of holding down Iraq earlier than many, and deplores the quagmire which has since developed there. But, like his predecessors in the time of Vietnam, he still urges the need to see the job through. Behind this commonplace response, however, is a larger blindness, or rather, complaisance, at the core of Free World. The book ends with a series of maps intended to supply graphic illustrations of the uneven distribution of income per capita, spending on arms, population, values, and freedom in the world. Suppressed is what would be still more striking, because asymmetrical, than any of these, a map of foreign military bases around the globe. The armed forces of the United States are currently camped in over 100 countries, far more than during the Cold War itself. This immense grid of poised violence is the armature of the free world that Garton Ash proposes to the unhappy 5 billion who do not yet enjoy its benefits. That he does not mention it once is sufficient to define the quality of the freedom he offers. The empire of bases is the unspoken basis of the human liberty to come. The author of Free World has changed. The principal question the book poses is how and why that alteration has occurred. The most immediate reason clearly lies in the arrival of new labor in Britain. In the 80s, when Garton Ash was reporting from Eastern Europe for The Spectator, he belonged for a time to an informal brains trust on foreign policy around Thatcher, whose anti-communism, no less resolute, but more alert than Reagan's, he naturally admired. But without any strong feelings about domestic politics, beyond the belief that private property and the market were the foundation of a free society, he was not a conservative loyalist. Where he did have strong feelings, moreover, they were mixed with regard to Thatcher. She was certainly a gallant enemy of the Soviet Union. But regrettably she was also anti-European, to the point of not even much welcoming the reunification of Germany. By the time Blair was preparing himself for office, and Garton Ash was summoned to meet him in Islington along with other academic and diplomatic insiders, 58, he was thus more than ready to offer advice. Once Blair was in power, Garton Ash seems to have quite soon decided that here at last was a leader who combined pro-Americanism and pro-Europeanism, the two conditions of a sane British foreign policy, in almost perfect measure. Tony Blair has grasped and articulated this British national interest, role, and chance better than any of his predecessors. In setting the strategic direction for Britain in the world, he has been bold, consistent, and sometimes brave. 59 If the wider impulse behind the writing of Free World came from a pressing need to reunite Europe with America, the narrower, on the evidence, perhaps originating, motive seems to have been a desire to shore up Blair's position in Britain, at a jumpy moment for new Labour. Garton Ash declares it strange that, while Blair's foreign policy is the only sensible course for the UK, it is the one least represented in the British media, dominated by a Eurosceptic press, with the eloquent exceptions of the Financial Times and The Economist. Presumably out of modesty, he omits The Guardian, where he expresses himself. Free World seeks to make good this lack of support. In an avowal that suggests the extent of his identification with the ruler of the country, and candidly delivers the rationale of his book, he writes, "To ask why did Blair's bridge fall down in 2003, is thus a way of asking, how, if at all, could those who share his strategic vision of partnership between Europe and America do better in future." 60. The tone, of mingled intimacy and engagement, is not altogether new. Earlier, however, there was typically more geographical distance between the admirer and the objects of his utmost admiration, giants like Cole or Wojtyla. Cheerleading for a regime at home, week after week, is something else. As Blair said in his magnificent speech to the House of Commons on Tuesday, "I am totally convinced the Blairite vision of a new post-war order of world politics is the best one available. Not since Churchill has a British leader had such a magnetic resonance across the Channel. Long live Blairismo. Blairism is the answer to Europe's ills." And so on, ad libitum. 61 The stream of gushing phrases is periodically interrupted with a few scraps of critical flotsam, the token of any self-respecting intellectual. But the condition of mind is all too clear. One of its signs is the depths of silliness to which Garton Ash can descend in this rapt condition. Calling for a historic compromise between Britain and France under the sign of Blair's Euro-Atlanticism, he tells us not only that Britain would have the stronger position in such an arrangement, since the British are winners, thanks to the hegemonic succession from the British Empire to the United States, but that de Gaulle himself would have been delighted to accept this. 62. Topping and tailing free world is a famous egalitarian declaration of Thomas Rainsborough, supposedly delivered in St. Mary the Virgin's Church in the Putney debates of 1647, and presented here as expressing not just the spirit of Garton Ash's own endeavor, but a genius loci displayed in the lively mosaic of multicultural facilities in the nearby High Street. McDonald's, Benetton, Starbucks, Hot Wok Express are among those mentioned, and reincarnate, above all, in Blairism. The Blair Bridge Project is, so to speak, Putney-made policy 63 that Rainsborough never spoke in the church described, though Garton Ash has done so, almost goes without saying. 64 Why should anyone be surprised that a Republican revolutionary assassinated by royalists, in the cause of an institution of which Blair remains a fulsome admirer, is served up for ideological consumption in the stew along with Big Macs and United Colors? Not since Thatcher claimed St. Francis of Assisi on the doorstep of Downing Street has there been such a grotesque misappropriation of a historical figure for a political kitchen sink. Such moments form a specifically British nature of free world. But it would be unfair to judge the book simply by the clammy imprint of New Labour on it. More personal proclivities have been at work. Garton Ash's attraction to congenial power holders, always strong, has been increasing over the years. In this volume, we are conducted into the presence of Bush in the White House, Blair in Downing Street, Fischer in former East Berlin, Havel in the Hradčany Castle. The epithets that garland these politicians are consistent. We have seen quite a few in the case of Blair, but Garton Ash distributes them more widely. Bush, showing an appealing humility, the meeting is to prepare the president, still new in office, for his first trip to Europe, tells him wryly that he is still learning his job. When the president has learned something, Garton Ash marvels at the extraordinary change for the better that has come over him. Clinton makes an amazing statement of commitment to Europe, and delivers a brilliant speech to the Democratic Convention. Fischer, in a memorable conversation over a cafe table, says wise and mature things. Rumsfeld twinkles to him as they stroll together to a banquet with Havel. Powell gives a riveting performance in the Security Council. Rice's vision is breathtakingly ambitious. Wrestling with the problem of whether Western values are the same as universal values, Garton Ash comes upon the philosopher's stone. What sage discovered it? Why, James Baker, who saves the day with the deft phrase democratic values when Bush Sr. and Gorbachev, bobbing up and down in stormy seas off Malta, were puzzling over the right formulations to end the Cold War. The general tone is, stepping out of the famous front door of number 10, on a red carpet that had appeared for the premiere of Serbia, I reckoned. 65. This downpour of hyperbole and cliché could simply be taken as the natural language of a political counter-jumper. It belongs with the decorations lovingly enumerated on Garton Ash's website, What the Papers Say Award, Imre Nagy Memorial Plaque, the Hoffmann von Fallersleben Prize, Polish, Czech and German Orders of Merit, Premio Napoli, companion of the most distinguished order of Saint Michael and Saint George. Can the medal of freedom be far off? Garton Ash was once better than such vanities. He has become a victim of his own success, and that of a cause he originally served well. The freshness of observation and warmth of sympathy he brought to the still half-hidden world of East European dissidents, in his adventures as a reporter, depended in part on a youthful defiance of much conventional Western opinion about détente, vindicated when he became the leading witness of popular revolutions against the revolution. He was not, of course, isolated in his outlook, as Thatcher settled into power, but at the beginning he was not exactly in a European mainstream either. When, however, complete victory in the Cold War was followed by the consolidation of a neoliberal order across the advanced and most of the developing world, not least in his lands of choice in Eastern Europe itself, what he had once stood for, as a kind of Western dissident, became a universally received wisdom, typically the death sentence on an idea. But rather than any questioning of his assumptions, Garton Ash has only sunk deeper into them. Attempting to project his formative convictions outwards, from Eastern Europe to the planet at large, without any of the direct experience that originally gave them life, has merely led to the inanity of the new Red Armies. The world after the Cold War cannot be analogized in this fashion. Trying to turn the mental clock back has yielded a book that, intellectually speaking, rises only occasionally above smugness and uplift. In a vacuum of virtually any contact with movements from below of the sort he once drew strength from, his universe has increasingly narrowed to convivial audiences with a banal clutch of office holders. Occupational changes have played their part in this transformation. The freelance reporter has become a syndicated pundit, and a pillar of two academic institutions, each closely connected to the foreign policy establishments of their country, first St. Antony's at Oxford and now, the element of translatio imperii is clear, at the Hoover Institute, dedicated to the struggle against communism from its inception in the 30s. Free World is in large measure, not all, there is Blair, the View from Palo Alto. The more consequential of these new roles, however, is the first. The relentless demands of a newspaper column always risk exposing the weaknesses in a writer. Garton Ash's platform in The Guardian, extensively used to sell his book, has not just been a vehicle of his current political allegiance. More disastrously, it has highlighted and accentuated the strain of glibness in his writing even at its best, a penchant for the cute jingle and deafness to bathos and posh lost. Here is his description of a conclave orchestrated by Havel in Prague. Now it was about his fellow presidents, and whether they would stay for the amazing after-dinner hymn to freedom, combining Beethoven's Ode to Joy, the Marseillaise, and John Lennon's Power to the People, that he had specially commissioned for the NATO summit, and for his own farewell. We sit in the conference center, looking across the river to the castle, illuminated, imposing and lovely, above Central Europe's most beautiful city. But this evening, above the castle itself, there is a huge, crimson, neon heart, slowly pulsating. The heart is Havel's symbol, he puts it next to his signature in letters to friends, and this is his farewell gesture. Some Czechs mutter that it's kitsch and undignified, especially since in Czech lands a red neon heart is usually the sign of a brothel. But Havel doesn't give a damn, and I think he's right. Against the night sky, it looks magical. 66 Orlando on the Vltava. Or, here in a related mode, is how he finishes a chapter on Britain. We must have a national strategy that engages fully, on all fronts, with the world. The task is daunting, but given luck and the right allies, not impossible, like Churchill's promise of eventual victory in 1940. Writing that same year, Orwell concluded The Lion and Unicorn with these words, "I believe in England, and I believe we shall go forward. We still can. The only obstacle is ourselves." 67 What satire of vapid bombast could improve on it? At the end of the book, we are told, the recipe for human happiness is mysterious and cannot be purchased at Walmart. 68 Written by a professor of European history at Oxford. L.E. Style, sail home is not an infallible maxim. There is too often variance between them. but the style of free world is, in this case, the proper verdict on its content. Flaubert would have fallen on it with delight, as an incomparable dictionnaire des recus of our times. It contains scarcely a single idea that cannot be found, virtually any day of the week, in the editorial columns of the mainstream press in the West, the Financial Times, the Guardian, Die Zeit, the International Herald Tribune, La Repubblica, the New York Times, The Economist, El País, and the rest. What the book really supplies is a compendium of the conventional opinions endlessly repeated in this universe, laced only with a special partiality for Blair and boosterism for Britain. Without fully realizing what he is saying, Garton Ash lets out as much himself. As he puts it, once Saddam was overthrown, the chorus of American and European voices calling for the transatlantic relationship to be repaired, renewed, or reborn rose to the fortissimi of the last movement of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. Not a day passed without at least one op-ed commentary, open letter, speech, conference, workshop, think tank meeting, high-level group or task force devoted to putting the West together again. Often these meetings or initiatives were financed by a German-owned American company, or an American-owned British company, or one of the hundreds of other businesses with a direct stake in the transatlantic economy. The Atlantic community, which has grown over 60 years, and in a larger but weaker sense, over 400 years, defended itself like a human body fighting off a virus. Listening to this chorus of fellow spirits on both sides of the Atlantic, who together with him have been arguing against the stupidity of Europe and America quarreling while the world burns, has been very heartening. 69 No political writer should want to be original, he explains. That is for poets or novelists. What matters is how many other people are saying the same thing as yourself, and to multiply them. As a credo of conformism, this has the merit of candor. Free World tirelessly repeats the message that a Europe that likes the idea of America is a better Europe, just as an America that likes the idea of the new Europe is, in turn, supporting another version of itself. Or, in Thomas Friedman's punchy dictum, which Garton Ash cites with approval, I support United Europe, because I believe 2 United States are better than 170 indeed. Today's Garton Ash risks becoming a pallid British version of his American counterpart, less crass and truculent, but also less iconoclastic and forthright. He has little appetite for the brutal truths relished by Friedman. Where the style of the American is to épate, the instinct of the Englishman is to adoucir, in the accents of the Foreign Office. Garton Ash once indignantly denied he could be associated with another U.S. plain-talker, Zbigniew Brzezinski. 71 A little later, he explained that he always found him lucid, incisive, far-reaching, and stimulating, and was hard put to disagree with his analysis and policy recommendations, especially those on NATO and EU enlargement. 72 But one point still stuck in the craw. Brzezinski should not say that Europe is a military protectorate of the US. That was not only inaccurate, but unhelpful. The adjective speaks worlds, a euphemism to protect euphemisms, from the catacombs of the civil service. 2005. 2. Philosophy. 4. Designing consensus. John Rawls. No work of modern political philosophy, in any language, has generated such an enormous output of learned commentary as John Rawls's theory of justice. After some 20 years of uninterrupted critical flow, Rawls's new book is billed as a correction of the original, in the light of subsequent discussion. Political liberalism offers abundant, even superabundant, evidence of careful response to the reception of a theory of justice, in a forest of footnotes to different readings of it. But the attention proves selective, and the result disconcerting. Rawls's pristine theory argued for 2 fundamental principles of justice, first in order, equal political rights and liberties for all, and second, only such social or economic inequalities as are compatible with equal opportunity, and yield most benefit to the least well-off. These principles, Rawls maintained, would infallibly be chosen by us if we were to imagine ourselves deciding the form of a just society from the hypothetical standpoint of an original position, without any knowledge of what might be our particular lot within it. Around this core doctrine, conceived as an updated variant of Kantian constructivism to supersede all latter-day forms of utilitarian calculus, Rawls developed a capacious intellectual edifice, culminating in ethical reflections of noble scope. Out of the huge literature set off by this construction, what were to be the most pregnant objections to it? Four stand out as most significant. Firstly, the device of the original position was widely convicted of circularity. In order to get the parties in the original position to produce his principles of justice, Rawls had surreptitiously to endow them with sympathies that only the principles themselves could induce. The logical circle betrays the historical petitio principii. In effect, far from being a genuinely aboriginal condition, like the state of nature posed in earlier social contract theory, Rawls's position originates in assumptions possible only with the advent of developed industrial capitalism. The veil of ignorance draped around his actors is all too diaphanous, beyond lies the familiar landscape of an established, if not enacted, morality. Among the most obvious signs of the restrictive context of Rawls's theory is the lexical ordering of the principles of justice themselves, object of the second common criticism of it. Why should equal liberties always have priority over equal sufficiencies? Material subsistence is a condition of any juridical existence, and its demands have for most of human experience been overriding. In the advanced capitalist countries of today, the claims of absolute need are rarer than those of relative deprivation. How satisfactory is Rawls's formula for meeting these? The difference principle, warranting only those inequalities which are to the greatest benefit of the least advantaged, is the most memorable single thesis of a theory of justice. But what is its actual import? The massive ambiguity of the Rawlsian theory of justice lies at precisely this point. Is the difference principle a powerful call for an all but socialist redistribution of income, since, on one reading, so little of the glaring disparities of wealth that surround us contributes to the well-being of the poor? Or is it, on another reading, simply a sensible defense of the normal operation of capitalism, whose constant increase of productivity, raising general living standards, requires precisely the incentive structures, tried and tested by experience, we have today? To grasp the full depth of the indeterminacy at the crux of Rawls's construction, it is enough to note that it can be applauded imperturbably at one extreme by John Roemer on the left, and at another by Friedrich Hayek on the right, each contending that its message coincides with their own point. One clearly, both cannot be right. But Rawls's theory, in which the legitimacy of socialism can be moot on one page and American society held nearly just on the next, leaves space for either view. It might be said that, within its framework, the difference principle is politically indifferent. Outside the framework altogether lie the problems of justice conceived on an international scale. The last of the major criticisms of Rawls's work has always been the anachronism of its territorial assumptions. Not just the West, but the nation-state formed the boundary of its imagination. 20 years on, what does Rawls have to say about these issues? On the whole, very little. The idea of the original position, he reiterates, is a device of representation, its outcome thus hypothetical and non-historical. Yet the parties to it must take organizational requirements and economic efficiency into account, in other words, have internalized modern capitalist imperatives of an eminently historical kind. Point 2. On the other hand, the priority of civic liberty over social equality, Rawls now concedes, is not required under all conditions, but presumes reasonably favorable circumstances of prosperity and literacy. Point 3. The principle of liberty, however, can easily be preceded by a lexically prior principle. That citizens' basic needs be met, without, apparently, further need of adjustment to his scheme. Point 4. What, then, of the difference principle? Unlike the principle of liberty, it is unsuitable for constitutional codification, for its interpretation is nearly always contestable, resting on complicated inferences and intuitive judgments that require us to assess complex social and economic information about topics poorly understood. Point 5. That is all the reader gets, in effect, a keep-off sign to the curious. Treatment of international relations is even more clipped. These are merely problems of extension, which Rawls leaves aside to concentrate on the fundamental question of political justice. Point 6. Political liberalism, in other words, deflects or ignores all the classical difficulties raised by a theory of justice. It addresses instead a less obvious one. In his original work, Rawls argued that stable realization of the principles of justice required a well-ordered society, in which citizens shared a certain moral outlook, a sense of the good complementing a sense of the right. The latter third of the book, entitled Ends, explored the shape of such a vision. It is this conclusion, Rawls has decided, that was misguided. For it amounted to a comprehensive philosophical doctrine whose effect was not, as he had earlier believed, to fortify the principles of justice, but to jeopardize them. Why should this be so? Because, he now argues, in a modern society there will always be a variety of comprehensive doctrines that are reasonable, if incompatible. Any attempt to make one of them the basis of public reason must therefore be divisive and sectarian, a project that could only succeed by an intolerant use of state power, cancelling the first principle of justice itself. The cure is to be found in the title of the new book. What does the formula political liberalism denote? The antonym of political here is not, as it once would have been, economic, a liberalism never mentioned in these pages, but metaphysical. By this Rawls means the larger account of values taught by Kant or Mill, and sketched in their spirit by a theory of justice. In a strict sense, Rawls's new book is thus not a development of his earlier work, it is an amputation of it. The burden of political liberalism is an intellectual renunciation, rather than any substantive addition. For Rawls this is no real loss. He believes his basic theory becomes the stronger for this sacrifice. For in the new version the principles of justice require only a loose overlapping consensus between the various contending doctrines in society, rather than any deeper sense of ultimate ends shared by its citizens. The more modest aim is a gain in realism, as well as a check against temptation. How persuasive is this change of mind? It is not hard to resist it. Contrary to his hopes, Rawls's new construction is more fragile than the old. A theory of justice presupposed a historical time and a national space, but abstracted from them to generate ostensibly timeless principles. Political liberalism introduces history and sociology directly into its justificatory structure, but in a way that exposes rather than heals the original contradiction. For the whole book depends on the thesis that a plurality of incompatible, but reasonable, comprehensive doctrines is a permanent feature of modern societies. But Rawls offers no evidence for this claim, which he seems to think so obvious as to require none. He simply alludes to the religious conflicts of the 16th and 17th centuries, notes the growth of toleration that followed them, and then concludes that nevertheless the fact of religious division remains. Point 7. Given the relentless advance of secularization in all European societies, the fate of supernatural beliefs today tells, of course, against rather than for Rawls's assumption. Perhaps American anachronism here has misled him. More likely, however, would seem to be a certain philosophical innocence. The large body of social theory, from many different standpoints, that insists on increasing cultural homogenization as the trend line of historical development, it includes names all the way from Kant and Hegel to Parsons and Gellner, not to speak of Bell or Fukuyama or any number of others, appears scarcely to have registered. The point is not that this tradition of thought is necessarily right, but that serious historical evidence and argument is needed to prove it wrong. For this purpose, appeal to theological survivals is futile. Is it unfair to Rawls to tax this illustration too heavily? It would be good to think so. But his only other examples of the doctrinal plurality prompting the revision of his theory suggest otherwise. What are the comprehensive doctrines whose conflict disables the conclusions of a theory of justice? In his model case, they number a tolerant Protestantism in the spirit of Locke, and liberal moral doctrines such as those of Kant or Mill, elsewhere subdivided into Kant's moral philosophy versus the utilitarianism of Bentham and Sidgwick. It is enough to consider this list to see how trifling the claim of grand incompatibilities actually is. Locke's brand of Calvinism, which did not even give birth to a sect, is long forgotten. Who imagines Kant's imperative is a significant civic inspiration? Where is Bentham's calculus respected? How many recollect so much as Sidgwick's name? The reality is that comprehensive philosophical doctrines, of the kind of which Rawls repents, have all but vanished from the contemporary scene. His own retraction is just one more instance of the process he has failed to see, which undermines his grounds for it. One might say that the history he has let into his theory, like air into a sealed tomb, tends to disintegrate rather than preserve it. The only real candidates left for the role of all-purpose visions are, in fact, religious, and to give force to the idea of an overlapping consensus as the suitable support for the principles of justice, Rawls is obliged, though not without a tremor of compunction, to declare all major world faiths reasonable doctrines that are capable of accepting them. 9 Here distance from reality becomes all but absolute, as if the office of the philosopher was neither to interpret the world nor to change it, but simply to change its interpretations. Paradoxically, however, Rawls himself is unable to live up to his own self-denying ordinance. For the political liberalism that is supposed to exclude metaphysical vision rests, as he explains, on a conception of the person that is a quite traditional species of ontological construct. This is a figure endowed with two moral powers, the capacity for a sense of justice as what is reasonable, and for an idea of the good as what is rational, which together make possible a society conceived as fair cooperation. 10 Where does Rawls find this person? Not, he confesses, in any account of human nature as given by natural science and social theory. Rather, it is a normative conception. 11 Where do the norms, then, come from? Not from any comprehensive philosophical doctrine, but from plain truths now widely accepted, or available, to citizens generally. 12 What guarantees these truths? They are the conceptions of the person and of social cooperation most likely to be congenial to the public culture of a democratic society. 13 In other words, where older doctrines grounded their ideas of identity or value in principled argument, the new dispensation simply appeals to the status quo of our democratic culture, or what purports to be such. In actual fact, of course, most citizens would be bemused by Rawls's short list of their moral powers, which is essentially a residue of what was once a coherent ethical vision, like one of the broken shards of after virtue. Extracted from their metaphysical seat, they are now assigned inappropriate lodging in the sprawl of public opinion, where they do not belong. Beyond the fiction of their domicile, however, there is a more serious effect of Rawls's move. What was a latent and subtle circularity in a theory of justice becomes a gross and explicit one in political liberalism. For Rawls simultaneously appeals to the natural outlook of a democratic society to found his conception of the person, and to his conception of the person to found the basic structure of a democratic society. The warrant of the doctrine of two moral powers is that it suits a society in which justice is conceived as fairness, and the warrant of justice as fairness, with its schedule of fundamental principles and primary goods, is that it protects the exercise of the two moral powers. The attenuated idea of a person is the theoretical plinth of a desirable constitution, determining what count as primary goods in advance of any further requirements of social life. 14, yet is also no more than an ideological reflex of the culture it is supposed to generate. In a vicious circle, public arrangements are deduced from personal capacities defined as adapted to public arrangements. More than logical error is at issue here. What the structure of Rawls's argument indicates is a more fundamental feature of his thought. This is an amphibious world, which contains just enough land of real social reference to avoid the tricky deeps of first philosophy, while floating carefully enough on the waters of abstraction to avoid contact with the ground of actual political change. The result is a kind of political cabotage, a critique of existing society that clings nervously to its shores. Readers of Rawls might well ask, where is the actual justice in the United States that corresponds to the ideal construct he offers us, if it is based on plain truths widely accepted by citizens? 15 The question is never answered. Political liberalism no longer speaks of any contemporary order as nearly just, but rather of a moderately well-governed democratic society. 16 The social polarization of the last 20 years might never have occurred. In the entire book, the only place name from the geography of contemporary America is Malibu. The misery and despair, the greed and violence, of the daily urban scene are far away. The social infernos of City of Quartz could be on another planet. Rawls's preoccupations lie elsewhere. He remarks in passing that the tendency of markets is for background justice to be eroded even when individuals act fairly. 17 Without vouchsafing any explanation for this process, and approves of the principle of fiscal redistribution. But social and economic inequalities in the life prospects of citizens depending on their social origins are nevertheless inevitable, or else necessary or highly advantageous in maintaining effective social cooperation. 18 How far the difference principle might mitigate such inequalities is a matter too technical and subconstitutional to detain the reader. By contrast, the state of the basic liberties that have priority in the scheme of justice does merit sustained concern. Rawls devotes the two most engaged sections of the book to them. The issues he singles out for critical discussion are free speech and campaign finance. The case for the former, he argues, is not to be qualified in the name of protecting the Constitution from revolutionary doctrines, on the grounds that they represent a clear and present danger to the legal order. There could be restrictions on free political speech only if there were a general constitutional crisis such as a well-governed democracy precludes in the first place. Hence the free public use of our reason in questions of political and social justice would seem to be absolute. 19 The sentiment is admirable, but the arguments used to support it are often surprisingly lax. So committed is Rawls to his conclusion that he maintains, in defiance of the obvious, that the First Amendment could not be constitutionally repealed, since whatever the Congress might do or the court might say, it is validated by long historical practice, even pronouncing the Sedition Act retroactively unconstitutional, whatever its validity at the time, because it has been tried by the court of history and found wanting. 20 These are not exactly Kantian reasons, but they are consistent with a new inclination to find ad hoc warrants for the objects of Rawls's sympathy, wherever they are at variance with the logic of his theory. Protestant religion is manifestly a comprehensive doctrine of the kind political liberalism debars from a legitimate role in the discourse of public reason. Martin Luther King nevertheless slips past, since his biblical appeals fully support constitutional values, likewise Abraham Lincoln, but on opposite grounds, that his pieties have no bearings on constitutional essentials. 21 No doubt the same could be said of George Bush's call to prayer in 1991 as the bombers took off for Baghdad, but it unlikely Rawls would do so. Free speech is not under serious threat in the United States today. Fair elections, on the other hand, are all but out of reach. Rawls's acknowledgement of the extent of their denial by the power of money is the one radical departure of political liberalism, where it moves beyond rather than behind a theory of justice. Equal political liberties, Rawls now stresses, are not enough, they must also be of equal practical worth, which they cannot be so long as elections are fought and won by force of superior wealth. Expressing dismay at Supreme Court rulings that have struck down limits on private expenditures in the campaign process, he envisages a measure of public funding of elections to assure fair value to each citizen's political rights. 22 But there the matter rests. What institutional structures are required, for the first principle of justice to acquire reality, remains unfathomable. Here once again, how best to proceed is a complex and difficult matter, in which the requisite historical experience and theoretical understanding may be lacking. 23 On closing political liberalism, the reader is no nearer a sight of electoral reform in the United States than when opening it. Rawls does not seem to have noticed that for political liberties to have equal worth, there would have to be the elementary change of proportional representation in the voting system, as well as equitable funding of the campaigning system. There is no hint in these pages that in the oldest democratic regime in the world 24% of the population never even votes. Instead we are invited, inter alia, to patriotic contemplation of the pride of a democratic people in distinguishing themselves from non-democratic peoples. 25. The category of a non-democratic people is an unexpected political travail. Political Liberalism, as most of its reviewers have found, is a disappointing book. Its formal organization is poor, still bearing too many traces of the discrete lectures out of which it has been assembled, with a high rate of repetition and lack of independent direction. It belongs with that peculiar subset of books in which an author sets out to correct or defend a celebrated earlier work, and succeeds only in producing an arid shadow of it, Michel Foucault's Archaeology of Knowledge or Alastair MacIntyre's Whose Justice? Which Rationality? Are companion cases that come to mind. The experience of reading it is one of regret. The imperfect dignity of a theory of justice remains. If Rawls has taken the wrong turning away from it, a path of reduction rather than enlargement, the reason lies in part in a parochial self-enclosure of his intellectual world, now populated all but exclusively by like-minded colleagues and pupils. But it is also a consequence of the impossible desire that haunts his program, what, adapting a phrase from Kant, we might call his unconforming conformity, the dream of extracting a radical alternative to our existing social world from the lineaments of its own description of itself. The contradiction between the postulates of consensus, to which Rawls continually subscribes, and the realities of dissensus, to which his best impulses belong, is incurable. There is no starker expression of it than the innocent passage from one key sentence to the next in the agenda of political liberalism. The aim, Rawls writes, is to work out a conception of political and social justice which is congenial to the most deep-seated convictions and traditions of a modern democratic state. The point of doing this is to see whether we can resolve the impasse in our recent political history, namely, that there is no agreement on the way basic social institutions should be arranged if they are to conform to the freedom and equality of citizens and persons. 26 If the modern state is as described, deep in its democratic convictions and traditions, how could there possibly be a deadlock over the realization of freedom and equality for its citizens? The two halves of the statement fall apart. If he had pursued the logic of the second, rather than the will-o'-the-wisp of the first, becoming less congenial to the state and more attentive to the impasse, Rawls would have written a better book. The needed sequel to his major work had another title, A Theory of Injustice. 1994. 5. Norming Facts. Jürgen Habermas. What is still the most widely read of Jürgen Habermas's works is nearly the first, The Structural Transformation of the Public Sphere, published in 1962, when he was in his early 30s. Its enduring international influence is due to the way it combined historical, sociological, and philosophical arguments in a single powerful narrative that spoke to the political present. In its striking interdisciplinary form, it remained truer to the original intentions of critical theory, as Horkheimer had proposed them in the early 30s, than any work of the pre-war Frankfurt School itself. In theme, however, the book offered a sharply revised account of the Enlightenment on which Adorno and Horkheimer had delivered their pitiless verdict 20 years earlier. The story told by Dialectic of Enlightenment was one of the hardening of reason into myth from its very inception, domination of nature requiring domination of others and of the self, already figured at the dawn of civilization in Homer's image of Odysseus lashing himself to the mast, while his oarsmen row beneath him, their ears plugged against the call of the sirens. Bacon, Kant, and Sada mark so many further steps in the instrumentalization of reason, in a logic of regression that can only end in the modern barbarisms of anti-Semitism and the culture industry of advanced capitalism, not as negations of Kant's conception of enlightenment as the self-disciplined maturity of humanity, but as the bitter fulfillment of it. The structural transformation of the public sphere is antithetical in method and argument. It proceeds, not by dramatic, and dramatically arbitrary, discursive projection, but by careful historical reconstruction, based on controllable empirical materials. It restores the origins of the Enlightenment to a determinate period and region, the late 17th and 18th centuries in Western Europe, rather than swatting them in the archaic mists of the Aegean. Most decisively, it switches the focus of inquiry from instrumental to what Habermas would later call communicative reason, that is, not conquest of nature, but consensus among persons, arrived at by a rational critical exchange of views within an emergent public sphere, independent of the power of absolutism. Habermas traces the rise of this sphere through its successive institutional circuits: the conjugal family, the world of letters, the coffee house and salon, the weekly and the novel, the circulating library and the newspaper, culminating in the codification of civil law that ushered in the bourgeois constitutional state. Habermas furnishes a warm and vivid phenomenology of this whole process, as an impressive triumph of reason in its time. Once so constituted, however, the public sphere of the Enlightenment began to reveal internal strains. Hegel pointed to the particularistic antagonisms within civil society, that could only be resolved in the universality of the state. Marx showed that the state was by no means universal, since it reflected a class-divided society. Only democracy could make it so. Mill and Tocqueville perceived that democracy might induce mass conformity, and public opinion itself become a tyranny. These 19th-century tensions and forebodings had, by the mid-20th century, acquired daunting material shape. For the public sphere created in the time of the Enlightenment was now utterly altered. Where state and society had once been separate, they now interpenetrated. As the economy became increasingly regulated and organized, pressure groups invaded the administration. Corporations blurred the distinction between private and public institutions. The family was losing its role in socialization. Culture was ceasing to be a domain of critical reasoning, and becoming one of mere ideological consumption, as the massification of the means of communication, publishing, press, radio, tended to destroy genuinely independent publics. Political decisions had migrated away from parliaments, no longer reflecting the upshot of disinterested argument in a rational consensus, but rather compromises between special interests of different bargaining strength. Deputies in political assemblies were becoming passive implements of party machines, and elections increasingly reduced to the extraction of acclamations. At the end of this road would lie an all but complete decline, economic, social, familial, cultural, and political, of the whole Enlightenment complex of the public sphere into mere publicity or public relations, in their debased contemporary meanings. Such developments might seem to trace the path of a destruction of communicative reason whose endpoint would, paradoxically, not be so far from the bleakest outcome of Horkheimer and Adorno's dialectic of instrumental reason, the perdition of enlightenment by another route. But Habermas did not think all was lost. The public sphere could be saved if the liberal constitutional state of the 19th century evolved into a social welfare state, in which the effective participation of all citizens was secured by a consistent publicization of parties, of the media, and of administration, bringing these under democratic controls and so rationalizing the necessary exercise of social and political authority. But was the idea of a rational consensus around such goals not utopian, when unequal power relations profiting from the decline of the public sphere still obtained? Habermas admitted that the advent of the liberal constitutional state itself had not come about by sheer force of the better argument, winning all hearers to the persuasion of a common reason. A divisive will had also been needed. The authority to legislate had so obviously been won in a tough struggle with the old powers that it could not be absolved from having the character of a coercive power itself. 1. But the prospect of a democratized social welfare state could only be contemplated under the sign of union, not division. How could the necessary consensus for one be reached, in so unequal a society? The possibility of a harmonious agreement, Habermas ended by suggesting, lay in two developments. On the one hand, the onset of general abundance made it not unrealistic to assume that the continuing and increasing plurality of interests may lose the antagonistic edge of competing needs to the extent that the possibility of mutual satisfaction comes within reach. On the other, the dangers of nuclear annihilation were so total that in relation to them divergent interests can be relativized without difficulty. 2. The end of scarcity and the risks of self-destruction offered the chance of a united humanity, without need for the divisive struggles of the past. 2 decades later, Habermas had ceased to believe in the possibility of a self-governing society of the kind he envisaged in structural transformation of the public sphere. But he had come to the conclusion that this was no loss. Parsons was a better guide to modernity than Marx. The impersonal systems of the market and of bureaucratic administration were functional imperatives of a rational society, inherently resistant to popular control. But that did not mean any diminution of the prospects for freedom or reason, rather it opened the way to a sounder basis for them. The theory of communicative action, in which Habermas engaged directly with Horkheimer and Adorno's dialectic of enlightenment, argued that the instrumental reason that necessarily governed the realms of money and power, the proper domain of systems theory, could and should be held in check by a communicative reason welling up from the life world beyond them, in which action, in families, schools, voluntary associations, cultural ventures and the like, was oriented not to material success but to mutual understanding. As capitalist modernization proceeded ever further in contemporary conditions, there was a danger of the systems colonizing the life world, economic or technocratic pressures invading the natural forms of intimacy or sociability, and twisting them out of shape. But resistance to this overstepping tended to arise spontaneously within the life world itself, as social movements and citizen initiatives, pacifist, feminist, environmentalist, or other, contested such incursions. The arena in which these battles were fought out was the public sphere, intermediate between the two constitutive zones of modern society. The life world could not hope to submit the systems to its own logic. Historically, any such attempt, the idea of a producer's or any other kind of direct democracy, would lead to a fatal regression. But its impulses were capable of influencing the world of capital and government indirectly, in the form of a public opinion that at the limit could lay siege to the fortresses of money and power, even if it could never capture them. 10 years later, looking back at the structural transformation of the public sphere, Habermas explained that if it had been too optimistic about the possibilities of a mass democracy, it had also been too pessimistic about the media, whose role was far more complex than he had allowed, and could often be distinctly positive. He was both more sanguine about the contemporary vitality of the public sphere, and less defiant than he had been. 3 What he meant by this comes most clearly into view in the work that appeared a few months later, and remains the major expression of his political philosophy to date. Between Facts and Norms is a homage to the role of law as the medium in which communicative power is converted into administrative power, freeing actors in the life world from the burdens of social integration by transferring these into a self-steering system. For legal norms, Habermas explains, possess at once facticity and validity. Based on both coercion and freedom, they form a set of constraints that must be obeyed to avoid sanctions, yet whose authority is grounded in more than fear of retribution. For the sources of the law lie in the social solidarities of the life world, whose unforced communication confers a legitimacy on its rules beyond mere legality. So enabled, law can then not only reconstruct such institutions of the life world itself as the family or the school, but also, more importantly, create the decisive new systems of modernity, markets, businesses, bureaucracies. What guarantees that such conversion of springs of the life world into dictates of the systems are indeed legitimate? Habermas's answer is that this becomes comprehensible once we understand democracy correctly, as the necessary flow of an unimpeded discourse towards consensus. So conceived, there is an internal relationship between the rule of law and democracy, private rights and public autonomies, let us say, freedom of expression and the vote, are co-original, rather than rank-ordered or sequenced, as in other standard accounts. The validity, as distinct from the facticity, of law derives from the procedures born of this connection. No collective subject is possible, authorizing legislation, as Rousseau or Jefferson had once envisaged. Rather, the democratic process that underlies modern law is a flux of subjectless communication in an inescapably decentered society. But as such, it is modeled on the claims to truth embedded in the conditions of speech itself, that must seek unconstrained agreement. Citizens who communicate freely will reach a consensus capable of generating laws that are universally binding. Habermas is aware how far such a vision is from the long and distinguished tradition, starting from Hobbes and continuing through to Weber, Schmidt, and beyond, that sees law in realist fashion as a codification of power rather than of fellowship, finding its origin not in reason but in will, to use the terms of structural transformation. But he no more lingers on their negation of his assumptions than on the positivist theory of law that produced such great jurists as Kelsen or Hart, still less on the scepticism of contemporary critical legal studies. For such alternatives fail to grasp that legitimacy is inseparable from true legality, which cannot therefore be reduced to the contingencies of a sovereign command or an unappealable Grundnorm, or partisan judicial rulings. In this, like the later Rawls, the Habermas of between facts and norms inhabits a mental world in which virtually the only significant interlocutors are colleagues or pupils close enough not to derange any of the basic premises of the work. The position is not quite the same with democracy. Here Habermas is more concerned to contrast his theory with the two rival contenders for a modern interpretation of its structure, liberalism, which views the negative freedoms of the individual as the foundation of any democratic order, and republicanism, which sees the active participation in public life of the citizen as the criterion of any real democracy. Between facts and norms situates itself between the two. A discourse theory of democracy, Habermas explains, is stronger than a liberal model of it, since it insists that positive freedoms, the right to vote and its concomitants, are not secondary to negative freedoms, but stand on an equiprimordial footing with them. But it is weaker than a republican model of democracy, since it requires no classical virtue from its citizens, and has abandoned the idea that their deliberate will could shape the life of the city. For popular sovereignty can no longer be conceived as collective self-determination, its content is exhausted by competition between parties in a parliamentary system, and the autonomy of public spheres. Where does this leave the latter, whose decline Habermas once lamented? In keeping with the affirmative character of his new vision of Western democracy, at least formally in better fettle. The image of citizens arrayed in the public sphere laying siege to a, salutarily, untakeable fortress of administration in the theory of communicative action, Habermas now explains, was too defeatist. Modern democracy should rather be envisaged as a core complex of parliamentary, judicial, and bureaucratic institutions, and a periphery of social solidarities in the life world, whose impulses flow towards the center through the sluices of the public sphere at its entrance, irrigating them with innovative norms or proposals, capable of reforming, to a certain extent, perhaps even democratizing, administration itself. It is therefore wrong, Habermas concludes, to think that because popular sovereignty must be conceived as subjectless communication rather than self-governing agency, it thereby loses all radical potential. But if the triumph of the West in the Cold War has put paid to the dangerous delusions of a collective subject, the victors have so far been timorous in extending the scope of the higher-level intersubjectivity in which the legal system of democracies is anchored. Between facts and norms shows why they could have greater courage. How is this extended theoretical construction to be judged? The first, and most obvious, feature that separates Habermas's later treatment of law from his original study of the public sphere is its completely unhistorical method. Where structural transformation carefully traces the emergence of the different constituent elements of its object through time, and to some extent also across space, touching on its distinctive trajectories in England, France, and Germany, between facts and norms not only makes scant reference to the actual genesis, let alone variation, of modern legal systems, it is built on a postulate that is contradicted by the slightest glance at the history of constitutional law. In no country were private liberties and public rights ever co-original. Habermas is aware of this, at one point briefly noting Marshall's account of the successive emergence of civil, political, and social rights, and rightly criticizing it as too linear, even observing that a constitutional state could grant the first and third without the second. 4 But the recognition is purely parenthetical, without incidence on the structure of his theory, which proceeds imperturbably to insist on the philosophical indissolubility of what history has unfailingly sequenced and sundered. Savigny or Dicey, Guizot or Bismarck, might as well never have existed. In normative terms, we are blandly assured, there is no such thing as a constitutional state without democracy. 5 So much for the facts of the matter. The notion of co-originality belongs neither to political science nor jurisprudence, but to an anthropological family, the myth of origins. If history is banished from the architecture of between facts and norms, this not is quite true, at least in the same way, of sociology. For Habermas warns us that the idealistic content of normative theories of democracy and law has been evaporating under the sun of social science. 6 This, however, is not simply a result of sobering evidence, but rather of empiricist folklore and misguided conceptual strategies. The aim of his intervention is above all directed against a false realism that underestimates the empirical impact of the normative presuppositions of existing legal practices. 7 Thus, while determined to repel what he calls the sociological undermining of the normative authority of law, he also wishes to show that the sociology of actually existing democracies, properly understood, illustrates rather than contradicts his claims for it. To do so, he must be able to show that in their fashion legal codes transmit the undistort flow of communication between equals in the life world into regulations of the modern state, in other words, that they do not rather reflect the distribution of unequal interests in society at large. To deliver this outcome, Habermas would need an account of contemporary democracies beyond even his powers of idealization. His solution is to sublimate the problem. Not social division between classes, but the technical division of labor in the production and diffusion of knowledge, and the selectivity of the communications media, inevitably create asymmetries in the availability of information, that is, unequal chances to have access to the generation, validation, shaping and presentation of messages. But these are unavoidable moments of inertia, since even under favorable conditions, no complex society could ever correspond to the model of purely communicative relations. 8. How does the legislation that prescribes the rules enforced by the courts then actually emerge? After once again expounding the vision of unconstrained communication flows, driven only by the current of the better argument, passing through the sluices of the public sphere to inform the wisdom of legislators, Habermas casually adds, to be sure, the normal business of politics, at least as it is routinely conducted in Western democracies, cannot satisfy such strong conditions. 9 In practice, compromises make up the bulk of political decision-making processes, and are the outcome of bargaining between competing interests, not of intersubjective discourse. 10 Habermas notes that such bargaining may rely on power and mutual threats, i.e., the antithesis of everything his theory of democracy rests upon, but is undeterred. In situations where social power relations cannot be neutralized in the way rational discourse presupposes, the discourse principle can still regulate bargaining from the standpoint of fairness, by ensuring that there is an equal distribution of bargaining power between the parties. 11 In other words, no matter how unequal the actual balance of power between, let us say, to use terms almost never to be found in between facts and norms, capital and labor, the legal outcome of a bargaining process between them will be fair, provided they are given an equal opportunity to talk to each other. With this wave of the wand, inequality becomes something like equality again after all. But even with such prestidigitation, what guarantees that laws issuing from particularistic negotiations have any general normative claim? Habermas offers two answers, each as self-contradictory as the other. On the one hand, they are the product of majority rule, which retains an internal relation to truth, for majorities may change, and their decisions are revocable by further rational argument, or other coalitions of interest. 12 Yet this proves no barrier to their erosion of the principles of any representative consensus. Formally correct majority decisions, Habermas remarks elsewhere, that merely reflect the status anxieties and self-assertive reflexes of a middle class threatened with the prospects of social decline, undermine the legitimacy of the procedures and institutions of the democratic state. 13 In the opening adverb and adjective, the emptiness of a purely procedural theory of law, as Habermas terms his own, is unwittingly laid bare. Indeed, he is compelled to admit at one point in between facts and norms, without dwelling on it, that often enough, law provides illegitimate power with the mere semblance of legitimacy. 14 Then what distinguishes legitimate from illegitimate law? Here the answer changes register completely. A legal order can be legitimate, he writes, only if it does not contradict basic moral principles. 15. What are such principles? Habermas's reply is radical. With moral questions, humanity, or a presupposed world republic of citizens constitutes the reference system for justifying regulations that lie in the equal interest of all. 16. But the moral criterion for the legitimacy of law proves on inspection to be as vacant as the procedural. For what legislation today lies in the equal interest of all the inhabitants of an unimaginably unequal planet? If this were to be the yardstick by which to judge the law books of the Western world, nothing would be left of them. The internal relationship that between facts and norms seeks to establish between the rule of law and democracy logically extends the frailties of its theory of the first to its model of the second. Modern societies, Habermas insists, are composed of self-steering systems of money and power, and the social solidarity of the life world. How should the relationship between these three be conceived? In his further reflections on the public sphere, Habermas had warned again of the dangers of a colonization of the life world by the systems, and spoke of the need for a new balance between them, in which the power of solidarity can prevail over the powers of the other two control resources, i.e. money and administrative power, and therewith successfully assert the practical demands of the life world. 17 4 years later, this had become simply an acceptable balance between money, power and solidarity, and soon afterwards, the most that could be envisaged was that social solidarity may gain sufficient strength to hold its own against the other two social forces, money and administrative power. 18 Vague as all of these formulations are, the declension from prevail to acceptable balance to hold its own traces a curve. Between facts and norms has ceased to speak of the colonization of the life world, whose resources are now said to replenish themselves spontaneously. 19 Nor does it use metaphors of a balance to represent the relations between communicative and instrumental power. The impersonal orders of money and power remain self-steering systems, the domain of discourse at a distance from them. But now the relations between them are depicted in other figures, at once spatial and temporal. The systems constitute the central complex of modernity, of which the life world becomes the periphery. Between the two lie the locks and canals of the public sphere. The hierarchy of significance implied in this topography scarcely needs to be spelt out. Within the public sphere itself, the role of an active citizenry has dropped precipitously since its birth in the opening chapters of Habermas's Portrait of the Enlightenment. Today, he remarks, the spontaneous associations and movements that make up civil society do not represent the most conspicuous element of a public sphere dominated by mass media and large agencies, observed by market and opinion research, and inundated by the public relations work, propaganda, and advertising of political parties and groups. 20. What impact can such a reduced zone of undistorted communication have on the operations of government, let alone the market? Habermas defines it in temporal terms. At the center, the normal business of politics proceeds largely unaffected by eddies in the periphery. But under certain circumstances civil society can acquire influence in the public sphere, have an effect on the parliamentary complex through its own public opinions, and compel the political system to switch over to the official circulation of power. 21, i.e. what is supposed to be a democratic representation of the will of the citizenry. The italics indicate just how unusual and precarious such episodes are. What triggers them are exceptional emergencies. In a perceived crisis situation, the actors in civil society thus far neglected in our scenario can assume a surprisingly active and momentous role. 22. Setting aside the degree of empirical success that movements around such issues have had in actually changing the order of things, the structural point is clear: outbreaks of solidarity in the life world are the exception, not the rule. They are an extraordinary mode of problem solving, which, like the fitful seizures of conscience or fear on which they depend, can only be sporadic, and must give way if they collide too frontally with the ordinary system of decision-making. When conflicts become this intense, the political lawgiver has the last word. For, Habermas confesses, discourses do not govern. 23 In practice, then, the the role of the communicative reason that is held to underlie and inform the whole legal political order of contemporary democracies is peripheral and exceptional within them. Involuntarily, Habermas himself offers the appropriate image of how the system really operates. Earlier, he had spoken of the censors needed to protect the life world from the incursions of money and administration, in the language of electronic surveillance and private security firms. Between facts and norms, explaining how the joint efforts of citizens can on occasion affect the calculations of those who rule them, draws on another metaphor. The players in the arena owe their influence to the approval of those in the gallery. 24 Just so, we are seated at the politics of the spectacle. What of Habermas's own appreciation of the performance? The purpose of his earlier siege model of the role of communicative reason, he has explained, was to oppose the classical idea of revolution, that the state could be conquered, rather than surrounded. Only a gradual and reformist path to change is practicable and moral. 25 But change is indeed needed. The intention of his proceduralist theory of law is to tame the capitalist system. 26 There is no doubting the sincerity of Habermas's conviction of the need to bridle capitalism, as a citizen. But his philosophy allows virtually no way to give it any content. The result is incoherence. The upshot of discourse theory is not merely formal, he insists. Yet at the same time he declares this paradigm of law, unlike the liberal and social welfare models, no longer favors a particular ideal of society, a particular vision of the good life, or even a particular political option. 27 So no specific proposals follow. 28 But if they do not, that is in part because between facts and norms intimates that the necessary changes are already in train. What Habermas's theory offers is to provide a certain coherence to the reform efforts that are either under discussion or already underway, for in practice the controversial realization of universalist constitutional principles has become a permanent process that is already underway in ordinary legislation. 29 But this affirmative vision, to all intents and purposes appearing to underwrite established arrangements and block as inherently self-improving, is never quite stabilized by the discourse theory of democracy. It is always shadowed and unsettled by more critical observations, without the two ever confronting each other. For Habermas can also write, still invoking the same principles but in antithetical register, that growing inequalities in economic power, assets, and living conditions have increasingly destroyed the factual preconditions for an equal opportunity to make effective use of equally distributed legal powers. 30 Here it is not reform but reaction that sets the pace, voiding the very rights on which the procedural theory of law is based. The incompatibility between the two poles of Habermas's rhetoric is accentuated by a pointed divergence in such prospects for reform as he does cautiously touch on. For the self-steering systems are not equally so in face of the life world. Habermas can envisage a certain rationalization of administration that would render it more democratic. But this is excluded for the market. Power can be democratized, money cannot. 31 The dictum says much about its referents. One of the most striking anomalies in the architecture of Habermas's social theory, as set out in the theory of communicative action, and transferred without modification into between facts and norms, is the tacit elimination of the institutions of political representation from it. In the Trinity, power, money, solidarity, the first denotes administration, that is the bureaucratic machinery of the state, alone. It has to do so, for to describe the elective machinery of the state as a self-steering system would destroy the credentials of the very democracy Habermas seeks to defend and illustrate. Popular sovereignty, in so far as it exists, is lodged first and foremost in these mechanisms of representation. But a paradoxical effect of Habermas's abstractions is to strip them of power, a term he reserves for the impersonal authority of public administration, alien to any exercise of popular will. Occasional concessions to the effect that bureaucratic agencies might be open to a certain internal democratization could be read as a sign of unease with the logic of his schema, a substitute for what it omits. The representative institutions of modern government are a much more obvious object for political reform. But since they do not fit the dichotomy between systems and life world, they are not allowed even this modicum of alteration. More telling still, of course, is the immunity to any popular will Habermas's system grants the market. Money cannot be democratized. For better or worse, mainly better, a self-steering capitalist economy is one of the fundamental conditions of modernity, and cannot be reclaimed by the forces of social solidarity even to the extent that public administration may be. Economic democracy is, in effect, ruled out as a contradiction in terms. But if capital is structurally untouchable, what remedy is there for the growing economic inequalities that sap, in Habermas's more lucid moments, even the exercise of legal rights? The aim of his theory of law was to tame capitalism. But soon afterwards, he would himself write that the hackneyed, cure-all formula calling for the social and ecological taming of capitalism is accepted on all sides. 32 If so, was it worth devoting 500 pages to a platitude incapable of checking its reversion to the wilds? Habermas considers his theory of contemporary democracy more empirical and critical than that of Rawls. A skeptical evaluation of current world conditions is the background for my reflections. That is why my way can be distinguished from purely normative conceptions such as John Rawls's theory of justice, admirable as it is in itself. 33 In his eyes, political liberalism does not truly repair this limitation, since it suffers from the opposite. The idea of an overlapping consensus is too weak and contingent a basis to ground the normative structure of constitutional democracy, which rests instead on the universal logic of communicative reason embedded in language. Likewise, Rawls's excessive concern with the political stabilization of a constitutional order forgets that radical democratic embers can be periodically reignited to take it further as a project, rather than simply receiving it as a heritage. 34 The result is to downplay public at the expense of private autonomy within the complex of liberties, in accord with the priority given the second over the first in Rawls's schedule of the principles of justice. To that extent, Habermas concludes that in their respective conceptions of democracy Rawls is a liberal, while he is a republican, albeit a Kantian one. Rawls, vice versa, makes it clear he regards Habermas's theory as less sharp-edged than his own. Jefferson was wrong to think every generation should be equally constituent. A just constitution had no need of reinvention, but simply execution. Positive and negative liberties are indeed interdependent and of equal standing, but it is an illusion to think that therefore there can be no conflict between them. Habermas's procedural theory of law is less purely so than he presented it. But in taking legitimacy as its normative principle, it is substantially weaker than a theory of justice as an instrument of political criticism, since legitimacy can be of all kinds, dynastic as much as democratic. In either case, it says nothing about how well the sovereign rules, as justice can. Rawls recalls such urgent matters in the United States as the grave imbalance in fair political liberties caused by private campaign financing, the wide disparities of income and wealth that undermine equal opportunities in education and employment, the lack of universal health care, issues his theory of democracy could, and did, address in a way that Habermas's does not. 35. The mutual reproaches are mild, remaining within the bounds of a family quarrel, as Habermas puts it. The kinship between the late work of the two thinkers derives from a common equivocation, more marked and insistent in between facts and norms than political liberalism. What is the status of Habermas's discourse theory? It offers, he says at the outset, a reconstruction of law and democracy that can provide a critical standard against which actual practices, the opaque and perplexing reality of the constitutional state, could be evaluated. 36 How does it do so? By taking as its premise the idea that the counterfactual self-understanding of constitutional democracy finds expression in unavoidable, yet factually efficacious idealizations that are presupposed by the relevant practices. 37 It follows there is no opposition between the ideal and the real, for the normative content I initially set forth for reconstructive purposes is partially inscribed in the social facticity of observable political processes. A reconstructive sociology of democracy must therefore choose its basic concepts in such a way that it can identify particles and fragments of an existing reason already incorporated in political practices, however distorted these may be. 38. In such declarations lies the core strategy of between facts and norms. What they trace is the continual movement of a theoretical shuttlecock, from the optative to the indicative and back again, that never comes to ground at either end. If Habermas's account of law and democracy is taxed with a fundamental abstraction from the empirical realities of a political order in which the formation of a popular will is at best fitful or vestigial, it can refer to its counterfactual vocation. If it is taxed with a complete lack of any specification of a desirable alternative, it can refer to the value of what already exists, in a bedrock of communication that only needs to be fulfilled. The result is a theory that answers to the responsibility neither of an accurate description of the real world, nor of critical proposals for a better one. It operates instead in a no man's land between the two, in unwitting mimicry of the title of the book, not law as a mediation, but philosophy as a passé between facts and norms. What actual criticisms of the social order issue from the critical standard it offers? Where precisely are we to find the efficacy of the idealizations it discerns in existing practices, and why are these unavoidable? Just how partial is the inscription of norms in observable conducts, and how distorted? What proportion of reality do the particles and fragments of reason add up to? Such questions are beyond the remit of the theory, which is designed to elude them. Its effect is apologetic. Our societies are better than we know. 2004. 6. Plotting Values. Norberto Bobbio. Norberto Bobbio's intervention on the right and left marks a significant moment in the author's long and distinguished career as a political thinker. Published during the Italian electoral campaign of 1994, Destra e Sinistra is one of his most topical and personal writings, whose popular success in Italy is not hard to understand. 1. Acclaim for its clarity, elegance, and feeling is justified. The text, however, is more complex and less conclusive than it may appear. What are its theses? Bobbio's starting point is the increasing frequency with which the notions of right and left are rejected in political discussion today, despite, he points out, their continued and even accentuated use in electoral competition. Why, he asks, is the traditional opposition between left and right now so often repudiated? There are currently three ways of contesting the dichotomy, he suggests. The first is to relativize the dyad by insisting on an included third, namely a moderate center situated between left and right, occupying most of the actual space of democratic political systems. The second way of rejecting the distinction is to dwell on the prospects of an inclusive third, integrating and superseding the legacies of left and right in some synthesis beyond them. The last is to point to the rise of a transverse third, penetrating across the camps of left and right, and displacing them from relevance, the role, he notes, often accorded green politics. Bobbio's response to each of these claims is a firm fin de non-recevoir. The existence of a center, however dominant, does not alter the contrast between polarities of left and right on each side of it. Notions of a synthesis beyond left and right typically conceal ambitions by one pole to absorb or neutralize the other. Finally, movements of opinion extending across left and right tend to redivide, like the Greens, into new versions of them. Nor, Bobbio further observes, do similarities between authoritarian movements of right and left, or shifts of individuals from one to the other, affect the political distinction itself. They relate to another opposition, which sets extremists and moderates apart in their attitudes to democracy, a fundamental contrast, but one orthogonal to the polarity of left and right, which does not cancel it, indeed in situations of crisis tends to yield before it, as in Italy in the early 1920s or 1940s. If none of these reasons for doubting the validity of the dichotomy between left and right is valid, what then explains its intellectual rejection today? The real basis of the current opinion, Bobbio suggests, lies elsewhere. The distinction between left and right loses its meaning if one of the two ceases to exist. Without saying so directly, Bobbio implies that historically this has never occurred. But there have been situations in which one side has suffered such a deep defeat that its survivors have tended to argue that the distinction itself has lost all meaning, in a strategy of consolation designed to conceal their own weakness. Such was the stance of the Italian right in the immediate post-war years, after the debacle of fascism made the left seem all victorious. Today the boot is on the other foot. In the wake of the collapse of communism, it is above all on the left, or former thinkers of the left, that the temptation to deny the distinction can be observed. The real reason for the new scepticism is once again a move of self-protection, compensating for an experience of defeat with the rhetoric of supersession. Once Bobbio has dismissed the reasons subjectively adduced for discarding the dichotomy of left and right, and located the objective reason for the tendency to deny its validity, he has still to found the opposition as a rational political framework that has lost none of its force today. After considering a number of unsatisfactory attempts to do so, coding right and left as tradition versus emancipation, sacred versus profane, etc., Bobbio offers his own definition. The division between left and right, he argues, is one of attitude towards equality. Given that human beings are manifestly at once, that is, in different respects, equal and unequal, on the one side are those who think men more equal than unequal, while on the other are those who think them more unequal than equal. Point 2. This is the permanent, underlying contrast between left and right. It is accompanied by another. The left believes that most inequalities are social and eliminable, the right that most are natural and unalterable. For the first, equality is an ideal, for the second it is not. Liberty is not a dividing line between left and right, Bobbio goes on, in the same way. Anyway incommensurable with equality, as the status of a person rather than a relation between persons, it is the value that sets moderates apart from extremists within each camp. But in the opposition between right and left, it occupies the position of means rather than ends. Characteristically, Bobbio indulges no pious harmonics. Liberty cannot be equated with equality, and there is no reason to think the two always compatible. If some kinds of equality do not affect liberty, others, necessary constraints, like universal public education, do. It is over issues like these that left and right essentially join battle. Bobbio concludes his book with a personal avowal. Equality has always been the pole star of his political life. The inequalities of this world, from the impoverished and excluded within rich Western societies, to the huge mass of misery in the poorer countries, remain staggering. It is enough, he writes, to look out at the social question on an international scale, to realize that the left, far from coming to the end of its road, has only just started out on it. The task is enormous. But the aspiration for an ever greater human equality, of which the rise of women's liberation is one of the most certain signs today, is, as Tocqueville understood already a century ago, irresistible. Bobbio ends his book by urging us to look beyond the immediate skirmishes of the day, to the long sweep of the grandiose historical movement bearing it forward. Point 3. This is a powerful conclusion, that can leave few unmoved. We owe it the kind of intellectual respect Bobbio has always practiced, a dispassionate critical scrutiny. Two sets of reflections are prompted by Destra e Sinistra. One concerns the inner logic of Bobbio's argument, the other its exterior context. Let us look at the first. Bobbio's central claim is that the distinction between left and right remains alive and well, since it is based on two fundamentally different views of equality, which set right and left permanently apart. In the exposition of this difference, however, he tends to run together a number of propositions that are logically independent of each other. We can distinguish four of these, which concern what we may stylize as the issues of the factuality, the alterability, the functionality, and the directionality of human inequality. In Bobbio's characterization, the left holds the view that the natural inequality of human beings is less than their equality, that most forms of inequality are socially alterable, that few if any are positively functional, and that more and more will prove historically ephemeral. The right, on the other hand, is committed to the view that the natural inequality of human beings is greater than their equality, that few forms of inequality are alterable, that most are socially functional, and that there is no directionality in their evolution. The two packages thus presented are, however, dissociable. The first element in each poses an initial problem. Since the ways in which human beings are at once similar and dissimilar differ so radically, Bobbio's illustration is the common fact of mortality, and the variable forms of death. How could they be aggregated in a single calculus, to yield a final balance? Bobbio's solution is in effect to introduce a specification: only those aspects of their nature that help people to live together, per una buona convivenza, will be reckoned into the sum. For a conservative might reply that this is to build a petitio principii into the calculation from the start. Here we may overlook this difficulty, to note a greater one. There is no necessary connection between the first and second parts of each package. It is quite possible to believe that human beings are naturally more equal than unequal, and yet that most forms of inequality are ineliminable, and it is no less possible to believe that human beings are naturally more unequal than equal, and yet that many social inequalities can and should be eliminated. These are not mere formal paradoxes. There is, after all, now a considerable literature bearing on the problems they might represent. To take only the second alternative, a growing body of thought has been concerned with the possibility that socially egalitarian programs could ultimately have a counter-finality. By eliminating artificial forms of inequality, founded on power and culture, they could eventually highlight and crystallize natural forms of inequality far more dramatically than ever before, in a new hierarchical order founded on the genetic code. This was already the vision conjured up in Michael Young's Rise of the Meritocracy, the work of a moderate social democrat in the 50s. More recently, similar projections have come from liberal or neoconservative writers in the United States, Mickey Cause or Charles Murray. Common to all these authors, who span the spectrum from left to right, is the foreboding that class divisions once cancelled, occupations would be determined by biological endowments, essentially degrees of innate intelligence, leading to new and harder forms of stratification, as endogamous strategies of marriage selection, now possessed of accurate genetic knowledge and choosing for comparable DNA, perpetuated a hereditary mental elite. The validity or otherwise of these visions need not concern us here. What they point to, however, is something that Bobbio's argument passes over. For he writes as if views of human nature, and so of equality or inequality, were a question of ultimate philosophical choice, beyond which is no appeal. But in fact they are subject to scientific evidence, whose volume has been steadily increasing in recent years. Still, he might reply, so far few conclusive findings that bear on his theme have been reached. The prospect of further advance, however, casts a shadow over his distinction. Already, within his scheme, there is no reason why differences of viewpoint about natural or social inequality should be very extensive. Theoretically we could imagine that the natural variation in human beings of the estimated edge either of inequality over equality, or vice versa, was too small to generate any systematic political differences, indeed that there could be crossover in the list of particulars of each. To base the distinction between left and right on ontological judgments of the balance between human equality and inequality, in other words, is to rest it on a frail foundation, which the further development of science could strike away, by imposing inescapable convergence on a common empirical standpoint. What then of the third element in Bobbio's set? Though he gives less attention to this, could it provide a more stable dividing line? In principle, all parties might agree on the factual balance between natural equality and inequality, and on the alterability or otherwise of social inequalities, yet differ fundamentally over the question of whether the latter should be regarded as functional or dysfunctional for a flourishing society. Here questions of normative evaluation, unamenable to scientific arbitration, would enter into their own. Bobbio might have been expected to dwell on them. In fact, he touches on this third element in his characterization of right and left only cursorily, noting that inequalities are often viewed not just as inevitable but also as positive on the right, without referring much to the opposite standpoint on the left, which he perhaps took as self-evident. But here, At any rate, we would appear to be on the surest ground for differentiating right from left. Nevertheless, a difficulty arises. Is it the case that the left, as it actually exists in Europe today, denies all functionality to social inequalities? It is enough to observe the universal tribute paid to the market, and its incentive structures, to realize that this is not so. In many countries, actual indices of economic inequality have, indeed, notoriously increased under administrations of the left as much as or more than under those of the right. Such has been the practice of recent decades. The theory of productive inequality, of course, has been developed mainly on the right, above all in the powerful work of Hayek. The left has by and large adapted to it, with softening but not necessarily effectual caveats. It is perhaps significant that Bobbio has never directly engaged with Hayek. He has, by contrast, referred approvingly to Rawls, the thinker of the moderate left who has theorized justice as fairness, allowing economic inequalities only to the extent that they improve the lot of the worst off. The formalism of the difference principle, however, leaves that extent absolutely indeterminate, potentially justifying virtually every inequality of the existing capitalist order on the grounds of the historically unprecedented productivity, benefiting every poorest citizen, that it has unleashed. It is little surprise Hayek himself could declare his fundamental agreement with Rawls, when a theory of justice first appeared. The third component of Bobbio's package is thus more precarious than it seems to. He is aware of the difficulty, that in practice, the economic policies of left and right in the West appear to exhibit ever-diminishing differences. He tries to resolve it by dismissing the practical compromises the left may have to make as irrelevant to the ideals it continues to stand for, with which alone his intervention is concerned. But the two cannot so easily be separated. Bobbio himself, after all, appeals to the empirical fact that party politics in Italy has never been so shrilly and insistently coded in terms of left and right as today to give weight to his claim that the ideal distinction still holds. But there was a still more striking feature of the Italian electoral campaign of 1994. Never had the programmatic differences between the principal parties been so narrow as they were then, consequent, of course, upon the conversion of the former Communist Party to more or less neoliberal economic doctrines, symbolized by the pilgrimage of its leader to secure the placet of the City of London during the campaign. In 1996, the programmatic convergence of the two blocs has gone even further, to the point where each side is now publicly accusing the other of copying its platform. These are facts which tell against Bobbio's ideal types, and from which he cannot consistently insulate them. Bobbio might reply that if such convergence has occurred in the rich countries, it has not in the poor countries in the world, where the overwhelming task before the left, he insists, lies. But there too, in Latin America, in Black Africa, in South Asia, privatization and deregulation, the triumph of the market, are the doctrines of the hour, implemented by politicians and parties once of the left as frequently as by forces of the right. What does this tell us about Bobbio's fourth proposition, the directional trend of global inequality? Here it is noticeable that there is an asymmetry in his account. When he touches on the last element in his contrast between left and right, he refers only to the left, which is to be encouraged on its path by a longer sense of the movement towards greater equality in human history. What view the right might take of this prospect Bobbio does not suggest. But we can deduce that it must be unpalatable. Broad directionality of any kind, perhaps, might be thought incompatible with the traditional outlook of the right. In fact, however, we have before us a very recent example of a doctrine of the moderate right with strong directionality, which bears directly on Bobbio's thesis. Famously, Francis Fukuyama's claim is that world history has reached a categorical, though not chronological conclusion, since there is no longer any viable alternative to liberal capitalism, whose incentive structures demand approximately the levels of inequality that now obtain in the advanced countries, and whose dynamic is now visibly starting to draw the poorer countries along the same path, towards a common, necessarily competitive, necessarily inegalitarian, prosperity. 6 Fukuyama could calmly agree with Babayo that the movement of history is towards greater equality, since this is just what his Hegelian theory of the struggle for recognition recounts. He would merely note that the movement must halt somewhere, and that we can already see its stopping place in the kind of societies we have, give or take a few minor reforms on which all can agree. It is not clear how Babayo, lacking any comparable historical theory, would reply. His concluding pages form a powerful moral statement. But is it an accident that they equivocate at one crucial point? The long-term trend towards ever greater human equality, Babayo repeats, is irresistible. Yet he writes in the same breath that the civilizing movement is not necessary, but only possible. 7 The contradiction between the two claims needs no emphasis. Babayo's theoretical defense of the distinction between left and right, for all its eloquence, may thus be more vulnerable than it appears. If we ask why this should be so, the answer surely lies in the difficulty of constructing an axiology of political values without coherent reference to the empirical social world. Babayo often writes as if he could separate his ideal taxonomy from contemporary history, but of course he cannot. In practice he admits the political scenery of the present into his account selectively, for the purposes of his argument. But it is in that present that the deeper reasons and limits of his intervention lie. Babayo spent the 1950s to the 1980s arguing against the traditions of Italian Marxism, first in their official and then their heterodox forms. From the start he was an outstandingly courageous, consistent, and civil opponent of communism in his own country and abroad, from the standpoint of what he wished to be a liberal socialism. When communism collapsed in the Soviet bloc, however, Babayo did not exult. His reaction was the very opposite of triumphalist. While greeting the overthrow of the Warsaw Pact regimes as a great episode of human emancipation, the end of an inverted utopia, his immediate fear was that Western capitalism now lacked any external pressure to reform itself in a more humane direction, of the kind the Soviet threat had once represented, in a world in which the larger part of humanity, outside the zones of Western privilege, remained the damned of the earth. 8. His presentiment soon took specific shape in Italy, as a swelling chorus of voices on the left, or former left, declared the distinction between right and left henceforward an anachronism. This was just the kind of reaction to the events of 1989 to 1991 that Babayo had warned against. Better than anyone, he could see the psychological springs of it, as he unerringly depicts them in Destra e Sinistra. Against this relaxation of moral and political tension, he intervened with signal force to reaffirm the enduring identity of the left. But if this gave all its strength to his polemic, it also fixed its limit. We might say that Babayo's gaze remained too eastward. From liberation onwards, he confronted a left dominated by the most powerful communist movement in the West, which demanded the best of his intellectual energy. His critique of it always remained much stronger than his alternative to it, after the demise of the Partito di Azione and the hopes of a liberal socialism it had embodied for him. He was attracted by what he saw of labourism in Britain, from a brief acquaintance during the Italy years. But in Italy there was no equivalent. By the 1970s Babayo saw himself as more or less a social democrat, in a country without social democracy. But he never gave the same degree of attention to the dominant Western version of the European left that he did to the Eastern. Social democracy remained a benign background haze, rather than an institutional phenomenon sharply focused in its own right. Perhaps, unconsciously, Babayo even avoided looking over his shoulder too much at what was taking shape behind him in the Britain of Wilson or Callaghan, the France of Mitterrand, the Spain of Gonzales. At all events, it is the repression of this experience that marks the limits of his intervention in Destra e Sinistra. For by 1994 those who argued against the continuing validity of the categories of right and left were, of course, prompted to do so not just by the collapse of communism in the East but by the demoralized effacement of social democracy in the West. The abandonment of full employment, reduction of social security, and universality of neoliberal doctrines for economic growth, put in question the traditional contrast between left and right in a more painful and pointed way than Babayo's formal conspectus admits. The terms left and right are themselves, of course, as he concedes, purely relative. A left could survive in an all-capitalist system, purged of any residual resistance to the market, that was to the right of anything now in the center. That would even be true today, if we compared, say, the record of recent labor rule in New Zealand with that of the Swedish moderates. In practice, however, it is doubtful how long the vocabulary of right and left would persist in such conditions. 9 Europe, which invented the distinction, is inclined to think it has become universal. But that is not the case. In the United States, where a close approximation to an all-capitalist system has long existed, the terms right and left retain a limited currency in academic literature, but have virtually no purchase in public or popular discourse. This is not a foible of American cultural tradition, but an accurate reflection of the minimal difference, and sporadic interchangeability, between the country's two parties. It is enough to note that the domestic policies of the Democratic administration headed by Clinton are far more conservative than those of the Republican administration led by Nixon. No clear-cut line of principle, of any sort, separates the two duopolists. A very similar situation, potentially perhaps even more pronounced, now obtains in Japan, with the liquidation of the former Social Democratic Party and the split of the LDP. There is no sense in which the current government and opposition in Tokyo, essentially formed from the same magma, can be intelligibly classified as respectively right or left. Since the United States and Japan together form the larger and more dynamic part of the advanced capitalist world, there is reason to wonder whether Europe might not move towards the same horizon too. Historically, of course, ideological labels can persist long after the substance to which they were once attached has disappeared, the example of the Holy Roman Empire standing for an entire class of such cases. Political antonyms form a special case, but here too a comparable inertia of terms and evacuation of meanings is familiar enough. Oppositions of principle are not to be confused with enmities of party. Conflicts between parties broadly understood, some of them virulent, can be strikingly durable even in the absence of socially significant differences between them, the mechanisms of partisanship perpetuating rival loyalties over the longest periods. Violent clashes between blues and greens, mere chariot factions, dominated the political life of Byzantium for centuries. Our parties on television inspire less passion than the teams of the Hippodrome. Should we be proud, or troubled, at the difference? This does not mean, of course, that the concepts of left and right should be abandoned. Babayo's passionate call to retain them commands every respect. But to shut one's eyes to the evacuation of their content by the trend of established politics since the mid-70s is not to safeguard, but to attenuate them. A purely axiological defense of the idea of the left, bereft of any historical account of the present or institutional attack on the status quo, will not resist the turn of the time. Babayo once looked to liberal socialism for such a challenge. Today he redescribes social democracy as liberal socialism, in a notable lowering of expectations, yet at the same time describes liberal socialism as a typical figure of the inclusive third, whose deceptive attempts to escape the dichotomy of left and right he elsewhere criticizes. It is a lesson of his book, however, that the opposition between left and right has no axiomatic guarantee. Philosophically, Babayo's response to the contemporary political condition of the West is the opposite of that of Rawls and Habermas. Where they have sought to efface the difference between Sen and Solon, in a continual slide between idealizations of the existing world and factualizations of velleities beyond it, he has held fast to the principles of the legal positivism and political realism that formed him. Values and facts are categorically separate domains, that are not to be confused. This is certainly an intellectual advantage he enjoys over them. But it comes at a price. To cut all connection between the historical and the desirable risks delivering the world to what is undesirable, in the name of the same realism. 1996 to 2005. 7. Arms and Rights. The Adjustable Center. In the final decade of the century that has just ended, three of the most distinguished political philosophers of the age turned their attention to the international scene. In the early 90s, each had published what could be seen as a culminating statement of their reflections on the internal life of Western liberal democracies: Jürgen Habermas's Faktisität und Geltung, John Rawls's Political Liberalism, and Norberto Bobbio's Destra e Sinistra. There followed, focusing now on external relations between states, Habermas's Kant's idea of perpetual peace, at 200 years historical remove and the post-national constellation and the future of democracy, and Rawls's The Law of Peoples. 1 Bobbio, who had started thinking about international relations much earlier, and anticipated many of their concerns in democracy and the international system, produced more punctual interventions in these years, each arousing major intellectual debates. The apparent alteration in attention of Rawls and Habermas, previously often reproached with lack of concern for global issues, was by contrast striking. In the background to a new set of preoccupations, on the part of all three thinkers, stretched the frieze of world history, as the end of the Cold War brought not pacification of relations between states, but military engagements of a frequency not seen since the 60s, in the Gulf, the Balkans, the Hindu Kush and Mesopotamia. Each philosopher sought to offer proposals appropriate to the time. Of the three, it was Rawls who offered the most systematic outline of a desirable international order. The Law of Peoples extends the modeling devices of a theory of justice from a national to a global plane. How is international justice to be realized? Rawls argues that we should imagine an original position for the various peoples of the earth parallel to that for individuals within a nation-state. In it, these collective actors choose the ideal conditions of justice from behind a veil of ignorance concealing their own size, resources, or strength within the society of nations. The result, he argues, would be a law of peoples comparable to the contract between citizens in a modern constitutional state. But whereas the latter is specifically a design for liberal democracies, the scope of the former extends beyond them to societies that cannot be called liberal, yet are orderly and decent, if more hierarchical. The principles of global justice that should govern democratic and decent peoples alike correspond by and large to existing rules of international law, and the Charter of the United Nations, but with two critical corollaries. On the one hand, the Law of Peoples, so deduced from an original position, authorizes military intervention to protect human rights in states that are neither decent nor liberal, but whose conduct brands them as outlaws within the society of nations. These may be attacked on the grounds of their domestic policies, even if they present no threat to the comity of democratic nations, regardless of clauses to the contrary in the UN Charter. On the other hand, the Law of Peoples involves no obligation to economic redistribution between states comparable to the requirements of a justice within democratic states. The difference principle, Rawls explains, does not apply between peoples, since the disparities in their wealth are due not to inequality of resources, but principally to contrasts in culture. Each society is essentially responsible for its own economic fate. Better off peoples have a duty of assistance to those that are historically more burdened by their culture, but this does not extend beyond helping them achieve the sufficiencies needed for a decent hierarchical order. A legal emporium that conformed to these rules would have every chance of extending the peace that has reigned for more than a century between the world's democracies to all corners of earth. The Law of Peoples, inspired by the long experience of the silence of arms among liberal societies, configures a realistic utopia. Rawls explains at the outset of the Law of Peoples that the basic intention of his work was to offer a contemporary version of Kant's For a Perpetual Peace, a philosophical sketch of 1795. Habermas, proceeding from the same inspiration, sought more explicitly to update Kant, reviewing the posthumous fortunes of his scheme, and where necessary adjusting it to present conditions. War could be abolished, Kant had believed, by the gradual emergence of a federation of republics in Europe, whose peoples would have none of the deadly impulses that drove absolute monarchs continually into battle with each other at the expense of their subjects, the drive for glory or power. Rather, interwoven by trade and enlightened by the exercise of reason, they would naturally banish an activity so destructive of their own lives and happiness. For well over a century, Habermas observes, history rebuffed this prospect. Democratic peoples showed they could be just as bellicose as autocratic princes. Instead of peace-giving trade, there came industrial revolution and class struggle, splitting rather than uniting society. The public sphere became prey to distortion and manipulation with the arrival of modern media. Yet since the close of the Second World War, Kant's vision has come to life again, as his premises have been fulfilled in altered conditions. Statistical research confirms that democracies do not war with each other. Within the OECD, nations have become economically interdependent. The welfare state has pacified class antagonisms. NGOs and global summits on population or environment show that an international public sphere is taking shape. But if Kant's diagnostic has today been vindicated, his institutional scheme for a perpetual peace has proved wanting. For a mere foedus pacificum, conceived by Kant on the model of a treaty between states, from which the partners could voluntarily withdraw, was insufficiently binding. A truly cosmopolitan order required force of law, not mere diplomatic consent. The UN Charter, in banning aggressive wars, and authorizing measures of collective security to protect peace, and the UN Declaration of Rights, laid some of the legal basis for one. But in continuing, inconsistently, to proclaim national sovereignty inviolable, the Charter had not advanced decisively beyond Kant's original conception. The transformative step still to be taken was for cosmopolitan law to bypass the nation-state and confer justiciable rights on individuals, to which they could appeal against the nation-state. Such a legal order required force, an armed capacity to override, where necessary, the outdated prerogatives of national sovereignty. The Security Council was an imperfect instrument of this imperative, since its composition was open to question and its actions were not always even-handed. It would better if it were closer in model to the Council of Ministers in the European Union, but, in this, unlike the latter, with a military force under its command. Nevertheless, the Gulf War was evidence that the UN was moving in the right direction. The present age should be seen as one of transition between international law of a traditional kind, regulating relations between states, and a cosmopolitan law establishing individuals as the subjects of universally enforceable rights. Bobbio's starting point, by contrast, lay in Hobbes. For theorists of natural law, the passage from a state of nature to a civil union required two distinct contracts, the first an agreement between warring individuals to form an association, the second to submit to the decisions of an authority in case of disputes among them, a pact of non-aggression, and a pact for pacific settlement of conflicts. For Hobbes, neither were possible in relations between states. For them, peace could never be more than a temporary suspension of war, the inescapable condition of competing sovereign powers. This was an accurate description, Bobbio agreed, of the classical system of international relations, down to the 20th century. But with the advent of the League of Nations, and then of the United Nations, for the first time a pactum societatis started to take shape between sovereign states. Still lacking, however, was any pactum subactionis for the resolution of conflicts and the enforcement of rights. Democratic ideals plainly informed the UN's Declaration of Human Rights, and the representative equality of its General Assembly. But national sovereignty continued to frustrate the first, and the character of the Security Council to thwart the second. Transactions between the great powers still essentially determined the fate of the earth. Yet now these coexisted with another and better framework. If it was wrong to idealize the UN, skepticism about it was also misplaced. The new system of international relations it half embodied had not done away with a much older one, but nor had the older one succeeded in dispatching this newer one. The two rubbed against each other, one still effective but no longer legitimate, the other legitimate but not yet effective. Point 2 For what was still missing from the contemporary interstate system was the juridical figure of the third, arbiter, mediator, or judge, created by any pact of submission, of which Hobbes's Leviathan, governing those who had voluntarily made themselves its subjects, had offered a compelling, if autocratic, intrastate model. Today, The abstract outline of such a third could acquire a democratic form as a cosmopolitan sovereignty based on the consent of states, empowered to enforce universal peace and a catalogue of human rights. The first condition of such a desirable order had already been perceived by Kant. It was the principle of transparency, abolishing the arcana imperii that had always characterized the foreign policies of democracies and tyrannies alike, under the pretext that affairs of state were too complex and delicate to broadcast to the public, and too dangerous to reveal to the enemy. Such secrecy could not but erode democracy itself, as innumerable actions, at home as well as abroad, of the national security services of contemporary states testified. Here a vicious circle was at work. States could only become fully democratic once the international system became transparent, but the system could only become fully transparent once every state was democratic. Yet there were grounds for hope. The number of democracies was increasing, and a certain democratization of diplomacy was visible. As Kant had once seen in general enthusiasm for the French Revolution a premonitory sign of the moral progress of humanity, so today universal acceptance of human rights, formal as this still might be, could be read as a portent of a pacified future to come. Point 3. The similarity of these constructions, arrived at independently, is all the more notable for the differing profiles of their authors. Biographically, the formative experience of each lay in the Second World War, but these years were lived in sharply contrasting ways. Rawls, who came from a wealthy family in Maryland and originally intended to become a Protestant minister, fought as an infantryman in the New Guinea and Filipino theaters of the Pacific War. The moral crises of the battlefield seem to have affected him deeply, changing a religious into a philosophical vocation. Returning home to pursue an academic career, he became the most widely read political thinker of his time with the publication, in the early 70s, of A Theory of Justice. Although framed entirely abstractly, Rawls's work was at the same time consistently prescriptive, however ambiguous its practical implications might be. Intellectually, his horizon of reference could be described as quite narrow, principally, Anglo-American moral philosophy from the time of Victoria to the Cold War, and an animating inspiration from Kant. Politically, Rawls described himself as a left liberal, and no doubt voted Democrat. But one of the most striking features of a thinker often admiringly described by colleagues as unworldly was a complete abstention, throughout his life, from any commentary on contemporary public affairs. 8 years younger, Habermas grew up in a small Rhenish town under Hitler. His father joined the Nazi Party in 1933, and Habermas himself briefly took part in defensive work with the Hitlerjugend at the end of the war. After discovering the realities of the Third Reich and breaking with Heidegger, his first major influence, Habermas became the major philosophical descendant of the Frankfurt School, absorbing its distinctive transformations of Marx, and then in turn criticizing these in the light of American pragmatism and systems theory. Intellectually heir to the totalizing ambitions of German idealism, scarcely any major philosophical tradition has fallen outside the range of his interests, in which sociology, classical and contemporary, has also occupied a central place. As a political thinker, the pattern of Habermas's writing reverses that of Rawls, whom he has criticized for his inappropriately substantive intentions. His own political theory is purely procedural, abstaining from any programmatic proposals. On the other hand, Habermas has never hesitated to intervene politically on topical issues, adopting public positions on leading disputes of the day in Germany, as a citizen of the left. His Kleine Politische Schriften now run to 9 volumes, rivaling the number of Sartre's Situations. At the same time, he has never been involved in any political organization, keeping his distance from SPD and Greens alike. A generation older, Bobbio was born into a well-connected family in Turin that, like most of the Italian bourgeoisie, welcomed the march on Rome and Mussolini's dictatorship. After early work on Husserl, he turned to the philosophy of law. In his late 20s, friendship with intellectuals in the anti-fascist resistance led to brief arrest and release in 1935, after which he resumed a university career with a letter of submission to Mussolini, and intervention by an uncle acquainted with a leading hierarch of the regime. By the outbreak of the war he was a member of a clandestine liberal socialist circle, and in 1942 became one of the founders of the Partito di Azione, the leading force of the independent left in the Italian resistance. Active in the Partito di Azione until 1948, when it faded from the scene, Bobbio became the most eloquent critical interlocutor of Italian communism during the High Cold War. In 1966, when the long-divided Italian socialists united again, he joined the reunified party, playing a major role both in its internal discussions and in public debates at large. After 1978, in sharp opposition to Craxi's leadership of the SI. In 1984, on his retirement from the University of Turin, he was made a senator for life, and in 1992 his name was canvassed as a candidate for President of the Republic. If Bobbio's career was thus a much more intensely political one than that of Habermas, let alone Rawls, as a theorist he was less systematic or original, limitations he was the first to emphasize. Steeped in the philosophy of law, which he taught for most of his life, taking his primary inspiration from Kelson's positivism, from the early 70s he occupied a chair of political science. In both fields he displayed a notably richer historical sense of his disciplines than either the American or German thinker. The most influential of his voluminous writings were concerned with the origins, fate, and future of democracy, and its relations with socialism, in which he drew equally on Constant and Mill, on Weber and Pareto, to confront the legacy of Marx. These are texts that vividly reflect the energy and variety of Italian political culture in the post-war period, thrown into sharp relief against the monochrome landscape of the United States or the Federal Republic. To that extent, Bobbio's thought was the product of a national experience without equivalent elsewhere in the West. But in one critical respect he was also at an angle to his country. From the early 60s onwards, Bobbio was preoccupied with global problems of war and peace that had little, if any, resonance in Italy, a subordinate state within the American security system, with no post-war colonies, and hardly a foreign policy worth speaking of, whose political class and electorate, famously polarized by domestic conflicts, took correspondingly little interest in affairs beyond their borders. Acutely concerned by the dangers of thermonuclear war between East and West, Bobbio devoted a series of his finest essays to interstate relations in the atomic age, first collected as Il problema della guerra e levi della pace in 1979, long before either Rawls or Habermas had got around to considering the plane of international politics. Service in America's War to Regain the Pacific, A Boyhood in Nazi Germany, Underground Resistance Against Italian Fascism. It would be surprising if three such distinct experiences were without trace in the work of those who went through them. Rawls and Habermas offer the most clear-cut contrast. From the beginning, there were critics, nearly all also admirers, of a theory of justice who were puzzled by its tacit assumption, never argued through as such, that the only relevant unit for its imaginary original position, from which a just social contract could be derived, was the nation-state. How could a Kantian constructivism, deducing its outcome from universal principles, issue into the design merely of a particular community? The categorical imperative had known no territorial boundaries. At the time, the restriction could appear anodyne, since Rawls's two principles of justice, and their lexical order, first, equal rights to political liberty, second, only those socio-economic inequalities of benefit to all, presupposed conditions common to the wealthy capitalist countries of the West, with whom his commentators were also essentially concerned. With the publication of Political Liberalism, however, the extent to which Rawls's preoccupations centered on just one, highly atypical, nation-state, his own, became clear. The whole problematic of the sequel, still couched in general terms, but now referring with diminishing compunction to strictly American questions or obsessions, revolved around the permissible role of religion in political life, an issue of small relevance in any major advanced society other than the United States. In the background, standard patriotic landmarks, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, the Supreme Court, Lincoln's inaugurals, the New Deal, demarcate the space of reflection. Moving into less familiar terrain, the law of peoples unfolds the logic of such introversion. Given that in a theory of justice it is the rational choice of individuals that is modeled in the original position, why does the same procedure not obtain for the law of peoples? Rawls's most impressive pupil, Thomas Pogge, deploring the conservative drift of his later work, has sought to extend its radical starting point in just the way Rawls refuses, offering a vision of global justice based on the application of the difference principle to all human beings, rather than simply the citizens of certain states. Point 4. The reason why Rawls declined this amplification goes to the unspoken core of his theory. For individuals in the original position to reach unanimous agreement on the two principles of justice, Rawls had to endow them with a range of information and a set of attitudes derived from the very liberal democracies the original position was supposed to generate, its veil of ignorance screening the fortunes of each individual in the social order to be chosen, but not collective awareness of its typical institutions. In the law of peoples, this circular knowledge resurfaces as the political culture of a liberal society. But just because such a culture inevitably varies from nation to nation, the route to any simple universalization of the principles of justice is barred. States, not individuals, have to be contracting parties at a global level, since there is no commonality between the political cultures that inspire the citizens of each. More than this, it is precisely the differences between political cultures which explains the socio-economic inequality that divides them. The causes of the wealth of a people and the forms it takes lie in their political and the philosophical, moral, and religious traditions that support the basic structure of the political institutions. 5. Prosperous nations owe their success to the diligence fostered by such traditions, lacking the same, laggards have only themselves to blame if they are less prosperous. Thus Rawls, while insisting that there is a right to emigration from burdened societies, rejects any comparable right to immigration into liberal societies, since that would only reward the feckless, who cannot look after their own property. Such peoples cannot make up for their irresponsibility in caring for their land and its natural resources, he argues, by migrating into other people's territory without their consent. Point 6. Decorating the cover of the work that contains these reflections is a blurred representation, swathed in a pale nimbus of gold, of a statue of Abraham Lincoln. The nationalist icon is appropriate. That the United States owes its own existence to the violent dispossession of native peoples on just the grounds alleged by Rawls for refusal of any redistribution of opportunity or wealth beyond its borders today, their inability to make responsible use of its land or resources, never seems to have occurred to him. The founders who presided over these clearances, and those who followed, are accorded a customary reverence in his late writings. Lincoln, however, held a special position in his pantheon, as the law of peoples, where he is hailed as an exemplar of the wisdom, strength, and courage of statesmen who, unlike Bismarck, guide their people in turbulent and dangerous times, makes clear, and colleagues have since testified. Point 7. The abolition of slavery clearly loomed large in Rawls's admiration for him. Maryland was one of the slave states that rallied to the North at the outbreak of the Civil War, and it would still have been highly segregated in Rawls's youth. But Lincoln, of course, did not fight the Civil War to free slaves, whose emancipation was an instrumental byblow of the struggle. He waged it to preserve the Union, a standard nationalist objective. The cost in lives of securing the territorial integrity of the nation, 600,000 dead, was far higher than all Bismarck's wars combined. A generation later, emancipation was achieved in Brazil with scarcely any bloodshed. Official histories, rather than philosophers, exist to furnish mystiques of those who forged the nation. Rawls's style of patriotism sets him apart from Kant, and below him. The law of peoples, as he explained, is not a cosmopolitan viewpoint. 8. Habermas offers the antipodal case. In post-war Germany, reaction against the cult of the nation was stronger in his generation, with personal memories of the Third Reich, than anywhere else in the West. Division of the country during the Cold War compounded it. Here there was little chance of taking the nation-state simply as an unspoken given of political reflection. For Habermas, the question was the opposite: what place could there be for the nation as a contingent community, whose frontiers were delimited by arms and accidents, within the necessary structure of liberal democracy? Since the Rechtsstaat embodies universal principles, how can it abide a particularistic core? Habermas offers two reasons, one theoretical and the other empirical. So far as the first is concerned, he observes that there is a conceptual gap in the legal construction of the constitutional state, that it is tempting to fill with a naturalistic conception of the people, for one cannot explain in purely normative terms how the universe of those who come together to regulate their common life by means of positive law should be composed. Point 9. As for the second, in historical practice the ideals of popular sovereignty and human rights were too abstract to arouse the energies needed to bring modern democracy into being. Ties of blood and language supplied the extra momentum for the mobilization required, in which the nation became an emotional driving force akin to religion, as a remnant of transcendence in the constitutional state. Point 10. Nationalism then bred imperialism far into the 20th century, sublimating class conflicts into wars of overseas conquest and external expansion. Today, however, two broad forces are weakening the political grip of the nation-state. On the one hand, globalization of financial and commodity markets is undermining the capacity of the state to steer socio-economic life. Neither tariff walls nor welfare arrangements are of much avail against its pressure. On the other, increasing immigration and the rise of multiculturalism are dissolving the ethnic homogeneity of the nation. For Habermas, there are grave risks in this two-sided process, as traditional life worlds, with their own ethical codes and social protections, face disintegration. To avert these dangers, he argued, a contemporary equivalent of the social response to classical laissez-faire that Polanyi had traced in the Great Transformation was needed, a second remedial closure of what had become a new, liberally expanded, modernity. Point 11. The European Union offered the model of what such a post-national constellation might look like, in which the powers and protections of different nation-states were transmitted upwards to a supranational sovereignty that no longer required any common ethnic or linguistic substratum, but derived its legitimacy solely from universalist political norms and the supply of social services. It is the combination of these that defines a set of European values, learned from painful historical experience, which can offer a moral compass to the Union. Point 12. Such a European federation, marking as it would a historic advance beyond the narrow framework of the nation-state, should in turn assume its place within a worldwide community of shared risk. For the great, historically momentous dynamic of abstraction from the local to dynastic, to national to democratic consciousness can take one more step forward. Point 13. World government remains impossible, but a world domestic policy does not. Since political participation and the expression of popular will, as Habermas puts it, are today no longer the predominant basis of democratic legitimacy, there is no reason to demand a planetary suffrage or representative assembly. The general accessibility of a deliberative process whose structure grounds an expectation of rational results is now more significant, and in such forms as a role for NGOs in international negotiations may largely suffice for the necessary progress. For a cosmopolitan democracy cannot reproduce the civic solidarity or welfare state policies of the European Union on a global scale. Its entire normative framework should consist simply of the protection of human rights, that is, legal norms with an exclusively moral content. Point 14. Beyond the obvious contrast in their valuations of the nation, a wider difference of outlook is noticeable in Rawls and Habermas here. Habermas's vision of the requirements of the time is more sociologically informed, offering a general account of objective changes in the contemporary world. Rawls, lacking such sociological imagination, appears, as Poggi notes, to have been blind to the implications of globalized capital markets for his account of the moral qualities that distinguish peoples in the tending of their natural assets. This is not a mistake Habermas could have made. On the other hand, unlike Rawls, he eschews any specific proposal for economic relations between rich and poor zones of the earth, even of the limitative sort advanced in the law of peoples. All that the community of shared risk involves is international enforcement of human rights. Here the two thinkers return to each other. For both, human rights are the global trampoline for vaulting over the barriers of national sovereignty, in the name of a better future. How are these prerogatives derived in the two philosophies? In a theory of justice, they are an unproblematic deduction from the device of the original position, as rights that hypothetical individuals would rationally select, inter alia, behind the veil of ignorance. This was an elegant solution, that avoided determination of the status of rights claimed in the real world. By the time of political liberalism, concerned to construct an overlapping consensus from a variety of existing ideological standpoints, so inevitably requiring more empirical reference, this was no longer sufficient. To show that such a consensus would comprise his principles of justice, Rawls was now obliged to argue that all major religions contained moral codes compatible with them. In the Law of Peoples, the two lines of argument merge. Universal human rights are deducible from the choice that variant peoples, endowed as they are with differing faiths, would make if assembled together in an original position. Since they form a narrower set than the full range of liberal rights, decent as well as democratic societies will select them. Symptomatically, Rawls's examples of the former are consistently Muslim. Lacking a counterfactual artifice from which to derive them, Habermas is compelled to express a clearer view of human rights as they are actually invoked in the political world. Noting a certain philosophical embarrassment surrounding them, he concedes that they cannot be taken as moral rights inherent in each human being, since they are juridical by their very nature, that is, can exist only as determinations of positive law. Yet they are also superpositive, for their justification, unlike that of other legal norms, can be exclusively moral, requiring no further arguments in support of them. 15 What is then the morality that legitimates them? Here Habermas directly rejoins Rawls. Does the claim to universality that we connect with human rights merely conceal a particularly subtle and deceitful instrument of Western domination, he asks, or do the universal world religions converge on them in a core repertoire of moral intuitions? There are no prizes for guessing the answer. I am convinced Rawls is right, that the basic content of the moral principles embodied in international law is in harmony with the normative substance of the great world historical prophetic doctrines and metaphysical worldviews. 16. Habermas's more sociological side, however, which remembers Weber, cannot let the matter rest there. After all, surely the doctrine of human rights is specifically Western in origin, rather than of panconfessional inspiration? Adjusting his sights, Habermas meets this objection by explaining that human rights stem less from the particular cultural background of Western civilization than from the attempt to answer specific challenges posed by a social modernity that has in the meantime covered the globe. 17 How, in that case, is it that the social challenges of modernity happen to coincide with the moral intuitions of antiquity, the atomic and axial ages unexpectedly melting together in the eloquence of UN prose? Habermas has a proviso ready to square the circle. The faiths that so harmoniously agree with each other, and with lay wisdom, are not fundamentalist, but aware that their own religious truths must be brought into conformity with publicly recognized secular knowledge, and so like Christianity since the Reformation are transformed into reasonable comprehensive doctrines under the reflexive pressure generated by modern life circumstances. 18. With this gloss, the vacancy of the claim that human rights are validated by all world religions is laid bare. The slightest acquaintance with the Pentateuch, Revelation, the Quran, or the Bhagavad Gita, replete with every kind of injunction to persecution and massacre, is enough to show how absurd such an anachronistic notion must be. All that is really postulated by Rawls and Habermas is that once religious beliefs are rendered indistinguishable from public reason or secular knowledge, they can be enlisted like any other platitude as sponsors of whatever conventional wisdom requires. The fact that in the real world, transcendent faiths continue to represent contradictory ethical imperatives, waging ideological or literal war with each other, becomes an irrelevant residue, the domain of a fundamentalism that is no longer even quite religion, properly understood. In Habermas's construction, something similar occurs to democracy. Once this is redefined as principally a matter of communication and consciousness, political participation and popular will become residuals that can be bypassed in the design of a cosmopolitan legal order. Here too, the presiding concept assures the desirable outcome, Habermas's discourse theory functioning, like Rawls's public reason, to neutralize democracy as once religion. For rather than a critique of the involution of classic democratic ideals in the dispersed and depoliticized political systems of the West today, Habermas furnishes a metaphysical justification of it, in the name of the salutarily impersonal and decentered flux of communicative reason. The result is a political theory tailor-made for the further dissolution of popular sovereignty at a European level, and its vaporization altogether at a putative global level. To his credit, when writing on the actual European Union under his eyes, Habermas has sought to resist the logic of his own weakening of any idea of collective self-determination, calling, indeed, for more powers to the European Parliament and the formation of European parties. But when, untempered by any comparable experience, he envisages a cosmopolitan order to come, the logic of his projection ends in a political wraith, democracy without democracy, shorn even of elections or voters. The intellectual framework of Bobbio's prospectus stands apart from these two. The reason for that is its quite distinct historical starting point. Rawls and Habermas were moved to reflections on the interstate system only with the end of the Cold War. Their theories are plainly responses to the New World Order announced in the wake of the Gulf War. By contrast, Bobbio's concerns, predating theirs by 3 decades, were a product of the Cold War itself. The dangers of a nuclear exchange are completely absent from the analytics of either the American or the German. But it was these which determined the Italians' approach to the international scene. The lesson of Carlo Cattaneo in the time of the Risorgimento, and of his teacher Aldo Capitini in the Resistance, had been that the elimination of violence as a means of resolving conflicts, represented by the procedures of democracy within states, required a structural complement between states. Liberty and peace, whatever the empirical gaps or torsions between them, logically belonged together. In the late 18th and mid-19th centuries, a considerable range of thinkers had believed that history was in the process of delivering their union. Kant or Mazzini were confident that the spread of republican governments would do away with war. Saint-Simon, Comte and Spencer thought that industrial society made military conflict an anachronism. Cobden expected the growth of trade to ensure amity between nations. Babel and Jors were sure socialism would bring lasting peace between peoples. All of these hopes, plausible as they seemed at the time, were dashed in the 20th century. The barriers to which they had looked against mutual slaughter proved to be made of clay. Merchants did not replace warriors, peoples proved as truculent as princes, communist states attacked each other. 19 Yet now that nuclear annihilation threatened humanity, peace was a universal imperative as it had never been before. Bobbio had no time for Cold War orthodoxy. Deterrence theory was self-contradictory, purporting to prevent the risk of atomic war by the very weapons that created it, and the balance of terror inherently unstable, preordained to escalation rather than equilibrium. 20 Disarmament treaties were welcome if secured, but did not constitute either a radical or reliable alternative. Moral solutions to the problem of war, however noble, were not more satisfactory than such instrumental ones, since they required an improbable transformation of humanity. The most credible path for putting an end to the nuclear arms race was institutional. If the roots of war lay in the system of states, logically 2 remedies were possible. If conflicts were generated by the structure of international relations, a juridical solution was indicated. If their causes lay in the internal character of the states making up the system, the solution would have to be social. In the first case, peace could be secured only by the creation of a superstate, endowed with a global monopoly of force, capable of enforcing a uniform legal order across the world. In the second, it could come only by a transition to socialism, leading to a universal withering away of the state itself. A single Hobbesian sovereignty, or a Marxist Sprung in der Freiheit, such was the choice. 21 Without claiming that it meant the elimination of coercion, since by definition the state was always a concentration of violence. Bobbio held the sole realistic prospect for global peace to be Hobbesian. The menace of a nuclear conflagration could be laid to rest only by a universal state. Structurally, that could become a superdespotism, such as Kant had feared. 22 But, unlike Rawls or Habermas, Bobbio was prepared to contemplate this risk, because it was less than the danger of planetary destruction they ignored. Once the Cold War was over, Bobbio became more concerned to furnish his Hobbesian framework with a Lockean foundation, by stressing the need for a democratic, rather than authoritarian, incarnation of the absent third, one always preferable, but now that the Soviet bloc had collapsed, increasingly possible. Nevertheless, the world government he advocated remained a much more centralized structure than Rawls's law of peoples or Habermas's cosmopolitan consciousness, and involved less idealization of its conditions. Even adjusted to post-Cold War circumstances, the link of any such authority to democracy was logically weaker, since its primary legitimation was pacification of interstate relations rather than a mimesis of intrastate norms, not devices like the original position or discourse theory replicated at international level, but a supervening logic at that level itself, in keeping with Bobbio's dictum, unthinkable for the other two, that it cannot escape anyone who views history without illusions. That relations between rulers and ruled are dominated by the primacy of foreign over domestic policies. 23. So too human rights, though they eventually played a role in Bobbio's prescriptions for a peaceful international order very similar to their position in the agendas of Rawls and Habermas, were always seen in a quite different light. At no point does Bobbio suggest that they magically harmonize the moral intuitions of the world's great religions, or can be regarded as principles of natural law, or are general requirements of modernity. They are not less precious to him for that. But a realistic view of them is incompatible with their standard descriptions. There are no fundamental natural rights, since what seems basic is always determined by a given epoch or civilization. Since they were first proclaimed, the list of human rights has typically been ill-defined, variable, and often contradictory. Such rights continually conflict with each other: private property with civic equality, freedom of choice with universal education, and more. Since ultimate values are antinomic, rights appealing to them are inevitably inconsistent. No historical synthesis between liberal and socialist conceptions has yet been realized. Human rights lack any philosophical foundation. Their only warrant is factual. Today, all governments pay formal homage to the UN Declaration of Human Rights. This empirical consensus gives them a contingent universality that is their real basis. 24. Bobbio's account of human rights is thus a far cry from the deontological versions of Rawls or Habermas. It is radically historical. For Hobbes, the only right was to life itself; the individual could refuse to lay it down for the state. Since his time, the list of rights claimed by citizens has been progressively extended, at first comprising liberties from the state, then liberties in the state, and eventually liberties through the state. The right to national self-determination, vehemently rejected by Habermas, belonged to these conquests. There was no end in sight to the dynamic of an age of rights. Today, rights to truthful information and to participation in economic power were on the agenda. But theoretical declamation was one thing, practical observance another. The new global ethos of human rights was resplendent only in solemn official declarations and learned commentaries. The reality was their systematic violation in virtually all countries of the world, in relations between the powerful and the weak, the rich and the poor, the knowing and the uninstructed. 25. Law, in turn, could not be viewed in the starry-eyed fashion of Habermas or Rawls. Wars and revolution, the exercise of external and internal violence, were often the source of legal codes. Legitimacy was typically conferred by victory, not the other way around. Once in place, laws could be compared to a damming or canalization of the powers of existing social groups. When the dikes break, an extraordinary lawmaking power tumbles forth, creating a new legitimacy, ex facto oritur jus. Law cannot dispense with the use of force and is always founded in the last instance on the right of those who are strongest, which only sometimes, and contingently, coincides with the right of those who are most just. 26 We are a long way from the premises of a Habermasian jurisprudence. Bobbio, though his accents could alter, never wavered from a basic fidelity to Hobbes's maxim, auctoritas sed non veritas facit legem. The UN should be vested with powers to enforce the human rights it proclaimed. But the gap between its promises and performance remained wide. It had not secured the peace or friendship between nations that its charter had proclaimed. Its main achievement to date was never envisaged by its founders, the impetus given by the General Assembly in December 1960 to decolonization, the greatest single progress of political emancipation in the second half of the 20th century. 27 Like Habermas, Bobbio proposed no determinate program for reduction of social inequalities on a global scale. But the strength of his feeling about them set him apart too. The real problem of the time, which the nuclear arms race prevented any of the rich nations from addressing, was death by famine in the poor countries of the South. 28. If such were the principal differences of theoretical prospectus, what of the political responses of the three thinkers to the new landscape of violence after the Cold War? Rawls, coherent with the silence of a lifetime, made no comment on the guerres and Shen of the 90s. But the logic of a sanction for them is written on every other page of the Law of Peoples. There the philosopher of justice not only offers a blank check for military interventions to protect human rights, without even specifying what authority, other than democratic peoples at large, is empowered to decide them. He even exceeds State Department jargon with his talk of outlaw states, a term inviting law-abiding nations to dispatch them still more swiftly than merely rogue ones. The political assumptions at work in such language can be found in such historical illustrations as the book offers. Although Rawls mentions no contemporary political events, he touches on enough past ones to reveal, in this area, a disconcertingly uncritical mind. The slaughter of the First World War was inevitable, because no self-respecting liberal people could have accepted German demands on France in 1914.29. The firebombing of Hamburg was justified in the Second World War, if not that of Dresden. Though the destruction of Japanese cities, culminating in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, was a great wrong, it represented simply a failure of statesmanship on the part of Truman, who otherwise, loyalty oaths, Greek intervention, the suborning of the UN presumably to witness, was in many ways a good, at times a very good president. 30 An excellent guide to just wars is provided by a work explaining why Israel's preemptive strike of 1967 was 1.31 Outlaw societies at one time included Habsburg, Spain and Bourbon or Napoleonic France, but not Hanoverian or Victorian England, let alone Gilded Age America. Such miscreants are unsatisfied powers. Nuclear weapons are essential to keep their modern counterparts in check. 32 Even Rawls's coinage of the notion of decent, as distinct from democratic, people simply shadows the geography of the U.S. security system. The imaginary Muslim society of Kazakhstan that Rawls conjures up to illustrate the notion can be read as an idealized version of Kuwait or Saudi Arabia, reliable clients whose traditional, if less than liberal, political systems are to be respected, while outlaws in their neighborhood are removed. Equipped with such credentials, Operation Desert Storm might well be described as the law of the peoples in real time. Habermas was more explicit. The Allied campaign to punish Iraq's brazen violation of international law in seizing Kuwait was an important step forward in the creation of a global public sphere. Although it was not fought under UN command, and was unaccountable to the Security Council, it invoked the UN, and this was better than nothing. For the first time the United States and its allies were offered the objective possibility of temporarily assuming the role of police force to the United Nations. Admittedly, the result was a hybrid action, since power political calculations were not absent from its execution, but it was now plain that the enforcement of international law has to be carried out by an organized cooperation of the international community, not by some utopian world government. Moreover, and perhaps most importantly, the Gulf War was justified not merely by Iraq's annexation of Kuwait, but its menace to Israel, which posed the nightmare scenario of an Israel encircled by the entire Arab world and threatened with the most horrific kinds of weapons. 33. Since violations of international law had never hitherto troubled Habermas overmuch, when Turkey invaded Cyprus, Indonesia annexed East Timor, let alone when Israel seized East Jerusalem and occupied the West Bank, there is no record of his being moved to comment on them. It seems clear that political feelings rather than legal arguments were the principal pressure behind Habermas's endorsement of Desert Storm. On the one hand, there was his self-declared, long-standing posture of loyalty to the West. For 40 years he had held that Germany could only be purged of its malign past, and put all suspect notions of a Sonderweg behind it, by an unconditional orientation to the West. This had been Adenauer's great achievement, which as a young man he had failed to understand, and which must remain the pole star of the Federal Republic. After 1945, it was this orientation that had given Germans an upright posture. 34 But there was also, after the final solution, and crucially, the special responsibility of Germany to Israel, a vulnerable democracy still obliged to act as an outpost of the Western world in the Middle East. Since the founding of the Federal Republic, Habermas notes approvingly, solidarity with Israel has been an unwritten law of German foreign policy. Only anti-Semites could question it. 35 In the mixture of motivations for Habermas's support of the Gulf War, this was probably the most powerful. Not a few admirers of Habermas, in Germany and outside it, were taken aback by this philosophical theorization of a war fought, on the admission of the U.S. administration itself, essentially over the control of oil wells. Signs of an uneasy conscience could be detected in Habermas himself, who was quick to express reservations about the military tactics employed to win the war, and even to concede that the claim to UN legitimacy for it served largely as a pretext. 36 But such qualifications, calculated to disarm critics, only underline the crudity of his subsequent conclusion, sweeping principles away in the name of deeds. Dismissing the objection that negotiations for a peaceful resolution of the conflict had scarcely been exhausted, Habermas declared in the spirit of a saloon-bar realpolitik, it is a little academic to subject an event of such brutality to a pedantically normative assessment after the fact. 37. The rhetorical movement of Babayo's response to the Gulf War was uncannily similar. Operation Desert Storm, Babayo explained as it rolled into action, was a just war of legitimate defense against aggression. Saddam Hussein, bidding to become a future emperor of Islam, was a great international danger. A sanguinary dictator at home, and an expansionist warlord abroad, he would multiply aggressions to the end of his days, if he were not checked now. Like Hitler, he was bent on extending the theater of conflict ever further, as his raining of rockets on Israel showed. 38 Babayo's position caused more of an uproar than Habermas's, in part because there was still a much stronger left in Italy than in Germany, but also because he himself had been such an eloquent voice against the Bellicism of the Cold War. Criticism from friends and pupils, shocked by his apparent volte-face, came thick and fast. In the face of this, Babayo too, having approved the principle of the war, took his distance from the practice of it. I readily acknowledge that in the course of the fighting the relationship between the international organism and the conduct of the war has become ever more evanescent, with the result that the present conflict more and more resembles a traditional war, except for the disproportion in strength between the two combatants. Has a great historical opportunity been lost? He asked after 5 weeks of uninterrupted American bombing. Looking around him, he confessed, our conscience is disturbed. The war was just, but, a separate question, was it obligatory? If so, did it have to be fought in this way? Babayo's reply was taxative. Just as with Habermas, it served no purpose to scruple after the fact. Any answer to such questions comes too late to change the course of events. Not only would it be irrelevant, what is done, but it could appear downright naive, for no one is in a position to say what would have happened if another path had been chosen to reach the same goal. 39 The war might not have been necessary, or so bloody. But it was now an accomplished fact. What point was there in quarreling with it? 8 years later, Habermas greeted Operation Allied Force with more emphatic applause. NATO's attack on Yugoslavia was necessary to stop the crimes against humanity of the Milosevic regime, 300,000 persons subjected to murder, terror and expulsion, before their rescue by American airstrikes began. There was no basis for casting suspicion on the motives of this intervention, from which the United States stood to gain little. It was a humanitarian war which, even if it lacked a UN mandate, had the tacit authorization of the international community. The participation of the Bundeswehr in the attack was the decision of a red-green coalition, the first German government ever to be committed to a cosmopolitan legal order in the spirit of Kant and Kelsen. It expressed a public mood in the Federal Republic that was reassuringly similar to that in the rest of Western Europe. There might be some disagreements between the continental Europeans and the Anglo-Saxons on the importance of consulting the UN Secretary-General or squaring Russia. But after the failure of negotiations at Rambouillet, the US and member states of the EU proceeded from a common position. 40. It was true, of course, that since human rights were only weakly institutionalized at the international level, the boundary between law and morality may blur, as in the present case. Once authorization from the Security Council was denied, NATO could only appeal to the moral validity of international law. But that did not mean Carl Schmitt's critique of the moralization of interstate relations, as fatally radicalizing conflicts between them, applied. Rather, humanitarian interventions like the bombing of Yugoslavia were forced to anticipate the future cosmopolitan order they sought to create. Here there was a distinction between Washington and most European capitals. For the US, global enforcement of human rights supplied a moral compass for national goals. To that fruitful union of idealism and pragmatism, going back to Wilson and Roosevelt, Germans owed their own liberation, and it continued to be as vital as ever. The US has assumed the tasks of keeping order that are incumbent on a superpower in a world of states that is only weakly regulated by the UN. But the moral imperatives it acted on needed to be institutionalized, as legal norms with binding international force. Happily, the UN was on the road to closing the gap between them, even if the transition between power politics and an emergent cosmopolitan order still involved a common learning process. 41. In the Balkans as in the Gulf, Habermas was careful to season his plea for war with provisos of conscience. On the one hand, collateral damage to the civilian population of Yugoslavia created a sense of disquiet. Were the brutal military means used to rescue the Kosovars always proportionate to the compassionate end? There was reason to doubt it. On the other hand, what would happen if Operation Allied Force henceforth provided the model for humanitarian interventions at large? The West had been obliged to bypass the UN in this case, but that should remain an exception. NATO's self-authorization cannot be permitted to become a matter of routine. 42. With this, ironically, in an essay whose title is taken from Schmitt's lapidary dictum Humanity, Bestiality, and is devoted to refuting it, Habermas ended by innocently illustrating the very theory of law he wished to refute. Sovereign is he who decides. The exception runs the most famous line of political theology. Not norms, but decisions, argued Schmitt, were the basis of any legal order. The rule proves nothing, the exception proves everything. It confirms not only the rule but also its existence, which derives only from the exception. 43. Kant or Kelsen, invoked by Habermas at the outset, offered no affidavits for America's war in the Balkans. To justify it, he unwittingly found himself driven to reproduce Schmitt. For sovereign, in effect, was the superpower that delivered the ultimatum of Rambouillet designed to furnish the occasion for war, and disseminated the myth of 100,000 dead to motivate it, and sovereign the philosopher who now explained that the exception anticipated the rule of the future. Unlike Habermas, Bobbio had admired and corresponded with Schmitt. But in justifying the Balkan War, he had a greater authority in mind. Milosevic was a tyrant like Saddam, who needed to be wiped off the face of the earth. NATO's attack on him should be regarded as a police action rather than an international war, and its means be proportional to its ends. It made no sense to speak any longer of just or unjust wars. All that could be asked was whether a war was legal or not, and effective or not. But today another kind of warrant existed. For as a superpower the United States had acquired a kind of absolute right that puts it completely outside the constituted international order. In practice, America had no need of legal justification for its wars, for its record in defending democracy in the three decisive battles of the 20th century, the First World War, the Second World War and the Cold War, gave its de facto preeminence and ethical legitimacy. Europeans owed their freedom to the United States, and with it an unconditional gratitude. Wilson, Roosevelt, and Reagan had fought the good cause, defeating the Central Powers, fascism and communism, and so making possible the normal democratic world we now live in. Hegel's philosophy of right had understood such a role. In every period of history, one nation is dominant, and possesses an absolute right as bearer of the present stage of the world spirit's development, leaving other nations without rights in face of it. 44. This far-reaching accolade was, once again, not without troubled afterthoughts that were, once again, quieted with a further reassuring reflection. After 7 weeks of bombing, Bobbio felt that Operation Allied Force had been incompetently executed, and produced a mess. Now expressing doubts that ethnic cleansing in Kosovo had started before the war, rather than being occasioned by it, he feared that a campaign to protect human rights was in the process of violating it. Yet this did not alter its general character, as an exercise of licit against illicit force. Habermas was right to maintain that international law was becoming, however imperfectly, institutionalized as a set of enforceable rules, in one of the most extraordinary and innovative developments of its history. Humanity was moving across the frontier from the moral to the juridical, as his German colleague had seen. 45. By the time of the next Western military expedition, Bobbio had withdrawn from comment on public affairs. But in the Afghan war Habermas found vindication for his judgment of the trend of the time. Although the new Republican administration was deplorably unilateralist, European governments had some responsibility for failing to sustain Sagar councils in Washington. The coalition against terrorism put together by it was a clever one, and had acted with good reason to remove the Taliban regime. True, the staggering asymmetry in weaponry between the American Armada in the skies and bearded tribesmen on the ground, in a country long victim of rival colonial ambitions, was a morally obscene sight. But now it was over, and there was no point in repining. For in any case, the Taliban regime already belongs to history. The UN was still too weak to fulfill its duties, so the US had taken the initiative, as in the Balkans. But with the unsponsored conference in Bonn to establish a new government in liberated Kabul, the outcome had been a happy step forward in the transition, which had begun with the establishment of no-fly zones over Iraq, from international to cosmopolitan law. 46. A year later, Habermas was less serene. The new national security strategy of the Republican administration was provocatively unilateralist. The United States should not invade Iraq without the authorization of the United Nations, although the German government was also wrong in refusing such an invasion in advance, rather than declaring its unreserved respect for whatever the Security Council might decide. There might even have arisen something whose possibility Habermas had never imagined, a systematically distorted communication between the United States and Europe, setting the liberal nationalism of the one against the cosmopolitanism of the other. 47. Once launched, Operation Iraqi Freedom confirmed these forebodings. On the one hand, the liberation of a brutalized population from a barbaric regime was the greatest of all political goods. On the other, in acting without a mandate from the United Nations, the US had violated international law, leaving its moral authority in ruins and setting a calamitous precedent for the future. For half a century, the United States had been the pacemaker of progress towards a cosmopolitan order vested with legal powers, overriding national sovereignty to prevent aggression and protect human rights. Now, however, neoconservative ideologues in Washington had broken with the reformism of UN human rights policies, in favor of a revolutionary program for enforcing these rights across the world. Such hegemonic unilateralism risked not only stretching American resources and alienating allies, but also generating side effects that endangered the mission of improving the world according to the liberal vision. Fortunately, the UN had suffered no really significant damage from this episode. Its reputation would only be injured were it to try, through compromises, to redeem the irredeemable. 48. Such thoughts did not last long. 6 months later, when the UN Security Council unanimously passed a resolution endorsing the American occupation of Iraq and the client regime it had set up in Baghdad, Habermas offered no word of criticism. Though saddened by the change of political scene in America, I would never have imagined that such an exemplary liberal country as the United States could be so indoctrinated by its government. He now had no doubt that the coalition provisional authority must be supported. We have no other option but to hope that the United States is successful in Iraq. 49. The response by the two philosophers to successive wars waged by the West after the collapse of the Soviet bloc thus exhibits a consistent pattern. First, military action by Washington and its allies is justified on normative grounds, invoking either international law, or human rights, or liberation from tyranny. Then, qualms are expressed over the actual way that violence is unleashed by the righteous party, in a gesture of humanitarian punctilio. Finally, these in turn are casually minimized or forgotten in the name of the accomplished fact. The telltale formula in any case, peremptorily ratifying the deed once done, says everything. The political complexion of such positions is clear enough. What is most striking about them, however, is their intellectual incoherence. No one could suspect Bobbio or Habermas of an inadequate background in logic, or inability to reason with rigor. Yet here philosophy gives way to such a lame jumble of mutually inconsistent claims and excuses that it would seem only bad conscience, or bad faith, could explain them. Behind the dance steps of this occasionalism, swaying back and forth between impartial principle, tender scruple and brute fact, can be detected a simpler drive shaping the theoretical constructions of all these thinkers. Rawls describes his law of peoples as a realistic utopia, that is, an ideal design that withal arises out of and reflects the way of the world. Habermas's cosmopolitan democracy, a global projection of his procedural theory of law, has the same structure. Even Bobbio, in the past resistant to any such confusion between facts and values, eventually succumbed to his own, with sightings of a new signum rememorativum of historical development as humanity's improvement. In each case, the underlying wish is a philosophical version of a banal everyday inclination, to have one's cake and eat it. Against criticisms pointing to the disgraced reality of interstate relations, the ideal can be upheld as a normative standard untainted by such empirical shortcomings. Against charges that it is an empty utopia, the course of the world can be represented as an increasingly hopeful pilgrimage towards it. In this VAT bind between ostensible justifications by universal morality and surreptitious appeals to a providential history, the upshot is never in doubt, a license for the American empire as placeholder for human progress. That this was not the original impulse of any of these thinkers is also clear, and there is something tragic in the descent that brought them to this pass. How is it to be explained? Part of the answer must lie in a dephasage of thinkers whose outlook was shaped by the Second World War, and its sequels, in the new landscape of power after the end of the Cold War. Old age mitigates judgment of the final conceptions of Rawls or Bobbio. When he published The Law of Peoples, Rawls was already victim of a stroke, and writing against time. When he pronounced on the Balkan War, Bobbio was over 90, and no contemporary has written so movingly of the infirmities of such advanced years, in De Senectude, one of the finest of all his texts. But certainly, there was also long-standing blindness towards the global hegemon. In Rawls's case, superstitious veneration of totems like Washington and Lincoln ruled out any clear-eyed view of his country's role, either in North America itself or in the world at large. Regretting the U.S. role in overthrowing Allende, Arbenz, and Mossadegh, and, some would add, the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. Here, presumably, he was unable to form his own opinion. The best explanation Rawls could muster for it was that while democratic peoples are not expansionist, they will defend their security interest, and in doing so can be misled by governments. 50 So much for the Mexican or Spanish-American Wars, innumerable interventions in the Caribbean, repeated conflicts in the Far East, and contemporary military bases in over 100 countries round the world. A number of European nations engaged in empire building in the 18th and 19th centuries, but, so it would seem, happily America never joined them. 51. Habermas's vision of the United States is scarcely less roseate. Although undoubtedly culpable of lapses in such lands as Vietnam or Panama, Washington's overall record as a champion of liberty and law has been matchless, for half a century blazing the trail towards a disinterested cosmopolitan order. No exhortation recurs with such insistence in Habermas's political writing as his call to his compatriots to show unconditional loyalty to the West. The fact that Germany itself has usually been thought to belong to the West indicates the more specialized, tacit identification in Habermas's mind. Intended are the Anglophone allies who were the architects of the Federal Republic. If the United States looms so much larger than the United Kingdom in the ledger of gratitude and allegiance, this is not simply a reflection of the disproportion in power between the two. For Habermas, America is also a land of intellectual awakening in a way that Britain never became. To the political debt owed General Clay and Commissioner McCloy was added the philosophical education received from Pierce and Dewey, and the sociological light of Meade and Parsons. This was the West that had allowed Germans of Habermas's generation to stand erect again. Against such a background, endorsement of American military interventions in the Gulf, the Balkans, and Afghanistan came naturally. At the invasion of Iraq, however, Habermas balked. The reason he gave for doing so is revealing. In marching to Baghdad, the United States acted without the authorization of the Security Council. But, of course, exactly the same was true of its attack on Belgrade. Since violation of human rights was, by common consent, far worse in Iraq than in Yugoslavia, why was a punitive expedition against the latter fully justified, but not the former? The difference, Habermas explains, is that the Balkan War was legitimate after the fact, not only by the need to stop ethnic cleansing and supply emergency aid, but above all by the undisputed democratic and rule of law character of all the members of the acting military coalition, even if the US and UK had approached the necessary task in a less pure spirit than Germany, France, Italy, or other European members of NATO. Over Iraq, however, a once united international community had split. The phrase, standard euphemism of every mendacious official broadcast and communique from Atlantic chancelleries, speaks for itself. The political confines of the community that stands in for the world are never in doubt. Today, normative dissent has divided the West itself. 52. Yet since, in Habermas's own words, there can be no greater good than liberating a people from a brutal tyranny, why should prevention of ethnic cleansing or provision of aid, plainly lesser objectives, supply General Clark with philosophical credentials denied to General Franks? It is plain that the crucial distinction lies elsewhere, in European responses to American initiatives. So long as both sides of the Atlantic concur, the international community remains whole, and the UN can be ignored. But if Europe demurs, the UN is sacrosanct. So naively self-serving an assumption invites, in one sense, only a smile. What it points to, however, is the disintegration of a larger one. The West upheld in Habermas's credo was always an ideological figure, an unexamined topos of the Cold War, whose assumption was that America and Europe could for all practical purposes be treated as a single democratic ecumene, under benevolent U.S. leadership. The unwillingness of Berlin and Paris to rally behind Washington in the attack on Iraq undid that long-held construction, rendering an unconditional orientation to the West meaningless. In this emergency, Habermas fell back on European values, now distinct from, somewhat less commendable, American ones, as a substitute lodestar in international affairs. But, setting aside the work of lustration required to yield an uplifting common ethos out of Europe's bloody past, or even its self-satisfied present, the new construct is as incoherent as the old. Not only does Europe, as currently understood by Habermas, have to exclude Britain, for undue similarity of outlook to the United States, but it cannot even encompass the continental states of the EU itself, a majority of whose members supported rather than opposed the liberties taken by the US with the UN Charter. So in a further geopolitical contraction, Habermas has been driven to advocate a Franco-German core as the final refuge out of which a future and better EU, more conscious of its social and international responsibilities, may one day emerge, harbinger of a wider cosmopolitan order. 53. But this is auricular pourmuesauter without self-criticism. Habermas still appears to believe that NATO's attack on Yugoslavia, for him, a last precious moment of Euro-American unity, was warranted by Belgrade's refusal to treat, and determination to exterminate, heedless of well-advertised findings to the contrary. That the Rambouillet ultimatum was as deliberately framed to be unacceptable, furnishing a pretext for war, as the Austrian note to Serbia in 1914, that Operation Horseshoe, the plan for mass ethnic cleansing of Kosovo invoked by his foreign minister to justify the war, has been exposed as a forgery of the Bulgarian secret services, and that the number of Albanians in the region killed by Serb forces was closer to 5 than to the hundreds of thousands claimed by Western spokesmen. Details like these can be swept under the ethical carpet as casually as before, for Yugoslavia too already belongs to history. Even in Iraq, Habermas, in this like most of his fellow citizens in Germany or France, objects only to the American invasion, not occupation of the country. The deed once consummated, it becomes another accomplished fact, which he wishes well, even if he hopes it will not be repeated. Babayo's embrace of American hegemony was quite distinct in origin. Unlike Habermas, he never showed any special attachment to the United States after 1945, or even much interest in it. Did he so much as ever visit it? No reference of any intellectual significance for him seems to have been American. His post-war sympathies went to Britain, where he viewed the labor experiment in person, and wrote warmly, if not uncritically about it. During the High Cold War, he sought energetically to resist polarization between East and West, and when he became active in the peace movements of the 70s and 80s, he never put the United States on a higher moral or political plane than the USSR as a nuclear power, holding them equally responsible for the dangers of an arms race threatening all humanity. America, however, was the more powerful of the two masters of our life and of our death, and it was therefore all the more discouraging to hear maxims from Reagan that could only be compared to the motto Louis XIV had inscribed on his cannon, Extrema ratio regis. 54. But when the unexpected happened, and Gorbachev lowered the Soviet flag, ending the Cold War with a complete American victory, there was in Babayo's outlook one tenacious idea that allowed him to make a radical adjustment to the New World Order. He had always maintained that the most viable solution to the problem of endemic violence between states was the creation of a superstate with a monopoly of coercion over all others, as guarantor of universal peace. During the Cold War he envisaged this hitherto absent third ultimately materializing in the shape of a world government, representing a de jure union based on a multiplicity of states. But when instead, one existing state achieved a de facto paramountcy over all others of a kind never seen before, Babayo could, without inconsistency, adapt to it as the unpredictable way history had realized his vision. America had become the planetary leviathan for which he had called. So be it. The Hobbesian realism that had always distinguished him from Rawls or Habermas made him, who had been a far more critical voice of the international order as long as the Cold War persisted, ironically capable of a much more coherent apology for the U.S. empire once the Cold War was over. Hobbes could explain, as they could not, why the Pax Americana now so often required resort to arms, if a juridical order protected by a global monopoly of force was finally to be created. The law without a sword is but paper. Babayo's realism, what can be seen as the conservative strand in his thinking, had always coexisted, however, with liberal and socialist strands for which he is better known, and that held his primary moral allegiance. The balance between them was never quite stable, synthesis lying beyond reach. But in extreme old age, he could no longer control their tensions. So it was that, instead of simply registering, or welcoming, the Hobbesian facts of American imperial power, he also tried to embellish them as the realization of democratic values, in a way that, perhaps for the first time in his career, rang false and was inconsistent with everything he had written before. The triptych of liberation invoked as world historical justification for the Balkan War is so strained as virtually to refute itself. The victory of one set of imperialist powers over another in 1918, the American contribution to mutual massacre tipping the balance, a glorious chapter in the history of liberty. The D-Day landings of 1944, engaging less than a sixth of Hitler's armies, already shattered in the East, totally responsible for the salvation of Europe, 55 an apotheosis of Reagan for his triumph in the Cold War, who would have imagined it from the descriptions of Il Terzo Assenti? There was something desperate in this last-minute refrain, as if Babayo was trying to silence his own intelligence. It would be a mistake to deduce the late conclusions of all three thinkers in any simple way from the major body of their writing. That this is so can be seen from the chagrin of pupils and followers, steadfast in admiration for each man, but also to what they felt was the original inspiration of a great oeuvre. Poggi's disappointment with the law of peoples, Matustik's discomfort with between facts and norms, and dismay at plaudits for the Balkan War, the reproaches of Babayo's students to the claims of una guerra regista, form a family of similar reactions among a cohort less disoriented in the new international conjuncture. 56 Nor would it be right to think that involution was ever complete in these philosophical minds themselves. To the end, flashes of a more radical temper can be found in them, like recollections of a past self. For all his apparent acceptance of capital as an unappealable condition of modernity, ratified by the irresponsible experiment of communism, Habermas could yet write, less reassuringly for its rulers, of a system breeding unemployment, homelessness and inequality. Still written in the stars is the date that, one day, may mark the shipwreck of another regime, exercised anonymously through the world market. 57 Babayo, despite his approval of the Gulf and Balkan wars, could in the interval between them denounce the odious bombardments of Baghdad ordered by Clinton, and the vile and servile connivance of other Western governments with them, as morally iniquitous. Few intellectuals then spoke so strongly. 58 Rawls offers perhaps the most striking, and strangest case of all. In the last year of his life, when he could no longer work on them, he published lectures he had given over a decade earlier, under the title Justice as Fairness. Beneath the familiar, uninspiring pleonasm lay a series of propositions at arresting variance with the tenor of political liberalism, let alone the law of peoples. It had been an error of a theory of justice, he explained, to suggest that a capitalist welfare state could be a just social order. The difference principle was compatible with only two general models of society, a property-owning democracy or liberal socialism. Neither of them included a right to private ownership of the means of production. Both had to be conceived as an alternative to capitalism. Of the two, a property-owning democracy, Rawls hinted that this would be the more congenial form in America, and liberal socialism in Europe, was open to Marx's criticism that it would recreate unacceptable inequalities over time, and do little for democracy in the workplace. Whether his objections could be met, or liberal socialism yield better results, only experience could tell. On the resolution of these questions, nothing less than the long-run prospects of a just constitutional regime may depend. 59 Such thoughts are foreign to political liberalism. They outline, of course, only the range of ideal shapes that a just society might assume. What of actually existing ones? Rawls's answer is startling. After observing that favorable material circumstances are not enough to assure the existence of a constitutional regime, which requires a political will to maintain one, he suddenly, in utter contrast to anything he had ever written before, remarks, Germany between 1870 and 1945 is an example of a country where reasonably favorable conditions existed, economic, technological, and no lack of resources, an educated citizenry and more, but where the political will for a democratic regime was altogether lacking. One might say the same of the United States today. If one decides our constitutional regime is largely democratic in form, only 60 the strained conditional, as if the nature of the American political system was a matter for decision, rather than of truth, barely hides the bitterness of the judgment. This is the society Rawls once intimated was nearly just, and whose institutions he could describe as the pride of a democratic people. In one terse footnote, the entire bland universe of an overlapping consensus capsizes. It is unlikely such flashes of candor were mere passing moments of disaffection. What they suggest is rather an acute tension buried under the serene surface of Rawls's theory of justice. Perhaps the most telling evidence for this is to be found in the unexpected entry of Hegel into his last published writings. In Lectures on the History of Moral Philosophy, Rawls presents a respectful, indeed admiring portrait of Hegel as a liberal philosopher of freedom. What drew Rawls, against apparent temperamental probability, to the philosopher of absolute spirit? His reconstruction of the philosophy of right pays tribute to Hegel's institutional insight that the basic structure of society, rather than the singular individual, is the first subject of justice, and sets out his theory of civil society and the state with historical sympathy. 61 Here too a sharp aside says more than all the glozing pages of political liberalism. Hegel's constitutional scheme, Rawls remarks, may well strike us, with its 3 estates and lack of universal suffrage, as a quaint anachronism. But does a modern constitutional society do any better? Certainly not the United States, where the purchase of legislation by special interests is an everyday thing. 62 Clinton's America as no improvement on Frederick Williams' Prussia, a more damning verdict is difficult to imagine. The principal interest of Hegel, however, lay elsewhere. For Rawls, his most important contribution to political thinking, flagged at the outset of the relevant lectures, and reiterated in Justice as Fairness, was his claim that the task of philosophy was to reconcile us to our social world. Rawls emphasizes that reconciliation is not resignation. Rather, Hegel saw Versöhnung as the way in which we come to accept our political and social institutions positively, as a rational outcome of their development over time. 63 The idea of justice as fairness belongs to this conception of political philosophy as reconciliation, he explained. For situated as we may be in a corrupt society, in the light of its public reason we may still reflect that the world is not in itself inhospitable to political justice and good. Our social world might have been different, and there is hope for those in another time and place. 64. In these touchingly incoherent sentences, Rawls's philosophy breaks down. Our society may be corrupt, but the world itself is not. What world? Not ours, which we can only wish would have been different, but another that is still invisible, generations and perhaps continents away. The wistful note is a far cry from Hegel. What the theme of reconciliation in Rawls expresses is something else, not the revelation that the real is rational, but the need for a bridge across the yawning gulf between the two, the ideal of a just society and the reality of a, not marginally, but radically, unjust one. That Rawls himself could not always bear the distance between them can be sensed from a single sentence. In accomplishing its task of reconciliation, political philosophy may try to calm our frustration and rage against our society and its history. 65 Rage, who would have guessed Rawls capable of it, against his society or its history? But why should it be calmed? Rawls resorted to Hegel in his internal reflections on a constitutional state. On the plane of interstate relations, Kant remained his philosopher of reference, as the theorist of conditions for a perpetual peace. So too for Habermas. But since Kant failed to envisage the necessary legal framework for a cosmopolitan order, as it started to take shape through the permanent institutions of the United Nations, Habermas, when he came to review the progress made since 1945, also looked towards the philosopher of objective idealism. Measured against the somber background of the disasters of the first half of the 20th century, he decided, the world spirit, as Hegel would have put it, has lurched forward. 66 As we have seen, Bobbio was responsible for the most pointed appeal to Hegel of all. In one sense, he was more entitled to do so. Welcoming Hegel's idea of reconciliation as akin to his own enterprise of public reason, Rawls drew the line at his vision of the international realm as a domain of violence and anarchy, in which contention between sovereign states was bound to be regulated by war. Habermas's gesture enlisted Hegel, on the contrary, as a patron of cosmopolitan peace. The first could not square his law of peoples with the lawlessness of Hegel's states, the second could only enroll Hegel for pacific progress by turning him philosophically inside out. Bobbio, by contrast, could take the measure of Hegel's conception of world history, as a ruthless march of great powers in which successive might founds overarching right, and invoke it in all logic to justify his approval of American imperial violence. Law was born of force, and the maxim of the conqueror, prior in tempore, potere in jure, still held. However difficult it is for me to share the Hegelian principle that what is real is rational, it cannot be denied that sometimes history has vindicated Hegel. 67 At the end of the 20th century, reason had once again proved to be the rose in the cross of the present. Yet three less Hegelian thinkers than these could hardly be imagined. The guiding light of all their hopes of international affairs remained Kant. In reaching out at the end for his antithesis, each in their different way engaged in a paradox destructive of their own conceptions of what a just order might be. Bobbio, who had most claim on Hegel, was aware of this, and tried to correct himself. He had intended not to justify, but only to interpret the course of the world in the register of the Rijksphilosophy. There are coherent Hegelian constructions of the time, but they come from minds with whom these thinkers have little in common. Perhaps they would better have avoided wishful thinking by looking again at Kant himself, more realistic than his posterity in imagining a universal history for a race of devils. 2004. 3 History. 8. In Memoriam. Edward Thompson. Coming home one evening in the last weeks of 1962, I found a bottle of wine in the vacated room, with a note underneath. Edward Thompson had been completing the making of the English working class. He lived in Halifax, and needed a final couple of weeks in the British Museum. In those days I lived in Talbot Road, newlywed to Juliet Mitchell. She was teaching in Leeds, while I was working for New Left Review in London. After hours Edward and I would exchange notes on our day, and fence amiably about history and sociology. "Do you really think Weber is more important than Bloch?" he would ask me with an air of mischievous puzzlement. If we were more circumspect about politics, this was partly a question of tact. He didn't want to lean on me too heavily, as a cub-editor of the journal of which he was a founder, anxious for independence. But there was also a trick of perception to which I was subject. Edward seemed not just one, but virtually 2 generations older, since between us lay the cohort of Stuart Hall or Raphael Samuel, who had co-founded the New Left, from beginnings in the 50s rather than the 40s. His looks assisted the illusion, the handsome features at once melodramatically mobile and geologically deep-set, a landscape of wild scarp and gully. It was the moment, of course, that clinched it. Never did differences of age, however slight, loom so large as in those particular years. Larkin got the date roughly right, even if he skipped over the stones. But at the time the librarian from Hull was probably no wiser than the historian from Halifax, who viewed talk of generational divisions impatiently, as a way of avoiding difficult arguments. The result was the same, even if it felt more like an inhibition than evasion to me. We had few political discussions. I was on the train down from Leeds as he came up from London, work complete, leaving behind what seemed like a still life of baffled goodwill. It was not until the 70s that I realized, to my astonishment, that he was then 37. In the following year, the connections between the founders of NLR and its new editors unraveled. The journal had been stranded by the ebb of C&D, and was struggling without much success for a new direction. There had been disagreements about the best way to put it on a sound footing for some time, with the first impassioned resignations, apparent sine qua non of the life of the little magazine, I was to witness. Practical disputes and intellectual differences left Edward increasingly out of sympathy with the crew in Carlisle Street. He felt, justifiably, that the journal was drifting amorphously away from its past without having settled any account with it, and had no political confidence in its future. There were occasional explosions. But his attitude to the youngsters was fundamentally generous, and when the time came he ensured a clear handover of the old board to them, without rancor. Whatever his forebodings, he was not possessive. When the journal found its feet, in the shape it more or less still has today, Edward's position altered. By the end of 1964, NLR had developed the kind of political perspective he had taxed us with lacking, and a set of historical theses about the relationship of the national past to the present British crisis, as we saw it. Edward liked neither part. But now, at last, a real confrontation was possible. Would the review, he wrote to me, be ready to publish a full-length critique by him, presumably written in my notoriously ill-natured polemical manner? We would welcome one, I nervously replied, but didn't want a slanging match. Sensibly, Edward let fly in the Socialist Register instead. The result was one of his most celebrated essays, The Peculiarities of the English. One stung by its ferocity, I replied in kind. The exchange had a sort of backhanded symmetry. Edward attacked us for inaccurate reading of historical evidence, I attacked him for inaccurate handling of textual evidence. 2 What had astonished me were the corners he cut in representing the arguments he wanted to refute, which I couldn't match with anything he stood for as a historian. This was a generic mistake on my part. I didn't understand the rules of polemic. This is a literary form whose history has yet to be written. One day critics will notice this, and read Jerome and his successors with new eyes. Polemic is a discourse of conflict, whose effect depends on a delicate balance between the requirements of truth and the enticements of anger, the duty to argue and the zest to inflame. Its rhetoric allows, even enforces, a certain figurative license. Like epitaphs in Johnson's adage, it is not under oath. I was not alone in failing to see this. A few years earlier, Edward had published a review of Raymond Williams's Long Revolution in NLR, which was more temperate in tone than his treatment of Tom Nairn and myself, but, here he miscalculated, more wounding in effect. One of his charges was that Raymond had become half absorbed, in manner and preoccupation, by the ruling class academy. Oh, the sunlit quadrangle, the clinking of glasses of port, the quiet converse of enlightened men. 3 It is not surprising a signalman's son took this amiss. But, perhaps without noticing it himself, Edward had admirably explained his address. Speaking of genuine communication, Raymond had said, you can feel the pause and effort, the necessary openness and honesty of a man listening to another, in good faith, and then replying. Invoking the ancestry of culture and society against him, Edward replied, Burke abused, Cobbett invade, Arnold was capable of malicious insinuation, Carlyle, Ruskin, and Lawrence, in their middle years, listened to no one. This may be regrettable, but I cannot see that the communication of anger, indignation, or even malice, is any less genuine, for here, and touts lettres, is the polemicist's warrant. Edward's own indignations of this period were literary carminoles, without personal animus. A few months after my counter-attack on him, I ran into him in a pub off Tottenham Court Road. How I came to be there, I detest pubs, I cannot remember, perhaps simply to use their only civic function. It was my last night in England, before leaving the next morning for 6 months in Brazil. Edward, whom I hadn't seen for 3 years, was good nature itself. It was another decade before I saw him again. In the winter of 1979, in a freezing church in Oxford, he rose like some wrathful divine to warn the congregation once more of the dangers of Gallican dogma. By now, his onslaught on Althusser in The Poverty of Theory, published the previous year, had roused much controversy. Disputation followed, before a rapt, shivering audience. One of the contestants was Stuart Hall. I watched from the pews. My own reaction to The Poverty of Theory had been somewhat different. It seemed more important to take the measure of Thompson than Althusser. An attempt to do so came out a few months later. 5. Just at this moment, the focus of Edwards' energies suddenly altered. The second bout of intense Cold War had broken out, and he threw himself without reserve into a campaign to arouse resistance to it. I'd ended my writing about him by saying it would be good to leave old quarrels behind, and explore new issues together. He responded by publishing the manifesto of his fears in New Left Review, Notes on the Exterminism, the Last Stage of Civilization, in the spring of 1980, in effect, the founding text of the peace movement of the period. 6. The journal organized an international debate, with contributions from the US and USSR, Japan and Germany, France and Italy, as well as its own editors, around it. A book appeared, with Edwards' conclusion. 7. The rift was over. In 1986 we met in New York. Christopher Hill, Eric Hobsbawm, he and I had been brigaded to discuss agendas for radical history at the New School. By now, he was famous on another scale, a public person, as he sometimes complained, for much of the world. Explaining the toll on historical work his new role took, he mentioned the books awaiting completion, and the need for every radical to distrust assimilation by the host society. 8. In the overflowing auditorium, hanging on his words, he was the image of a romantic orator, his bursts of passionate speech punctuated by that typical gesture, a sudden movement of the flat of his hand to his head, smiting his great brow or stroking his shock of grey hair, whose effect always hovered between the histrionic and the playful. Afterwards, as we went off to an official supper, a somewhat incongruous quartet, something of the same trick of perception as when I first knew him recurred. The youngest of the three doyens, he seemed mysteriously senior. I wondered if it was simply because he was larger. Now, at all events, his aspect changed. I noticed for the first time a touch of the dandy, the slender waistcoat and raffish cheroot, hinting at a more classical silhouette. Our conversation turned to the Augustines. He chaffed me for impudence about Swift, saying he was writing a novel conceived as a modern analogue of Gulliver's Travels, supreme critique of the reasons of power. It will take time to get a more settled sense of Thompson's distinction as a historian and a writer. His work spans too many forms for easy judgment, and its aura can be a temptation to shortcuts. But a tension between what might be called his 19th and his 18th century sensibility was certainly at the creative center of it. If the opening of The Making of the English Working Class bridges the two epochs, no one has ever doubted where the weight of its account lies. Where did Thompson's achievement point towards? There was an obvious answer, forward, to what became of the English working class, once made, in the Victorian epoch. Instead, he went in the opposite direction, back a full century to the 1720s. What motivated this alteration of field, an unusual jump, he spoke of a parachute, for any historian. In the 19th century Chartism was the terrain of his partner, Dorothy, he would remark. Beyond it, one might also suspect, the unrebellious world of mid-Victorian unionism, not to speak of subsequent Labourism, did not attract him, a come down after Morris. But if there was a political element in his choice, some reluctance to pursue what might resemble the epilogue to War and Peace, personal ones must have been of greater significance. Coinciding with the shift of period was a notable change of setting. In Yorkshire he lived in a draughty parsonage, perched high above the desolate black-red streets of Halifax, among the grimmest scoria of the Industrial Revolution. In Worcestershire his home was a Georgian mansion in rolling countryside, once a bishop's seat. The move allowed Williams, who remembered Thompson's apostrophe, a sly jest about country house Marxism. In fact, this was to be the headquarters of the most arduous political labor of his life. But there was a modulation in his writing, nonetheless. Whigs and Hunters is a different kind of book from the making of the English working class, not only in scope, but in style. In a gesture of mimesis, romantic abundance yields to asperer elegance, whose expression of passion is more often ironic than philippic. Their distributions varied thereafter. But in differing arrangements, the cadences of the two periods counterpoint in his prose to the end. The combination of idiom was the secret of its range. He was the greatest rhetorician of the age. This is an art foreign to the time, and its resistance is visible in the strain of Thomson's own relationship to the form. His touch was least certain when his diction was most contemporary. Typically, the lapses in his writing come from attempts at a 20th century demotic that miscue. The result can be startling. The obituaries have scarcely mentioned Thomson's poetry or fiction. He, rightly, did not regard them as marginal. His two longish poems, The Place Called Choice and Powers and Names, which bear comparison in form and theme, are vivid cases of this unevenness, passages of the tersest beauty side by side with others of pop galumphary. His novel, The Sickeos Papers, is the most complete single statement of his thought, giving imaginative form to ideas that find comparable expression nowhere else in his work. Needless to say, given the state of the trade, it is his only major book out of print. In it, the alien gaze of an incorporeal reason falls, too late, on the world of property and authority and war, as it moves towards nuclear destruction. The metaphysical argument is embedded in the liveliest of terrestrial narratives, meeting every maxim to move, to instruct, to delight. But there is still a striking contrast between minor opening sections of the novel, heavy-handed burlesque of the popular press and urban scene of the 1980s, whose humor can make one wince, and the major plot development that follows, glowing with energy and wit. Its climax, before the earth is extinguished, is the idyll in which reason becomes sexually incarnate, as the heroine takes the star captive into her arms, in an Arcadian park landscaped in the 1740s and made over in the early 19th century. Thomson's book on Blake, Witness Against the Beast, in some ways reads like a scholarly companion to his novel. The same themes appear here in critical dress. Its original inspiration lies to a considerable extent in his relationship to Christopher Hill. At the New School, he told his audience how he had discovered Marxist history reading Hill in the sixth form, and already when The Making of the English Working Class came out, he would say he hoped one day to locate the underground tunnel that would connect Blake's ideas back to the world of the Civil War, directly linking up the two revolutionary epochs he and Hill had made their own. Witness Against the Beast finds the filiation in the sect founded by John Reeve and Ludowick Mugleton in 1652. Blake's mother, Thomson suggests, may have been a Muggletonian, and many of his notions must have been derived from their brand of antinomianism. The respect and affection he shows for this mild, diminutive band, some 200 souls by the mid-18th century, is winning. No theological nicety is neglected, as he delves into their complicated doctrine, though readers who recall Rolling Thunder against the obscurity of Parisian Marxism may be allowed a smile as they wrestle with the mysteries of the divine influx and the two seeds, the dispersal versus the unity of the Godhead, painstakingly expounded here. The larger purpose of the book, however, does not depend on the exactitude of the Muggletonian resuscitation. Its role is to suggest a new interpretation of Blake. Thomson argues that the poet inherited a long anti-hegemonic tradition, rooted among artisans, which rejected the polite rationalism of the century for a religion of egalitarian love, hostile both to the new materialist science and to the moral law of the established church and state. But Blake transformed this antinomian outlook into a far more radical and original constellation, under the impact of Jacobinism and Deism. From the Painite milieu he developed a political vision of the evils of property and poverty, clergy and army, monarchy and marriage, while from Volney he arrived at a new critique of alienated faith, and the worldly powers it served. In each case, however, he saw deeper than his Enlightenment contemporaries, neither reducing human misery merely to social oppression or exploitation, nor religious feeling to priestly mystification. Not the reason of science or self-interest, but only the call of love could cure the curse of Cain. An alternative human nature, in keeping with the everlasting gospel, lay waiting to be realized. The intensity of this vision, Thompson writes, made it impossible for Blake to fall into the courses of apostasy when the revolutionary fires burned low after 1801, whereas the busy perfectionists and benevolent rationalists of the time nearly all ended up as disenchanted men. 9. Witness Against the Beast is a luminous envoy to an exceptional life's work. How best to honor its antinomian impulse? Not, certainly, by any new species of piety. Reading Edward's obituaries, right, left and center, I do not know how many times I counted the citation of his desire to rescue even the deluded follower of Joanna Southcott from the enormous condescension of posterity. The phrase is, of course, one of his most poignant and programmatic. But by dint of repetition, it risks becoming a PC tag. Edward, who was the most politically incorrect person in the world, would have had none of this. He rejoiced in irreverence, and we would do better to take after him, where we can. A start might be to note that Blake himself was the first to express condescension towards Joanna Southcott, about whose maidenhood he wrote a disdainful little ditty, "What her is done to her she cannot know, and if you ask her she will swear it so, whether 'tis good or evil, none's to blame, no one can take the pride, no one the blame." But there is a wider point here, which bears on the argument of his last book. One writer of the 18th century who never attracted much attention from Thompson was its greatest historian. In Witness Against the Beast, however, Gibbon does make an appearance. Here he figures as a foil, the deist whose depiction of Constantine might have appealed to an antinomian, but whose sceptical view of Christianity understandably aroused Blake's poetic ire. Thompson views his reaction, which stands at the head of the 3rd chapter of Jerusalem, with sympathy. But the poem is actually a cameo of Blake's weaknesses, and at just the 2 points Witness Against the Beast presents as strengths. In it, a piteous monk is tortured by Gibbon and Voltaire for failing to toast war, as if this was the burden of their critique of faith. The charge is wild enough to suggest a mind unable to face what disturbs it. Gibbon's history was indeed disturbing, and not alone to Blake. But if we ask why its medicine was so strong, Thompson's dictum can be reversed. The intellectual emancipation wrought by the decline and fall lay in what might well be described as its enormous condescension. What else is the inimitable tone of those 6 famous volumes? To the Christian, even classical past. Thompson praises Blake's indignant annotations on Bishop Watson's apology for the Bible, addressed to Paine. But Blake did not speak out publicly. It was Paine who replied to Watson, as Gibbon had done before him. The origin of Blake's poem lay in his trial at Chichester, for an obscure affray with a soldier in his garden, in which he was acquitted. 10 Scared by the episode, he imagined himself one of the grey monks in whose one-time chancel the trial was held, broken yet triumphal, the bitter groan of a martyr's woe is an arrow from the Almighty's bow. 2 years after the trial, still brooding on the full history of my spiritual sufferings, he dedicated engravings to the Queen. In the manuscript version of Jerusalem the friar is seditious, but he had second thoughts, and changed it on publication to lazy. There are no grounds for reproach in any of this. Blake had his timorous side, was prey to fears of persecution, was very badly off. It was a dangerous time for any radical. However, it is a mistake to present Blake as politically more intransigent than less mystic opponents of the Tory war regime. He pursued John and Leigh Hunt venomously, for having attacked his paintings of Nelson and Pitt as icons of reaction, representing them as incarnations of evil, responsible for a war they were more outspoken about than he. Prosecuted 3 times, the brothers were eventually imprisoned for insulting the regent, to Blake's jeers. How a monk can be a hypocrite, I cannot conceive, he admonished the deists. The Enlightenment may, after all, have still had something to teach him. To make these points is not to diminish the force of Thompson's affirmative case for Blake, as an iconoclast approaching genius. But it is to situate him more critically in the tradition to which Thompson draws our attention. The Muggletonians were an appealing company, as he shows. But they were also secretive and withdrawn, refraining from public worship or proselytism, their faith become quietist. Blake's absence from any collective form of radical politics, in a time of ferment, is very striking. His only experience even with a crowd seems to have been a dip in the Gordon riots, when he was a boy. His reluctance to take risks that others accepted must have been in part temperamental, an artist's nervousness. Yet did it not also reflect the lie-low mentality of the background from which he probably came? The notion of an everlasting gospel afforded a ready line of retreat from any temporal hurly-burly. But dissent from the Third Commission, however transfigured, had its costs. These were not just the limits of a political experience, but of a literary art too. The gnomic failures of Blake's later works were the issue of a self-isolation. More significant than his distance from Jacobin circles is the lack of any romantic response to him, for all Crabb Robinson's valiant efforts to interest Wordsworth, Hazlitt, or others. It is a good antidote to later patriotic bellowing of England's green and pleasant land to remember that, while he was alive, the only significant report of Blake's work appeared in German. Thomson's last article was about patriotism in that time. In a friendly if critical review of Linda Colley's work Britons, Forging the Nation, he questioned the consistency of popular loyalism during the French wars, while not denying its existence, and had no patience with any too respectful treatment of it, that overlooked the flood of chauvinist humbug in volunteer balloting and parading. 11 If he could be irritated into gestures of Englishry himself, his deepest commitments were unequivocally internationalist. European nuclear disarmament was the cause to which he devoted himself for a decade. His imaginative response as a writer extended to China, India, Latin America, the United States. The unity of these engagements lay in his desire to dissolve the Cold War. In the event, he proved to be the prophet of its end. That is remarkable enough. How far the peace movement contributed to the ending is another issue, the principal debate he left behind. On this we differed. Between the ideals of end and the realities of Soviet breakdown is a large gap. It is not a belittlement of the advocates of the end of the Cold War to distinguish them from its agents. The First World War was not terminated by the Zimmerwald left or the Stockholm Appeal, although they had historical effects, but by the victory of the Entente. We do not honor them the less for that. Was the conclusion of the Cold War very different? Edward held, passionately, that it was. Certainly no one had more right to do so. His interim judgment, Ends and Histories, completed in the spring of 1990, and published in Mary Calder's Europe from Below 12 is in part a reply to Francis Fukuyama, about whom we had opposite opinions. It is one of his most attractive statements, at once autobiographical and visionary. People will return to it after more conventional verdicts are forgotten. It was first drafted, he explains, just before the old order was swept away in Prague, and he nearly died in a New York hospital. His last years were dogged by repeated illness. Readers of the LRB may remember a piece about the NHS. 13 He died young, by contemporary standards. We have missed a lot. Christopher Hill, in the 12 years since he passed the same age, has published 7 books. What might Edward have gone on to write? At the height of the peace movement he tended to set aside other politics, as divisive of a common cause. With the Cold War over, he might have helped to renew the left once more. There are hints of that in Ends and Histories. Whatever shape his ideas would have taken, the book on Blake makes one thing probable. They would have been uncovenant. He was not in a mood to settle. A Life of Dissent is the affecting film Tariq Ali made of Edward and Dorothy Thompson earlier this year, recently reshown. While it was being shot, there was talk of mutual acquaintances. "What's Perry up to these days?" he inquired. Tariq mentioned something I'd written on conservatism. "Yes, I know," Edward replied. "Oakeshott was a scoundrel. Tell him to stiffen his tone." 1993. 9. Philologist extraordinary. Sebastiano Timpanaro. Philology has a bad name, worse than that of the dismal science, which at least can claim a bearing on production, as a discipline encouraging sterile pedantry. In public association, the shadow of Eliot's Casaubon has lingered. Even its eminences have not escaped it, the aridity of Hausmann's labors over Monilius regularly contrasted with the lushness of his poetry, the authority of Wilamowitz mocked by the posthumous triumph of Nietzsche. Today, few could cite a contemporary practitioner. But the discipline had at least one remarkable afterlife, contradicting every preconception against it, in the strange career of Sebastiano Timpanaro, the Italian scholar and thinker who died in November 2000, one of the purest and most original minds of the second half of the century. He was born in Parma in 1923, son of a Sicilian intellectual of the same name, who through most of his childhood taught science in a Florentine secondary school, before becoming director of the Domus Galilina in Pisa. His father, who joined the Italian Socialist Party after the war, collected drawings and championed a humanistic science in the tradition of Leonardo and Galileo. His mother edited Proclus and Pythagoras. When his father died after a long illness in 1949, the young Timpanaro brought together a posthumous collection of his essays on the history of science. 1 The physical resemblance between them must have been striking. In the darkened hall of the family flat in Florence in the 80s, there hung a gaunt, arresting portrait which at first glance looked, notwithstanding period features, as if it must be his, a mistake his wife, who works on 18th century history, had more than one occasion to correct. Although their fields differed, filiation was clearly spiritual as much visual. Sebastiano Timpanaro Jr., as he signed his first preface, studied classical philology during the war at the University of Florence under the acknowledged master of the discipline in Italy, Giorgio Pasquale. Later, he was a favorite younger colleague of the famous German exile Eduard Frankl, who often taught seminars in Italy as a relief from duties in Oxford. By his mid-twenties, he was publishing reconstructions of the early Latin poet Ennius, and Frankl looked to him to produce a new critical edition of Virgil. But in this he was to be disappointed. Timpanaro lacked the patience, as he freely said, for this immense task. His outstanding gifts of textual criticism took the form of adversaria, punctual annotations, that eventually yielded well over 1,000 pages of meticulous dissection of passages from Lucretius, Martial, Virgil, Fronto, Ovid, Seneca, Lucan, Servius, Sallust, the Historia Augusta, the minor writings of a philologist with no major writings to his credit, as he put it. 2 He once described this traditional practice as that of the microhistorian within his discipline. His first book, written when he had turned 30, was a rediscovery of the textual findings of Leopardi, whose fame as a poet had long obscured the seriousness of his classical philology. 3 His second was a study, immediately recognized as a fundamental revision, of the emergence during the restoration of the textual procedures associated with the German scholar Karl Lachmann, usually regarded as the main originator of modern techniques of recension, as opposed to emendation, of ancient texts. Famously applied by him to Lucretius, the Nibelungenlied and St. Luke alike. 4 The genesis of the Lachmann method assured Timpanaro an international reputation in his field, amplified by the steady stream of corrections and conjectures that followed it. In due course he was elected to the Accademia dei Lincei and the British Academy. But there was always an anomaly. This distinguished expert in a highly technical field, a province par excellence of academic scholarship, never held a position in a university, or indeed in any other institution of learning. Nor did he have independent means. For a living, Timpanaro worked as a proofreader, a job never much regarded, let alone well paid, that often left him in financial difficulties, for a small publisher in Florence, La Nuova Italia, owned by the Codignola family. Report of this circumstance appears to have reached George Steiner, the central character of whose novella Proofs is often identified by Italians with Timpanaro. The association rests on a qui pro quo more revealing of its makers than its object. Steiner's proofreader is a benighted communist, struggling with the destruction of his illusions in melodramatic dialogues with a Catholic comrade priest, equally hostile to capitalist consumerism, but more clear-sighted about Stalinism, at whose climax the unhappy protagonist exclaims, "We are the children of Hagar, there can be no real communist who is not, at bottom, a Jew." 5, before relapsing into a pitiful surrender to a party now thoroughly adjusted to capitalism, that no longer wants him. Whatever else may be said of this Granta showcase, its author can hardly be taxed with inaccuracy for a fable which speaks of preoccupations so peculiarly his own. Timpanaro belonged to another world. Like his father, he joined the Italian Socialist Party in 1945, and was active on its left for nearly 20 years. At the elections of 1948, the turning point in the post-war history of the country, the PSI opted for a common socialist-communist list with the PCI, against the Christian Democratic Party backed by the Vatican and the CIA. Timpanaro was among the socialist youth who bitterly opposed this decision, regarding the PCI leadership as little better than a lay version of the Holy Office, and in despair wrote a savage parody of the PSI Congress that was pushed into it, mimicking the forms of a Greek tragedy. 6 But hostility to Stalinism never inclined him to indulgence towards social democracy, in any of its guises. So long as the PSI maintained its opposition to Christian democracy, he remained within it, but when in an eventual volte-face the party formed a coalition with the DC in 1964, the first center-left government of the post-war period, its more radical wing, rightly predicting that the experience would transform the PSI rather than reform Italian society, abandoned the party to create its own formation. Timpanaro remained a militant in this organization and its sequel until the middle 70s. His commitment to revolutionary socialism was not just a sentimental attachment. Later, rejecting descriptions of himself as an isolated intellectual, he wrote, "I have spent more hours taking part in political discussions and demonstrations, in undertaking the tasks of a so-called intermediate cadre than in studying, by this I mean a literal computation of time, without any populist exhibitionism, if anything with a certain retrospective self-irony." 7 His politics were Marxist, and anti-Stalinist, critical too, this was much rarer on the far left in Italy, of Maoism. In certain temperaments, intellectual skills and political sympathies have little or no connection. Freya's anti-Semitism or Wittgenstein's philo-Stalinism lack significant leads to their philosophy. Such cases are common enough. Timpanaro was not one of them. His political commitments were not a personal foible or random point d'honneur of the philologist. They informed and transformed his work. The highly technical starting point in Leopardi proved to be no accident. Formally speaking, what happened was that Timpanaro widened his field of operations from textual criticism to intellectual history. Substantively, what drove the amplification of focus was his political engagement. Leopardi was the bridge between the two, the classical philologist who was also the most implacable adversary of Restoration culture, the poet who was a visionary materialist. Each of the two central works of Timpanaro's mid-career were built round his heritage. Classicismo e Illuminismo nell'Ottocento Italiano and Sul Materialismo offer intellectual landscapes of the 19th and 20th centuries, the former on an Italian, the latter on a Western scale, seen through the prism of selected figures and movements, whose trajectories could be said to define the time. The first book revolves around the peculiar position occupied by Leopardi, flanked at some distance by his friend Pietro Giordani, in Italian culture of the post-Napoleonic period, and ends with a consideration of the line from the liberal patriot Carlo Cattaneo, hero of the rising against Austrian rule in Milan in 1848, to the comparative linguist Graziadio Ascoli after the Risorgimento. The second develops a systematic critique of Western Marxism for relinquishing the materialist legacy of Engels, and at the same time of structuralism for distorting the linguistic heritage of Saussure. Timpanaro could intervene on each terrain with particular authority. Few scholars had mastered the corpus of Leopardi or Ascoli so thoroughly as he, and in the vast literature on structuralism, none rivaled his grasp of the comparative history of Western linguistics. The briskness with which he could handle the edifying intentions of Manzoni, or dispatch the dicta of such venerated notables as Levi Strauss or Chomsky, came from professional knowledge. Three themes governed Timpanaro's output in this period. The first was specifically cultural. If European Romanticism swept the board as ideology and aesthetic under the Restoration, he argued that its success was due to a distinctive combination of traits. On the one hand, as a post-revolutionary outlook, it benefited from the breakup of the aristocratic side of the Enlightenment, displacing its etiquette of surface gallantry with a new sense of seriousness and inward passion. It could draw on valid elements in the continental struggle against Napoleonic expansionism, the right of peoples to independence, longing for peace, rejection of the cult of military glory. Finally, of course, it could claim to have liberated art from the tyranny of classical imitation, conventional Aristotelian unities, to marmoreal diction. On the other hand, Romanticism fulfilled at the same time the need of new bourgeois classes to assert themselves as the emergent social force of the time, without running the risk of a plebeian radicalization of the battle against absolutism, of the kind that had marked Jacobinism. To this end the most serviceable ideology was a flexible post-revolutionary Christianity, melding apposite doses of tradition and progress. Politically, the Romanticism of this period was by no means always conservative. For every Chateaubriand or novelist there was to be a Hugo or Mazzini. Nonetheless, two characteristic limits defined virtually all its varieties: a diffuse religiosity exhaled in any number of idiosyncratic forms, and a lachrymose populism of nativist more than democratic bent. It was against this dominant pattern, Timpanaro maintained, that a counterculture ranged itself, the classicist tradition whose greatest voice was Leopardi. Within this classicism there were purely or largely nostalgic currents, fixated on dead forms. But its most intransigent and coherent expression defied the sentimental verities of the age. Rejecting the romantic cult of the Middle Ages, it looked back to the republican virtues of Athens and Rome, and scorning every brand of spiritualism, it reclaimed the most unflinchingly materialist thinkers of the Enlightenment, La Mettrie, Helvetius, Holbach. This was a classicism, isolated from popular feeling in a season of counter-revolutionary stagnation, whose aesthetic forms were often deliberately archaizing, vehicles of a polemical disdain for the pandering rhythms around them, as those of Lucretius had been before them. But its intellectual and political outlook, refusal of any compromise with the broken-backed world of the restored monarchies, was far in advance of typical romantic postures, half at home in them. In the work of Leopardi, this post-mortem classicism brought into exceptional focus attention still for the most part latent in the Enlightenment itself. Here was Timpanaro's second fundamental theme. For once he had detached himself from his upbringing, Leopardi combined the progressive social and political impulses of the radical Enlightenment with an unyielding pessimism about the prospects for human happiness, even under the best society, that marked his work off sharply from the main line of the Age of Reason. Nature, to which so many 18th-century thinkers had appealed as the beneficent force by which the tyranny of prejudice and artifice of custom stood judged, gradually changed shape in his vision, becoming the malignant stepmother whose cruelties, illness, infirmity, senescence, death, ultimately condemned all human beings to helpless misery. A consistent materialism afforded no intellectual comforts. But the temper of Leopardi's pessimism was not stoic, it recommended no renunciation of the passions, remaining loyal to what pleasures could be found in the world. Nor did its conclusions have anything in common with Schopenhauer's later metaphysic of misanthropic resignation. Leopardi's response to the weakness and insignificance of human life in the cosmos was the opposite, a Titanism calling for universal solidarity in the battle against nature, that every life must lose. Timpanaro, a leading authority on Leopardi, whose descendants denied him the right to edit the poet's early philosophical writings for political reasons, though they were technically in the public domain, was hardly unusual in admiring his genius. Nor was he the first to suggest his significance for a modern left. Others had made this case, often with a degree of overstatement and anachronism. Standard appropriations of Leopardi dwelt on his hostility to clericalism or egalitarian republicanism, his proto-politics, or his materialism. Timpanaro, however, singled out his pessimism as Leopardi's most original and important contribution to a contemporary culture of the left. This was a much more unsettling move. Gramsci, another hunchback, had famously recommended, the formula came from Romain Rolland, optimism of the will, pessimism of the intelligence. But this was a pessimism of tactical calculation, the precaution of any lucid strategist not to underestimate the enemy. In prison, Gramsci did not see Leopardi as a kindred spirit, criticizing him for his conception of nature as fundamentally hostile to man. Indeed, in a revealing mistake, Gramsci took this to be an expression of turbid romanticism, blind to historical progress. 8 Reversing Gramsci's judgment, Timpanaro argued that just this vision was not merely compatible with the revolutionary Marxism, but its necessary complement. This was an untimely message in Italy, where the insurgencies of the late 60s lasted through to the mid-70s. For Timpanaro warned the far left, to which he belonged, that any one-sided exaltation of praxis ignored at its cost the ineliminable element of passivity in human experience, all that is inevitably suffered rather than done. To acknowledge it, he insisted, was incumbent on any true materialism. In a time of jubilant activism, a more disconcerting and unpopular message could hardly be imagined. Timpanaro was at pains to point out that psychologistic dismissals of Leopardi's pessimism as the despair of a deformed invalid, a traditional stock-in-trade of his critics, were of no avail. The poet's scoliosis certainly forced his attention to the relation between human beings and nature, but the experience of deformity and disease is always registered in Leopardi's work at a level that transcends individual lament for a purely private and biographical fact. It is not even to be explained in terms of a purely poetic introspection, but becomes a formidable instrument of cognition. 9 In fact, Timpanaro reminded his unwilling readers, Leopardi's larger cosmic pessimism, his absolute conviction of the impending annihilation of the world, a refutation of every myth of the immortality of human works, was shared by the most sanguine of Marxists, Friedrich Engels, physically and temperamentally his opposite. It was the co-author of the Communist Manifesto who wrote, "Millions of years may elapse, hundreds of thousands of generations be born and die, but inexorably the time will come when the declining warmth of the sun will no longer suffice to melt the ice thrusting itself forward from the poles, when the human race, crowding more and more about the equator, will finally no longer find even there enough heat for life, when gradually even the last trace of organic life will vanish, and the earth, an extinct frozen globe like the moon, will circle in deepest darkness and in an ever narrower orbit about the equally extinct sun, and at last fall into it." 10 This was the ultimate fate, the end of the human race, from which successive militants from Blanqui to Lyotard were to dream of interplanetary escape, that put all voluntarism into proportion. Culturally, however, the moment of the late Engels was separated from the time of Leopardi by a significant mutation. By the last quarter of the 19th century, Romanticism was a spent force and classicist reactions against it had vanished. Leopardi is the last major European writer to be a direct interlocutor of antiquity. Now, in the wake of broadening scientific advances, the dominant outlook of the age was positivist. A century later, no ideology had a worse press on the left. In decrying its baleful legacy, all varieties of Western Marxism were united. Here, once again, Timpanaro went clean against the consensus of his own party. Whatever its limits or eventual simplifications, he maintained, the positivist culture of the late 19th century represented a break with religious myth and folkloric superstition, at a time when scientific truth could still seem a condition of bourgeois progress, and high culture had not yet cut all connection with popular aspirations. 11 Philosophically it may have been mediocre, but its record in other fields, from the natural sciences to history, linguistics to fiction, was considerable. Clausius himself, who predicted the cooling of the sun, not to speak of Darwin, Bernard, Helmholtz, Delbruck, Zola, were among the lights of this culture. By the turn of the century, however, Timpanaro was, of course, not the first to notice this, there was a marked shift. From the age of imperialism onwards, another outlook took hold whose cast was in varying measure idealist, subjectivist, vitalist. Scientific and technological advance continued unabated, indeed even accelerated. But it was now increasingly framed by anti-objectivist epistemologies and demarcations, conventionalism, empirio-criticism, contingentism, Poincaré, Mach, Boutroux, whose target was any consistently materialist view of the world, which could now be dismissed as the illusions of a vulgar common sense refuted by the development of the sciences themselves. In the arts, naturalist report yielded to symbolist experiment, depth charges of wayward interiority, mystical longings, or intimations of epiphany. The result was a culture of great brilliance, but much more cut off from popular life than its predecessor. Henceforward there would be a sharp divide between the high forms of an educated elite and second-rate fare destined for the masses, a populist semi-culture typically instilling petty bourgeois ideals of moralism and maudlin sentimentalism. 12 The tasks of cultural unification that positivism had once set for itself were abandoned. This split-level structure, Timpanaro argued, had persisted right through the new century and was still basically intact. The style of mass culture might have changed, but the disposition of the elite culture had not. At these altitudes, idealism in one variant or another, most of them subjectivist, remained the norm. One famous episode of the Traverse at the turn of the century held Timpanaro's particular attention. Freud had started out as a typical product of the positivist culture of the Victorian medical profession. His original premises were robustly materialist, but as his theory of psychoanalysis developed, it became more and more detached from the neurophysiological hypotheses that initially underpinned it, ending in a speculative system that had effectively cast off scientific controls. Doctrines which started as more or less imaginative metaphysics and later became serious sciences are common enough, Timpanaro wrote. Psychoanalysis has pursued the opposite path, though its aspirations were seriously scientific at its birth. From the outset it contained an admixture of speculative tendencies and then increasingly regressed to a myth. On the other hand, if it was true that psychoanalysis as a therapy records ever more failures, while psychoanalysis as a theory finds its most ardent advocates among literary critics and philosophers, this did not mean that it was intellectually nugatory. There could be no doubt that Freud had greatly enriched our knowledge of ourselves. But he had done so in the sense of Musil or Joyce, rather than Darwin or Einstein. To demonstrate the difference, Timpanaro took for his object a text that Freud himself declared to be not only an indispensable part of his theory as a whole, but which he asserted had found more general acceptance than any other, the psychopathology of everyday life. The work Timpanaro devoted to this touchstone is a technical tour de force that is also the most entertaining of his writings. The Freudian slip brings the skills of the philologist to bear on the claims of the psychoanalyst, using the procedures of textual criticism to query the machinery of Freud's explanation of parapraxis. Examining Freud's examples in the psychopathology one by one, Timpanaro showed how often errors of memory or slips of the tongue that Freud had attributed to repressed sexual materials were to be explained more persuasively by a standard set of deviations from the lexical norm, corruptions of which philologists had developed their own fine-grained classification. Freud's explanations, by contrast, were typically captious and arbitrary, resting on chains of association that could be altered or alembicated more or less at will. Timpanaro had fun generating his own variants, from the same materials and with the same logic, reaching even more far-fetched conclusions. True cases of Freudian slips undoubtedly exist, he argued, but the great majority of those discussed by Freud, a fortiori in daily life, were closer to the mistakes of ancient or medieval copyists, dipthography, lectio facilior, haplography, saut du mime, metathesis, faute critique, polar slip, and so on. Psychically repressed material could find its way to the surface through parapraxis, but Freud's insistence that the springs of these must be sexual in origin was a further weakness of his account of them, since it could equally well be social or existential, apprehension of the lower orders or fear of death that had escaped the censor. The Freudian slip is a firework display of erudition, alternating tracers of playful and polemical learning crisscrossing the analytic night. Here the combination of Timpanaro's recondite skills and anomalous occupation found their perfect object. He read the examples of the psychopathology with the eye of a proofreader, and the mind of a classical scholar. Freud's choice of the misremembrance by a young Austrian Jew of Dido's dying appeal in the Aeneid for an avenger, ex arriere aliquis nostris ex ossibus ulter, for the most extended of all his exercises in the interpretation of a parapraxis, could hardly have been selected more piquantly for posthumous retribution. You do not have to have much first-hand Latin to enjoy Timpanaro's explanation of the strangeness of Virgil's construction, and the reasons why anyone might forget aliquis, regardless of erotic anxieties. Let someone arise from my bones as an avenger, it could be the poet himself, appealing down the centuries against misuse to the philologist. Behind the wit and energy of the Freudian slip, there lay the secret of Timpanaro's occupation. He was a proofreader not out of choice or circumstance, but under the pressure of intense neurotic distress. In conversation he once said, "My rancor against Freud comes from the failure of psychoanalysis to cure me." He was paralyzed by two fears. The first was of speaking in public. It was that, he explained, which had made it impossible for him to take any academic post. The notion of teaching in a university filled him with terror at being struck dumb at the lectern. The only time in his life, he told me, when he lost all fear, and suddenly found he could address audiences quite fluently, was in the late 60s. In that atmosphere, my inhibitions vanished, and to my surprise I had no difficulty in taking the floor at mass meetings. He reported the exception that political turmoil had made without a hint of Pentecostal complaisance, a touch ironically. At such moments his expressive features would sketch a grimace. In his youth, Timpanaro's looks must have been striking, a strong, delicate face, with a hint of aquilinity, firm, flat mouth, and dark piercing eyes. By the time I knew him one could sense handicaps, which he did not conceal. Below average height, his voice was harsh and his walk faintly rigid and mechanical, with a slight splay of the feet. His eyes, of luminous beauty and intelligence, dominated every other feature. The stiffness of his gait could have had something to do with his other fear. He suffered from severe agoraphobia, dreading any kind of travel. If my recollection of a rueful remark by his wife is right, only once in his life did he leave Italy, for a short trip into Yugoslavia. My impression is that over time, he became increasingly a prisoner of Florence itself, a city he spoke of without admiration, ruined by infestation of tourism. A glimpse of what it may have meant to move even within Florence can perhaps be had from a passage in a text set down some years after the Freudian slip. Anyone with any knowledge of neurosis, which need not be that of a psychiatrist but may be that of a victim, knows that agoraphobia can be overcome in a number of ways. One may succeed in crossing a public square, but only at the cost of palpitations, tremors, disorientation, terror of being unable to hold out to the far side, he wrote. Yet in such cases, the victory is in truth a defeat, for the price paid is too high and will discourage further attempts. The phobia might admittedly have led to worse things, but it has been exacerbated. 14. These words occur in a wonderful essay on Freud's Roman phobia, written in 1984. Its subject was Freud's keen desire, yet for many years inner inability, to travel to Rome. What was the source of his fear of the eternal city? Timpanaro surveyed the explanations offered by subsequent analysts or psychohistorians, Ernest Jones, Martha Robert, Karl Skorsk, Cesare Musatti, who had interpreted the phobia either as the expression of an ambivalence towards Christian Rome, as the destroyer of the ancient Rome that he loved, or as the mask of an incestuous longing to possess his mother, and dispelled each of them. Paradoxically, he pointed out, all had dismissed Freud's own account of his aversion, which was much more compelling, namely, that he identified Rome with the Catholic Church whose bigotry and anti-Semitism he had experienced early in life, leading him to identify passionately with Hannibal as the Semitic hero of military triumphs over Rome, who in the end never finally reached it. If at first Freud's cult of Hannibal was, as Timpanaro put it, no more than a typical schoolboy affection for defeated heroes, such as has inclined all of us to prefer Hector to Achilles 15, it became something much more pointed. In Freud's words, to my youthful mind Hannibal and Rome symbolized the tenacity of Jewry and the organization of the Catholic Church, where the euphemism organization itself continues to testify to the intimidating power and menace of the Vatican. Timpanaro's vindication of Freud's political explanation of his phobia was characteristic of his turn of mind, in its fairness to a figure he had otherwise criticized so sharply, and in its sense of historical context. But there was also a contemporary purpose behind his essay. In it he expressed in the strongest terms his loathing of Catholic persecution of the Jews, and sympathy with the nature of Freud's identification with his people. All his life, Freud remained convinced that his discovery of a theory so anti-conformist and revolutionary as psychoanalysis had been made easier by his Jewishness, which involved him in battling against a conformist, deeply prejudiced compact majority hostile to anyone who chose to differ from it. When he joined the B'nai B'rith Association in 1926, he declared quite openly that, being neither a practicing Jew nor a Jewish nationalist, he felt bound to the Jewish community, and proud to be a Jew, only because this left him free from many prejudices which restricted others in the use of their intellect. 16 Timpanaro's admiration for this free spirit of loyal detachment is unconcealed. But he ended his essay with a reminder that things had changed. To accept psychoanalysis or to be a Jew is no longer to be marked out as a lonely and courageous nonconformist, struggling with the notorious compact majority. There are certainly still upsurges of Nazi and clerical anti-Semitism, attacks from the right on the immorality of psychoanalysis still occur, and we shall always need to be on our guard against these tendencies. Overall, however, psychoanalysis has been integrated within conformist bourgeois culture, where it has become a more sophisticated substitute for the old traditional religions. Today, the lonely nonconformists are often those who are prepared to submit it to critical discussion. Nor was this all. Furthermore, there now exists a Jewish compact majority, the State of Israel, which not only claims its own right to exist, but denies that right to another people whose claim is equally just, submitting it to a murderous abuse of power worthy of the European colonialism which helped to establish it. This state would not be able to pursue its evil policies without the backing of a much larger compact majority, the Western, so-called democratic world. Today the very term anti-Semitic has lost all meaning, since the most immediate victims of Israeli arrogance are of Semitic descent, while the Israelis are sustained in their crimes, financed and supplied with arms by devout Christians. Those in the diaspora who kept alive the tolerant traditions of cosmopolitan Jewry, disowning what was done in their name by Tel Aviv, were still too few. Today it was not for Israelis, or Jewish apologists for Israel, to identify with Hannibal, the isolated Semitic hero, but Palestinians defending the claims of the Palestinian people. 17. Timpanaro's politics did not falter with age. They find their fullest expression in a singular book of the same period, Il Socialismo di Edmondo de Amicis, a work of translucent advocacy that has a special place in his writing. Its focus is one of the oddest literary careers of 19th-century Europe. In the history of Italian literature, Edmondo de Amicis is mainly remembered for the two disparate works that originally made his name. The first, Vita Militare, was a work of patriotic edification based on de Amicis's experience as a Piedmontese officer in the last phase of the Risorgimento, when he had served against the Austrians at Custoza. The second, Curie, is a cloying children's story that became an enormous bestseller, over 200 editions by the time it was translated into English and other European languages a decade later, and is still a standard text in Italian elementary schools. Franco Moretti has skewered it in a brilliant essay on the functions of the tearjerker. By this time de Amicis had become a byword for bien-pensant civics lessons and sententious moralism. In the early 70s, however, Italo Calvino rediscovered one of his late novels, Amore e Ginestica, praising its erotic mordancy. Then in 1980, the manuscript of a novel de Amicis had written nearly 100 years earlier, but had left in a drawer, was published. Its title was Primo Maggio, a novel about socialism. It was well known that in his last years, de Amicis had preached what was generally held to be a sentimental doctrine of social commiseration and interclass harmony. The all but unanimous reaction of critics, indeed of the editors of the text itself, to Primo Maggio was to dismiss it as a botched product of these emotional shallows, of scant political and no aesthetic interest. Timpanaro's book is a scathing polemic against this reception of the novel. In a close reading, he was able to show that far from being a lifeless tract of weak-minded reformism, trundling cardboard figures through predictable motions, Primo Maggio not only displayed considerable skill and nuance of characterization, but embodied a revolutionary critique of the bourgeois social order of the time, of such intransigence that de Amicis may well have left it unpublished for fear of prosecution if it saw the light of day. Passing in review the novel's major themes, de Amicis's treatment of army, school, religion, family, his picture of the relations between capital and labor, his imagery of women and case for sexual freedom, his conception of revolution, and what a socialist state should not look like, his sympathy for anarchism in its very opposition to socialism, Timpanaro's commentary has a crispness of intellectual attack that suggests a rapid and passionate composition. Primo Maggio was not a fictional pamphlet. In it de Amicis gave persuasive voice to critics of any idea of a working-class revolution, and graphic representation of the costs of any miscalculated demonstration against the established order. The novel undoubtedly had its weaknesses. More ambitious, it was also less achieved than Amore e Ginestica. No one would consider it a masterpiece, but so what? Timpanaro ended his book with these gaily taunting words, "And now you want to tell me that Alberto Bianchini is no Julian Sarl, nor Julia Madame de Renal or Anna Karenina. That even a socialist has more to learn from a La Recherche or the conscience of Zeno, or even Germinal, which is not dear to you, than from Primo Maggio. That a great reactionary writer is, against his own intentions, more revolutionary than a lesser socialist one? These things are so obvious that even I know them. But joys in life are few, and if instructing me in all this gives you even the smallest pleasure, why I should grudge you it?" 18. If the transformed figure of de Amicis who emerges from Timpanaro's pages appears a sport of culture, a kind of cross between William Morris and Eric Kastner, such possibilities belong to the epoch. Primo Maggio is a contemporary of News from Nowhere, to which it might best be compared. We are at the confident beginning of Donald Sassoon's 100 Years of Socialism. Timpanaro was writing at their end, and in retrospect Il Socialismo di Edmondo de Amicis seems like a moving finale of a classical tradition, bringing back to life a world of revolutionary thought and movement in all its freshness for one last time, on the verge of its extinction. He was aware of what probably lay ahead. Locally, he had foreseen the complete destruction of the Italian socialism in which he grew up, at a time when some of his former companions were still pinning hopes on Craxi. A little later, 1982, he remarked more generally that perhaps Homo sapiens would turn out to be a zoological species capable of language, thought, art and so many other excellent things, but incapable of equality or collective self-government. 19 By the mid-90s he was writing that on materialism now looked like a fossil, and will remain so for a long time or forever. 20 But the defeat of his political hopes did not mean any philosophical retreat. In his last years, he produced new translations of Holbach's Bon Sens and Cicero's De Divinatione, each with a long introductory essay, of pointed scholarship and intent. If the battle against religious superstition had not yet been won, there was more chance of swinging veteran battering rams like these against it than of unseating the rule of capital. Through all this, he never ceased to work as a highly technical philologist. One of his last books is devoted to the tradition of Virgilian scholarship in antiquity. Its concern is to rescue a line of textual commentary in the Roman world often dismissed as beneath modern attention. The central figure of Timpanaro's account is a now obscure grammarian of the 1st century AD, Valerius Probus of Beirut, a philologist. he argued in detail, perfectly entitled to contemporary respect, his merits neither to be overstated, as they were by his disciples, nor minimized, as they had been by subsequent posterity. 21 Here lay a figure in the carpet, one of the deepest motifs in all Timpanaro's work. It can be seen as inextricable from his philological impulse itself, what made his vocation. The recovery of neglected talents or writers to their proper reputation belonged to the same enterprise as the restoring of ancient texts to their integrity. Timpanaro started his career with a revaluation of Leopardi's classical scholarship, cast into the shadows by his poetry. When he came to write his book on the genesis of the Lachman method, quote marks became necessary round the phrase, since his central finding was that genealogical classification of manuscript versions did not actually originate with Lachman, but less well-known scholars of the time, Madvig, Zumpt, Bernays, whose more polymathic work had not achieved the same canonization as that of Lachman, a great simplifier, with the virtues and defects that implies. 22 Writing on Italian classicism. He put Pietro Giordani into unaccustomed relief alongside Leopardi. On materialism, he defied received opinion on the left by giving pride of place to Engels rather than Marx. After writing his book on Freud, a friend told him of an essay published in 1923 by Rudolf Mehringer, a German linguist, criticizing the psychopathology of everyday life along lines that anticipated some of his own. He immediately translated and edited it, with a long postscript, to make sure that credit was paid to a pioneer where it was due, and insisted that any reprint of the Freudian slip contain an acknowledgement of the precession. 23 Of all his acts of retrospective justice, the most sustained was his recuperation of Primo Maggio, doubly contemned, the suppressed work of an author decried for other reasons. But perhaps the most affecting is his portrait of the freethinker Carlo Bini of Livorno, a minor Carbonaro who translated Byron and helped Mazzini, author of splendidly corrosive texts from prison in Elba, before relapsing into silence, illness, and a premature bohemian death, to the scandal of right-thinking associates. 24 Timpanaro's long essay on Bini is one of his most personal. A modest man himself, who stressed his own limitations, there may have been an element of fellow feeling in his sympathy for the undeservedly obscure or defeated. But behind it was something else, an unusually strong, instinctive egalitarianism. In conversation, he rarely used the formal lay with anyone. In matters of style, he deprecated any hint of exhibition or pretension, detesting above all what he called intellectual foppery. As for questions of character, his categories retained an 18th-century ring. His most frequent term of dis pures was mascalzone, scoundrel. What of his concerns? The philosophical-political contrast he drew between Romanticism and Classicism in the epoch of the Restoration is posed as a continental phenomenon. But its demonstration remains national, tested out in Italy. There the evidence is striking, but Timpanaro did not probe its conditions of possibility very far. Historically, however, it is pretty clear that it was the very backwardness of Italy, its political and cultural stunting, under foreign rule and clerical censorship, that produced the paradox of avant-garde/rearguard classicism so late. Here the Enlightenment, largely over elsewhere, still had a powerful unspent momentum, capable of carrying it beyond even the most intrepid naturalistic outposts of the philosophes, while at the same confining it to an isolate. Remarking that the one great figure of Restoration Europe to owe allegiance to Romanticism yet remain faithful to the legacy of Helvetius and Destutt de Tracy was Stendhal, Timpanaro overlooked the opposite paradox, that it was in Italy Bayle found a life of the emotions and the senses he identified with all that was romantic, in contrast to the arid conventions of his rationalist homeland. This sort of question did not preoccupy Timpanaro. Hostile to nationalism of any stripe, a caustic critic of contemporary uses of the Gramscian concept of the national popular, he was disinclined to compare countries. Nor was there anything historicist in his formation. More than most intellectuals on the left, he was averse to the influence of Croce. But what he most reproached Croce for was helping to bar doors and windows against non-Italian culture under fascism, and so inflicting a double damage. As he put it in an essay on Giorgio Pasquale, who had resisted Croce's example, first we had provincial closure, now, by way of reaction, we have no less provincial, uncritical, enthusiasm for European, and especially French, culture. Point 25. What was Timpanaro's position within his own culture? There is a sense in which his outlier existence was not so untypical. The Italian university system, in many respects archaic and bureaucratic to a degree, has long driven many of the country's best minds to exasperated refuge abroad. Arnaldo Mamigliano, originally an exile in England, chose not to come back to Italy after the war, though in his case the reasons were to do with the memory of his forced emigration itself. Luigi Cavalli Sforza, Carlo Cipolla, Franco Modigliani, and Giovanni Sartori took chairs in America. In the next levy, Carlo Ginzburg, Franco Moretti, and Giovanni Arrighi all gave up posts at home, more or less in despair, to make their way across the Atlantic. This has never been a real intellectual emigration, since figures like these have typically continued to participate actively in the cultural life of Italy, during spells at home or from abroad. But it has reduced the significance of native academic institutions for the circulation of ideas at large. If Timpanaro was isolated in his own country, it was not due to his occupation as a proofreader, but to the unpalatability of his themes to the surrounding culture. The extent of his solitude should not be exaggerated. He was a correspondent on an 18th-century scale, not only with fellow philologists. In Florence he was a regular contributor, for over 30 years, to the country's most distinguished and nonconformist journal of various humanities, Belfagor, founded by Luigi Russo, the post-war director of the Scuola Normata, who named it after Machiavelli's wanton devil against the express admonitions of Croce, who told him not to mix literature with politics. It is difficult to imagine Timpanaro's productivity without its support. Abroad, the most serious responses to his work seem to have come from England, where Raymond Williams wrote an admiring critique of his conception of nature, proposing an alternative materialist sensibility, and Charles Rickreft, from within psychoanalysis, largely endorsed his account of parapraxis. New Left Review, which published texts by and about him, was a point of external reference, though a journal where he regularly suffered the worst typographical indignities for one of his temperament and training, a stream of misprints flowing through his very diagnosis of just such errors. He minded about such carelessness. While the angle at which Timpanaro stood to the academic world in Italy was never the same as that of his compatriots abroad, he was much less economically secure, and enjoyed no overseas collegiality to offset potential cold shoulders at home. There is a common element in the style of this detachment of thinkers that is the obverse of the atmosphere of murky intrigue and fustiness that still clings to many local universities. Just because higher education has never been truly modernized in Italy, much of it remaining in a kind of suspended dilapidation, academic professionalization in the post-war sense has never entirely taken hold. The drawbacks of this have often been pointed out. It has also, however, meant a relative underdevelopment of baneful effects familiar elsewhere: peer group fixation, index of citations mania, gratuitous apparatuses, pretentious jargons, guild conceit, everything that stands between mind and thought in our culture. Absent much of this, Italian conditions can produce a relationship to ideas, unmediated by any institutional protocols, of a sui generis purity and directness. This effect, it could be called an advantage of quasi-backwardness, is not confined to any particular standpoint or location. Right, center, and left are equally represented among the overseas scholars, while Norberto Bobbio, who has always worked within the Italian university, is just as much an illustration of it as Giovanni Arrighi, who abandoned the system. At the same time, the appalling quality of Italian mass culture, TV shows capable of deterring the most dedicated follower of folk fashion, has been a safeguard against populist affectations that elsewhere have become a typical compensation for professorial involution. Without the MLA or BBC, so to speak, the space for an older kind of imagination has survived. Two features mark it out. The first is an ability to engage with ideas of the past, proximate or remote, as if they were as immediate as those of the present, without any strain of reference or exhibition of learning. Rousseau or Mill in Sartori, Bodin or Vico in the pages of Bobbio, Augustine or Voltaire in Ginsberg, Hegel or Rilke in Moretti, Weber or Hicks in Arrighi, speak with vivid directness to us, as though by some magic of intellectual disintermediation. This is in part an effect of the second gift of this Italianate mode, its distinctive clarity and economy of expression. Sartre once remarked that the Italian language of the post-war period was trop pompeius et remaniable, like a decaying palace in which writers wandered around at a loss, no longer knowing quite how to take up residence. A too capacious syntax, permitting virtually any shape or shapelessness of sentence, has been part of the sumptuous decomers. Anyone who has ever heard a political speech, looked at an administrative document, or glanced at a daily newspaper in Italy will have a sense of this. The writing of what could be called, with some but not complete variation of meaning, the enlightened counterculture of this period has been formed in reaction against the euphuistic slackness of so much public discourse in Italy. What its different practitioners have in common is a plain down terseness and transparency. More obviously than any contemporary variant of French, it could be described as a classical prose. Timpanaro belonged to this national set, though with traits that placed him somewhat apart within it. Suspicious of any deliberate literary effect, he wrote straightforwardly and forcefully, where necessary at the cost of formal finish. Lucan or Bopp appear with more contextual distance, in keeping with his training, but bluntly and powerfully enough to jolt conventional expectations. These were nuances. Where he really differed was in his complete indifference to intellectual fashion, his considered rejection of every consecrated school of thought in his time. Judging the overwhelming propensity of the Western intelligentsia to be anti-materialist, in one specious guise or another, he took his ground outside any consensus, conservative or progressive. The claim that high culture since at least the Belle Époque has always been predominantly idealist in tendency is a sweeping one. Was he wrong? He came to this conclusion long before the high tide of post-structuralism in the arts and conventionalism in the sciences. Neither Kuhn nor Derrida, let alone Geertz or Rorty, rate a mention in his verdict on the epistemological slide of the age. It could well be thought that, as he denounced it, all he described was yet to reach its paroxysm. But the overall balance of intellectual forces is another matter. There were many signs, as the century approached its end, that the tables were being turned. Most conspicuously, the new genetics has started to have the same kind of cultural impact as the old in the age of Darwin. Evolutionary models borrowed from the latest biology are spreading everywhere, in economics, psychology, literature, sociology, international relations. The talk is all of adaptation, exaptation, mutation, replication. Popularizers like Gould or Dawkins rival the fame of Spencer or Huxley in their day, naturally at a higher level. Even in philosophy, traditional nursery of every refinement of idealism, neurophysiology now has belligerent champions. Lent confidence by the spectacular successes of the natural sciences over the past 25 years, stretching from astrophysics to the genome, positivism, not the name, still faintly ungrateful, but the thing, is back in force. How far its return in these forms would have been a source of satisfaction to Timpanaro is imponderable. Certainly it was not accompanied by any displacement to the left in the political world, famously, the reverse. But then he had never equated intellectual with social progress. Historically, even in the greatest minds of the Enlightenment, they could be at variance. Rousseau, the most advanced political thinker of his generation, was emotionally a pietist. Voltaire, politically at ease with a benevolent absolutism, scorned the consolations of Savoyard Christianity. For Timpanaro, Leopardi had represented the possibility of a synthesis beyond either, firm republicanism, unswerving atheism. A generation later, George Buchner, it seems strange Timpanaro never touched on him, would make a fiercer join of his own. Both died before the political logic of their pessimistic materialism could really be tested. In Leopardi's case, Timpanaro conceded that his republican convictions had receded as his cosmic despair, existence is a disfiguring birthmark on the face of nothingness, deepened, prompting sporadic expressions of political indifferentism. Yet by the end, he argued, Leopardi had reached some kind of difficult equilibrium between them. But it was true that his understanding of society always remained limited. It was absurd to present him as a proto-socialist. Still more absurd was the attempt to make of him an ecologist anti-DM. One of Timpanaro's last major polemics was with his friend Adriano Sofri, once leader of Lotta Continua, now in jail for the duration in Pisa on trumped-up, pentito, evidence. At the time Sofri was a theorist of green politics, who had sought to annex Leopardi for what Timpanaro saw as an emollient environmentalism, rising above class conflicts in a rescue mission to save Mother Nature, in which all could impartially join. 26 Leopardi's vision of nature as malign stepmother, visiting ills infinite and indicible on human beings, was the antithesis of such a conception. His pessimism could not be put to any kind of Gaian service. What of Timpanaro's own? He made no secret of its biographical sources. It was not an expression of political withdrawal or bookish influence, but the product of direct, personal reflection on all that vast part of human unhappiness that is not related to man's social but his biological being. 27 From a number of scattered passages, it is clear that his father's long, painful illness and death were deeply traumatic for Timpanaro, bringing him close to breakdown. His own psychic disabilities, however related to this experience, must have reinforced the intellectual effects of it, and would have drawn him to Leopardi anyway. Suffering from another kind of deformity, he arrived at a parallel pessimism, equally impersonal, equally reasoned. It was not the same, because Timpanaro had so much stronger a sense of social oppression and injustice, above and beyond our natural caducity. At times, in the scales of misery, society seemed of small account to Leopardi, emperor and beggar alike pitched into the grave. So conceived, philosophical pessimism always risked becoming political defeatism. Timpanaro was not subject to this temptation. He was intensely, even on occasion, he admitted, too vehemently, political. But he was also quite free from the monomania of any pompoliticism, as he once called it. The ideas of historical progress and natural catastrophe were not at odds in him. Yet perhaps time played a trick on him all the same. He had started out believing that an egalitarian revolution was possible, and amendment of our natural condition impossible. Ironically, today, it is the opposite opinion that holds sway. Capitalism cannot be abolished, but infirmity might be. In the 17th century, Descartes was sure that science would soon let people live forever. His confidence shows signs of returning. When Timpanaro died, he was termed by another philologist an enemy of the 20th century. In such conditions, how could he remain actual in the new one? He would have had no truck with the question. Actuality, he once wrote, is a reductive, anti-historical, and Philistine criterion of judgment. 28. 2001. 10. Tropical Recall. Gabriel Garcia Marquez. As ways of writing about a past, memoirs and autobiographies, although in practice they may often overlap, are different undertakings. At the limit, a memoir can recreate a world lavishly peopled with others, while saying very little about the author himself. An autobiography, on the other hand, can take the form of a pure portrait of the self, the world and others, featuring only as mise en scene for the inner adventure of the narrator. In recounting their lives, novelists have produced bravura performances in either genre. Among modern writers, Anthony Powell's To Keep the Ball Rolling, 4 leisurely, yet laconic volumes, offers a masterpiece of the first form. Sartre's Brief Words is perhaps the greatest example of the second. Gabriel Garcia Marquez's Living to Tell the Tale is billed by its publishers as a memoir, and there is little doubt that on the whole it falls to that side of the divide. 1 Marquez is, of course, a legendary storyteller. But he also has an acutely self-reflective intelligence, as a glance at the fragrance of guava, his biographical conversations with Plinio Apulia Mendoza of 20 years ago, shows. Point 2. In living to tell the tale, Marquez exercises the side of his gifts very sparingly. By artistic choice he has instead constructed a memoir as close in form to a novel as perhaps has ever been written. It opens with the arrival of his mother in Barranquilla, to take her son, then 23, back with her to sell the family house in Aracataca, on the trip that made him the novelist he became, and ends with the ultimatum he wrote on a plane to Geneva, 5 years later, that made the elusive sweetheart of his adolescence his future wife. Between these two parallel coups de theatre, the author recounts his life up the point when he left Colombia in 1955, in a narrative that obeys not the untidy patterns of experience or memory, with all their unevenness, but rules of a perfectly symmetrical composition. The book is divided into 8 chapters of virtually identical length, an arrangement least of all corresponding to the way any life can actually be lived, as if to underline that we are in the presence of another supreme artifice. From the start, Marquez has practiced 2 relatively distinct styles of writing, the figurally charged prose already on brilliant display in his earliest fiction Leaf Storm, which was rejected for publication at the time, with the concession that it was poetic, and the objective concision of such tales as no one writes to the Colonel or reportages like news of a kidnapping. If technically the register of living to tell tale lies somewhere between the two, the tone and effect of the whole, this follows from the conception of the memoirs, has the crisp, sumptuous grandeur of his major novels. We are in the world of 100 Years or The General in his labyrinth, with its metaphoric density and trademark dialogue, lofty one-liners that function like near epigrams, of inimitable pungency and good-humored irony. Formally, what we are told is the tale of Marquez's youth in Colombia. Vivid portraits of his grandparents and parents establish the strangest of family settings. We then are given his childhood, up to the age of 8, with his grandfather in the banana zone of the Caribbean coast, early school days in poverty in Barranquilla, and holidays in a more Edenic hinterland, passage up the Magdalena River to an Andean Liceo, entry into university at Bogotá, an eyewitness description of the apocalyptic riots in the capital after the assassination of the country's leading populist politician, Elir Gaitan, flight from the conflagration back to the coast, early journalism in Cartagena, literary enthusiasm and bohemian dissipation in Barranquilla again, finally a regular reporter's job in Bogotá, and dispatch abroad to cover the Geneva Conference of 1955. All this with a wealth of striking incident, intriguing detail, and flamboyant chance that few works of fiction could equal. Yet its sum is not a Bildungsroman of the author, whose personality is rarely front-lit, but the recreation of an astonishing universe, the Caribbean coastlands of Colombia in the first half of the last century. Anyone who might think that a factual counterpart of Marquez's fictions could be at best only a pallid duplicate can be reassured. Scene after remarkable scene, character after arresting character, cascades of gestures beyond logic and coincidences beyond reason, make of Living to Tell the Tale a cousin of the great novels. This first volume of Marquez's final enterprise is a major, meditated edifice of literary imagination. It is tempting therefore to read it simply as a work of art, independently of its status as a biographical document. That would diminish its interest, however. One way of seeing why this is so is to consider its relationship to the memoirs of the Latin American writer most often associated with Marquez, and second only in fame to himself. Mario Vargas Llosa's A Fish in Water, published over a decade ago, has a less conventional structure. Point 3 Written in the aftermath of the defeat of his candidacy to the presidency of Peru in 1991, it consisted of chapters alternating between the writer's childhood and youth in his native country, and his campaign to become its ruler when he was in his 50s, a switching device he has used more than once in his fiction, from Aunt Julia and the script writer to the recent Way to Paradise. Within this form, the 3 years of his presidential campaign take up more space than the 22 years of his passage to adulthood. That alone makes it a very different kind of memoir from Marquez's. All the more striking, then, are the resemblances between their early experiences, in many respects uncannily close. Both writers spent their crucial first years as small boys under the roof of an adoring grandfather, the patriarch of the family, a Civil War veteran in Colombia, a planter and prefect in Bolivia/Peru. Their fathers, who had similar jobs, and made similar marriages, were absent, blank positions in the emotional structures of childhood, in which even mothers played a secondary role. Sexual initiation came early, in brothels of which each writes with a wry affection. Later, each married a hometown girl. As adolescents, both were sent against their will to boarding schools by their fathers. Each was happily formed in the provinces, and experienced arrival in the capital as a misfortune. At university, both plunged into a side life of journalism and nocturnal carousal. Each turned a hand to radio soap operas, even inspired by the same tear-jerker, Félix Pequeñot's El Derecho de Nacer. In both cases, the great literary discovery of their youth was Faulkner, whose novels they report marking them more deeply than any other. Each ends his memoir of those years at the same fateful point, as the writer, having just learned something of the unknown interior of the land, leaves his native country for Europe, never to fix his residence there again. A set of parallels like these is an invitation to some future Plutarch of Latin American letters. Yet what they serve to throw into relief are finally the contrasts between the two novelists, and their memoirs. For all the similarities in their family constellations, Vargas Llosa came, on his mother's side, from a more privileged social background, a clan of the Arequipa elite that produced Peru's first post-war president, Bustamante y Rivero. Class and color situated him higher up the social scale, in what was also a more rigidly racist society, than a mestizo boy would be in Colombia. Formal education, too, separated them. Marquez explains how thoroughly disaffected he was from his studies at university, where his father had insisted he take law, and he eventually dropped out. Vargas Llosa, on the other hand, had a brilliant student cursus, becoming an assistant to a leading local historian in Lima before even graduating. The university was a central experience for him, where it meant nothing to Marquez. That difference explains why he got to Europe much earlier in his career, with a scholarship to Madrid. So too, once in Europe, he has never really left it, living essentially in Paris, London, Madrid, with trips back to Lima, while as a journalist Marquez soon returned to Latin America, and would ultimately settle in Mexico. These divergent trajectories have their atmospheric correlates in the work of each. In their lifetimes, the history of their two countries, measured in terms of slaughter, repression, frustration, corruption, could hardly have been grimmer, and these of course find expression in their novels. But Marquez's depictions of his homeland, even at its worst, are infused with a lyrical warmth, an immutable love, that have no counterpart in Vargas Llosa's world, where the writer's relationship to the land of his origins is always tense and ambiguous. Part of the reason for this difference can be found in their individual situations. For if the configuration of the two families from which they came was strikingly similar, their emotional voltage was quite opposite. Marquez's mother, of whom he paints a loving portrait, was clearly a woman of great strength of character, capable of managing her spirited, if wayward, husband and 11 children, in penury or precarious prosperity alike. Vargas Llosa's father, abandoning his spouse without a word when she was 5 months pregnant, and appearing out of the blue 10 years later to repossess her and Shanghai him, was by contrast a traumatic nightmare, feared by his wife and hated by his son. Showing no attachment to his native land, he eventually emigrated to the U.S., dying a janitor in Pasadena. Even the melodramas of the early sexual experience of the two writers, set pieces of Latin honor and outrage, reflect this contrast. When Vargas Llosa married his aunt, in this semi-deracinate family, not coincidentally a Bolivian, his father, after brandishing a revolver, denounced him to the police in Lima, and threatened to kill him with 5 bullets, like a rabid dog. Garcia Marquez, caught in flagranti with the black wife of a policeman in the Backlands, was faced with a pistol too, and the words, "Cheating in bed is settled with lead point 4." But the affronted sergeant let the terrified boy off with an humiliation, as thanks for a medical service from his father, and when last seen is drinking with him. The two scenes, each set pieces of a theatrical machismo, speak in their way of differing societies. The poetry and humanity of the Colombian episode capture the general spirit of living to tell the tale, and the ties of its author with the community in which he grew up, whereas the title of A Fish in Water inverts the story it actually tells. This is more accurately conveyed by its first draft, released as A Fish Out of Water, a reversal that is not the least oddity of Vargas Llosa's memoir as a whole. 5 Composed at a moment of acute political disappointment, and inevitably somewhat discolored by it, the book is nevertheless shot through with detestation of much, social and cultural, as well as political, in Peruvian life that clearly expresses sentiments of long standing. The literary consequences of this difference are not what might be expected. The, now shop-worn, label of magical realism is customarily applied to Marquez's novels. It has never fitted Vargas Llosa, who disavows the adjective. "I have an invincible weakness for so-called realism," he remarks in A Fish in Water. 6 One of the most significant contrasts between their fiction follows from, or perhaps dictates, these distinct options. The bulk of Vargas Llosa's work is set in the Peruvian present, contemporary with his own experience. The principal exceptions are displacements, not just of time but of space, the Brazil of War of the End of the World, or the France and South Seas of Way of Paradise. Within his own country, he has been unwaveringly à la page. None of Garcia Marquez's major novels, on the other hand, represents the epoch in which he himself became a writer. Macondo vanishes in the Great Depression. The patriarch belongs to the rustic world of Juan Vicente Gómez. The time of cholera is Victorian. The general expires as the Restoration ends. Modernity is allergic to magic. Marquez's powers have always needed a recession into the past to be exercised with full freedom. In the public mind, of course, what probably distinguishes the two writers most are conventional images of their politics, Garcia Marquez as the friend of Fidel, Vargas Llosa as a devotee of Thatcher, figures respectively of an ecumenical left and a liberal right. That polarity exists, of course. But if one looks at the writing, rather than the affiliations, it is another contrast that is more striking. Vargas Llosa was from the beginning, and has remained, a political animal. As a student in Lima under the Audrea dictatorship, he was an active communist militant, inducted into the party by Hector Béjar, who would lead the first Peruvian guerrilla in the 60s, and after arriving in Europe, steeped himself in Marxist theory as an enthusiast for the Cuban Revolution. When he broke with the left over Cuba in the early 70s, he did not simply retreat into literature, as did others, but became a passionate admirer of Hayek and Friedman, and a leading advocate of free market capitalism in Latin America. His run for the presidency of Peru, with the support of the traditional right, was not a sudden caprice, but the outcome of a decade of consistent public activity. Logically, his fiction, from his earliest depiction of the military academy in the time of the hero, through the revolutionary conspiracies of conversation in the cathedral or Alejandro Magda to Feast of the Goat, takes contemporary political conflicts directly as an organizing theme. This has never been the case with Garcia Marquez, and living to tell the tale helps to explain why, though patches of mystery remain. He depicts a youngster, coming from the coast in the highlands in his teens, so absorbed in literary matters, at first poetry, above all, as to have virtually no interest in public affairs. Colombia was already in a high state of political tension in his last school years, and just as he arrived at university, the country descended into civil war. Living to Tell the Tale contains, its most powerful single chapter, a Goyesque panorama of the social earthquake that engulfed Bogotá when Gaitán, its most popular politician, was murdered in 1948. From his pension 3 blocks away, Garcia Marquez rushed to the scene, arriving to witness the lynching of the assassin and the outbreak of the tidal wave of rioting and looting that swept the city. But his reaction, as he records it, was simply to go back to the boarding house to finish his lunch. Meeting him on the street, an older relative, who became one of the leaders of the revolutionary junta that tried to steer the turmoil into an uprising against the conservative government, urged him to participate in the student protests against the murder. In vain. Terrified by the wholesale destructions and killings of the next days, when the army moved into the city to restore order, his one desire was to escape. The violencia that ravaged Colombia for the next decade, pitting liberals against the ruling conservatives, took 200,000 lives, a catastrophe worse than any endured in Peru. This was the historical background to Márquez's early career as a journalist and writer. But he seems to have remained eerily untouched by it. Although a regular columnist for a Cartagena daily, he writes that in my political obfuscation at the time, I did not even know that martial law had been reimposed in the country. 7 In Barranquilla, a little later, the truth of my soul was that the drama of Colombia reached me like a remote echo and moved me only when it spilled over into rivers of blood. 8 The confession is disarming, but the distinction untenable. Colombia's drama was the spilling of rivers of blood. The reality seems to have been that the young literateur, entirely wrapped up in discoveries and experiments of the imagination, in these years effectively ignored the fate of his country. This was easier to do in the coastal cities, since the Caribbean littoral, although not immune to sectarian killing, was spared the worst of the violencia raging along the coffee frontiers of the highlands. Márquez's identification with his region, the only place where I really feel at home, has given his writing its luminous intensity, but also seems to have shielded, or blinded, him from larger national patterns and forces. Colombia, he writes, had always been a country with a Caribbean identity that opened to the world by means of the umbilical cord of Panama. Its forced amputation condemned us to be what we are today, a nation with an Andean mentality whose circumstances favor the canal between the two oceans belonging not to us but to the United States. 9. The regret is palpable, and consequential. It would be not much of an exaggeration to say that the Andean uplands that form the core of Colombian society have remained something of a closed book to Márquez. Hence in part, no doubt, the blankness of living to tell the tale about the civil war within which much of it unfolds. The novelist's one venture into contemporary history, news of a kidnapping, humane and gripping though it is as the account of a closing episode in Pablo Escobar's career, confirms a certain intellectual mountain sickness. For it lacks either much sense of the social context of Colombia's drug wars or critical vision of the oligarchy presiding over them. Reading it, one might be tempted to think that at bottom Márquez has remained as unpolitical as when he started out. That would be a mistake, as the sequel to Living to Tell the Tale will certainly show. But both this memoir and his fiction suggest a mind with a marvelous intuitive sensibility for the temper, the color, and the details of the world in which he grew up, without much thought for definition of its relationships or structures. From this account, it would be difficult to locate Márquez's family with any accuracy in a social scale. His grandfather, though represented as a patriarch of some substance, appears to have been originally little more than an artisan, albeit a goldsmith, the economic basis of the legendary household in Araucatica. His father is described as seeking the hand of a daughter of a wealthy family, remains obscure. The ups and downs in his father's fortunes, from extreme poverty to modest comfort, seemingly unrelated to the proliferation of 11 offspring, are only a little less elusive. In due course, clan connections reveal themselves, an uncle in the Cartagena police, capable of dispensing jobs, a professor in Bogotá, owner of a major bookstore. How all this fitted the young Gabito into a complicated hierarchy of class and color we are left to work out for ourselves. What, finally, of the self-portrait that emerges from this memoir? It is curiously glancing. Márquez provides us with a thorough account of the development of his literary vocation, from school days to his mid-twenties, and many a captivating incident or enthralling encounter in his journey to maturity. But what he was like as a boy or a young man is not so clear. The self-confidence his grandfather gave him as a child seems never to have left him, save for the briefest of adolescent turbulences. But there is little sign of deliberate ambition. He dwells on his shyness, but he was obviously lively company, since he was never short of friends. But how far he sought them, or they saw him as other than a madcap bohemian, is not revealed. In transactions with the opposite sex, seductions came mostly from women rather than himself. Though he says that when he returned to Barranquilla I had the timidity of a quail, which I tried to counteract with insufferable arrogance and brutal frankness. He seems to have been on generally good terms with his elders and peers, in one setting after another. Apart from conflict with his father over choice of career, no major quarrel marks this progress. Only occasionally does he allude to other, more volcanic sides to his personality, fits of rage for any reason at all, puerile tantrums 11, but these hints are not enlarged upon. Rather than any sustained self-analysis, Marquez extends a generous mirror to his contemporaries. Living to Tell the Tale contains a teeming gallery of relatives, paramours, classmates, mentors, and confederates, captured in a paragraph or page or two. This is enough to make Anglo-Saxon readers impatient, but it is an attractive loyalty, which also sets these memoirs apart from Vargas Llosa's. A Fish in Water, aimed at an international public from the start, is thinner in this respect. Marquez's memoirs are designed for Colombian readers first of all. They announce their principle of construction at the outset, in the manifesto set like an epigraph at the head of the book: life is not what one lived, but what one remembers and how one remembers it in order to recount it. Taken literally, this is an invitation to selective recall, with all the facilities of a convenient amnesia. There is no reason to suppose Marquez has abused his maxim. Yet it always remains legitimate to ask how far memories correspond to facts. However much license we are willing to grant an artist in reconstructing the past, we would not value the result in the same way, if all proved imaginary. In this case, the narrative allows for some question marks in the margin. Sex, politics, literature, each leaves a penumbra of uncertainty around the edges. Commenting on his father's furtive hunter's ways, Marquez mentions there was a period when he was tempted to imitate him, but soon discovered this was the most arid form of solitude. 12 Nothing in his account relates to this brief avowal. In The Fragrance of Guava he says he belonged to a cell of the Colombian Communist Party when he was at university. 13 There is no trace of this in Living to Tell the Tale. Of authors who shaped him, he emphasizes Faulkner. But his rule that each sentence ought to be responsible for the entire structure. 14 And the celestial use of the adjective that is the signature of his prose, derive from Borges, whom he barely mentions. His abandonment of the Barranquilla group that produced the literary journal Crónica, the crucible of his first flourishing as a writer, is presented as an amicable parting, without trouble or resentment. Yet it slips out of the sleeve that he had resigned as editor in a fury some time before, for reasons unspecified. The break might have been more painful than he suggests. Do such discrepancies matter? The epigraph absolves them. But a life and a tale are never the same thing, and the interstices, wider or narrower, between them are inescapably part of the interest of each. In the resplendent light of these memories, there is a faint shimmer in the distance, proper to the latitude. 2005. 11. Atlas of the Family. Goranderborn. Few topics of fundamental importance have, at first glance, generated so much numbing literature as the family. The appearance is unjust, but not incomprehensible. For the discrepancy between the vivid existential drama into which virtually every human being is plunged at birth, and the generalized statistical pall of demographic surveys and household studies often looks irremediable, as if subjective experience and objective calibration have no meeting point. Anthropological studies of kinship remain the most technical area of the discipline. Images of crushing dullness have been alleviated, but not greatly altered, by popularizations of the past. Works like The World We Have Lost by the doyen of Cambridge family reconstruction, Peter Laslett, fond albums of a time when the whole of life went forward in the family, in a circle of loved, familiar faces, within a one-class society. 1. The one outstanding contemporary synthesis, William Goode's World Revolution and Family Patterns, which argued in the early 60s that the model of the Western conjugal family was likely to become universal, since it best fulfilled the needs of industrialization, has never acquired the standing its generosity of scope and spirit deserved. 2. Family studies are certainly no desert. They are densely populated, but much of the terrain forms a featureless plane of functions and numbers, stretching away to the horizon, broken only by clumps of sentiment. Over this landscape, Goran Thirborne's between sex and power rises up like some majestic volcano, throwing up a billowing column of ideas and arguments, while a lava of evidence flows down its slopes. This is a great work of historical intellect and imagination, the effect of a rare combination of gifts. Trained as a sociologist, Thirborne is a highly conceptual thinker, allying the formal rigor of his discipline at its best, with command of a vast range of empirical data. 3. The result is a powerful theoretical structure, supported by a fascinating body of evidence. But it is also a set of macro-narratives that compose perhaps the first true example of a work of global history we possess. Most writing that lays claim to this term, whatever other merits it may display, ventures beyond certain core zones of attention only selectively and patchily. In the case of general histories of the world, of which there are now more than a few, problems of sheer scale alone have dictated strict limits to even the finest enterprises. Thirborne, by contrast, by focusing on just one dimension of existence, develops a map of human changes over time that is faithful to the complexity and diversity of the world in a quite new way, omitting no corner of the planet. Not just every continent is included in this history, but differences within each between nations or regions, from China and Japan to Uruguay and Colombia, North to South India, Gabon to Burkina Faso, Turkey to Persia, Norway to Portugal, are scanned with a precise eye. Such ecumenical curiosity, the antithesis of Barrington Moore's conviction that only big countries matter for comparative history, is the attractive product of a small one. Thirborne's sensibility belongs to his nationality. In modern times Sweden, situated in the northern margins of Europe, with a population about the size of New Jersey, has for the most part been an inconspicuous spectator of world politics. But in the affairs of the family, it has more than once been a pace-setter. That the comparative tour de force on them should be Swedish is peculiarly appropriate. Surveying the world, Thirborne distinguishes 5 major family systems: European, East Asian, Sub-Saharan African, West Asian/North African, and subcontinental, with a further 2 more interstitial ones, Southeast Asian and Creole American. Although each of the major systems is the heartland of a distinctive religious or ethical code, Christian, Confucian, Animist, Muslim, Hindu, and the interstitial ones are zones of overlapping codes, the systems themselves form so many geocultures in which sediments of a common history can override contrasts of belief within them. This cultural backdrop lends its color and texture to Between Sex and Power. The tone of the book recalls aspects of Eric Hobsbawm, in its crisp judgments and dry wit. While Thirborne is necessarily far more statistical in style, something of the same literary and anecdotal liveliness is present too. Amid an abundance of gripping arithmetic, novels and plays, memoirs and marriage ads have their place in the narrative. Most striking of all, in a field so dominated by social or merely technical registers, is the political construction Thirborne gives to the history of the family in the 20th century. What are the central propositions of the book? All traditional family systems, Thirborne argues, have comprised 3 regimes, of patriarchy, marriage, and fertility. Crudely summarized, who calls the shots in the family, how people hitch up, what kids result. Between Sex and Power sets out to trace the modern history of each. For Thirborne, patriarchy is male family power, typically invested in fathers and husbands, not the subordination of or discrimination against women in general, gender inequality being a broader phenomenon. At the beginning of his story, around 1900, patriarchy in this classical sense was a universal pattern, if with uneven gradations. In Europe, the French Revolution had failed to challenge it, issuing into the ferocious family clauses of the Code Napoleon, while subsequent industrial capitalism, in North America as in Europe, relied no less on patriarchal norms as a sheet anchor of moral stability. Confucian and Muslim codes were far more draconian, though the minute regulations of the former set some limits to the potential blank check for male power in the latter. 4 Arrangements were looser in much of sub-Saharan Africa, Creole America, and Southeast Asia. Harshest of all was the Hindu system of North India, in a league by itself for repression. As Third-World notes, this is one of the very few parts of the world where men live longer than women, even today. By 2000, however, patriarchy had become the big loser of the 20th century, as Third-World puts it, yielding far more ground than religion or tyranny. Probably no other social institution has been forced to retreat as much. 5 This rollback was not just an outcome of gradual processes of modernization, in the neutral scheme of structural functional sociology. It was principally the product of 3 political hammer blows. The first of these, Third-World shows, came in the throes of the First World War, when full legal parity between husband and wife was first enacted in Sweden, and then, in a more radical series of measures, the October Revolution dismantled the whole juridical apparatus of patriarchy in Russia, with a much more overt emphasis on sexual equality as such. Conduct, of course, was never the same as codification. The legal revolution of the Bolsheviks was very much ahead of Russian societal time, and Soviet family practices did not immediately dance to political music, however loud and powerful. 6 But the shockwave in the world at large of the Russian example was, Third-World rightly emphasizes, enormous. The Second World War delivered the next great blow on the other side of the world, again in contrasted neighboring forms. In occupied Japan, MacArthur's staff imposed a constitution proclaiming the essential equality of the sexes, a notion, of course, that has still to find a place in the American Constitution, and a civil code based on conjugal symmetry. In liberated China, the victory of communism meant a full-scale assault on the most ancient and elaborate patriarchy of the world, obliterating all legal traces of the Confucian order. 7 Finally, a third wave of emancipation was unleashed by the youth rebellions of the late 60s, when the revolt of May 1968 erupted in France. The country's high court was still upholding the French husband's right to forbid his wife to move out, even if he was publicly maintaining a mistress. That segued into modern feminism. Here the inauguration by the UN of an International Decade for Women in 1975 is taken by Third-World as the turning point in a global discrediting of patriarchy, whose last legal redoubt in the US, in Louisiana, was struck down by the Supreme Court as late as 1981. The rule of the father has not disappeared. In the world at large, West Asia, Africa and South Asia remain the principal holdouts. Islam itself, Third-World suggests, may be less to blame for the resistance of Arab patriarchy than the corruption of the secular forces once opposed to it, abetted by America and Israel. In India, on the other hand, there is no mistaking the degree of misogyny in caste and religion, even if the mediation of patriarchal authority by market mechanisms has its postmodern ambiguities. Surveying the blatant instrumentalism of the matrimonial pages of a middle-class Indian press, in which more than 99% of ads vaunt socio-economic offers and desires, he wonders, to what extent are parents the agents of young people, in the same sense as any money-seeking athlete, musician, or writer has an agent. 8 At the opposite extreme is Euro-American post-patriarchy, in which men and women possess equal rights, but still far from equal resources, women enjoying not much more than half the income and wealth of men. In between these poles come the homelands of the communist revolutions, which did so much to transform the landscape of patriarchy in the last century. The collapse of the Soviet bloc has not seen any restoration here, whatever other regressions it may involve. 9 Third-World ventures the guess that in both Russia and Eastern Europe, the original revolutionary in this respect here may prove communism's most lasting legacy. In China, on the other hand, there is much further to go, amid more signs of recidivist urges in civil society. Still, he points out, not only is gender inequality in wages and salaries far lower in the PRC than in Taiwan, by a factor of 3, but patriarchy proper, as indicated by conjugal residence and division of labor, continues to be weaker. The first part of Third-Worldism's story is thus eminently political. As he remarks, this is logical enough, since patriarchy is about power. His second part moves to sex. In questions of marriage, Europe diverged from the rest of the world far earlier than in matters of patriarchy, or more precisely, Western Europe and those of its marchlands affected by German colonization in the Middle Ages. In this zone a unique marital regime had developed already in pre-industrial times, combining late monogamy, significant numbers of unmarried, and Christian norms of conjugal duty, contradictorily surrounded by a certain penumbra of informal sex. The key result was neolocality, or the exit of wedded couples from parental households. Everywhere else in the world, Third-Worldism maintains that the rule was universal marriage, typically at earlier ages, as the necessary entry into adulthood. Paradoxically, however, although patterns of marriage might be thought to have varied more widely around the world than forms of patriarchy, Third-Worldism is much briefer about them. Polyandry is never mentioned, the map of monogamy is unexplored, nor is any taxonomy of polygamy offered, beyond a tacit distinction between elite and mass variants. The baseline of his tale of marriage is set by a contrast between two deviant areas and all other arrangements. The first of these is the West European anomaly, with its subsequent overseas projections into North America and the Pacific. The second is the Creole, born in plantation and mining zones of the Caribbean and Latin America with a substantial black, mulatto, or mestizo population, where a uniquely deregulated sexual regime developed. Some startling figures emerge from Third-Worldism's comparison of these. If sexual mores in Europe first became widely relaxed in aristocratic circles of the 18th century, flouting of conventional norms reached epidemic proportions among the lower classes of many cities in the 19th, if only by reason of the costs of marriage. At various points in the latter part of the century, a third of all births in Paris, a half in Vienna, and over two-thirds in Klagenfurt, were out of wedlock. By 1900 such figures had fallen, and national averages of illegitimacy become quite modest. Matters were much wilder in the Creole system, readers of Garcia Marquez will not be surprised to learn. Iberian colonial America and the West Indies were the stage of the largest-scale assault on marriage in history. In the mid-19th century between a third and a half of the population of Bahia never tied a knot. In the Rio de la Plata region, extramarital births were 4 to 5 times the levels in Spain or Italy. Around 1900 as many as 4/5 of sexual unions in Mexico City may have been without benefit of clergy. These were the colorful exceptions. Throughout Asia, Africa, Russia, and most of Eastern Europe, marriage in one form or another was inescapable. A century later, Third-Worldism's account suggests, much less has changed than in the order of patriarchy. Creole America has become more marital, at least in periods of relative prosperity, but remains the most casual about the institution. In Asia, now mostly monogamous, and sub-Saharan Africa, still largely polygamous, marriage continues to be a universal norm, with pockets of slippage only in the big cities of Japan, Southeast Asia, and South Africa, but the age at which it is contracted has risen. If divorce of one kind or another has become nearly universal as a legal possibility, its practice is much more restricted. In the Hindu cow belt, virtually zero. At the top end of the scale, in born-again America and post-communist Russia, any wedding guest is entitled to be quizzical, half of all marriages break up. But with successive tries at conjugal bliss, the crude marriage rate has not fallen in the U.S. Globally, it would seem, the predominant note is stability. In one zone, however, Third-Worldism tracks a major change. After marrying as never before in the middle decades of the century, West Europeans started to secede from altar and registry in increasing numbers. Sweden was once again the vanguard country, and still remains well ahead even of its Scandinavian neighbors, not to speak of lands further south. The innovation it pioneered, from the late 60s onwards, was mass informal cohabitation. 30 years later, the great majority of Swedish women giving birth to their first child, nearly 70%, were either cohabiting or single mothers. Marriage might or might not follow cohabitation. What now became a minority option, in one country after another, the UK, France, Germany, was marriage before it? In Catholic France and Protestant England alike, extramarital births jumped from 6 to 8 to 40 to 42% in the space of 4 decades. Manifestly, the sexual revolution of the 60s and 70s lay behind this spectacular transformation. Third-World notes the arrival of pill and IUD as facilitating conditions, but is more interested in consequences. What did it add up to? In effect, a double liberation, more partners and, especially for women, more pleasure. In Finland, women had bedded an average of 3 men in the early 70s, 6 in the early 90s, by then the gap in erotic satisfaction between the sexes had closed. In Sweden, the median of lovers more than trebled, a much greater increase than for men. More than anything else, Third-World concludes, this is what the sexual revolution has brought about, a long period for premarital sex, and a plurality of sexual partners over a lifetime becoming a normal phenomenon in a statistical as well as in a moral sense. 11. How far does the US conform to the emergent European pattern? Only in part, as its different religious and political complexion would lead one to think. Europeans will be astonished to learn that in 2000 about a fifth of American 18 to 24-year-olds claimed to be virgins on marriage. Only 6% of American couples cohabited. Over 70% of mothers at first birth are married. On the other hand, the US has nearly twice as many teenage births per cohort as the highest country in the EU, and an extramarital birth rate higher than the Netherlands. Without going much into race or region, Third-World describes the American system as dualist. But from the evidence he provides, it might be thought electoral divisions are reflected in sexual contrasts, blue and red in the boudoir too. In the last part of his book, Third-World moves to fertility. Here the conundrum is the demographic transition, the standard term for the shift from a regime of low growth, combining lots of children and much early death, to one of high growth, combining many children but fewer deaths, and then back to another one of low growth, this time with both many fewer deaths and fewer children. There is no mystery about the way medical advances and better diets led to falling rates of mortality in 19th century Europe, and eventually reached most of the world, to similar effect, in the second half of the 20th century. The big question is why birth rates fell, first in Europe and North America between the 1880s and 1930s, and then for the majority of human race from the mid-1970s onwards, in two uncannily similar waves? In each case, a process rapidly cutting through and across state boundaries, levels of industrialization, urbanization, and levels of income, across religions, ideologies and family systems. 12 slashed fertility rates by 30 to 40% in 3 decades. Today, the average family has no more than 2 to 3 children throughout most of the former Third World. What explains these gigantic changes? The first nations to experience a significant fall in fertility were France and the United States, by 1830, generations in advance of all others. What they had in common, Third-World suggests, was their popular revolutions, which had given ordinary people a sense of self-mastery. Once the benefits of smaller families became clear in these societies, neolocality allowed couples to make their own decisions to improve their lives before any modern means of contraception were available. 50 years later, perhaps triggered initially by the onset of a world recession, mass birth control began to roll through Europe, eventually sweeping all the way from Portugal to Russia. This time, Third-World's hypothesis runs, it was a combination of radical socialist and secular movements popularizing the idea of family planning, together with the spread of literacy, that brought lower fertility as part of an increasingly self-conscious culture of modernity. This was birth control from below. In the Third World, by contrast, contraception, now an easy technology, was typically propagated or imposed from above, by political fiat of the state. China's one-child policy has been the most dramatic, if extreme example. Once lower birth rates became a general goal of governments committed to modernization, it was family systems that then determined the order in which societies entered the new regime, East Asia in the lead, North India and Black Africa far in the rear guard. Here too it was a sense of mastery, of human ability to command nature, not always bureaucratic in origin, since the better-off societies of Latin America moved more spontaneously in the same direction, that powered the change. Its consequences, of which we can still see only the beginnings, are enormous. Without it, the Earth would now have some 2 billion more inhabitants. In Europe and Japan, meanwhile, fertility has moved no less dramatically in the opposite direction, falling below net reproduction rates. This collapse in the birth rate, from which the US is saved essentially by immigration, promises rapid aging of these nations in the short run, and, if unchecked, virtual extinction of them in the long run. There is now a growing literature of public alarm about this prospect, what the French historian Pierre Chaunou denounces as a white death threatening the old world. Third-born eschews it. Negative rates of reproduction in these rich, socially advanced societies do not correspond to any birth strike by women, he suggests, but rather to their desire to have both 2 to 3 children and careers that are the equal of men's, which the existing social order does not yet allow them to do. In denying themselves the offspring they want, European parents are moving against themselves 13 not with the grain of any deeper cultural change. Between Sex and Power ends its narratives with 4 principal conclusions. The different family systems of the world reveal little internal dynamic of change. They have been recast from the outside, and the history of their transformations has been neither unilinear nor evolutionary, but rather determined by a series of unevenly timed international conjunctures, of markedly political character. The result has not been one of convergence, other than in a general decline of patriarchy, due more to wars and revolutions than to any feminist world spirit. In the South, the differential pace of changes in fertility continues to shift the distribution of global population further towards the subcontinent and Africa, and away from Europe, Japan, and Russia. In the North, European marriage has altered its forms, but is proving itself supple and creative in adapting to a new range of desires, conventional Jeremiads notwithstanding, it is in good shape. Predictions. Serenely declined. The best bet for the future is in the inexhaustible innovative capacity of humankind, which eventually surpasses all social science. 14. In due course, an army of specialists will gather round Between Sex and Power, like so many expert sports fans, to pore over its multitudinous argument. What can a layman say, beyond the magnitude of its achievement? Tentatively, perhaps only this. In the architectonic of the book, there is something of a gap between the notion of a family system and the triad of patriarchy, marriage, and fertility that follows it. In effect, the way these 3 interconnect to form the structure of any family system goes unstated in the separate treatment accorded each. But if we consider the trio as an abstract culminatory, it would seem that logically, as the order in which they're born proceeds to them itself suggests, patriarchy must command the other 2, as the dominant, since it will typically lay down the rules of marriage and set the norms of reproduction. There is, in other words, a hierarchy of determinations built into any family system. This has a bearing on Thorborn's conclusions. His final emphasis falls, unhesitatingly, on the divergence between major family systems today. After stressing continuing worldwide dissimilarities between fertility and marital regimes, he concedes that the patriarchal outcome is somewhat different. 15 His own evidence suggests this is an understatement. For what it shows is a powerful process of convergence, far from complete in extent, but unequivocal in direction. But if the variegated forms of patriarchy are what historically determine the main parameters of marriage and reproduction, would not any ongoing decline of them across family systems towards a common juridical 0 point imply that birth rates and marriage customs are eventually likely to converge, in significant measure, at their own pace too? That seems, at any rate, a possible deduction sidestepped by Therborn, but which his story of fertility appears to bear out. For what is clear from his account is that the astonishing fall in birth rates in most of the underdeveloped world has been the product of precisely a collapse in patriarchal authority, as its powers of life and death have been transferred to the state, which now determines how many are born and how many survive. What then of marriage? Here certainly contrasts remain greatest. In speaking of the core of romantic freedom and commitment in the modern European family system, Therborn implies this remains specific to the West. But while the caste system or the Sharia plainly preclude extempore love, does it show no signs of spreading, as ideal or realization, in the big cities of East Asia or Latin America? The imagination of urban Japan, he shows, is already half seized with it. Not, of course, that the aeration of marriage in Western Europe, with the advent of mass cohabitation, has so far been replicated anywhere else. But here a different sort of question might be asked. Is it really the case that the negative rates of reproduction that have accompanied this pattern are as unwished for as Therborn suggests? He relies on the discrepancy between surveys in which women explain how many children they expect, and those they actually have. But this could just mean that in practice their desire for children proved weaker than for a well-paid job, a satisfying career, or more than one lover at a time. Voters in the West regularly say they want better schools and health care, and in principle expect to pay for them, and commentators on the left often pin high hopes on such declarations. But once such citizens get to the polling booth they tend to stick to lower taxes. The same kind of self-deception could apply to children. If so, it would be difficult to say European marriage was in such good shape, since there would be no stopping place in sight for its plunge of society into an actuarial abyss. Therborn resists such thoughts. Although Between Sex and Power pays handsome homage to the role of communism in the dismantling of patriarchy in the 20th century, it displays no especially Marxist stance towards the family. Engels would have not shared the author's satisfaction that marriage was flourishing, however ductile the forms it has adopted. In expressing his attachment to them nevertheless, Therborn speaks with the humane voice of a level-headed Swedish reformism that he understandably admires, without himself having ever altogether coincided with it. In looking on the bright side of the EU marital regime, he is consistent with the case he has made in the past for its welfare states too, surviving in much better condition than its critics or mourners believe. 16 It is in the same spirit, one might say, that he insists on the persistent divergence of family systems across the world. Uniformity is the one condition every part of the political spectrum deplores. The most unflinching neoliberals invariably explain that universal free markets are the best of all guardians of diversity. Social democrats reassure their followers that the capitalism to which they must adjust is becoming steadily more various. Traditional conservatives expatiate on the irreducible multiplicity of faiths and civilizations. Homogeneity has no friends, at least since Alexander Kojève. But when any claim becomes too choral, a flicker of doubt is indicated. It scarcely affects the magnificence of this book. In it, you can find the largest changes in human relations of modern times. 2005. 12. Civil War, Global Distemper. Robert Brenner. The English Civil War occupies a strange niche in contemporary memory. To all official appearances, no episode of the country's modern past is so parenthetical. Leaving no reputable trace in common traditions or public institutions, it looks in established retrospect like a blackout in the growth of the collective psyche. Our only republic remains under ban, a historical freak. Rosebery could raise a statue to Cromwell outside Parliament. 80 years later, Ben could not even get him onto a postage stamp, at a time when Rosa Luxemburg adorned ordinary West German mail. Such treatment, it might be argued, is not without all justice. For in a comparative perspective, did not the English Civil War, however traumatic at the time, prove in the end to be the least significant of the political upheavals that accompanied the birth of the leading nation-states of the capitalist world? Set beside the Dutch Revolt, America's War for Independence, the French Revolution, Italy's Risorgimento, the unification of Germany, let alone the Meiji Restoration in Japan, the overthrow of the English monarchy seems of a different order, not a modern starting point of institutional development, more an exotic intermission. If this is so, however, there remains a paradox. For what would be the most barren convulsion has produced the most fertile literature. The volume of modern writing on the French Revolution, the only possible rival, is larger than on the English. But intellectually it is thinner. The difference here has much to do with the respective situations of the revisionism that has dominated each side of the channel in recent years. Where the French variant, personified by François Furet, has been fashioned as a polemic against what it has identified as a single historiographic tradition, the Jacobin, Leninist continuum running from Mathis through Lefebvre to Sobol, the English school has developed as an argument with two conflicting traditions, the Whig view descending from Notestein through Hexter, and the social interpretation passing from Tawney through Hill. Ideologically, the consequences can appear marked. English revisionism often looks more unequivocally like a historiographic right, locked in struggle with a liberal center and a socialist left, where French revisionism tends to occupy both right and center positions in its polemic against the local left, shifting from liberal conservative to conservative liberal accents as the occasion demands. That might seem a politically more commodious posture. Intellectually, however, the topographical contrast between the two countries has benefited the English historians. Seeking to displace not just one but two pre-existent explanatory paradigms, they have had to display greater ingenuity. The outcome has been more tough-minded and original. It has been also more various, as can readily be seen from the cluster of summa just published by three leading historians, whose work has set the agenda for debate on the English Revolution since the 70s. Kevin Sharp's Personal Rule of Charles I, Conrad Russell's Fall of the British Monarchies, and John Morrell's Nature of the English Revolution all represent distinct standpoints, of which the last, and hitherto least noticed, is the most interesting point one, but for all the divergences between them, certain common features continue to stand out. Rejecting both constitutional explanations of the Caroline crisis, and class interpretations of the Civil War, these histories focus on the politics of royal finance and court faction, clerical administration and diplomatic manoeuvre, at the apex of the state, and of parochial lobby or creedal grievance in the localities below. If the new costs of war placed unfamiliar strains on the traditional compact between the monarchy and gentry in the mid-17th century, the breakdown of a fundamentally consensual polity was fortuitous, the result of a sequence of mishaps, springing from management of the Stuart patrimonies in Scotland and Ireland, rather than any incurable division within England itself. The targets of criticism remain Whig or Marxist conceptions of the Civil War as a struggle grounded in long-term oppositions of either juridical principle or social interest. Taxing such accounts with anachronism, the revisionists insist on the primacy of palace imbroglios and theological feuds, and the fumbling collisions attending them, as the stuff of politics in the age of Buckingham and Pym. Not that the new orthodoxy is at all abstemious itself in mixing past and present, for its own purposes. The revisionists, indeed, relish gestures of a swashbuckling topicality. Sharp depicts Henrietta Maria as a bubbly twin of Princess Diana, and even transavists Charles I into a Baroque Margaret Thatcher, closing 700 pages on the king with the words, he believed some principles worth adhering to whatever the repercussions, and, well, he may even have been right too. Russell will compare ship money to the poll tax, and describe the arrival of James I in London as a foretaste of the Single European Act. Such are the playful flourishes of a scholarly ascendancy. Blair Worden has even ventured the view that Russell's hegemony over Civil War studies has banished controversy to the margins. Point 3 There, pockets of Whig resistance no doubt remain. Readers of Lawrence Stone's correspondence with Russell in the TLS might be surprised to learn the field had become so pacific. Yet even Stone has conceded the second part of the victory the revisionists claim. For he too has opined that the Marxist interpretation of the Civil War is dead. Point 4. Merchants and Revolution, dedicated to Stone, comprehensively overturns that judgment. Its author, Robert Brenner, belongs to that rare group of historians who have given their name to a whole literature, the Brenner debate on the origins of agrarian capitalism in Europe, recalling the Pyrrhon thesis of old. His new book, in which the name of Marx is never mentioned but his spirit is omnipresent, transforms the landscape of the English Revolution. Merchants and Revolution is distinguished by three achievements, any one of which would be impressive enough. Together, their combination is an extraordinary feat. The first of them is simply the magnitude of the research the book embodies. Brenner's archival investigation into the activities of the leading merchant networks of Stuart England, a quest that often reads like a vast, intricate detective story, has no counterpart in recent literature. Moving below the level of the landed elite, Brenner has made more discoveries of importance about the period than any of his contemporaries. To read Merchants and Revolution is to realize how far revisionist histories, for all the acuity of their negative insights, have tended to tinker at the edges of existing stocks of positive knowledge, delving further into official papers or truffling in county holdings. Brenner's book opens another world. No less striking is a second feature of the work. Merchants and Revolution restores narrative to the 17th century crisis, on a grand scale. Here too the contrast with the revisionist corpus is marked, and again has its wry side. For in principle the revisionists are committed to a variant of the English one damn thing after another view of the past, stressing acceptance of the contingency of historical events as a condition of understanding them, which ought to have generated a narrative school. In fact, the reverse has been closer to the case. Russell's Fall of the British Monarchies, as Worden has pointed out, is a selective patchwork of themes, that makes no attempt to recount the actual process of breakdown to which its title alludes. Ironically, Russell in turn has lodged the same objection against Sharp, complaining that his study of the personal rule, for all its bulk, lacks any coherent narrative. 5 For its part, Morrell's Nature of the English Revolution is a splendid collection of essays, from which we learn that the author has for the moment desisted from a projected history of England's wars of religion. An earlier work, Anthony Fletcher's Outbreak of the Civil War, offers a genuine chronology, but one so clodded and short-winded as often to defeat its purpose, impenetrable trees and sparse wood. For truer narratives, we have to move forward in time to historians, Underdown, Woolrich, Worden, Gentles, more sympathetic to the revolutionary experience itself, who have written the modern accounts of Pride's Purge, the Putney debates, the Rump, or the New Model Army. But, with the exception of the last, these still cover relatively brief episodes. Brenner's work is of an altogether different range. Its subtitle indicates a span of a century, but although there is a necessary preamble starting in Elizabethan times, what the book actually offers is a sustained account of its subject from the accession of James I to the arrival of Cromwell as protector, with a crucial flash-forward to the overthrow of James II. This timescale sets the English Revolution within a longer dynamic than any other study of comparable detail has afforded. The narrative here is an analytic one. Rather than plotting the movements of individual actors, or the evolution of political factions, Brenner's account reconstructs the trajectory of the social forces that led to the Civil War and its aftermath. It does so through the prism of one particular, hitherto largely unnoticed, but crucial player in the drama, that sector of the London merchant community which made its fortunes in the Americas, rather than in trade with Europe or Asia, under the early Stuarts. By focusing on this pivotal group, and its development within the wider constellation of power and property in the first half of the century, Brenner rearranges the whole look of the time. The upshot is the most powerful social explanation of the breakdown of the Caroline monarchy we now possess. Merchants and Revolution connects structure and event in a continuous tale of pointed historical meaning. What is the gist of this account? Brenner shows that, contrary to received opinion, the expansion of English trade after the acute commercial crisis of the mid-16th century was not powered by the search for new markets to sustain staple cloth exports, but was essentially import-driven. The merchant adventurers who monopolized the cloth trade with Northern Europe continued to dominate the city establishment in Jacobean times, but were now increasingly challenged by the Levant and East India companies, controlled by a quite distinct group of merchants, engaged in the import of Mediterranean or Oriental delicacies and luxury goods, wines, currants, silks, spices. By the end of the 1630s, the leaders of this combine were typically wealthier than the cloth traders, and had displaced them from hegemony in London's municipal power system. The two groupings, however, still shared a common interest in tight political regulation of their respective trades, legal exclusion of outsiders from them, and monopolistic price setting within them. By contrast, in the Americas there emerged a very different kind of merchant, accumulating capital in a zone of free competition open to new entrants. Here the valuable commodities were tobacco, sugar, or furs. The growth of these westward trades spawned a third commercial interest, whose rise is Brenner's particular concern. Forming an intricate network, tied by criss-crossing bonds of kinship and partnership, the merchants of the New World were a breed apart as chancers and innovators. Brenner picks out as the central figure among them one Maurice Thompson. His career makes an amazing story. Born in the home counties about 1600, the eldest of 5 brothers, Thompson emigrated to Virginia in his teens, where he soon became a ship's captain, acquired land, and entered the tobacco trade. Returning to London in his mid-20s, he pioneered slave plantations in the Caribbean, and within a decade had become the major tobacco merchant in the Atlantic, with sidelines in New England provisioning and fisheries. Supply contracts for colonial ventures off Honduras, prospecting for silver in Panama, and raids on Venezuela followed. By the 1640s, Thompson and his associates were planting Barbados with sugar, and stocking it with slaves from West Africa. In doing so, they embarked on another huge arc of operations, breaking into the chassés guards of the Old World, with voyages to the Guinea coast and then schemes for bases in Madagascar and the Celebes. On the eve of the Civil War, these interlopers were second only in scale of wealth to the Levant, East Indies combine itself. 6. Where did these rival complexes of merchant capital stand on the political checkerboard of the time? Between the chartered companies and the monarchy there was in normal conditions a natural symbiosis. The merchant adventurers and the eastward traders needed royal power to enforce their monopolies, and the king needed taxes on overseas commerce and loans from merchant syndicates to cover state expenditures. The logic of the bargain, a kind of exchange of letters of marque, was so strong that even when Charles I's wartime exact ions of 1627-29 did drive the city elite into indignant alliance with the parliamentary opposition, triggering a shipping strike against the government, the conflict was rapidly absorbed. The years of personal rule, bypassing Parliament altogether, soon restored working relationships rooted in mutual dependence. By contrast, Brenner argues, there was no comparable nexus between the English gentry and the Stuart monarchy. For landowners now typically derived their incomes from a capitalist agriculture that did not require extra economic forms of coercion, and so gave no reason for consenting to arbitrary impositions, which threatened the principle of unconditional rights in property even when directed at trade rather than land. Hence the paradox that customs levies generally accepted by the merchants on whom they fell were fiercely resisted by MPs who were not directly affected by them. 7. Overlaying this basic economic discord between the monarchy and the gentry was a further ideological divergence. The Tudor state, Brenner argues, had performed invaluable service to the English landowning class by quelling unruly magnates and subduing peasant discontent, rife in late feudalism. Once these conditions of internal order had been achieved, however, the focus of the gentry's interest in the state came increasingly to bear on its external role. Formally, the Elizabethan Church had settled the religious issue. But the national brand of reformation it represented at home still left the diplomatic position of England relatively indeterminate. Here a potential field of conflict opened up. For dynastic sense of dignity pulled one way, impulses of doctrinal solidarity another. The only Western monarchies of suitable rank for matrimonial alliance were Catholic, the one republic of strategic power was Protestant. Warfare was increasingly expensive, and England lacked a standing army. For reasons both of prestige and of prudence, the throne was wary of letting religious sentiment get the upper hand in its diplomatic maneuvers, where Parliament, less troubled by either issues of precedence or calculations of risk, tended to view foreign policy through a more theological lens. So disputes were all but inevitable. Brenner does not share Russell's low opinion of the parliamentary opposition to the monarchy's European stance, as ill-informed and irresponsible. He stresses rather the coherence of a forward policy against Spain, to be waged by cheap naval campaigns in the Caribbean, that became the hobby horse of militant Puritans in the House. 8. This was not a general conviction of the landed class. It was the fixed objective of one particular coterie within it, the colonizing aristocrats around the Earl of Warwick and their clients, Pym prominent among them, who financed and organized a range of Puritan settlements in the New World. In the course of such ventures, this group had quietly started to draw upon the resources of the network of interloper merchants. Here, at the opposite end of the trading spectrum, they found allies whose objective position, unlike that of regulated commerce, gave them no economic reason for loyalty to the monarchy, still less any political bond with it, of the kind that parliamentary representation accorded even the most disgruntled landowners. What, on the other hand, the new merchants did possess were strong ties with popular strata in London, domestic traders, sea captains, small shopkeepers, from whose ranks they had often sprung, and with whom they shared exclusion from municipal power. The informal collaboration between colonizing nobles and interloping traders thus had a wider potential undertow. Beneath the carapace of personal rule, a fateful mixture was brewing. When the king's peace was broken by Scottish rebellion, Brenner shows, it was this alliance that seized the initiative in challenging Charles's regime, and then forced the pace in the slide to civil war. In September 1640, Warwick's group fired off the first elite demand for a recall of Parliament, synchronized with a mass petition from London, brought up to the king at York by Thomson. In November, 3 of the 4 MPs elected to the Long Parliament from London had links to the interloper connection. By December, the radicals in the city were already launching a campaign to do away with bishops. With the Scots still in occupation of the border, and the Long Parliament facing a recalcitrant king, the new merchants occupied an increasingly strategic position. By regulating the flow of loans from the city to Parliament, for onward payment to the Scots, and orchestrating the tide of popular demonstrations against the court, they brought critical pressure to bear on the course of gentry politics in the Commons. 2 results were decisive. In the spring of 1641 Strafford's attainder was pushed through, over the hesitation of Pym and the resistance of the Lords, and Charles was deprived of the power to dissolve Parliament without its consent, a measure nicely motivated as a surety for its creditors. By the summer of 1641 the apparatus of personal rule had been dismantled, to the all but unanimous satisfaction of the landed class. Why then did civil war break out a year later? The revisionist answer singles out religion as the principal reason. English landowners, the argument runs, were broadly united in constitutional outlook. But they were separated by their conceptions of the Church. While the great majority wished to return to what they imagined had been a happy Elizabethan mean, a vehement minority now pressed for a more radical reformation, with an intransigence which split the ranks of the gentry. For Russell, it was Scottish leverage which forced Puritan zeal up the agenda of an English Parliament dependent on Covenanter military insurance against Charles, but itself containing few committed Presbyterians. 9 For Morrill, the dynamic of a new Calvinist bigotry in England itself was quite sufficient for the task. In either case, it was the religious issue, as it first crystallized around the dispute over bishops, and then precipitated rebellion in Ireland, under threat from a still more punitive Protestantism, which pushed the landed class over the brink, into a fratricidal conflict that eventually brought down the monarchy itself. 10. Brenner's analysis challenges this orthodox account. What it suggests is that the polarizing force which divided the gentry was not disputation over the Church, but unrest in the capital. Parliamentary opposition to the king, he argues, was from the outset structurally intertwined with municipal insurgency in the city. It was coordination between Pym's leadership in the Commons and the new merchant radicals in London, controlling money supply and mobilising street intimidation, which corralled the monarchy in the first session of the Long Parliament. That victory, however, remained insecure so long as the Commons was unarmed and Charles bent on revenge. The only effective counterweight to the coercive reserves of the monarchy lay in the citizenry of the capital, mob or militia. But for many MPs, the escalation of popular activism in London was becoming steadily more alarming. In Brenner's account, it was the inescapable choice between two political evils which came to divide the country's rulers. Which was to be feared more, a vindictive king or a turbulent people, the threat to a traditional order from above, or below? The new salience of religion in the autumn of 1641, Brenner contends, was an effect of this dilemma. For as spiritual ferment in London blended with popular insubordination, in a climate of increasing hostility to the established church, the episcopacy that had earlier been widely perceived among the gentry as a nursery of overbearing clericalism came to seem to many landowners as, after all, a necessary fixture of the social hierarchy. In that change of mind lay the route to subsequent royalism. If Pym and his band moved in the opposite direction, towards root and branch Puritanism, the reason was not only that they were more exposed to vengeance in the event of a royal comeback. It was also, and above all, that they had greater confidence in their ability to handle a mass movement in London, because of their long-standing ties to the new merchants behind it. When Catholic rebellion in Ireland brought the political situation in England to flashpoint in the winter of 1641, as Pym's caucus demanded control of the king's ministers and the army, and the king tried to recover power in the capital by securing the Tower, it was the radical movement in London that settled the outcome. Mass petitions against royal moves poured in, apprentices threatened a counter-coup, shops shut down, the city gave shelter to the ringleaders of the Commons, and the streets bristled with arms. At the helm of resistance there emerged a committee of safety, conspicuously dominated by the American merchant interest. Faced down by this show of force, Charles evacuated the capital. Municipal revolution followed. The Levant, East Indies Combine, which had remained loyal to the monarchy throughout the crisis, fell from power as the oligarchic constitution of the city was opened up, and the mayor replaced. London had saved Parliament, and the Parliament that remained, half its members left to join the king, accepted the remodeling of London. The interloper merchants lost no time in demonstrating their new position of strength, with two spectacular enterprises undertaken before the start of the Civil War in August 1642, a major land and sea expedition to plunder Ireland, under the direction of Maurice Thomson and associates of such later fame as Thomas Rainsborough and Hugh Peter, and a naval rampage round the Spanish possessions in the Caribbean, from Maracaibo to Jamaica to Guatemala, in collusion with Warwick. Once the fighting in England broke out, the same syndicate moved into control of the financial and naval machinery of Parliament's war effort, capturing the customs in the process. As royalist forces gained initial advantage, the new merchants and their radical allies in the city pressed for more resolute pursuit of the war and the formation of a volunteer army. By the summer of 1643, with parliamentary fortunes at their nadir, the Commons was cornered into accepting a mass petition demanding the creation of a committee for a general rising, or a new popular army under militant command, designed to shunt the Earl of Essex's mainline forces aside. Brenner describes this move, calculated to wrest overall military power from Pym's leadership itself, as the climax of the radical drive in London. But in making it, the political front around the American Combine overreached itself. The general rising failed to materialize, Parliament assembled the new model army, and as its victories turned the tide against the king, moderates regained ascendancy in the city. In a careful analysis, Brenner shows that power in London now passed away from the major overseas merchants to smaller domestic trades, with some representation from the older cloth exporters. The result was to invert the relationship between the parliamentary leadership and the city. For if the municipal oligarchs of the mid-1640s shared with leading MPs the political priority of winning the war, their religious aim, a Presbyterian settlement along Scottish lines, was more conservative than the centre of gravity in Parliament. Brenner explains this option as a symptom of social insecurity. Landowners, enjoying traditional authority in their localities, required no clerical busybodies to police their parishes. Parvenu retailers in the big city, on the other hand, watching the religious ferment around them with dismay, sought the discipline of elders to check the risks of popular anarchy. In this frame of mind, the city Presbyterians naturally came to view the new model army, with its unprecedented freedom of religious expression, with even greater apprehension than did moderate civilian MPs, once victory on the battlefield was secure. The result was the repeated efforts of a bloc between the Commons majority and the city fathers to settle a peace with the king at the expense of the army in 1646–48, in which there was a faster slide towards outright royalism in London than at Westminster. With the outbreak of the Second Civil War, the spotlight of Brenner's narrative swings back to the new merchants. The radicalization of the new model army now gave them their opportunity. In the emergency of 1647, with royalist forces at the gates of London, Maurice Thomson was securing the Thames and fetching vessels from Holland. His brother George, now Army Colonel and MP for Southwark, manning the perimeter of the South Bank. One of his partners was ensconced as private secretary to Cromwell. A year later, another was to figure in joint planning with the Levellers for the coup to put an end to an unregenerate parliament. Pride's purge accomplished, the interlopers were immediately restored to power in the city, and after the execution of the king became central pillars of the new republican regime. For the Commonwealth, Brenner argues, proved to be a virtually perfect framework for the realization of new merchant goals. Thomson and his friends were put in charge of the navy and customs, excise and assessments, city and suburban militias. North American and Caribbean colonies were rapidly wrested back from royalist settlers, the East India Company was prized open, Levant trade was accorded government escort. Most fatefully, war was unleashed against the Dutch, when they refused to abandon commercial competition for political union with England. The very narrowness of the social base of the Commonwealth favoured the interlopers. The gentry were by now disaffected, the soldiers away on campaigns in Ireland or Scotland, the Levellers dispersed. So power at the centre fell into the hands of the small group of committed Republicans in what remained of the Commons, whose imperialist aims made them ideal interlocutors for the new merchants. So intimate became the cohabitation of the two that when the officers returned to the capital and, discontented with the lack of electoral reform, dissolved the rump, the American connection immediately expressed its solidarity with it, although, a point Brenner does not make, it had no particular stake in the rump's domestic conservatism as against the Army's more radical attitude on constitutional issues. Its collective protest to Cromwell, however, ensured its exclusion from the councils of the Protectorate. Cromwell's personal rule was ultimately to see a move back to a regime somewhat more accommodating to the gentry, in which merchant lobbies had less direct leverage. But this was not on the cards in 1653. Brenner is content to rest his case with the fall of the Commonwealth. What became of his chief actors in later years we are not told, save for a tantalizing glimpse of Maurice Thomson and one of his brothers under the Restoration, perhaps now secret agents for the Dutch. But if the ending of Brenner's story is frustratingly abrupt, an arresting coda follows. For his narrative inevitably poses the question, was the nexus between merchants and revolution ultimately sterile, in the long run a dead end in the nation's development, largely hidden from modern attention because of little further moment? Brenner's answer is quite precise. The sequels to the alliance of 1640–42 are to be found in the exclusion crisis of 1679–81 and the glorious revolution of 1688–89. The project of an English absolutism did not disappear with Charles I, and when his sons renewed it they ran into the same oppositional front as their father. On each occasion, aristocratic landowners in Parliament once again came together with unregulated traders in the city. The Whig campaign under Charles II failed, because the gentry remembered the lessons of the Civil War. Green had been the Leveller colour too. But James II could be safely banished, once a Dutch army had, in Brenner's words, performed the veritable miracle of checking the monarchy for the gentry, without their having this time to appeal to the people. 11 The regime of grandees and merchants which oversaw the financial revolution and the war against France in the 1690s was a descendant of the compact of colonists in the 1630s. Brenner's book concludes with the words, "The revolution of 1688 and its sequels not only realized the project of 1640 to 1641 of the parliamentary capitalist aristocracy, in so doing, it also realized, in a politically subordinated form, the project of 1649 to 1653 of its leading allies outside the landed classes, the American colonial and East Indian interloping leadership." 12. Formidable both in its volume of evidence and concentration of argument, Merchants and Revolution will shift the parameters of all future discussion of the Civil War. To gain a sense of how radically new is the scene it offers, it is enough to note that the central figure of Brenner's narrative, recurring on page after page, is mentioned just once in Russell's Fall of the British Monarchies, as in Wharton's Rump Parliament, and figures not at all in Morrell's Nature of the English Revolution. No image, indeed, of any of the Thomson brothers seems to have survived, though the hooded gaze of their partner Thomas Andrews, first Mayor of London under the Commonwealth, whose handsome portrait adorns the cover of Brenner's book, projects the appropriate sense of collective power. It will take time to assimilate the implications of Brenner's account for the aspects of the Civil War it does not discuss. A number of obvious questions, however, are posed by it. The English Revolution, unlike the French, was a conflict ultimately fought out in the countryside. It was decided, not by insurrectionary journeys in urban squares, but in pitched battles in open fields. Yet the capital city was of much greater structural weight in England than in France. In 1640 London had perhaps 450,000 inhabitants out of a population of 4.5 million, and was over 10 times larger than any other town, whereas in 1789 Paris had no more than 650,000 out of a population of 25 million, a qualitatively lesser magnitude. The economic disparity between the two centres was even greater, because of London's role as a major port as well as manufacturing centre. Although the importance of the city in the Civil War has been familiar enough in outline to historians since the pioneering work of Valerie Pearl, the effect of Brenner's work is to make it clear that the full extent of its contribution to the English Revolution has not been registered. Certainly, merchant operations have escaped the revisionist problematic, with its nobiliary bias, almost entirely. At the same time, the blazing light in which they emerge from Brenner's treatment only deepens the darkness in which other levels of London life remain. In particular, the trajectory of popular politics in the capital becomes yet more of an enigma. If, as Brenner maintains, the American-based merchants possessed a special advantage in their downward links to shopkeepers and small traders, allowing them to mobilize mass pressure for radical causes in 1640-42, why were their Presbyterian opponents able to reverse the situation so easily after late 1643, and dominate the streets for the rest of the Civil War, indeed even through the rise of Leveller agitation in 1647? Ian Gentles has suggested that Presbyterian strength was based on a combination of the wealthier tradesmen and the poorest layers of porters, watermen, and sailors, in which apprentices from the more substantial guilds acted as a shock force, against an independent, later Leveller, constituency of artisans and smaller traders. 13. If such was the correlation of forces, what was its social logic and how long did it hold? Sharp swings of mood, and abrupt ideological volte-faces, punctuate the history of London crowds in the 17th century. The two later Stuart crises Brenner enlists for his overall argument exemplify the point. The mass fervour aroused by Shaftesbury for exclusion exceeded any mobilization witnessed by Pym, leading to a virtually insurrectionary atmosphere in London by 1681. But when James fled in 1688, leaving a vacuum of power behind in the capital, the populace scarcely moved. By the 1690s, indeed, the geography of London politics in the 1640s had undergone an all but complete reversal. During the Civil War, a relatively moderate inner city was surrounded by more radical suburbs. By the time of the financial revolution, the centre of London had become a Whig stronghold, while the outlying districts were hotbeds of Toryism. 14 The pattern of such volatility among the menu people calls for the kind of close focus, by sector and by conjuncture, Brenner has provided for the municipal elites, although the evidence is unlikely to be as clear-cut. A second area of query must be religion. Brenner presents the monarchy and aristocracy as potentially at loggerheads over the church from the Elizabethan settlement onwards, the bulk of the landed class attracted to a more rigid Calvinism of conscience, while royal rulers preferred hieratic forms of worship with the greater stress on ceremony. The tension between doctrine and discipline was, indeed, an original fault line in the Anglican Church. But it was long containable. Why did it widen so dramatically from the 1620s onwards? The proximate answer is the Arminian turn of the monarchy, which caused an uproar in Parliament from the start. In Brenner's framework, with its emphasis on the long-range structural logic of social conflicts, it is tempting to conclude that this religious option, suspect of crypto-Catholicism for many gentlemen, was the appropriate clerical trapping for the more absolutist ambitions of Charles I, just as a radicalized Calvinism, gravitating towards a second Reformation, could be predicted among the most determined parliamentary opponents of the King's will, in sympathy with urban Puritanism. Such theological associations, however, lacked any compelling necessity. Absolutism could consort perfectly well with Calvinism, as the great elector in Prussia, far more autocratic than Charles I, showed. Arminianism, on the other hand, was in its country of invention the creed of a mercantile Dutch patriciate in conflict with an Orange dynasty sponsoring Calvinist orthodoxy, the exact opposite of the English configuration. Such vagaries present no difficulty for the nominalism of the revisionists, committed on principle to just so stories. But they do pose a problem for Brenner, as a critic of these. In an European perspective, the religious policies of Charles I look underdetermined. It is more plausible to view the Laudian Church less as a token of some elective affinity between royal and clerical ceremony, than as the sign of a disorder in the reason of state, a monarchy that was losing its functional bearings in landed society, slipping into contingency. Political authoritarianism did not require theological provocation. Once the dynamic of religious passions was unleashed, how should their contribution to the Civil War be weighed? Brenner's contention that, once personal rule had been scrapped, it was the popular eruption into politics rather than the Puritan campaign against the bishops which divided the landed class, leaves a number of issues unresolved. The strongest version of the claim would require significant numbers of parliamentarians to have put aside partiality for bishops in the interests of rallying the people, and of royalists to have stifled aversion towards them out of greater fear of the people. But if a few of the latter can be found, were there any of the former? Tacitly, Brenner's case must appeal to the operation of a coincidence between political militancy and religious zeal in Pym's wing of the Commons, which its terms do not explain. On his own showing, moreover, confidence in an ability to control mass agitation in the capital can only have been shared by the relatively narrow circle of peers and MPs with ties to the new merchant leaders, scarcely by half of the landowning class, the overwhelming majority of whom had not the slightest purchase on London politics. The process that converted a small majority in the Commons into a moiety of parliamentary counties must have involved other determinants. Morrill has cogently argued for the asymmetrical effect of religion in the genesis of the Civil War, on the grounds that Puritanism mustered an intensity of zeal that Anglicanism did not. For most parliamentary landowners, trust in God is likely to have been more important than trust in the people, even where a common faith might allow one to envisage a measure of the other. In a larger sense, moreover, there is not the slightest doubt that religion was the decisive trigger of the Civil War, since it was the Scottish rebellion against the Caroline Prayer Book which put the king at the mercy of Parliament, and a Catholic revolt in Ireland which unsheathed swords between the two in England. The British matrix of the Civil War is not broached by Brenner. It is an intriguing question how far his line of analysis could be extended to encompass it. Within his English framework, however, the division of the country poses a further problem. What determined the territorial configuration of the two camps, as fighting started? Why did most of the countryside in the north and west rally to the king, in the south and east to Parliament? Can either religious conviction or political confidence be regarded as plausible markers for the distribution? Even if they were, we would still be left with the question why they had taken this geographical pattern. No answer is to be found in either the revisionist literature or Brenner's reply to it. Two alternative explanations have traditionally been available. The first suggests that the diagonal split in the country in the summer of 1642 was essentially a function of Parliament's original control of London, and of the king's physical presence in York, each becoming a fortuitous magnet for the surrounding zones, subsequently consolidated along strategic, not social or ideological, lines. How plausible is such a view? There can be no doubt that most civil wars do involve a certain random distribution of the cards, in which military control may correspond less to political strength than to chances of terrain or logistics. The map of Republican and nationalist regions in the Spanish Civil War can be superimposed on the electoral geography of today's socialist and popular parties with a high degree of fit, save for Andalusia and Extremadura, now bastions of the left, but whose proximity to Morocco handed them to the right in 1936, once the Moorish Legion was airlifted across the straits. In China, Yan'an was far from being a natural home of the CCP, whose principal areas of strength had been in the southeast, until it was driven there as a refuge more inaccessible to the KMT. Even in the American Civil War, where regional and political frontiers in principle coincided most completely, Maryland and Kentucky found themselves on the wrong side of the Mason-Dixon line. Nevertheless, the accidents of war have seldom, if ever, radically erased the ecology of class or belief when a country is gripped by civil strife. Even the most aleatory readings of the division of England in 1642 concede the logic of a parliamentary London. The second kind of explanation looks for systematic differences behind the territorial separation. In the richest analysis, David Underdown has argued that two antagonistic rural cultures, quite close to popular images of Cavalier and Roundhead, existed in sheep, corn lowlands and wood, pasture uplands, based on distinct village and monoreal patterns, and that it was these which shaped the geography of political choice in the Civil War. But his concern is with popular rather than elite allegiances, and his evidence, drawn from 3 western counties, is intra rather than inter-regional. 15 At the national level, the broad contrast between Wales and East Anglia inverts rather than confirms Underdown's dichotomy. The older hypothesis advanced by Christopher Hill was less fine-grained. It simply pointed to the fact that capitalist agriculture had developed further in the south and east of England than in the more backward north and west, and suggested that this was the setting for the dominant options of the gentry in each zone. Hill's argument was integral to a social interpretation of the Civil War that saw the Stuart monarchy as a nascent absolutism capable of calling upon reserves of feudal custom in the outer regions of the country. What is Brenner's position? In keeping with his famous account in the Brenner debate of precocious economic development in England, based on competitive leases and insecure tenures, Merchants and Revolution insists that by the time of the Civil War the landowning class as a whole was capitalist, not divided into advanced and backward sectors, but extraordinarily homogeneous in its forms of exploitation. 16 The polarization between royalists and parliamentarians, therefore, was without any socio-economic basis. In so homogeneous a landed class as that of England in the 1640s, whence could such social differences have arisen? 17 This seems categorical enough. Yet looked at a little closer, Brenner's formulations sometimes fluctuate. The landed class, it emerges, was only by and large, for the most part, Not of course uniformly, capitalist, and further consolidation would be necessary later in the century. 18 Does the note of hesitation here suggest the underlying issue remains less than completely resolved? Certainly, the agrarian world of monoreal courts and copyholds, wardships and entry fines, advowsons and impropriations, was still a good way from that of Charles Townshend. Brenner's central argument for the capitalist character of English agriculture under the early Stuarts is that agrarian property was no longer politically constituted, that is, landowners no longer depended on extra economic powers of coercion to extract a surplus from the cultivators, along medieval lines. 19 What this contrast, focusing essentially on the direct exercise of force, as Brenner puts it, perhaps understates is the extent to which landed property was still ideologically constituted, that is, remained encased in pre-capitalist relations of justification. The power of such extra economic legitimation, as we might call it, was subject to erosion from the rationale of the market. But if we are looking at the regional pattern of the divide within the landed class in the 1640s, it is here we might find part of the answer. It is clear that royalists and roundheads cannot simply be decanted in two different categories of estate management, since there were plenty of the most up-to-date landlords on the king's side. But for there to be a social logic to the division, such a symmetry is not necessary. Just as religion worked asymmetrically within a broadly common Protestant outlook to polarize the parliamentary side, so, we might surmise, tradition worked asymmetrically within a broadly improving agrarian class to polarize the royalist side. In other words, the attachment of many progressive landlords to the king does not mean that equal numbers of conservative landlords rallied to Parliament. The magnetic pull of London ensured that market forces permeated the southeast more thoroughly than the north or west, and the less modern the setting, the more effective were bonds of loyalty and dependence tying property and authority together, in a traditional hierarchy. We can glimpse this contrast even within the most roundhead of zones, the Eastern Association, Norfolk, Cambridge and Huntingdon lagging noticeably behind Essex, Suffolk and Herts in ardour for the parliamentary cause. 20. Royal ability to secure feudal exactions during personal rule is one kind of testimony to the continuing strength of the forms of ideologically constituted property. The pledges of allegiance received by the king once war seemed inescapable were another, and more decisive one. Feudal conceptions of order and honor were not dead in the hinterland of the kingdom, or yet closer to the center. Eventually, in the second round of the Civil War, even Kent or Surrey saw royalist revolts. In Denbigh or Cumberland, on the other hand, no parliamentary spark ever flared. The spectacle of popular disorder in London, divisive though it certainly was, does not suffice to explain the split of 1642, indeed, it might have been thought the gentry of the localities closest to the epicenter would be most alarmed, those further away less moved by it. Over much of the country, it seems likely that fear of the urban mob was less of a recruiter for royalism than codes of rural fealty to the king. The ideological role of the monarchy as the keystone of an aristocratic order, holding the arch of ranks upright, has been emphasized by other Marxist historians of the period, notably Brian Manning. 21 Brenner tends to neglect it. His description of English monarchy as patrimonial is a Weberian islet within his categories, whose consistency with them goes unexplained. 22 Patrimonialism was one of Weber's vaguest and most polymorphous notions, and its use has often been indiscriminate since. In the context of Brenner's analysis, however, the thrust of the term patrimonial is clear enough. It is designed to suggest the distance between the Stuart monarchy, conceived as a self-contained household, and the landed class outside it, in other words, its lack of roots in the social soil at large. The unspoken antonym is feudal. This picture of the state is no quirk, it is a logical requirement of the claim that the aristocracy was homogeneously capitalist. For where could that leave the monarchy, other than in structural isolation? The depiction of the English landowning class in Merchants and Revolution is coherent with the account of its evolution in the Brenner debate, which sets the late medieval stage for the early modern transformation of the gentry, now presented as all but complete. Nevertheless, there is a deep paradox in Brenner's sequel as a whole. For the great iconoclastic theme of his original theory of European economic development was the relative unimportance of towns or trade for the transition from feudalism to capitalism. Everything, in that vision, turned on agriculture, and only in England, it claimed, did agriculture turn. Historically, it was the unique self-transformation of the English landowners in the countryside which ushered in the world of capital, and it alone. If one side of Brenner's polemic was aimed at neo-Malthusian orthodoxies, stressing the primacy of demography in early modern economic history, the other was targeted at neo-Smithian accounts that gave priority to cities and commerce, unwisely adopted, in Brenner's view, by too many Marxists. In subsequent work, he then went on to draw the conclusion that the idea of a bourgeois revolution, lodged in the Marxist tradition, was misplaced. No bourgeoisie was needed to overthrow a feudal aristocracy, since the latter had changed itself and got to capitalism first anyway. The break with feudalism came not from any accumulation in trade or assault on absolute monarchy, but through an agrarian catharsis. Beside the self-conversion of the English landlords, every other strand in the emergence of capitalism was marginal. For all the power of this case, there were always difficulties with its overall context. The idea of capitalism in one country, taken literally, is only a bit more plausible than that of socialism. For Marx, the different moments of the modern biography of capital were distributed in a cumulative sequence, from the Italian cities to the towns of Flanders and Holland, to the empires of Portugal or Spain and the ports of France, before being systematically combined in England at the end of the 17th century. 23 Historically, it makes better sense to view the emergence of capitalism like this, as a value-added process gaining in complexity as it moved along a chain of interrelated sites. In this story, the role of cities was always central. English landowners could never have started their conversion to commercial agriculture without the market for wool in Flemish towns, just as Dutch farming was by Stuart times in advance of English, not least because it was conjoined to a richer urban society. It might still be argued that, even if the bourgeois contribution to the economic genesis of capitalism is conceded, this does not mean that any political revolution was necessary to smooth its path. That would have been one possible reading of Brenner's case, with its emphasis on the imminent dynamism of competitive production for the market. Where does his new work leave the issue? Merchants and Revolution does not argue that the Civil War was inevitable, but that a political collision between the monarchy and the landowning class was inherently likely. What converted a parliamentary revolt into an armed revolution was, on Brenner's showing, the catalytic role of the new merchants in London. Here, if ever, were indeed revolutionary bourgeois. The species declared a fiction in France was bel et bien a reality in England, 150 years before the convention. There is a nice irony that it should be massive historical evidence, running against, not with, a theoretical conviction, which has brought a Marxist scholar to this conclusion. The detractor of the significance of merchant capital in principle has been the first to establish, in spellbinding detail, its role as demiurge in practice. When the revisionists draw their lessons from the Civil War for Lucania today, Lord Russell, recalling the need for prudent management of Scots affairs and tamping down of ideal passions, dwells on the dangers of a disunited realm. Brenner's account of the hour of the Committee of Safety reminds us of that other question, the conditions of a durable republic. The historical intelligence that has generated both the comparative logic of the Brenner debate and the narrative depth of Merchants and Revolution is without close counterpart. This is a body of writing centered on the medieval and early modern worlds. It is an awesome thought that its author is now at work on the central puzzle of our own time, which has so far defeated every analyst. Why has the world economy been sunk in the intractable slowdown of the past 20 years, whose social consequences lie strewn without number around us? The answer will be worth waiting for. 2. Brenner's move into contemporary history is now before us, with the publication of two works on the world economy, The Economics of Global Turbulence and the Boom and the Bubble that together amount to a body of writing close in size to Merchants and Revolution. 24 Their appearance offers an occasion to consider the relationship between the three great blocks of Brenner's oeuvre, his account of the feudal economies of medieval Europe, of the roots of revolution in early modern England, and of the dynamics of global capitalism in modern to postmodern times. The empirical wealth of each of these sets of writing, and the relative discontinuity between them, roughly speaking, they focus on the 13th to 15th centuries, the mid-17th and the late 20th centuries, encourages, properly enough, specialist discussion of them by period or topic, for which there is no substitute. But to get a sense of Brenner's enterprise as a whole, some reflection on the general structure of his historical thought is also required. His recent writing provides a topical starting point. Since at least the 70s it has been clear that, causally, the power of the world economy to determine the fate of Earth's population has been far greater than any other force. Yet, analytically, it has remained intractable. For years economics as an academic discipline has been moving steadily away from explanation of the real world towards formalized axioms and mathematical models with only a precarious bearing on actuality. Kenneth Arrow, architect of general equilibrium theory, has famously remarked that the profession has tended to shy away from the grandest themes. The fundamental questions of economic change, the theme of Schumpeter's work, are not discussed. 25 Weekly commentators fill the gap as best they can, but in the absence of any real underlying scholarship, journalism, even at its most intuitively acute, is vulnerable to the myopias of immediacy or fashion. The deeper enigmas of post-war development have remained in either case largely untouched. This is the background against which Brenner's current work acquires relief. In it, Arrow's grand theme, the foundations of economic change in the post-war epoch, is directly taken up, and the result is on the appropriate grand scale. The Economics of Global Turbulence and the Boom and the Bubble present a detailed narrative of the trajectory of the three central capitalist economies, the United States, Japan, and Germany, over the past half-century, that has no counterpart in the literature. Brenner writes as a historian in the tradition of Marx, and no other recent work offers such a compelling use of its legacy to tackle large problems that have baffled other approaches. But this is an original Marxism that has little in common with what has often passed for orthodox deductions from capital. No axioms of crisis based on a rising organic composition of capital, and therewith falling return on investment, are to be found in it. Brenner rejects such a prioristic equations on the left as logical fallacies, just as he criticizes many conventional notions of the center and right as lacking support in evidence. What distinguishes his own account of the long-term path of the world economy is an unmatched ability to hold the two sides of any satisfactory explanation together, a clear-cut analytical model of how capitalist development can generate crises, and a detailed historical narrative of their empirical occurrence, testing and controlling the theoretical starting point. The minds of the economist and historian typically work in such antithetical ways that a true combination of their strengths, articulated formal rigor and meticulous factual care, is very unusual. Here they are exceptionally united. Brenner opens the Economics of Global Turbulence by posing the central question of why the world capitalist economy, after a long upturn of extraordinary dynamism after 1945, lapsed into an equally protracted downturn in the early 1970s, as decade by decade, the combined macroeconomic performance of the advanced economies has fallen. For 30 years, this problem has frustrated a legion of analysts and commentators. For long, the most popular explanation, developed in various forms by left and right alike, was that the mechanisms of capitalist growth were undermined by the very success of post-war full employment, which eventually allowed trade unions to take advantage of tight labor markets to force up wages and hold back innovations. The result, so this interpretation went, was a cumulative squeeze on profits that broke the springs of investment, sending the world into prolonged recession. Brenner argues with great force that this cannot have been the case. Theoretically, he contends, No system-wide pressure of labor on capital is conceivable that would be capable of achieving a universal long-term lowering of rates of profit across the globe. International factor mobility is simply too asymmetric for this, since capital can always outflank labor by shifting elsewhere. 26 Empirically, moreover, the statistical evidence confirms what first principles would indicate, that wage pressures could not have determined the onset of the downturn. What, then, does explain the huge sea change that overcame the advanced economies in the 1970s? Brenner's answer is testimony to his open-mindedness as a historian. Against all then received opinions, his work on the transition from feudalism to capitalism located its key mechanisms in the balance of forces between peasant producers and seigneurial proprietors on the land. There it was the variable outcome of the conflict between classes that essentially determined the path of agrarian development. However, in today's world of a fully consolidated industrial capitalism, Brenner reaches the opposite conclusion. Here it is not the vertical relationship between capital and labor that in the last resort decides the fate of modern economies, but the horizontal relationship between capital and capital. It is the logic of competition, not class struggle, that governs the deeper rhythms of growth or recession. For its champions, of course, competition has always been the central virtue of capitalism, the discipline that makes it inherently innovative, and gave it easy victory over the command economies in the Cold War. Brenner takes the system at its word, and shows how its strongest mechanism to raise productivity also fatally brings on loss of momentum and recurrent crisis. Typically, he argues, successful competition in manufacturing requires the sinking of large amounts of investment in complexes of fixed capital. These, however, will tend to become outdated by technologically newer complexes, initially erected in spaces beyond immediate reprisal by the original enterprises. The competitive pressure of the later arrivals then inevitably depresses the rate of return on the older enterprises. But these cannot immediately liquidate the capital sunk in fixed plant, with a normal lifespan still to run, to exit smoothly into other lines of production. Instead, their rational response will be to lower their margins to meet the challenge from more efficient newcomers. 27 The result is a pattern of overcompetition forcing down the rate of profit throughout the branch concerned. Once such competition becomes generalized, opportunities for profit contract, investment declines, and at some stage a sharp downturn becomes inevitable, which will last until sufficient obsolete capital has been flushed out of the system to restart the mechanisms of accumulation again.